Chapter 1. Just awaken the system, and you want me dead? Jiangnan University, Building 27, Dormitory 615. Chu Yuhan, I'm coming for you. With a furious roar, Chen Fan abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, soaked as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. Am I in the dormitory? I'm still alive. Chen Fan, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings, the dorm he had inhabited for 3 years. Strangely, he distinctly remembered plummeting from a 30-story building, a height of nearly 100 meters. Even a steel man would not survive such a fall. Chen Fan pinched his thigh hard. A sharp pain shot through him. Yet, a smile of excitement spread across Chen Fan's face. I'm still alive. I've been reborn? Overwhelmed with shock and joy, he realized he must have indeed been reborn. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily grabbed his phone to check his online banking balance. Account balance, 2 million. Chen Fan sighed in relief. Thankfully, the money was still there. If he had been reborn and the money had been stolen, living would have lost its meaning. Chu Yuhan, you used my money to buy a house for Zhang Yao, and then push me off the building. I will not let you off the hook. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Chu Yuhan was the belle of his class, and Chen Fan had been her devoted admirer for 3 years, enduring humiliation for her sake. A month ago, the director of the orphanage who had raised him passed away, leaving him a fortune of 2 million. Upon learning this, Chu Yuhan deceived Chen Fan into purchasing an apartment under her name alone, refusing to give him a key. In a fit of anger, Chen Fan sought a locksmith, only to encounter them in broad daylight. A fight ensued, but Chen Fan was outnumbered and ultimately pushed out of the window from the 30th floor. And then he was reborn. I recall that in novels, those who are reborn often have systems. Why do I not have one? System? Where are you? Chen Fan called out twice, but there was no response. He shook his head. Novels were merely fiction, and reality was different. Ding! A soft chime. What the? A system. Chen Fan's heart raced, only to discover it was a WeChat message. Picking it up, he saw a ponytailed cartoon girl's avatar. It was none other than Chu Yuhan, whom he had saved as baby. Chen Fan, I'm in class right now and would like to discuss the house purchase with you. This concerns our future. Could you come over early? Go to hell. Chen Fan's anger flared at anything related to Chu Yuhan. Before his rebirth, she had summoned him to class under the pretext of discussing the house, only to deceive him into handing over his 2 million. He chose not to respond, instead blocking Chu Yuhan on WeChat. In the classroom, Chu Yuhan put down her phone, a smug smile curling at the corners of her lips. She was confident that after sending this message, Chen Fan would sprint over from his dormitory within 5 minutes. Today, she had dressed to impress, sporting a high ponytail and a college-style white shirt paired with a short skirt that accentuated her long, beautiful legs, appearing both innocent and alluring. As long as I promise to be his girlfriend after buying the house, that fool Chen Fan will happily hand over the 2 million. She envisioned a future of bliss with Zhang Yao in their new apartment, and a smile of happiness graced her features. However, 5 minutes passed, and Chen Fan did not appear. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour later, classmates began trickling into the classroom. Chu Yuhan's expression soured. That foolish admirer dares to keep me waiting for an hour. Has he been hit by a car? She ground her teeth in frustration. Truly, the world had turned upside down. Yuhan, you look stunning today. At that moment, her best friend Li Lanlan arrived, sitting beside her. Lanlan, could you sit a bit further away? Chu Yuhan replied with a hint of annoyance. Oh, Yuhan, is that a reward for having Chen Fan, the fool, sit beside you? You dressed so beautifully. Are you celebrating something? Li Lanlan teased, making space for herself. As Chu Yuhan's closest friend, she knew of her friend's difficult financial situation. Yet Chu Yuhan spent 4,000 to 5,000 each month on appearances. All of this money came from Chen Fan's hard-earned part-time job, and even then, Chu Yuhan would feign high standards, making him plead before she would reluctantly accept. As more classmates filed in, Chen Fan finally strolled into the classroom, hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent. Upon seeing him, Chu Yuhan huffed, crossing her arms and raising her chin defiantly. Looks like Chen Fan, the fool, has angered the class beauty today. This should be entertaining. Many classmates remarked, casting mocking glances at Chen Fan. They anticipated that he would soon run to Chu Yuhan like a lapdog, providing a scene worthy of ridicule. Some even readied their phones to record the spectacle. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Fan simply walked past Chu Yuhan without so much as a glance. Then, even more shocking, he boldly sat beside Su Yuanyuan, known as the second belle of the class. The classroom fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. What? Am I seeing things? How dare Chen Fan sit next to Su Yuanyuan in front of Chu Yuhan? Has our famous admirer finally awakened? Why do I suddenly feel teary-eyed, as if witnessing a wayward dog returning home? This is an explosive moment in the history of Jiangnan University's admirers. I must post this on the campus forum. The classroom erupted into a flurry of chatter. Su Yuanyuan, adorned in a short skirt revealing her alluring legs, with cascading chestnut curls and striking red lips, exuded a captivating charm that even surpassed Chu Yuhan's beauty. However, due to Su Yuanyuan's materialistic demeanor, the less affluent students had rallied behind the seemingly innocent Chu Yuhan as their class beauty. At this moment, Su Yuanyuan gaped at Chen Fan in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chen Fan appeared unfazed, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the murmurs around him. He realized that Su Yuanyuan was indeed far more attractive than Chu Yuhan. He had been blind to overlook such beauty in favor of Chu Yuhan. Ding! Discovered a girl with an attractiveness score of 85, Su Yuanyuan. Activating the host's harmony system, an electronic voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind, igniting a wave of joy finally. The system had arrived. But what on earth was the harmony system? Ding! Harmony system activated, binding to Li Yuanyuan. Detected that the host's life value is critically low, only 10 seconds remaining. Please increase your life value immediately. Chen Fan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Just as he awakened the system, he had only 10 seconds of life left. Did that mean he would die in 10 seconds? How could he possibly increase his life value? He inwardly berated the system. Each point of affection gained from the binding target, Su Yuanyuan, extends the host's life by 1 day. Current affection score, 10. Please increase Su Yuanyuan's affection to enhance your life. Ding! Detected that the host is on the brink of death. 1098. Chapter 2. Su Yuanyuan, I like you. 765. What the hell, I'm about to die. The countdown echoed like a ticking time bomb, and Chen Fan's composure shattered. I just got reborn. I haven't even taken my revenge on that wicked Chu Yuhan yet. I cannot die. At this moment, Chen Fan could no longer afford to ponder deeply, how does one elevate a girl's fondness? The answer was simple, just act. Chen Fan abruptly stood up. Su Yuanyuan, the truth is, I have always harbored feelings for you. With that declaration, he clasped Su Yuanyuan tightly in his embrace, leaving her in utter disbelief, clad in a super short skirt and black stockings. The raucous classroom fell into a profound silence. Everyone appeared petrified, their mouths agape, staring at Chen Fan holding Su Yuanyuan. In that instant, they seemed to witness the most astonishing event imaginable. Just then, Chen Fan noticed a red plus sign and the number 11 materializing above Su Yuanyuan's head. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Su Yuanyuan, affection level 11, current affection level 1. Ding! The system detected that the host's life value was at 1. The host must continue to enhance the affection of the bound object to increase life value. The countdown for the host's life began. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Phew! Chen Fan sighed in relief. He had narrowly avoided an unfortunate fate right at the outset. At that moment, Su Yuanyuan, still in his arms, finally came to her senses and pushed him away, a mix of embarrassment and anger on her face. Though Su Yuanyuan's expression was one of outrage, her heart raced with excitement, tinged with a hint of pride. While many pursued her, it was the first time someone like Chen Fan had openly confessed in front of dozens of classmates. Most notably, Chen Fan was known as the ultimate admirer of Chu Yuhan, that so-called green tea princess. Now, Chen Fan, that devoted admirer, had declared his feelings for her, which was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Chu Yuhan's face. Instantly, Su Yuanyuan's fondness for Chen Fan surged by 11 points. Chen Fan, you scoundrel! How could you betray Yuhan? Chu Yuhan, still in shock, was met with an onslaught from Li Lanlan, who pointed accusingly at Chen Fan. How can you face Yuhan after all she has done for you? Li Lanlan's voice faltered as she struggled to recall anything Yuhan had done for Chen Fan. Betray? What relationship do I have with Chu Yuhan? Are we boyfriend and girlfriend? You should ask her if she acknowledges it. Chen Fan retorted coldly. You, ignoring the facts, can you genuinely claim no wrongdoing? Did Hehuan not give you the opportunity to pursue her? It's merely that you didn't put in enough effort. And didn't you see Hehuan on the verge of tears? Li Lanlan delivered a rapid-fire barrage of accusations. Chu Hehuan was indeed close to tears, but not from sadness rather. She felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She never imagined Chen Fan would dare to profess his feelings for her rival in front of the entire class, which made her, the class beauty, look utterly ridiculous. Chu Hehuan glared at Chen Fan, waiting for an explanation. However, Chen Fan chose to ignore her and sat down next to Su Yuanyuan once more. This scene left their classmates in stunned silence. What on earth is happening? Has Chen Fan had a change of heart? Is he awakening? They exchanged bewildered glances. Hey, Chen Fan, why aren't you fawning over the class beauty, but instead pursuing me? Su Yuanyuan inquired, glancing at him. Because she is not as beautiful as you, Chen Fan proclaimed loudly enough for the entire class to hear. Su Yuanyuan nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his answer, and feigned nonchalance as she stole a glance at the furious Chu Hehuan. Chen Fan, don't say I didn't give you a chance. When you were chasing Chu Hehuan, you spent so much money. Do you think you can win me over with mere words? By the way, I'm running low on my SKI skincare products. You know what to do. Su Yuanyuan stated directly. She was aware of Chen Fan's financial situation. He could earn around 4,000 to 5,000 a month from his job, while a set of SKI products cost nearly 10,000. With a little borrowing, he should be able to afford it. Just one set of skincare products? No problem. He'll buy it right now. Chen Fan did not hesitate. He understood the value of the SKI products well, especially since Chu Hehuan had always coveted them, yet he had never had the money to buy them for her. However, now he felt he could no longer be concerned with such matters. Money, while important, paled in comparison to his own life. As long as it would elevate Su Yuanyuan's fondness for him, he would spend not just 10,000 but even 100,000. With that thought, he abandoned class and dashed out, as if fearing Su Yuanyuan might change her mind at any moment. All the classmates were astounded. Chu Hehuan's anger was palpable. Hehuan, that devoted admirer, has truly lost his mind. He intends to buy Su Yuanyuan a full set of SKI products. He eats steam buns with pickles every day. Does he have that kind of money? He's acting like a rich heir. Li Lanlan exclaimed indignantly. Chu Hehuan gritted her teeth, but said nothing in response. While it was true that Chen Fan could not afford such luxuries in the past, he now had 2 million. How infuriating. She herself couldn't justify purchasing SKI products. Yet, she was convinced that Chen Fan's extravagant spending was a reaction to her recent indifference towards him. There was no way he would willingly spend so much on Su Yuanyuan. However, Chen Fan was oblivious to her thoughts as he arrived at an upscale mall, heading straight for the SKI counter. Hey there, handsome. What brings you here alone today? No girlfriend accompanying you? The saleswoman at the counter, a graceful woman in her 30s, recognized Chen Fan immediately, having seen him several times when accompanying Chu Hehuan on her shopping excursions. I'd like to purchase some skincare products, Chen Fan replied. Perfect. We just received a batch of small trial bottles, priced around 500 to 600 each. The saleswoman cheerfully presented a small tube. Chen Fan was not new to this. She could tell he was a student with limited funds. No, I don't want those. I want a complete set. Chen Fan pointed to the elegantly packaged red box. You want this set? It costs over 9,000. The saleswoman stared at him in disbelief. Ding! The system detected that the host was about to make a purchase for the bound object and activated the beauty cashback feature. Name: Su Yuanyuan. Beauty score: 85. Beauty cashback ratio: 1:1. Suddenly, the system's electronic voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind once more. Wow, beauty cashback? Does that mean spending on Su Yuanyuan will yield a 1:1 refund? Isn't that essentially free? Initially apprehensive about the expenditure, Chen Fan was suddenly filled with exhilaration. Wait, system, if the cashback is 1:1 for a beauty score of 85, wouldn't a higher score yield even greater returns? Chen Fan mused, excitement illuminating his eyes as he questioned the system. Ding! This system is the Hehuan system. The higher the beauty score of the bound girl, the more life value gained from increased affection, and naturally, the cashback ratio is also higher. Chen Fan was elated. Good heavens! If that's the case, Wouldn't spending money on girls only make him richer in the future? Initially troubled about depleting his 2 million and how he would continue to enhance the affection of girls to prolong his life, Chen Fan now felt an overwhelming sense of clarity and optimism about his future. Young man, handsome, those small trial bottles are actually quite economical. They all contain the same product. The saleswoman observed Chen Fan's dazed expression and assumed he was shocked by the price. Give me 2 sets of the complete set. No, make it 10 sets. Chapter 3. Use it for foot washing if you can't finish it. The female sales associate, thinking she'd misheard, stared at Chen Fan with wide, almond-shaped eyes. Process the payment. Chen Fan stated, producing a worn bank card he'd used for 6 or 7 years. Beep. The transaction was approved. Simultaneously, Chen Fan received a notification on his mobile banking app, a debit of 98,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 1,902,000 yuan. Immediately after, his account was credited with 98,000 yuan from an anonymous source, restoring the balance to 2,000,000 yuan. It actually worked. Chen Fan thought, a surge of elation washing over him. The saleswoman, initially bewildered, was now utterly astonished. She hadn't anticipated that the transaction would indeed go through for nearly 100,000 yuan. Her demeanor toward Chen Fan shifted to one of reverence. She'd clearly misjudged this seemingly ordinary young man. He was undoubtedly a discreet nouveau riche. Chen Fan, carrying 10 exquisitely packaged boxes of SK2 skincare products as if he were stocking up, glanced at the adjacent Prada boutique. He'd been brought to this store several times by Hehuan, who desperately coveted a limited edition handbag within. She'd once declared she'd marry anyone who bought it for her, even though it cost 200,000 yuan. A sardonic smile played on Chen Fan's lips as he entered the store. In a lecture hall, the professor concluded the lesson and exited. Oh, Su Yuan, still waiting for Chen Fan to buy you facial treatment essence? Li Lanlan approached, her tone dripping with sarcasm, while Hehuan stood by, arms crossed, a sneer on her face. The students who had been about to leave the classroom promptly returned to their seats, feigning interest in their books, eager for the spectacle. Su Yuan, I advise you to go home and get some sleep. I've known Chen Fan for 3 years. I know him better than anyone. If he were willing to buy USK2, I'd gladly relinquish the title of class beauty. Hehuan said with a derisive laugh. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan eats plain buns with pickled vegetables every day, saving all his money for Hehuan, and she's foolishly waiting for him. Many students whispered among themselves. Hearing this, Su Yuan's face grew even paler. The remarks from Hehuan, Li Lanlan, and the other students sent her spirits plummeting. She wished she could disappear into the floor. That Chen Fan is going to be the death of me, Su Yuan thought, enveloped in a chorus of mockery. Just then, the classroom door burst open. Chen Fan appeared, panting, the setting sun casting a golden halo around him. Yuan, I'm back, Chen Fan exclaimed with a smile, striding towards Su Yuan. At that moment, Chen Fan seemed like a valiant hero rescuing her from distress. Thump! Chen Fan slammed 10 exquisitely packaged SK2 sets onto the desk in front of Su Yuan. This is all for me? Why did you buy 10 boxes? Su Yuan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide, her breathing rapid. Gasp! The surrounding students gasped in unison. SK2 sets. Each one cost nearly 10,000 yuan. 10 sets is 100,000. A girl exclaimed, gazing at Su Yuan with envy. Damn, that's expensive. A boy who had picked up a box to examine it quickly put it down, startled. Hehuan was dumbfounded, wondering if she was hallucinating, while Li Lanlan stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. Brother Chen Fan, why did you buy so much? How much did it cost? Su Yuan asked in a delicate voice. Her tone and address transformed. It's nothing of great value. Since I bought so many, you can give them to friends and classmates. If you can't use them all, use them for a foot soak. In my opinion, your feet are far more beautiful than some people's faces, Chen Fan remarked pointedly. 100,000 yuan considered nothing of great value? Using it for a foot soak? Nearly all the girls were envious, regretting their earlier mockery of Su Yuan. Perhaps Su Yuan would actually give them a set. Oh, I thought that your bag didn't suit your style, so I bought you one while I was at the mall. Chen Fan then produced the limited edition white Prada handbag. Wow, what a beautiful bag. And it's Prada. Su Yuan could no longer contain her excitement. She jumped up and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Ding! Su Yuan's affection increased by 60 points. Reward, 60 life points. Current life points, 60. 8. The system's synthesized voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Indeed a gold digger, he thought. A bag alone increased her affection by 60 points. Effectively extended my life by 60 days. This 300,000 yuan was well spent. Chen Fan, this bag must have cost tens of thousands. Su Yuan said, releasing Chen Fan and admiring the white handbag. Many girls were clearly more interested in the luxury handbag and began to gather around. However, none of them noticed the fury in Chu Yuhan's eyes. Shock, confusion, jealousy, and rage swirled within her like a tempest. Chu Yuhan sighed, rushing over to grab Chen Fan and demanding, how dare you buy this limited edition bag? It costs 200,000 yuan. Heh, it's only 200,000 yuan. What's it to you if I buy it for Yuan? Chen Fan said expressionlessly, brushing Chu Yuhan's hand away. Upon hearing Chu Yuhan's words, the students were stunned. A limited edition bag worth 200,000 yuan. How could Chen Fan suddenly have so much money? Su Yuan's breathing grew more rapid, and she took a few steps back, crossing her arms protectively over the bag, wary of everyone, especially Chu Yuhan and Li Lanlan. Su Yuan, you slut. That bag is mine. As expected, jealousy made people crazy. Chu Yuhan, who had always presented herself as a pure and sweet girl, completely revealed her true nature and lunged at Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan was prepared. She easily dodged the attack, and Chu Yuhan fell to the ground. Brother Chen Fan, class monitor Chu looks scary. Does she have some kind of mental illness? Su Yuan said in a coquettish voice, clinging to Chen Fan's arm in a very scheming manner. Seeing Chu Yuhan's frenzy, Chen Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. The depression he had endured for the past 3 years dissipated slightly. Yuan, let's go. I'll take you to a Michelin-starred restaurant, Chen Fan said, leading Su Yuan out of the classroom under Chu Yuhan's resentful gaze and the complex expressions of the crowd. The boys who had long admired Chu Yuhan, having witnessed her greedy nature, kept their distance. In the end, Li Lanlan helped her up. Ding dong. Chu Yuhan's phone chimed. She opened a message from her dear, as she had labeled him. Darling, hen in, same place tonight. Remember to wear a skirt. Chapter 4. The money spent is worth it. She will truly stand up for it in the small grove behind Jiang University, under the veil of night. Chu Yuhan wept in the embrace of a tall, slender young man named Zhang Yao. He was reputed as one of the 4 literary prodigies of the college and was a classmate of Chu Yuhan. Both hailed from a remote northern county and had already become entangled during their high school years. Zhang Yao seethed with rage, feeling that the despicable Chen Fan had crossed an intolerable line. He struck the nearby tree trunk with such force that a protruding thorn pierced his hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Zhang Yao, do not act impulsively. I know you are pained by my grievances, but if you lay a hand on that sycophant Chen Fan, the school will penalize you. I am already content with your concern for me. Chu Yuhan gazed at Zhang Yao, whose expression was twisted with fury, and mistook his anger as a protective instinct for her honor, warming her heart as she clung tightly to him. Zhang Yao was momentarily taken aback. While he was indeed furious, it was not for Chu Yuhan, but rather because Chen Fan had squandered 2 million yuan that he had intended to use for purchasing a house, spending 300,000 in one go, causing his heart to bleed. However, sensing that Chu Yuhan had misunderstood, he quickly feigned sympathy. Han, it is my inadequacy that has left you vulnerable to such treatment from that sycophant. Once we have money, I will buy you SK2 products and a designer handbag worth 200,000 yuan. Let us not worry about that 2 million from Chen Fan. I cannot bear to see you suffer such indignities. Really, Zhang Yao? Is that truly how you feel? Chu Yuhan's eyes lit up with warmth, admiring his thoughtfulness. Compared to you, that Chen Fan is nothing. Zhang Yao's heart tightened, wishing he could slap himself. He had spoken without consideration. Surely, Chu Yuhan wouldn't take him seriously. Both of their families were struggling, relying on Chen Fan's wages for their living expenses. Moreover, with Chen Fan's inheritance of 2 million, if Chu Yuhan could somehow deceive him, he could purchase a spacious apartment. With a home, he could bring his parents from the countryside to the city, bringing honor to his family. However, before Zhang Yao could respond, Chu Yuhan took a deep breath, as if making a resolute decision. Zhang Yao, for the sake of our future happiness, I cannot abandon Chen Fan. That's sycophant. That 2 million is far too significant. With a house, we can remain in Jiangnan City after graduation, and our beautiful life will begin. All right, Han, it is my fault for causing you this distress for our future happiness. Zhang Yao replied, his voice filled with feigned tenderness, his hands beginning to wander indiscreetly over her. Zhang Yao, how about we go to a hotel? Chu Yuhan said, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Han, booking a room requires money. Every penny we save now is a cornerstone for our future love nest. Besides, this place is secluded, filled with the essence of nature. Don't you think it adds to the romance? Zhang Yao spoke eagerly, his impatience evident. Yet, they had not purchased anything. No worries, I will take responsibility. A minute later, they parted ways and exited the grove. At that moment, a plump figure emerged from behind a large tree, holding a smartphone that had been recording. Damn, these two lovebirds, gone in less than a minute? I almost didn't have time to start filming. A chubby silhouette quickly darted away. In the luxurious presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Chen Fan woke up early, having exhausted himself the previous night, while Su Yuanyuan remained fast asleep beside him. It must be said, Su Yuanyuan possessed an exquisite figure. She looked slim in clothes and alluring without them, with a wasp waist and peach-like hips, and her yoga skills were commendable as well. After lighting a cigarette, Chen Fan accessed the system panel in his mind, and his information immediately appeared. Name, Chen Fan, health, 805, combat power, 0. 1, skills, none. Below the control panel's data was a redemption shop. Upon opening it, Chen Fan noticed an icon representing combat power lit up. The system explained that the average combat power for an adult male was 0. 1, and within the redemption shop, one could exchange 10 health points for 0. 1 combat power. This exchange function was intriguing. With 100 health points, one could secure enough combat power to take on 10 opponents. However, it was of no immediate use to him. Chen Fan closed the redemption shop and turned his gaze to the still sleeping Su Yuanyuan. After taking Su Yuanyuan to dine at a Michelin-star restaurant, he also treated her to numerous luxury items from brands like LV and Gucci. Following these gestures, her favorability towards him surged to 60 and subsequently soared to 80. In truth, a materialistic woman could be quite agreeable. The money spent was not in vain. Perhaps due to yesterday's fatigue, Su Yuanyuan did not awaken until the afternoon. After lunch, Chen Fan sent her back to her dorm to rest. Yuanyuan, remember what I told you. Do not disclose our relationship. Just tell others you are my younger sister. Chen Fan instructed her earnestly. Ugh, you scoundrel. A passing girl in the dorm overheard, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan, did I not perform well last night? I can also dance many traditional dances, Su Yuanyuan replied, her voice tinged with grievance. In Su Yuanyuan's eyes, even if Chen Fan denied it, he undoubtedly resembled a wealthy heir. His previous sycophantic behavior mirrored the tropes of a Korean drama, pretending to be an ordinary person while yearning for love. After being hurt by Chu Yuhan, he returned to his affluent persona. A wealthy heir like Chen Fan would never abandon the entire forest for a single tree. Thus, she resolved to perform well, even if it meant being Chen Fan's secret lover. She would find satisfaction in that. After seeing Su Yuanyuan back, the sky was nearly dark. Chen Fan returned to his dormitory. Upon reaching dormitory 615 in building 27, he was delighted to find the folding table in the center of the room already set up, adorned with a plate of peanuts, several cold dishes, and 2 bottles of liquor. His good friend and roommate, the chubby Li Wei, was already indulging. Why aren't you at the club ordering a model today? Just sneaking drinks here, fatty? Chen Fan chuckled as he took a seat. Li Wei was rotund and plump, dressed in Armani, clearly another rich heir. Upon seeing Chen Fan, he promptly stood up, closed the door, and locked it. Then, with a serious expression, he He gazed at Chen Fan with a hint of sympathy. Brother, tonight, I have specially organized a gathering for you. We shall drink to our heart's content, Li Wei declared, producing his phone and playing a video. Chapter 5. A misunderstanding, fear not. Everyone, Chen Fan remains unattached. However, promise me you won't yield your body to him. Not even a kiss, for you belong to me. Zhang Yao, shall we abscond to a hotel? My sweet, such extravagance is unnecessary. Every penny saved contributes to our future love nest. Moreover, this secluded spot enhances the amorous atmosphere. Wouldn't you agree? But alas, I haven't acquired the requisite protection. Then let our mouths suffice. As the video concluded, Li Wei, his countenance grave, gripped the table's edges, fearing Chen Fan's wrathful eruption. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Fan exhibited remarkable composure. Fatty, forward the video to me, Chen Fan nonchalantly requested. Brother, are you all right? Li Wei, unsettled by Chen Fan's placidity, reached out to touch his forehead. If grief overwhelms you, do not hesitate to weep. We are brothers, and there is no shame in vulnerability. Tonight, I shall escort you to exclusive establishments and procure the most exquisite models. You favor the innocent charm of Chu Yuhan? I shall attire them in school uniforms, ensuring each surpasses her allure. Li Wei, increasingly alarmed by Chen Fan's unresponsive state, regretted his actions, fearing that Chen Fan had suffered a mental breakdown due to excessive stress. Brother, do not frighten me. Speak. Away with you. Chen Fan playfully swatted Li Wei's hand away. Fatty, never utter the name Chu Yuhan again. That chapter is closed, and I have no further ties to her. Chen Fan declared earnestly. I'll be damned, brother. After 3 years, you've finally awakened. Li Wei, though skeptical, leaped with excitement upon witnessing Chen Fan's genuine expression. Chen Fan chuckled and shook his head before clinking glasses with Li Wei. They engaged in a lengthy conversation that evening. Ultimately, Li Wei clapped Chen Fan on the shoulder, offering to finance any girl who caught his eye. Deeply moved, Chen Fan and Li Wei indulged in excessive drinking. The following morning, Chen Fan was roused by a commotion outside. What in the world is happening? An earthquake? Li Wei bolted upright, clad only in his underwear, and flung open the door, revealing a vision in a short skirt and black stockings, her figure voluptuous, smiling radiantly at him. Behind her stood a throng of onlookers from other dormitories. Be Beauty, may I help you? Li Wei, a student of the Foreign Language Institute, did not recognize Su Yuan. Greetings. Does Chen Fan reside in this dormitory? He hasn't answered my calls or messages, so I grew concerned. Apologies for the intrusion, Su Yuan said with a smile. Her words ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. Can you believe it? That flower++class beauty is here for Chen Fan. Damn it all, isn't Chen Fan a simp? How did he manage to meet such a stunning girl? And their relationship seems quite intimate. Many voiced their envy. Li Wei was dumbfounded, then emitted a ghostly shriek. Damn it, Fatty, what's with the pig squeal? Chen Fan arose and peered out of the dormitory. Oh, Chen Fan, you're here. I sent you messages yesterday, but you didn't respond, and I worried about you all night. Su Yuan lunged forward and embraced Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan checked his phone, confirming the 99 unread messages from Su Yuan. Sensing the envious gazes of his peers, Chen Fan adopted a stern expression and pushed Su Yuan away. Mind your manners. This is a male dormitory, Chen Fan admonished. Yes, dear, Su Yuan obediently nodded. Li Wei was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw agape wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. Was this his submissive simp of a brother? Overnight, he had captured this girl, even more beautiful than Chu Yuhan. No wonder Chen Fan remained unfazed by Chu Yuhan and Zhang Yao from the literature faculty. Li Wei was both shocked and elated by Chen Fan's awakening. The other onlookers were equally stunned. How had Chen Fan transformed from a simp into a master overnight? Among them, a student from the business school recognized Su Yuan and promptly captured the scene on camera. Wait there for a moment. I need to use the restroom. With that, Chen Fan ignored Su Yuan. Su Yuan scrutinized Chen Fan's bed and desk before climbing onto the bed to make it and tidy it up. She then proceeded to organize Chen Fan's desk and even collect his discarded clothes to wash. Witnessing this, Li Wei was petrified, convinced he was still intoxicated and hallucinating. A flower+class beauty was humbly cleaning his simp brother's bed, desk, and even washing his clothes. He, a privileged son of a wealthy family, had never received such treatment. Had Chen Fan saved her life? At that moment, not only Li Wei but also the throng of onlookers were dumbfounded. The business school student who had taken the photo recognized Su Yuan and knew her to be a notorious gold digger, making his shock even more profound. When Chen Fan emerged from the restroom, he found the entire dormitory transformed, and Su Yuan had finished washing his clothes. He looked up to find everyone staring at him with a mixture of envy and admiration. Even Li Wei wore a complex expression. "Chen Fan, you're back," Su Yuan exclaimed with a smile, rushing towards Chen Fan, who promptly pulled her away. Yuan, we're surrounded by classmates. Your actions will cause misunderstandings. Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? Chen Fan said. In truth, Chen Fan was not an irresponsible person. However, the harmony system was far too demanding, requiring him to constantly bind with girls to increase his affection and thus prolong his life. If he acknowledged his relationship with Su Yuan, how could he bind with others? He had no choice. Without being a scumbag, he would perish. Yes, I understand, Chen Fan. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Chen Fan has taken me as his adopted sister. We are not romantically involved. Chen Fan remains single, Su Yuan explained obediently, like a devoted simp. Petrified, shocked. At this moment, Chen Fan's image among the male students had reached its zenith, and their gazes were no longer filled with envy, but with awe. Even Li Wei, the seasoned son of a wealthy family, cast a respectful glance at Chen Fan. Hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Come, let's go shopping. With that, Chen Fan led Su Yuan out of the dormitory under the reverent gaze of the crowd. Less than half an hour later, an article titled "Shocking. Notorious Gold Digger Su Yuan devolves into simp for mysterious tycoon" appeared on the business school's forum. At that moment, Li Lan, idly browsing the school forum in her dormitory, stumbled upon the post and leaped out of bed with excitement. Hehuan, look, there's juicy gossip. That bitch Su Yuan has become a simp. Chapter 6. He just wanted to capture my attention, initially sulking over Chen Fan and Su Yuan. Chu Yuhan's eyes suddenly brightened. I always knew Su Yuan was a gold digger. Chen Fan had just spent 300,000 on her, and she was already entangled with a wealthy heir. A gold digger is indeed a gold digger. Chen Fan, that love-struck fool, must be hiding in a corner, weeping secretly. A flicker of delight crossed Chu Yuhan's mind, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. However, as she continued to read, her expression darkened. The post titled "Shocking. The notorious gold digger Su Yuan has become a servile dog to a mysterious wealthy heir" included images from that very moment. She immediately recognized that the so-called mysterious heir was none other than Chen Fan. Su Yuan stood before him, submissively cleaning his dormitory and washing his clothes. More troubling was the post's description of this so-called heir barking orders at the class beauty, warning Su Yuan not to let others misinterpret their relationship. The famous gold digger had completely transformed into this mysterious heir's sycophant. Many in the business school recognized Su Yuan's beauty, and while Chen Fan's reputation as a sycophant was well known, few had actually seen him, which is why he was dubbed the mysterious wealthy heir. That wretched Su Yuan would do anything for money, and Chen Fan, with his meager earnings of 4,000 to 5,000 a month, pretended to be a wealthy heir. How shameless! Chu Yuhan's composure shattered, and she no longer cared to maintain her ladylike persona, unleashing a torrent of curses in the dormitory. In an instant, Li Lan and the other roommates were taken aback. Chu Yuhan, who typically displayed a refined demeanor, had seemingly transformed into a tempestuous figure. Little did they know, this was Chu Yuhan's true nature. Hehuan, do you think Chen Fan might actually be a wealthy heir? He spent 30,000 on Su Yuan yesterday, Li Lan whispered, attempting to analyze the situation. With his background, he could never be a wealthy heir. The only reason he could afford to buy Su Yuan a handbag is that he recently inherited 2 million. Chu Yuhan thought of that limited edition handbag worth 200,000, her heart aching, and she blurted out, "What? 2 million inheritance? Li Lanlan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, a realization struck Chu Yuhan, and she picked up her phone, scrutinizing the post several times. A mysterious smile crept across her face. Chen Fan, this sycophant, has learned to be clever. He intends to entice me with a game of pursuit, Chu Yuhan declared. Huh? Li Lanlan looked at Chu Yuhan, puzzled by her smug expression. Lanlan, look at these images. Chen Fan is clearly maintaining a deliberate distance from Su Yuanyuan. Furthermore, he is pressuring her to clarify their relationship. Do you know why he is doing this? Chu Yuhan wore a knowing smile, as if she had unraveled a grand scheme. Why? I'm a bit confused, Li Lanlan admitted, because this entire affair has been orchestrated by Chen Fan from the very beginning. He has bribed Su Yuanyuan to stage this charade for my benefit. The ultimate goal is to capture my attention. Chu Yuhan articulated her deductions in one breath. Phew, Yuhan, once you put it that way, everything about Chen Fan's recent peculiar behavior makes perfect sense. Li Lanlan's breathing quickened. I never expected Chen Fan to be so cunning. Lanlan, immediately post on the forum, exposing the truth that Chen Fan has bribed Su Yuanyuan to masquerade as a wealthy heir to attract my attention. I want to ruin his reputation, Chu Yuhan declared vehemently, recalling the humiliation she had endured in recent days. Li Lanlan nodded, promptly opening her computer to begin drafting the text. Soon after, a post titled Sycophant Colludes with Gold Digger, pretends to be a wealthy heir, was published on the business school forum, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao, one of the 4 literary talents of the arts college, had taken excerpts from several classic works of medieval literature to stitch together a love poem, which he sent to the campus beauty, Zhao Ruoxi. He had been pursuing her through this platonic method of romance. Zhao Ruoxi was 10 times more beautiful than Chu Yuhan. And, most importantly, she had a penchant for martial arts, a simple mind, and was easily deceived, requiring no monetary investment. He was convinced that a few more poems would win her over. And besides, her reputation was still intact. She must become my wife. As for Chu Yuhan, once she used Chen Fan's money to purchase a home, he would reveal his true feelings to her. By that time, his charm, coupled with his capabilities, would have ensnared her completely. She would have no choice but to settle for being his secret lover. Zhang Yao mused confidently. Just then, Chu Yuhan called him. Brother Zhang Yao, quickly log onto our business school forum. There's something intriguing for you to see, she said with an air of mystery. What is it? Zhang Yao inquired. You'll find out when you take a look. Chu Yuhan laughed and hung up the phone. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yao got out of bed, opened his computer, and logged into the Jian University Business School forum. Instantly, a post titled Shocking. The notorious gold digger Su Yuanyuan has become a servile dog to a mysterious wealthy heir appeared before him. Upon clicking it, he was met with an image of a stunningly attractive girl in a short skirt, obediently standing before a boy who wore an expression of impatience. What? Isn't that Chen Fan, that wretched fool? Zhang Yao's eyes widened, a wave of jealousy surging within him. Though this girl couldn't compare to Zhao Ruoxi, she was certainly more attractive than Chu Yuhan. If Chu Yuhan rated an 80, this girl would be an 85. Especially with her alluring physique, she possessed an enviable figure. Why did she show such deference to Chen Fan, behaving like a sycophant? He alone deserved such treatment. Zhang Yao felt an urge to shout in anger, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Seeing the post mention that such a beautiful girl was washing Chen Fan's clothes only intensified his envy. Yet immediately following was a reply titled Sycophant Colludes with Gold Digger, pretends to be a wealthy heir. After reading it, Zhang Yao let out a cold laugh. A sycophant is still a sycophant. I thought he had become a bit clever, but it turns out all of this was merely for Chu Yuhan's sake. Chen Fan, you will likely never realize that your goddess, Chu Yuhan, has been my devoted admirer since high school. Zhang Yao chuckled with satisfaction. Although Zhang Yao possessed some talent and appeared quite refined, presenting himself as a gentleman and claiming to be one of the 4 literary talents, he was, at his core, selfish and greedy, unable to bear seeing others prosper. This attitude stemmed from his upbringing. His family was notorious for poverty, with a gambling father and a lazy mother who sought alternative means of income, which had led to a flawed upbringing. At that moment, Upon seeing Su Yuanyuan's enticing figure in the post, Zhang Yao's inner desires began to stir again. This girl is rather shameless. She would even settle for someone like Chen Fan. If I merely showcase a fraction of my talents, wouldn't she immediately fall under my spell? With that thought, Zhang Yao felt a surge of excitement, searching the forum for Su Yuanyuan's WeChat ID, which he promptly added. That was quick. She truly is a promiscuous woman. However, her figure would be quite enjoyable. A lascivious smile crept onto Zhang Yao's face as he contemplated sending the love poem meant for Zhao Ruoxi to Su Yuanyuan instead. Chapter 7. Su Yuanyuan's affection level 100 in Jiangnan City. At a Porsche dealership, Su Yuanyuan stood beside a pristine white Porsche 718 with Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you've already spent 2 million on buying me an apartment. I cannot accept any more of your money. Su Yuanyuan's voice trembled. The gold digger in her felt a pang of fear. Earlier that day, Chen Fan had promised to take her shopping, only to lead her to a property near the school where he purchased a 2 million yuan apartment. Now, he had brought her to a Porsche dealership to admire luxury cars worth millions. If Chen Fan had spent 300,000 on her, she could have accepted it, as she believed her looks and figure warranted such an expense. However, to spend 2 million in a single day was rather overwhelming. What could Chen Fan possibly want from her? Even if she were to be sold, she wouldn't fetch 2 million. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She had no doubt that Chen Fan was a low-key rich heir, but didn't he realize that money was meant to be flaunted to women, not spent on them? To spend over 2 million in a day. Did he have his eye on her kidneys? Sir, this Porsche 718 is currently on sale for under 1 million. A beautiful saleswoman in professional attire and high heels said, casting a somewhat envious glance at Su Yuanyuan. And no, Chen Fan, I don't want a car. Su Yuanyuan exclaimed, startled, waving her hands. What is it too cheap? Chen Fan replied confidently, Miss, give me the high-spec version. He produced a card with ease. Of course, sir. We have a high-spec model priced at 5 million. The saleswoman said respectfully as she accepted Chen Fan's card. Sir, I will also need your identification, she added with a smile. Yuanyuan, hand over your ID, Chen Fan instructed. Su Yuanyuan initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the sleek lines and burgundy hue of the Porsche 718, she found it impossible to look away. After all, Chen Fan had already bought her a 2 million yuan apartment. A car was but a trifling matter. She resolved to practice diligently to repay Chen Fan in the future. Ding! Su Yuanyuan's affection level increased by 19, now standing at 100. The system's electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Already at 100 affection, Chen Fan was taken aback, surprised by how swiftly Su Yuanyuan's feelings had escalated. In truth, gold diggers had their merits. At least they reciprocated based on what they received. Unlike Hehuan, who played the victim while being a manipulative presence. Soon, Su Yuanyuan drove away in the high-spec Porsche 718 under the envious gazes of the sales staff. Chen Fan, the new apartment is right by the school. Why don't we stay there tonight? Su Yuanyuan suggested, inviting him to cohabitate. That apartment was a gift for you. I think I'll stay in the dormitory. Chen Fan replied expressionlessly. Su Yuanyuan felt a flicker of disappointment, but nodded obediently. Ding dong. At that moment, Su Yuanyuan's phone chimed. Talent Zhang, Yao requests to add you as a friend? What nonsense. Just by the name, he seems like a fool. Su Yuanyuan rolled her eyes, about to decline, when Chen Fan snatched the phone from her. Chen Fan, don't misunderstand. I don't know this talent Zhang Yao at all. Su Yuanyuan hurriedly explained, fearing he might be upset. I know him. He is Chu Yuhan's boyfriend. Chen Fan said, promptly approving the friend request. What? Didn't Chu Yuhan always claim she was single and had never even kissed a boy? She actually has a boyfriend. Su Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. I found out only recently that they had been together since high school. Their secrecy is merely a ruse to profit off me. Chen Fan replied coldly. What? Chu Yuhan is so wicked, deceiving Chen Fan for 3 years. Su Yuanyuan gasped. Not just her. Zhang Yao is a scoundrel as well. Look, he just sent you a cringe-worthy love poem. Chen Fan chuckled as he read the overly sentimental lines aloud to Su Yuanyuan. How disgusting. What does he mean by a platonic relationship? Su Yuanyuan asked. It means he wants to take advantage of you without any commitment, Chen Fan explained. That evening, Chen Fan returned to the dormitory, while Su Yuanyuan, eager to settle into her new apartment, wasted no time moving in. Once she had organized her new home, she reclined on the sofa, feeling satisfied when her phone buzzed. Su Yuanyuan opened a group chat from a community she had joined called the Jiangda Beauties Association, filled with stunning women from various departments. Upon seeing someone mention her name along with a link, she quickly clicked, and the chat erupted with laughter. Haha, Su Yuanyuan, this gold digger is actually clinging to a fake rich heir. It's laughable. Just 30,000, and she's already this way. Clearly, she's never seen the world. Unlike my boyfriend, who spends over $1 million on me every year. Just yesterday, he bought me a 600,000 yuan Mercedes. Moreover, it was rumored that Chen Fan had been a devoted admirer of Chu Yuhan for 3 years. How far do you think Su Yuanyuan and Chen Fan have gone? They haven tea. The speakers were the most beautiful girls from various departments, all comparable to Su Yuanyuan in looks, while the others, though intrigued, remained silent, maintaining their dignity. Su Yuanyuan felt her temper rising, her eyes reddening with indignation, nearly in tears. However, she restrained herself, gritting her teeth as she scrolled to the top and clicked the link to see what the post contained. After reading, her anger dissipated, replaced by amusement. Chu Yuhan, that green tea bitch, claimed Chen Fan was merely a fake rich heir with a 2 million yuan inheritance. How absurd. Today alone, he spent nearly 4 million on me. I can't wait to see how Chu Yuhan reacts when she learns the truth. Su Yuanyuan rushed downstairs, snapping selfies in the car, then went back up to photograph the apartment's surroundings and the property deed. She also took screenshots of Zhang Yao's embarrassing messages. The chat continued to mock Su Yuanyuan, with some even suggesting she be removed from the group. At that moment, Chu Yuhan chimed in. Ladies, let us not speak ill of Su Yuanyuan. Her affinity for money might stem from her family's struggles. Besides, she is a victim in this situation. Chen Fan's character is questionable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rebuffed him for 3 years. Yuanyuan, when seeking a partner, wealth is not paramount. Character is what truly matters. For instance, Chen Fan tried to lure me with 2 million, but I firmly declined. Chapter 8. Chu Yuhan's defense crumbles. Chu Yuhan, that green tea bitch. I am truly curious to see her expression later. Su Yuanyuan let out a cold chuckle upon seeing Chu Yuhan's comments in the group chat, and immediately began sharing selfies alongside luxury cars and property deeds. Sisters, what are you all discussing? It seems so lively. I just returned from shopping with brother Chen Fan, and today he bought me a high-end Porsche 718, costing over 1.5 million. I don't really understand cars. There's so many features I don't know about. Does anyone here drive a Porsche? Can you teach me? By the way, brother Chen Fan knows I prefer living alone, so he also bought me a 2 million yuan apartment today, but I'm not fond of the DCOR style. Could you all give me some advice? Oh dear, how did I end up sharing the property deed? What a blunder. If the information leaks, it would be disastrous. Why can't I retract it? As Su Yuanyuan finished speaking, the once vibrant chat of the Jiangda Beauty Association fell into an eerie silence. In the girls' dormitory, Chu Yuhan stared at the sleek photos of the sports car and the wine-red interior, her eyes reddening, especially upon seeing Su Yuanyuan's name boldly printed on the property deed. She felt as if the sky had collapsed, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Why is this happening? How could Chen Fan buy her a luxury car worth 1.5 million and a house worth 2 million? All of this should belong to me. Chu Yuhan murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks unbidden, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Chen Fan had always been her devoted admirer, yet here he was, spending such lavish sums on Su Yuanyuan. At that moment, the image of her boyfriend Zhang Yao flashed in her mind. She remembered how, during the sweltering summer, he had taken her to a small grove to save on hotel costs, leaving her covered in mosquito bites. A few times, they had nearly been seen. The next day, upon seeing her condition, Chen Fan had been deeply concerned, mistaking her discomfort for an allergy and insisting on taking her to the hospital. Without comparison, there is no pain. Suddenly, a flicker of realization dawned on Chu Yuhan. Perhaps Zhang Yao did not love her as deeply as she had imagined. Conversely, Chen Fan, her devoted admirer, had been consistently caring for her. At that moment, the group chat stirred once more. Wow, Yuan, what a beautiful car. Your boyfriend truly dotes on you. When will you take us for a ride? Yuan, we were only concerned about your well-being and worried you might be deceived. We didn't expect that the jesters would turn out to be ourselves. It's all that Chu Yuhan's fault, spreading rumors that Yuan has spent 4 million in a single day. Chen Fan is undoubtedly a genuine rich second generation. The same individuals who had just criticized Su Yuan now switched their tone to flatter her. Su Yuan beamed with pride, though the top beauties from other faculties remained silent. They were now paying closer attention to the chat, including Zhao Ruoshi. What a bunch of gold diggers. That Chen Fan isn't anything special either, playing the fool while courting trouble. Unlike Zhang Yao, who has always pursued me with sincerity and romance, untainted by worldly greed. Thinking of Zhang Yao made Zhao Ruoshi blush. He was set to confess to her the next day, and she was ready to accept him as her boyfriend. However, the chat buzzed again, and Zhao Ruoshi noticed it was Chu Yuhan speaking. Su Yuan, your deception is rather convincing. The car and the house must be rented, and the photos are likely edited. You've overlooked a crucial detail. Chen Fan only has 2 million. How could he possibly spend 4 million? Is he expecting a cashback? Before Su Yuan could respond, Jiang Yuchan, the beauty from the foreign languages department who had been silent until now, spoke up. Yuan's car is not rented. That Porsche dealership belongs to my family. I personally selected the interior and options for this high-end Porsche 718, initially intending to drive it myself, but it was purchased by Su Yuan. Moreover, the apartment where Su Yuan resides was developed by my uncle. I just verified it. She indeed bought it. After speaking, Jiang Yuchan fell silent. Her explanation for Su Yuan was not out of camaraderie, but rather a recognition of the importance of a client, being the daughter of a prominent business family. Given that Chen Fan had spent 3 to 4 million at her family's establishment, she felt obliged to defend her. The group fell quiet once more. Jiang Yuchan, the beauty of the foreign languages department, exuded a cool grace, reminiscent of an ice goddess, seemingly poised to outshine the other beauties and become the campus belle. Most importantly, she was genuinely wealthy, so her words carried undeniable weight. At this moment, Chu Yuhan was utterly shattered. She had never expected Su Yuan's car and house to be real. Chu Yuhan, you're truly a gold digger and a heartless woman. Brother Chen Fan told me that you and Zhang Yao from the literature department were involved back in high school, pretending not to know one another to swindle my brother Chen Fan's money. Brother Chen Fan yearned for true love, concealing his affluent background, working tirelessly to support you and Zhang Yao. It was only after discovering the truth a few days ago that he was utterly disillusioned and reverted to his wealthy persona. Upon sending this message, Su Yuan felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Chu Yuhan, this heartless woman, had hurt brother Chen Fan for far too long. She would make her pay. Indeed, after Su Yuan's revelation, the already fragile Chu Yuhan became completely dazed. Is this the truth? Chen Fan is truly a rich second generation. Upon realizing Chen Fan's true background, Chu Yuhan murmured to herself. An overwhelming wave of regret surged within her. The petty actions of Chen Fan that she once scorned now appeared endearing. He was so wealthy, yet he strove to present himself as humble, fearing that his affluence would make her feel inferior. Chu Yuhan, how foolish you are. How deeply Chen Fan loves you. Why could you not sense it? Tears streamed down Chu Yuhan's face. Chen Fan's 3 years of unwavering care had finally moved her upon learning of his affluent status. However, at that moment, Zhao Ruoshi from the literature department suddenly tagged Su Yuan in the group. Su Yuan, while you and Chen Fan may seek to retaliate against Chu Yuhan, why drag innocent people into this? Zhang Yao is one of the 4 prodigies of our literature department, renowned for his character and talent. I demand you apologize immediately. Chapter 9. Bonding with Zhao, Ruoshi apologized to Zhang Yao immediately. You and Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoshi exclaimed, her words causing a stir among the beauties in the group chat, especially Su Yuan and Chu Yuhan. The situation was perplexing. Before Chu Yuhan could respond to the mention of Zhang Yao, Zhao Ruoshi from the Faculty of Arts had interjected. Su Yuan was puzzled, but she was determined to speak her mind. Regardless of Zhao Ruoxi's status, she was ready to stand up for herself and, more importantly, for Chen Fan. Apologize to Zhang Yao. He is even worse than Chu Yuhan. He is coveting what he doesn't have while enjoying what he does. Today, he even added me on WeChat to harass me. Su Yuan shared screenshots of her chat with Zhang Yao in the group, then retreated to her bed for a restful sleep, unconcerned about the commotion she had caused. Chen Fan had slept soundly, but upon waking and seeing his life value at a mere 97, he sighed in resignation. Alas, I truly don't want to be a scoundrel. He lamented. Su Yuan was already at her peak, so where could he find another high-scoring girl? Although Jiang University had many beauties, he had previously focused solely on Chu Yuhan and didn't know anyone else. I should get breakfast first. I need sustenance to flirt, he mused, shaking his head and heading downstairs. He found a crowd gathered below. Curious, Chen Fan approached and saw a tall, stunning girl in tight black sportswear, her perfect curves accentuated. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her face was breathtaking, though her brow was furrowed and her almond eyes flashed with anger. She was holding a spear. Hiss, what a gorgeous girl, even more beautiful than Su Yuan. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The girl with the spear suddenly noticed Chen Fan in the crowd. Her eyes widened, and she rushed towards him. What's happening? Is she coming for me? Chen Fan's eyes widened as he watched the girl approach. The surrounding people scattered. Swish! The girl was incredibly fast. She reached Chen Fan, grabbed his arms, and executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw. Chen Fan was instantly dizzy, and she followed up with a series of holds, pinning him to the ground. Ding! Discovered a girl with a beauty score of 90, Zhao Ruoxi. Initiating binding. Ding! Binding successful. For every point of favorability Zhao Ruoxi gains, the host will receive 10 life points. Ding! Granting the host the beauty cashback feature. Name, Zhao Ruoxi. Beauty score, 90, cashback ratio, 1:10. Ding! Granting the host 1 combat point. An adult's combat point is 0. 1 combat point is equivalent to the speed and strength of 10 adults. A series of electronic sounds echoed in Chen Fan's mind. 1 point of favorability equals 10 life points, and the beauty cashback is 1 to 10, which is 10 times Su Yuan's value. Plus, he gained the strength and speed of 10 people. Chen Fan turned his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Zhao Ruoxi, his upward angle providing a captivating view. You pervert! How dare you stare at me? Zhao Ruoxi's anger intensified as she saw Chen Fan looking at her with a surprised and delighted expression. We don't seem to know each other, Chen Fan said quickly, exerting a little force to break free of Zhao Ruoxi's grip and jumping away. Zhao Ruoxi was shocked. She felt as if Chen Fan had suddenly turned into a powerful beast, escaping her family's grappling techniques. Impossible. My grappling techniques can unleash the power of 3 people. How could he break free so easily? Zhao Ruoxi looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. I think there might be a misunderstanding, Chen Fan said, then mentally checked Zhao Ruoxi's favorability rating, which startled him. -50 favorability. Had he desecrated her ancestral tomb? Why was she so resentful? Chen Fan cursed under his breath. Favorability? Are you Chen Fan? Zhao Ruoxi asked, brandishing her spear threateningly. I'm Chen Fan, but I don't know you, Chen Fan said, spreading his hands. Chen Fan, I'm looking for you, the uncharitable, rich second generation. Come with me. Zhao Ruoxi planted her spear on the ground, threateningly. Chen Fan, now possessing the combat power of 10 people, wasn't afraid. Moreover, he had bonded with Zhao Ruoxi, and 1 point of favorability equaled 10 days of life. She was his lifeline, so he obediently followed Zhao Ruoxi. After they left, the onlookers, who had been intimidated by Zhao Ruoxi, erupted in excitement. I know who she is. She's Zhao Ruoxi, the most beautiful girl in the Faculty of Arts. Someone exclaimed. The most beautiful girl in the Faculty of Arts? She's gorgeous. But how is she so skilled? Zhao Ruoxi comes from a family of martial artists. Her family even runs a martial arts hall. Her family runs a martial arts hall? That guy is in trouble. Zhao Ruoxi led Chen Fan to an empty lecture hall, sat down, and scrutinized him. Why did you conspire with Su Yuan to spread rumors about Zhang Yao and create fake chat screenshots to slander his reputation. Zhao Ruoxi demanded, staring at Chen Fan. Conspire with Su Yuan to spread rumors about Zhang Yao? Chen Fan frowned, confused. Ha, keep pretending. Zhao Ruoxi scoffed, opening her phone and showing Chen Fan the Jiang University Beauty Association group chat. Chen Fan smiled, looking at Zhao Ruoxi meaningfully. It seemed Zhang Yao had big ambitions, even managing to manipulate the most beautiful girl in the Faculty of Arts. What's so funny? Zhao Ruoxi asked, embarrassed and angry. Why do you assume Su Yuan and I conspire to spread rumors about Zhang Yao? Isn't it obvious? The poem in Su Yuan's screenshot was written by Zhang Yao specifically for me. Your theft of this poem proves your guilt, Zhao Ruoxi declared confidently. Chen Fan was almost amused. He finally understood why Zhang Yao had targeted Zhao Ruoxi. She was simply naive. If that poem was written by Zhang Yao specifically for you, how would Su Yuan or I know about it? Zhao Ruoxi's eyes widened. After Chen Fan's reminder, she realized something was amiss. If you don't believe me, I'll show you something else. Chen Fan opened his phone and found the video Li Wei had sent him. Chapter 10. A school-wide broadcast setting. The Faculty of Arts. A classroom. Today, Zhang Yao meticulously styled his hair, donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and wore a crisp white shirt, envisioning himself as the male protagonist from Korean drama. He chose this day to profess his feelings to Zhao Ruoxi because there were hardly any classes scheduled in the Faculty of Arts, ensuring minimal witnesses. The classroom was situated on the second floor. Below, several cherry trees adorned the landscape, their pink blossoms reaching towards the windows. Zhang Yao perched on the windowsill, striking a pose, a copy of Shakespeare in hand, attempting to embody a melancholic, lovelorn persona. This angle is perfect. The backlighting accentuates my brooding, poetic aura, Zhang Yao mused, convinced of his flawless presentation. Noting the time, he realized Zhao Ruoxi would arrive momentarily. He froze in position, fearful of losing the perfect angle. Below the Faculty of Arts building, Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi walked side by side. Ruoxi, the upcoming scene will be broadcasted across the entire school. I advise against any physical altercations. Otherwise, you risk severe disciplinary action, Chen Fan cautioned. I understand. However, how reliable is your roommate? Can he truly infiltrate the campus network and switch everyone's screens to the live feed? Zhao Ruoxi inquired dubiously. Rest assured, Li Wei is not only a second-generation rich kid, but also a bona fide hacker. Infiltrating the campus network is child's play for him, Chen Fan declared. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. The privileged are never up to any good. However, to expose Zhang Yao's true colors and prevent more girls from falling victim to his deceit, I'll reluctantly cooperate with you this once, Zhao Ruoxi retorted, rolling her eyes at Chen Fan. Zhao Ruoxi knew of Li Wei, who was dubbed the king of models at Jiangnan University. Rumor had it that he possessed a VIP membership to the most exclusive clubs in Jiangnan City, entitling him to discounts. Many class gatherings and large-scale events sought to borrow his card. Chen Fan watched Zhao Ruoxi ascend the stairs and then contacted Fatty. Soon, a video window appeared on his phone, displaying a live feed from the pinhole camera attached to Zhao Ruoxi's person. Quadra-kill. Leave the weakened enemy to me. I want to pin a kill, a male student exclaimed excitedly in a dormitory room. Only one severely wounded opponent remained, and a single basic attack would secure his first ever pentakill. Click. Suddenly, the computer screen went black. No, my pentakill. Damn, the campus network. The student wailed, nearly smashing his computer in frustration. However, the next moment, a live video popped up on the screen, showcasing a pair of slender, elegant legs ascending a staircase. The previously enraged student immediately sat down, captivated by the swaying limbs. Concurrently, everyone using the campus network, including the school leaders in a conference room using a projector, found themselves watching the same live video. Secretary Zhang, isn't today's meeting supposed to be about selecting a promotional ambassador for the school's spirit and values? What is this video? The principal asked, his brow furrowed. Principal, this isn't part of my presentation. It seems there's an issue with the campus network. Secretary Zhang stammered, frantically clicking the mouse in an attempt to close the video, but to no avail. Quick, pull the power cord. The computer or the campus network must be infected with a virus. The director of the school's network information department urged. Wait, this appears to be the Faculty of Arts. The dean of the Faculty of Arts, a refined scholar, remarked, adjusting his glasses. The Faculty of Arts? Under Dean Zhuge's leadership, the Faculty of Arts has consistently been a model for other departments. Let's observe the situation first, the principal instructed. You flatter me, principal. However, we do have a young man who is not only academically diligent, but also possesses high moral character, maintaining integrity and shunning material temptations. He even voluntarily relinquished his scholarship to a student from a less privileged background. Dean Zhuge of the Faculty of Arts interjected, seizing the opportunity to highlight his prize student. Oh, the Faculty of Arts has such an outstanding student? What's his name? His name is Zhang Yao, a student of Chinese language and literature, and also my student. Dean Zhuge replied with pride. I've heard of Zhang Yao. He's known as one of the 4 great talents of the Faculty of Arts. It's no wonder he's Dean Zhuge's student, Secretary Zhang remarked. Principal, I believe Zhang Yao would be a suitable representative for promoting our school's spirit and values this year. What do you all think? The principal nodded in agreement, as did the other school leaders, who had always held the Faculty of Arts in high regard. At that moment, a classroom door opened in the video, revealing a figure leaning against the window in an odd posture. This figure looks familiar. Is that Zhang Yao? Dean Zhuge exclaimed, his eyes widening. This Zhao is late. We agreed on 2 o'clock. It's already 1:30. This narrow windowsill is making my legs go numb. Zhang Yao grumbled, feeling his lower body losing sensation. Creak! The classroom door suddenly opened, and Zhao Ruoshi, clad in a black, figure-hugging athletic suit, entered. Zhang Yao's eyes lit up. He was used to seeing Zhao Ruoshi in cute, girlish clothing, but today, in her athletic attire, he realized she possessed an exquisite physique, even more perfect than Su Yuan's. Her sculpted shoulders, swan-like neck, flat abdomen, and slender waist, combined with her stunning face, were simply flawless. Ruoshi, you're here, Zhang Yao exclaimed, quickly masking his lustful gaze, adopting a somber tone, and clutching his copy of Shakespeare. Zhao Ruoshi frowned slightly. Zhang Yao's physique was rather thin and slightly hunched. Perched on a narrow windowsill, he resembled a large shrimp. How could I have ever been attracted to such a pathetic creature? He's always sickly and gloomy, as if he's mourning the loss of a parent. Compared to him, Chen Fan seems so much taller and more handsome, Zhao Ruoshi mused inwardly. Meanwhile, downstairs, as Chen Fan watched the live broadcast, a synthesized voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Zhao Ruoshi's affection 50, current affection level 0. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. What was happening? Zhang Yao was confessing to Zhao Ruoshi. So why was the affection increasing for him? Inside the classroom, Zhang Yao noticed Zhao Ruoshi standing motionless and assumed she was captivated by his dashing appearance. He smirked, feeling smug. Heh, little sister, you're smitten, aren't you? You can't wait to embrace me. Zhang Yao thought gleefully as he hopped off the windowsill. He had used this tactic to win over Hehuan, becoming her white moonlight. He was confident he could conquer Zhao Ruoshi as well. Zhao Ruoshi, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Your eyes are like stars. Would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Chapter 11. A scoundrel sullying my reputation. Formerly, such words would have filled Zhao Ruoshi with profound emotion. However, since viewing that video this morning, she felt only revulsion. Zhang Yao, you claim to pursue me, yet you haven't even bought a single flower? I've heard that Chen Fan from the School of Business Administration bought Su Yuan 200,000 yuan handbag, Zhao Ruoshi said with a frigid smile. Zhang Yao was taken aback. Then his eyes darted around. Ruoshi, affection founded on money is the most precarious, rife with deceit and falsehood. I desire our connection to be pure, untainted by the stench of lucre. My sincerity toward you is as clear as the sun and moon. Have you forgotten the poems I penned for you? If only I could rend my heart open for you to see. Zhang Yao gazed into Zhao Ruoshi's eyes with ardent affection. Mentioning his mass-distributed, fishing poems was a misstep. Zhao Ruoshi nearly vomited. Were she not aware of the live broadcast, she would have gladly pummeled the philandering scoundrel's head. Meanwhile, in the conference room, The president and leaders of various colleges cast peculiar glances at Dean Zhuge of the School of Literature. They were all astute individuals, immediately discerning the profound calculation of the young man named Zhang Yao. His words were clearly a ruse for naive young women. Dean Zhuge, is this the Zhang Yao you described as possessing the flair of an ancient prodigy? He seems more like a freeloading scoundrel to me. Several older female leaders rolled their eyes, easily seeing through Zhang Yao's intentions. Dean Zhuge was visibly embarrassed but remained defiant. Gentlemen, a fair maiden is sought by a noble man. I know my student. He is still single and longs for a love unadulterated by worldly wealth. The president cast a meaningful glance at the perspiring Dean Zhuge, then resumed watching the video. In the girls' dormitory, Chu Yuhan, watching Zhang Yao's confession to Zhao Ruoxi, felt tears welling in her eyes. She seemed to hear the sound of her heart breaking, finally experiencing Chen Fan's pain, the suffocating agony and loathing born of betrayal. Chen Fan, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. In that moment, the memories of Chen Fan's sacrifices over the past 3 years flooded her mind, starkly contrasting with Zhang Yao's behavior, filling her heart with boundless regret. Zhang Yao, this is all your fault, you scoundrel. Chu Yuhan screamed in a frenzy. In the classroom, Zhang Yao continued to brainwash Zhao Ruoxi with incessant chatter. However, the more Zhao Ruoxi listened, the more unpleasant her expression became. Zhang Yao, you claim you've never had a girlfriend before? Ruoxi, I swear to heaven I haven't. You are the only girl in this world who has stirred my heart, the only one I want to protect for life. Zhang Yao then attempted to embrace Zhao Ruoxi like an oppa in a Korean drama, but she deftly sidestepped him. Really? Then who is Chu Yuhan? Zhao Ruoxi asked with a sardonic smile. Chu Yuhan. Hearing this name, a cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yao's forehead. Ruoxi, don't misunderstand. Chu Yuhan and I are just from the same hometown. We have no relationship whatsoever. If you don't believe me, I can block her contact information right now. Zhang Yao said hastily. Enough. Zhao Ruoxi was utterly enraged. She had expected Zhang Yao to be shameless, but not to this extent. That Chu Yuhan may not have been virtuous, but most of the money she swindled from Chen Fan had gone to Zhang Yao for living expenses. What a despicable creature. Thinking of this, Zhao Ruoxi felt a twinge of understanding and pity for Chen Fan's actions. Zhang Yao, stop pretending. Look at this. Zhao Ruoxi angrily opened her phone and played the video Chen Fan had sent her. Simultaneously, Li Wei, who had been monitoring the situation, immediately inserted the video taken in the grove the day before into the live broadcast. The scene of Zhang Yao and Chu Yuhan in the grove appeared on everyone's screen. Promise me, never give yourself to him. Not even a kiss, because you are mine. Zhang Yao, why don't we go rent a room? Hand in. Renting a room costs money. Every penny we save now is a twig for building our future love nest. Besides, this place is secluded. Don't you think it's more romantic? But I didn't buy protection. Then we'll use our mouths. At that moment, the conference room was utterly silent. Shock. Unbelievable shock. Crack. Secretary Zhang didn't hesitate and unplugged the power cord. All the school leaders, including the president, glared at Dean Zhuge with furious eyes. Dean Zhuge was trembling with rage, nearly fainting. He had lost all face today. He had just nominated Zhang Yao as the school's ambassador of spiritual values when this happened. If this got out, Jiang Da would become a laughingstock. This scoundrel is sullying my reputation. I must purge him from our ranks. Dean Zhuge roared and stormed out of the conference room. President, should we continue the meeting? Secretary Zhang asked, wiping his brow. Continue my foot. This is an utter disgrace. Immediately expel that so-called talented Zhang Yao and that Chu Yuhan from the video. The president slammed the conference table heavily, then picked up his thermos and rose to leave. At the door, he suddenly turned back. Also, immediately arranged for someone to cut down that grove in the school's backyard. In the classroom, Zhang Yao, watching the video playing on Zhao Ruoxi's phone, was drenched in cold sweat, his expression contorted. Suddenly, he snatched the phone from the table and smashed it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Zhao Ruoxi, I was doing you a favor by pursuing you, but you bitch dared to film me secretly. Zhang Yao pointed at Zhao Ruoxi and cursed. Zhang Yao, you've finally shown your true colors. Now I'm eager to see everyone's reaction to your true face. Zhao Ruoxi clenched her fists. Were it not for the live broadcast, she would have unleashed a flurry of blows on Zhang Yao, beating the excrement out of him. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ruoxi, you overestimate yourself. I'm the dean's prize student. Now that your video is gone, who do you think everyone will believe? You or me? Zhang Yao laughed triumphantly. But at that moment, the classroom door was kicked open with a bang. Chapter 12. I donated a gymnasium to the school. Zhang Yao. You scoundrel. Dean Zhuge kicked open the door and stormed in, shouting at Zhang Yao. Dean! Dean! Zhang Yao was stunned, taken aback. Shouldn't the dean be in a meeting? How did he end up here? Dean, allow me to explain. Today, Zhao Ruoxi invited me to the classroom to confess her feelings. And I just properly educated her, urging her to prioritize her studies, Zhang Yao hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruoxi wore a look of disdain, and Dean Zhuge scoffed. Zhang Yao, I once regarded you as my prize student, yet you turned out to be such a shameless individual. Prepare to await your disciplinary notice from school, Dean Zhuge coldly declared. After speaking, he ignored the dazed Zhang Yao and approached Zhao Ruoxi. Zhao Ruoxi, you two are quite something. While others keep their family scandals private, you went ahead and broadcasted this to the entire school, turning the entire College of Arts into a laughingstock. Hurry and turn off that camera, Dean Zhuge reprimanded. Zhao Ruoxi, taken aback by the dean's arrival, stuck out her pink tongue and quickly removed the pinhole camera from her chest. The moment Zhang Yao saw her take down the camera, he felt as if the sky had fallen, collapsing helplessly to the ground. It was over. Now the whole school knew his true colors. This incident created a tremendous uproar within the school. Countless students flocked to the small grove in the back of the school to take pictures, dubbing it the battlefield of Zhangchu. The repercussions were so significant that it even trended on social media. However, the site was soon leveled by the school, which expelled both Zhang Yao and Chu Yuhan. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Principal Li Weigong, a tall man with a square face, looked over the files of Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi, sitting next to Dean Zhuge from the College of Arts. You are Chen Fan, the mastermind behind this incident. And Zhao Ruoxi was your accomplice, correct? Principal Li fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. Principal, this matter was discussed between me and Chen Fan. He did not deceive me. Zhao Ruoxi quickly stood up, her face filled with urgency before Chen Fan could speak. Since childhood, her father had taught her to be responsible and to value loyalty. This incident originated from her, and she could not allow Chen Fan to bear all the blame. You girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Dean Zhuge chided, secretly annoyed by Zhao Ruoxi's ignorance, failing to see that the principal was biased. I'm not speaking falsely. In truth, I'm the mastermind of this incident. Chen Fan merely assisted me, Zhao Ruoxi asserted loudly. You. Dean Zhuge pointed at Zhao Ruoxi, shaking his head in disappointment. Zhao Ruoxi was indeed talented, and he did not wish for her to be punished for this matter, yet her stubbornness was undeniable. At this moment, Chen Fan felt a rush of emotion. A beauty like Zhao Ruoxi, often regarded as the most attractive in the department, stood up for him. Today, he vowed not to let her face any punishment. Since both of you are the masterminds of this incident, prepare for expulsion. Principal Li Weigong waved his hand, casting a helpless glance at Dean Zhuge. Dean Zhuge sighed in disappointment. However, he could no longer shield Zhao Ruhan, as the incident had gained too much attention, even trending on social media. The leaders in the education system had severely criticized the principal. Principal, if I were to construct a large gymnasium for the school, could we possibly waive Zhao Ruhan's punishment? Chen Fan suddenly spoke up. Principal Li Weigong, who was about to dismiss the two, abruptly lifted his head, incredulous as he stared at Chen Fan. What did you say? I said I want to build a large indoor gymnasium for the school in Zhao Ruoxi's name. Chen Fan raised his voice. This surprised not only Principal Li, but also Dean Zhuge and Zhao Ruoxi, who stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Chen Fan, do you understand what you're saying? An indoor gymnasium costs around 20 million. Principal Li said, his tone serious. He had researched Chen Fan's background and knew he had grown up in an orphanage, usually living frugally and working part-time to support himself. However, the idea of a gymnasium struck a chord with him. Jiangnan University lacked a proper indoor gymnasium. and he had repeatedly sought funding, only to be rejected. He had even tried to attract investment, but it was evident that no one wanted to undertake a project that seemed destined to lose money. Now, the gymnasium had become a source of great concern for him. 20 million is merely pocket change to me, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, though internally he was elated. Zhao Ruoxi was a tenfold return on investment. If he could spend 20 million on her, it would yield 200 million in return. Ruoxi, please provide me with your bank account number, Chen Fan said. Zhao Ruoxi was astonished by Chen Fan's declaration. Unsure of his intentions, she hesitated before handing over her account number. Chen Fan promptly transferred 2 million to her via mobile banking. Buzz. Zhao Ruoxi's phone vibrated suddenly. Chen Fan, why did you transfer 2 million to me? She exclaimed, nearly dropping her phone in shock. Both Principal Li and Dean Zhuge were taken aback. Transferring 2 million so casually suggested that this young man possessed considerable means. Was his background check misleading? Was he a wealthy heir? However, after the initial surprise, Principal Li regained his composure. Chen Fan, 2 million is still far from the 20 million needed to construct the gymnasium. Apologies, I must have missed a zero, Chen Fan replied with a mischievous smile. At that moment, the tenfold return on Zhao Ruoxi's beauty had already been transferred. 200 million had been credited to his account. He immediately sent Zhao Ruoxi another 18 million. Buzz. Zhao Ruoxi's phone vibrated again. Chen Fan, why did you transfer another 18 million to me? Zhao Ruoxi's scalp tingled. She had never seen such a large sum of money before, and she screamed in astonishment. Now, Principal Li and Dean Zhuge could no longer remain seated, both standing up to look at Zhao Ruoxi's phone. Balance, 20,034, 663. 66 yuan. In an instant, the principal's office fell silent. Principal Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Chen Fan. Every year, the school welcomed a few well-off new students, but he had never seen someone transfer 20 million to a girl so casually before. How wealthy must this family be? Chen Fan, I cannot accept this money. I must return it to you. Zhao Ruoxi was genuinely startled by the 2 million and immediately sought to refund Chen Fan. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt alarmed. No, you must not return it. If you do, my 200 million will vanish. Thus, he shot Principal Li a knowing glance. Classmate, you absolutely must not return that money. Principal Li understood Chen Fan's intentions and quickly stepped in front of Zhao Ruoxi. Chapter 13. Does he like me? But Principal, how can I accept such a large sum of money from Chen Fan? Even if it's a donation for the gym, it should be in his name. Zhao Ruoxi shook her head. Li Weigong, unable to sway Zhao Ruoxi, felt a twinge of urgency and quickly sought Chen Fan's assistance. Ruoxi, there are reasons behind my donation of a gymnasium for you. To be frank, I am indeed a rich second generation, but my family prefers to remain low-key. If I were to donate in my own name, they would undoubtedly face severe consequences if discovered. Chen Fan lamented, crafting a rather clumsy excuse. Yet, observing Zhao Ruoxi's expression, it seemed she genuinely believed him. Furrowing her brows and engaging in a mental struggle, she ultimately nodded in agreement to spare Chen Fan from punishment. Seeing her consent, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the 200 million in his pocket would not go to waste. The most elated of all was Li Weigong, who immediately made a phone call to convene a meeting for the design and construction of the gymnasium, with Zhao Ruoxi as the donor, required to attend and possessing the authority to choose from various design options. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Fan departed first, but as Dean Zhuge and Zhao Ruoxi were to attend the meeting shortly, the two made their way to the conference room. At this moment, Zhao Ruoxi still felt somewhat dazed upon seeing the string of numbers in her mobile banking app. You silly girl, be sure to express your gratitude to Chen Fan later, Dean Zhuge remarked meaningfully as they sat down. Dean, why? Zhao Ruoxi puffed her cheeks in mild defiance. Well, I'm helping him as well. Dean Zhuge chuckled. Oh, how naive you are. If he wished to remain anonymous, he could have easily donated without revealing his identity. The reason he went about it this way is for your sake. While you were in the restroom, Chen Fan made 2 requests. First, to design a dedicated martial arts training room on the top floor of the gym. Second, that you could directly remain at Jiang University after graduation. Ah, everything he has done is for me? Zhao Ruoxi stood up in astonishment upon hearing this. A martial arts training room designed specifically for me. Yes, I mentioned my envy of the specialized martial arts hall at Jiangnan Sports University during our chat this morning. I also expressed my concerns about the difficulties faced by graduates from the School of Arts in securing employment. In that moment, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within Zhao Ruoxi. The man she had known for less than a day had not only remembered her casual complaints, but had also taken action to fulfill them. Could it be? Does he like me? Her heart raced with nervous excitement. Upon learning the truth, she instinctively considered rejecting Chen Fan's goodwill. Having been taught by her father from a young age that one should not accept favors without merit. However, the allure of a dedicated martial arts hall and the prospect of a direct position upon graduation proved too enticing to resist. In truth, aside from his flirtatious nature, Chen Fan possessed many commendable qualities. At this moment, as Chen Fan walked back to his dormitory, an electronic chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Zhao Ruoxi's affection level 50. Current affection level 50. Reward, 500 life points granted. Current life points balance, 597. Wait, an immediate increase of 50 in affection? Chen Fan was taken aback. He had not experienced any increase in affection when transferring money to Zhao Ruoxi. After pondering briefly, he deduced the reason. During their meeting in the principal's office, he had felt somewhat at a loss for donating 20 million to the school, which prompted him to casually propose 2 additional conditions. It was likely that Zhao Ruoxi had learned of this. How serendipitous, he mused, as a few casual remarks unexpectedly earned him an increase of over a year and a half in life points. Just then, Chen Fan's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from his high school class group. Dear classmates, our class president Zhang Lu, who is studying abroad in the United States, has returned to Jiangnan City and is inviting everyone for dinner at a 5-star hotel tonight. You must come. The message was from Li Hao, Zhang Lu's sycophant during their high school days. After Zhang Lu's announcement, a flurry of flattery ensued in the group. Chen Fan remained silent. He had previously clashed with Zhang Lu and Li Hao during high school due to their incessant harassment of the class beauty. Though initially uninterested in attending, he was caught off guard when Zhang Lu tagged him in the group message. Chen Fan, you must come. It's a perfect opportunity to resolve our past misunderstandings. Amused, Chen Fan recognized that Zhang Lu's family had recently prospered in business. Resolve misunderstandings? More likely, he wishes to show off in front of me, Chen Fan thought. Nevertheless, a lavish meal at a 5-star hotel was an opportunity not to be missed. All right, if the class president is treating, how could I refuse? By the way, can I bring someone along? Of course, Zhang Lu promptly replied. Chen Fan could easily envision Zhang Lu's disdainful smirk. Following this, the group erupted into a chorus of praise for Zhang Lu, which Chen Fan chose to ignore as he saved the address and headed back to his dormitory. Li Wei, who had no plans for the evening aside from visiting a nightclub or a spa, suddenly perked up at the mention of the class reunion. The Blue Ocean Hotel, a 5-star establishment, was conveniently located near their school. Chen Fan quickly summoned a shared electric bike, pedaling alongside Li Wei toward the hotel. I say, fatty, it's high time you shed a few pounds. This bike is nearly out of battery, and we haven't gone very far. Chen Fan complained. Come on, Fanzy, you're being unreasonable. Just a moment ago, you were talking about driving my Ferrari. Who was it that suggested biking to a party? We should save where we can and spend where we must. Libé gesta. Then you ride another one. Chen Fan teased. Now that would truly be a challenge for your fat brother. I can manage a Ferrari with one hand, but riding a bike is something I've never done before. The two arrived at the Blue Ocean Hotel, where Li Wei was momentarily dumbfounded. Well, brother, it seems we've ended up at your own home. What? This 5-star hotel is owned by your family? Chen Fan was equally perplexed. Bringing a friend to dine, only to find they had arrived at their host's establishment, felt rather awkward. What are you two doing? Shared electric bikes aren't allowed inside. A stern security guard intercepted Chen Fan and Li Wei. Seriously? Being stopped by security at your own family's hotel? Li Wei felt a surge of embarrassment, nearly losing his temper, but Chen Fan restrained him. This is a 5-star hotel, Not a place for you impoverished folks. Hurry along and clear the way. The guard, judging by their ordinary attire and their electric bike, hastily urged them to leave. Just then, a BMW 5 Series pulled up beside Chen Fan's electric bike, and the window rolled down to reveal Zhang Lu's smug face. Chapter 14. High School Reunion. Chen Fan. What is going on? Why did you get into an argument with the security? Before Zhang Lu could speak, his sycophant Li Hao leaned over from the passenger seat and mockingly addressed Chen Fan. Come on, don't make it hard for the security. After all, the Blue Ocean Hotel is a 5-star establishment, a place of high-end consumption. Zhang Lu scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe, a smirk playing on his lips that implied a deeper meaning. Well, unlike you, who drives a BMW, I'm just a poor student who can only ride an electric scooter, Chen Fan replied, unperturbed. Now, he was a genuine billionaire, and with wealth came confidence. Superficial matters mattered little to him. Security, this is my classmate, not some unemployed drifter. I'm treating today, so let them in. Zhang Lu tossed a cigarette to the guard, who immediately nodded in compliance. See you later. With a dismissive wave, Zhang Lu sped off in his BMW 5 Series. Damn it, showing off in front of Fatty? I can't stand it. Having already been frustrated by being stopped by his own security, Li Wei nearly lost his composure upon witnessing someone flaunting their wealth in front of him. Hey, he is here to spend money at your place. Just let it go. Chen Fan said as he patted Fatty's shoulder, leading him inside. The venue Zhang Lu chose was the Seaside Hall on the second floor. As Chen Fan and Fatty entered, they found that most of their classmates had already arrived. Ah, Chen Fan is here. The security didn't give you any trouble, did they? Li Hao, sitting beside Zhang Lu, exclaimed loudly upon seeing Chen Fan and Li Wei enter. What happened outside? Can you tell us? A curious female classmate inquired. Oh, nothing much. Chen Fan was mistaken for an unemployed drifter and stopped by security outside. Luckily, Lu Gu and I arrived just in time. Otherwise, he might have ended up fighting with the guard. Li Hao recounted with a hint of malice, inflating the story. After hearing this, the classmates' gazes toward Chen Fan shifted to disdain. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a stunning girl dressed in a white dress, Wu Tiantian, the class beauty from their high school days. Sorry, I'm late, everyone, Wu Tiantian said with a smile of apology. Tiantian, over here. Chen Fan waved at her with a grin. They had been desk mates in high school, and he often tutored her, resulting in a good rapport. However, to his surprise, Wu Tiantian merely nodded at him and walked directly past the empty seat next to him to sit beside Zhang Lu. Thank you for inviting me, Zhang Lu. May I sit next to you? She asked sweetly. Of course. It's an honor to sit with the class beauty, Zhang Lu exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he kicked Li Hao to make room. Witnessing this, the others looked at Chen Fan with a mix of schadenfreude. They all knew that he had once fought Zhang Lu for Wu Tiantian's attention, and now she was sitting right next to Zhang Lu. A direct slap in the face for Chen Fan. Chen Fan was taken aback, his expression darkening. The once naive and studious Wu Tiantian seemed to have changed over the 3 years of university. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. After all, he was merely here to accompany Fatty for a meal. Moments later, the dishes began to arrive, and the spread was extravagant, featuring Australian lobster. Most of the classmates were third-year students, many of whom had never experienced such fine dining before, and they began to shower Zhang Lu with compliments. Lu Gu, this is my first time eating lobster. Indeed, Lu Gu is now a bona fide wealthy returnee, the pride of our class. The family business is booming. Perhaps we'll work for Lu Gu after graduation. The boys fawned over Zhang Lu, while the girls gazed at him with admiration and affection. Zhang Lu basked in the attention, especially with Wu Tiantian occasionally serving him tea, which further inflated his ego as he cast smug glances at Chen Fan. Actually, what happened back then was a misunderstanding. I was just desk mates with Chen Fan, and he mistakenly thought I liked him, which is why he fought you. Wu Tiantian suddenly spoke to Zhang Lu. The room fell silent, and Chen Fan could hardly believe his ears. He stared at Wu Tiantian as if she were a stranger. In the past, she had confided in him about Zhang Lu and Li Hao's relentless pursuit, which had disturbed her studies. Now, it seemed she was willing to betray him to climb the social ladder with Zhang Lu. Wu Tiantian glanced at Chen Fan, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. She had changed, realizing the harsh truths of society. Only wealth equated to power, and Zhang Lu was the only rich heir in her vicinity. Oh, I see now that I was being overly sentimental, Chen Fan thought, his heart sinking. He had planned to surprise this girl he once considered like a sister with gifts, but now he felt nothing but cold amusement. Chen Fan, I think you should apologize to Zhang Lu. After all, you did hit him back then, and it's quite gracious of him to invite you to a 5-star hotel for dinner to broaden your horizons, Wu Tian continued. Well, I suppose I should thank our esteemed class monitor for enlightening me, Chen Fan replied, a hollow smile gracing his lips. Chen Fan, what else with that attitude? Just look at yourself, disheveled and downcast, and then look at Zhang Lu. Don't you feel like a failure? Wu Tian remarked, her cold gaze making him slightly uncomfortable. Let us skip the apologies. Don't blame Chen Fan for his current state. I've heard he has been going through a rough patch in his love life, which might explain his mood. Zhang Lu interjected, feigning generosity, clearly enjoying his triumph over Chen Fan and Wu Tian's attention. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I've heard he has been a doormat for 3 years at school, and it seems he has been dumped recently. He can't even be a doormat anymore. Li Hao laughed heartily. Chapter 15, what? Has he been a sycophant for 3 years? As soon as Li Hao's words escaped his lips, the entire private room erupted in commotion. Ha ha, according to my friend from Jiangda, Chen Fan has been working 2 jobs daily, using his earnings to support someone else while subsisting on steamed buns and pickles, Li Hao continued. Chen Fan, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. I was somewhat skeptical of Wu Tian's claims, but now I am convinced. You should promptly apologize to Zhang Lu, otherwise, you'll have to split the bill for this meal. He added, and that chubby friend of yours, who has been incessantly eating, will also need to share the costs. Numerous classmates began to rebuke Chen Fan. Come on, everyone, let us not make it difficult for Chen Fan. He is already pitiful enough and doesn't have much money. Besides, I don't need to pay for my meal here, someone interjected. Observing Chen Fan under attack, Zhang Lu reveled in the moment, feeling he had avenged past grievances. However, an irate Li Wei suddenly raised his head. What did you say? You don't have to pay for your meal here? He glared at Zhang Lu. To be honest, my uncle is the general manager of this 5-star hotel. I can come and dine whenever I please, all for free, Zhang Lu boasted. He was speaking the truth. Zhang Lu's uncle was indeed a hotel general manager, and his family had never paid for their meals at this establishment. Damn it, I have to pay every time I dine here, and you claim you don't? Li Wei was immediately incensed, feeling humiliated in front of his friends and exposed the hotel's management issues. He felt utterly embarrassed. How dare you speak like that? You're just a freeloader brought here by that worthless Chen Fan. Do you think you have a right to talk? Li Hao stood up, pointing at Li Wei. Others glared at Chen Fan and Li Wei with hostility. I can't believe you've become this kind of person, Chen Fan. Zhang Lu kindly invited you to dinner, and instead of being grateful, you brought an outsider to disrupt the gathering. Wu Tian stood up, looking down on Chen Fan, genuinely feeling contempt for him. Chen Fan, you'd better rein in your friend. Don't let a single bad apple spoil our class gathering. Zhang Lu's expression turned cold, feeling that Chen Fan and his gluttonous companion were being disrespectful. All right, Zhang Lu, is it? You will soon learn who I am, Li Wei declared, picking up his phone and dialing a number. Where are you? Get your ass to the 2nd floor, Bin High Hall, immediately. He hung up without waiting for a response. Chen Fan shook his head, wanting to stop the chubby guy, as showing off among high school classmates wasn't a grave offense. However, since it involved the chubby fellow's family business, he felt powerless to intervene. 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit, sweating profusely, hurried into the room. Why, young master? The man was Zhang Lu's uncle, Zhang Tianpeng, who had rushed over after receiving a call from Li Wei, the chairman's son. Uncle, upon seeing Zhang Tianpeng, Zhang Lu's face instantly paled, and he stood up hastily. Zhang Tianpeng, noticing Zhang Lu seated next to Li Wei, was suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. Young master, I apologize for being late. He did not address his nephew, but instead approached Li Wei, hands clasped respectfully before him. Shock, petrification. In an instant, everyone in the room, except for Chen Fan and Li Wei, widened their eyes. jaws agape, as if a fist could fit inside. Especially Zhang Lu, who trembled slightly. Who was this freeloader brought by Chen Fan that commanded such respect from the general manager of a five-star hotel? Zhang Tianpeng, you've done well. I hear that your family dines and stays at the Blue Sea Hotel for free. You really are something. My father and I always have to pay. Li Wei slammed his hand on the table in anger. Why, young master? There must be some misunderstanding. Zhang Lu, what is going on? Are you boasting again at the dinner table? Zhang Tianpeng immediately confronted Zhang Lu and slapped him hard across the face. Zhang Lu, frightened like a quail, was left speechless, while Wu Tiantian trembled beside him. You come here and apologize to young Master Li. Zhang Tianpeng grabbed Zhang Lu as if he were a chick and dragged him to Li Wei. Young Master Li, I sincerely apologize. I was just boasting. Please disregard it. Zhang Lu said, face contorted in anguish, slapping himself twice. His previous arrogance completely vanished. All right, since you're a classmate of my good brother, I want to make things difficult for you. However, Zhang Tianpeng, I have already called my father. Tomorrow the group will come to audit. Given your years of service to the company, if you proactively disclose the issues and compensate the losses, we will consider this matter settled, Li Wei instructed, tapping the table as he admonished Zhang Tianpeng. Zhang Tianpeng nodded repeatedly, wiping sweat from his brow. Chen Fan, let us go. I must say your classmates are truly unimpressive, the chubby guy said, clicking his tongue and shaking his head, pulling Chen Fan toward the exit. Then, recalling something, he turned back to point at Chen Fan. This fellow named Chen Fan is my brother. From now on, any expenses he incurs at the Blue Sea Hotel will be charged to my account. Zhang Tianpeng quickly nodded and personally escorted Chen Fan and Li Wei out of the hotel. The security guard who had earlier stopped Chen Fan and Li Wei was utterly petrified upon seeing them leave alongside the hotel's general manager. General manager. The guard rushed over, his nervousness causing him to stutter. What is this? Your attitude was quite different just now, Li Wei scolded. Yes. Zhang Tianpeng wiped his sweat, nodding repeatedly, then turned to glare fiercely at the guard. How dare you stop, young master? Get your things and leave immediately. Li Wei nodded in approval of Zhang Tianpeng's handling of the situation and waved him off. Chen Fan, I apologize for the embarrassment today. It seems the family business has grown too large to manage properly. Get lost. Can't you just be yourself? Chen Fan chuckled, scolding him lightly. With plenty of time left, he said, Come on, chubby brother, let me show you what nightlife truly means. Li Wei resolutely refused to ride the shared bike again, insisting on taking a taxi instead. Driver to Fly Bar. Chapter 16. All-inclusive within the private box of the Seaside Hall, after Chen Fan and Li Wei departed. The atmosphere among the remaining guests turned rather somber. To their astonishment, it was revealed that the luxurious Blue Sea five-star hotel belonged to Chen Fan's friend. Whispers of disbelief circulated among the group. Wu Tiantian felt a lingering sense of dread, recalling the unkind words she had directed at the young Master Li. Anger surged within her. How could Chen Fan possibly be acquainted with such a top-tier scion of wealth? Zhang Lu, too, was struggling to comprehend the events of the day. His humiliation was profound, and his resentment towards Chen Fan only intensified. Brother Lu, don't let it get to you. Let us forget about Chen Fan and head to a bar instead, suggested Li Hao. Zhang Lu, with a dark countenance, nodded in agreement, having brought along his father's platinum membership card for the Fly Bar. This would be an opportunity to showcase the grandeur of Jiangnan City's largest bar to his classmates, and perhaps regain a semblance of dignity, especially with his high school crush by his side. If he could manage to intoxicate her, who knows what the night might hold. Upon learning they were headed to the Fly Bar, excitement surged among the group. The Fly Bar was renowned in Jiangnan City, and without a membership, securing a table was impossible. A female classmate, who had visited before, chimed in. Wow, I've heard you need to spend at least $1 million to secure a platinum membership there. The others gaped at Zhang Lu in astonishment. Wu Tiantian felt a jolt. Spending over $1 million at a bar underscored the formidable wealth of Zhang Lu's family, likely exceeding $10 million. Tiantian, how about we have some fun at the bar? Zhang Lu ignored the others and turned his attention to Wu Tiantian. Feeling the weight of their eager gazes, Wu Tiantian's vanity swelled, and she inched closer to Zhang Lu. Whatever you say, Brother Lu. Meanwhile, as Chen Fan and Li Wei approached the fly bar, a fleet of luxury cars, including Lamborghinis and Ferraris, sped past them. Several young men, donned in sunglasses, leaped from their vehicles. Look who is here today. The top model has graced us with his presence. But today, your trip will be in vain, sneered one of the young men, clad in a $1 million limited edition outfit, as he approached Li Wei. Wang Zhe, what are you trying to prove? Li Wei retorted, his expression darkening. I'm not trying to show off. I'm merely reminding you that I've reserved the entire VIP section at the fly bar. You'll have to settle for the general area. Wang Zhe boasted, brimming with arrogance. Wang Zhe, you may be a diamond member, but so am I. Why should I be relegated to the general area? Li Wei's anger flared. It seemed today was filled with misfortune. He had nearly been ejected from his own family's restaurant, and now encountered this rival. It's not me who south-booked the place. It's our esteemed member, Zhou Hehuan. Wang Zhe's demeanor shifted to one of respect when mentioning Zhou. Upon hearing Zhou's name, Li Wei's demeanor deflated. Fine, let us sit in the general area. It might be livelier there, Chen Fan suggested, reasoning that it was his first time in such a venue and that it wouldn't matter, as the ambience would surely be vibrant. Your friend has some sense. Wang Zhe scoffed, leading his entourage of affluent youths into the bar. All right, let us enjoy ourselves. Don't be so glum, Chen Fan encouraged, patting Li Wei's shoulder. Li Wei merely nodded in silence, still brooding. Sensing that trouble may arise, Chen Fan decided to call Zhao Ruoshi. He had not held much hope, but to his surprise, she readily agreed to join him, bringing along a friend. This thrilled Chen Fan. If Zhao Ruoshi came, they could easily commandeer the entire bar. The fly bar, the largest in Jiangnan City, boasted an expansive layout. Upon entry, Chen Fan spotted Wang Zhe and his crew surrounding a young man lounging with an air of superiority, Zhou Hehuan, one of the 5 prominent families of Jiangnan City. They don't seem to have many people. Why reserve so many tables? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. What else? Just to show off, Li Wei replied, fuming. Why aren't they sitting at the prime table? That spot would be much better, Chen Fan pointed out, noticing an empty golden VIP booth encircled by red ropes. Ah, that booth isn't for just anyone. Only the emperor members, who have spent $1 billion, can access that. Only the heads of the 5 families in Jiangnan hold such a status, explained by Hong, the bar's sales manager, a stunning woman in her 30s. Spending $1 billion isn't beyond reach, Chen Fan mused aloud, planning to upgrade Zhao Ruoshi to an emperor membership upon her arrival, eager to test the allure of the golden booth. At that moment, a throng of newcomers burst through the entrance. Chen Fan raised his gaze, and to his dismay, it was Zhang Lu, Wu Tian, and their group of classmates. With Zhou having reserved all the VIP tables, they were left with no choice but to occupy the general area. The moment Zhang Lu spotted Li Wei, his complexion paled, akin to having bitten into a rotten fruit. Li Xiao, what a coincidence, he stammered, attempting to greet. Chen Fan ignored him, and Li Wei merely waved dismissively, leaving Zhang Lu and his group to sulk toward the general area. Isn't it just because he knows a wealthy heir? He can't even greet his classmates? What is he pretending for? Does he think he is a rich second generation too? Some classmates grumbled, sensing Chen Fan's indifference. Wu Tian, feeling slighted, clung to Zhang Lu's arm, hoping to provoke Chen Fan, but he remained oblivious to her presence. Just then, Chen Fan's phone chimed. He answered and waved at Zhao Ruoshi, who was entering the bar with a girl. Today, Zhao Ruoshi wore shorts that accentuated her slender, fair legs, paired with a fitted white top that showcased her curves, her hair styled in a high ponytail. Her youthful charm, combined with a hint of boldness, drew numerous gazes in the bar. Beside her was a stunning girl in a white dress, radiating grace and beauty, rivaling Zhao Ruoshi's allure. Wow, these 2 girls are truly remarkable, even more beautiful than stars. Perhaps we should invite them over to amuse Zhou Xiao? Chapter 17. Zhou Xiao invites you to join us, Chen Fan. I have brought a friend. I hope you don't mind. Zhao Ruoshi approached, leading a stunning beauty clad in a white dress. Hello, I am Jiang Yuchan from Jiang University's School of Foreign Languages. The enchanting girl extended her hand towards Chen Fan. Hello, I am Chen Fan. Chen Fan reciprocated, shaking Jiang Yuchan's hand. Ding. Detected a girl with a beauty score of 90, Jiang Yuchan. Initiating binding. Ding. Binding successful. For every point of affection gained from Jiang Yuchan, the host's life value increases by 10 points. Current affection level -10. Ding. Granting host a beauty cashback feature. Name, Jiang Yuchan, beauty score, 90, cashback ratio, 110. Ding. Granting host the skill. Mastery of all languages that have ever existed on Earth. A series of synthesized electronic voices resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Another 90-point beauty bound to him? Mastery of all languages on Earth? This skill seemed extraordinary, yet ultimately useless. Chen Fan's gaze ignited with fervor. This was a source of vitality and wealth. He instinctively tightened his grip on Jiang Yuchan's hand. Jiang Yuchan frowned slightly, casting a wary glance at Chen Fan before withdrawing her hand. As close friends, Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoshi hailed from a family involved in real estate. After Chen Fan donated a gymnasium to the school, Zhao Ruoshi promptly informed her friend, hoping Jiang Yuchan's family would undertake the project. They were discussing this matter when Chen Fan's call interrupted them. Isn't that Jiang and Zhao, the campus beauties? Liwei exclaimed, standing up excitedly and quickly offering his seat to the two stunning women. Their arrival drew the attention of the entire venue, as both beauties surpassed the heavily made-up crowd in sheer elegance. At a nearby table, Zhonglu, Wu Tiantian, and others turned to see Zhao Ruoshi and Jiang Yuchan greeting Chen Fan, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. How could Chen Fan know such campus goddesses? Two of them, Li Hao remarked, his envy palpable. Zhang Lu swallowed hard, feeling dwarfed by the presence of these two beauties beside Chen Fan, rendering his companion Wu Tiantian less appealing in comparison. Wu Tiantian herself was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how these campus queens associated with someone like Chen Fan, whom she perceived as a mere commoner. Zhao Ruoshi, experiencing the novelty of a nightclub for the first time, was eager to sit closer to Chen Fan, hoping for some physical contact to enhance their rapport. However, Jiang Yuchan quickly interjected, positioning herself between them. Ruoshi, you've been sheltered at school and have little exposure to the outside world. You nearly fell prey to that scoundrel Zhang Yao. You must learn to be more cautious around certain individuals. Jiang Yuchan's crystalline eyes subtly indicated Chen Fan. You're right, Yuchan. I owe Chen Fan my gratitude. If it weren't for him, I would have truly been deceived by that vile Zhang Yao. Zhao Ruoshi earnestly acknowledged, turning to Chen Fan with a smile. Jiang Yuchan rolled her eyes in response. Who understands? This girl may one day be sold and still help count the money. Watching Jiang Yuchan's protective demeanor towards herself, Chen Fan felt a bit exasperated. I merely wish to spend money for you. Why would you think I am after your bodies? Such a misunderstanding. At that moment, the stout man felt a surge of pride. The presence of the two campus beauties elevated his status, prompting him to frequently toast familiar acquaintances. Don't forget, Chen Fan bought Su Yuan a car worth $1.5 million and a $2 million apartment. A moment later, Jiang Yuchan continued to whisper about Chen Fan from behind. Yes, Chen Fan mentioned that was to get back at Chu Yuan. He also donated a gymnasium worth $20 million. Zhao Ruoshi proclaimed with pride. What? You mean that gymnasium was donated by him? Jiang Yuchan gasped in astonishment. 20 million, not just 2,000. He casually donated that to the school? Or did he do it under Zhao Ruoshi's name? Jiang Yuchan silently sipped her juice, attempting to calm her surprise. She began to reconsider her previous assumptions about Chen Fan, feeling a twinge of envy towards Zhao Ruoshi. Ding! Jiang Yuchan's affection level 10, current affection level 0. An electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind once more. Chen Fan, a perplexed expression? Wait, weren't you just gossiping about me with Zhao Ruoshi? How did my affection level increase? Chen Fan was baffled. Indeed, as the esteemed writer Lu Sun once articulated, the heart of a woman is as elusive as the depths of the ocean. Just then, Wang Zhe, seated at a nearby booth with a group of affluent heirs, approached Chen Fan's table. Beautiful ladies, why not join us at our booth? This area is cramped and uncomfortable. We'll treat you to 2 sets of premium drinks. Wang Zhe disregarded Chen Fan and Li Wei, addressing Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan while gesturing towards the booth. Chen Fan, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi glanced towards the booth, spotting a young man lounging with a smug grin, raising his glass in invitation. We don't even know him. Why should we go over? Zhao Ruoxi frowned, visibly irritated. Ah, the sight of a beautiful woman's anger is truly captivating. Wang Zhe leered at Zhao Ruoxi, his gaze filled with inappropriate desire as he reached for her. In a flash, before Li Wei could intervene, Wang Zhe was sent sprawling, crashing into a row of tables. Wow, Chen Fan, you've trained before. Li Wei exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Chen Fan, who had retracted his foot. Just a little. I honed my skills snatching toys in the orphanage as a child. Chen Fan chuckled, explaining. While Li Wei and Jiang Yuchan were astonished, they accepted Chen Fan's explanation. However, Zhao Ruoxi regarded him with suspicion, recalling the sheer strength he had displayed upon their first meeting. Unbeknownst to others, she, hailing from a martial arts family, recognized that Chen Fan's speed had nearly reached the level of advanced martial artists. Feeling a bit uneasy under Zhao Ruoxi's scrutiny, Chen Fan had only utilized a fraction of his strength. Could she really have discerned that? Before they could ponder further, Zhou Hanyuan, witnessing Wang Zhe's defeat, stormed over with a bar manager and a dozen bouncers. Chapter 18. Having charged 3 emperor memberships, damn it. How dare they refuse to show respect? Dispose of these 2 brats, and take those 2 women to the private room to relieve my frustrations. Zhou Hanyuan exclaimed, pointing angrily at Chen Fan and Li Wei while addressing the bar manager. Li Hu. Manager, this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Li is a diamond member of our bar. You cannot resort to violence. Bai Hong attempted to intervene, but was met with a sharp slap from Manager Li Hu. Damn it, blind fool. Young Master Zhou is the heir of the Zhou family, one of the 5 great families. A diamond member is nothing. Young Master Zhou is a supreme member. Strike them. Liungria barca manasingli. Li Wei was now in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had heard of young Master Zhou's notorious reputation for ruthlessness and his history of leaving devastation in his wake for those who crossed him. Most alarmingly, he was the young master of the Zhou family, a status that placed him several tiers above Li Wei. Chen Fan, we must block them. Let Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan escape first. At this critical moment, Li Wei gritted his teeth and shouted at the approaching bodyguards with a fierce glint in his eyes. Wait! Just as both sides were on the brink of confrontation, Chen Fan suddenly shouted. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Hell, what is this? Do you have any last words, kid? Or do you wish to kneel and beg for young Master Zhou's mercy? Wang Zhe had regained his composure and glared at Chen Fan with venomous intent. Ignoring Wang Zhe, Chen Fan turned his attention to Bai Hong, whose face was swollen from the earlier slap. Sister Bai, is it true that in this bar, the more prestigious the membership, the more authority one wields? Why, yes. I'm sorry. Young Master Zhou is a supreme member. I can't help you, Bai Hong replied apologetically, waving his hand dismissively amidst the crowd's puzzled gazes. Chen Fan produced card. Charge each of these lovely ladies an emperor membership. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, unfazed by the intimidating bodyguards. In truth, with his current combat prowess, those burly thugs were as helpless as toddlers in his eyes. He could easily dispatch them. However, this was a rare opportunity to spend money. What? An emperor membership? Bai Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Fan. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. You intend to purchase 2 emperor memberships? Do you even know how much one costs? Zhou Hanyuan laughed heartily, sizing up Chen Fan's attire. Ha ha, Li Wei, you are a gem. The friends you bring are also extraordinary. If you can charge even 1 emperor membership, I'll eat my own excrement upside down. Zhou Hanyuan's entourage of wealthy second-generation elites erupted in laughter. Chen Fan, don't spout nonsense. An emperor membership costs $1 billion. Li Wei's face turned pale as he seized Chen Fan's arm. By supervisor, aren't you even to swipe the card? Chen Fan frowned. The customer wishes to purchase an emperor membership. Didn't you hear? Hurry up and step aside. Bai Hong gritted her teeth and shouted at Manager Li Hu and the bodyguards, determined to take a gamble. Though she doubted this seemingly unremarkable college student could possess $1 billion, she decided to risk it. For too long, she had endured Li Hu's various perverse regulations, suffering greatly due to Zhou Hongyuan's father's previous purchase of an emperor membership through Li Hu. Bai Hong, you filthy wretch, do you wish to die? Li Hu seethed with rage, appalled that a woman he usually dominated dared to confront him. Let him charge. Zhou Hongyuan crossed his arms, eyeing Chen Fan and his companions with skepticism. He didn't believe a penniless student could muster $1 billion. After 2 minutes, Bai Hong returned with the accountant. The female accountant, expressionless, approached with a POS machine to process the payment. Please let go through. Bai Hong was drenched in sweat, her heart racing. If Chen Fan could not secure the emperor membership, they would all face dire consequences, and she could only imagine the tortures Li Hu might inflict on her. Meanwhile, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruihan all stared nervously at the accountant, while Chen Fan casually snacked on fruits. Beep. The card was successfully processed. Bai Hong felt as if she had heard the most beautiful sound in the world, her body going limp as she collapsed onto the ground. He really charged $1 billion. Li Wei and Jiang Yuchan's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Chen Fan. This. Li Hu was also taken aback, turning to Zhou Hongyuan, whose face darkened ominously. No one had anticipated that this impoverished student, whose entire outfit probably cost less than 500, could indeed charge $1 billion. Wang Zhe and the other wealthy second-generation elites stared at each other, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Supervisor Bai, I specified that each of these ladies should receive an emperor membership. Why did you only charge for one? Oh, and let us charge one for this hefty fellow too, lest he accuses me of favoritism. Chen Fan nonchalantly added, having just received a $10 billion rebate from charging Zhao Ruoshi's membership. Goodness, is that true, my esteemed benefactor? Li Wei exclaimed, jumping in excitement. And no, I can't accept this. It's too extravagant. Jiang Yuchan waved her hands, terrified. After all, $1 billion was no small sum, and her entire family lacked such wealth. Yuchan, you need not refuse. Chen Fan is a low-key, second-generation, wealthy individual. He can only charge under your name, or his family might hold it against him. You are merely assisting him. Zhao Ruoshi chimed in, her innocent eyes sparkling. This assist was simply perfect. Chen Fan felt an overwhelming affection for Zhao Ruoshi. If Jiang Yuchan wouldn't agree, he would lose the $10 billion rebate. Well, all right then. Jiang Yuchan stole a glance at Chen Fan and nodded. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Soon, the female accountant, devoid of emotion, processed another $2 billion. 3 emperor memberships were born. At this moment, Bai Hong was nearly on the verge of fainting from excitement. Meanwhile, Li Hu's face turned ashen, having offended 3 emperor-level members. He knew Bai Hong would surely ascend to become the new bar manager, and given the things he had done to her, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Indeed, moments later, after the accountant reported the situation to her boss, Bai Hong's phone rang immediately. Bai Hong, well done. From now on, you are the senior manager of Flybar. The entire venue is under your jurisdiction. A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. Yes, boss. Bai Hong answered on speakerphone, causing everyone to hear. You lot, take Li Hu away. How dare he offend our 3 emperor members? Break his legs first. Bai Hong glared at Li Hu with contempt. Young Master Zhou, save me. Li Hu, stricken with fear, fell to his knees. Yet no one paid him any mind. Bai Hong was now the boss. The bodyguard Zhou had brought promptly seized him and dragged him outside, where his cries of despair echoed moments later. Very well, Chen Fan was it? I will remember you. Zhou Hongyuan glared at Chen Fan, preparing to lead Wang Zhe and the other wealthy elites away. Not so fast. Apologize to these 2 ladies. Chen Fan sneered, unfazed by the threat. Now that he had both wealth and strength, he cared little for the so-called 5 great families or young Master Zhou. Chen Fan, are you seeking death? This is young Master Zhou. Wang Zhe charged forward, pointing at Chen Fan and berating him. I almost forgot about you. Weren't you just saying you wanted to eat feces? Manager Bai, please arrange for someone to take him to the restroom for a fresh serving. There's plenty to go around. Upon finishing his words, 2 security guards swiftly approached and dragged the pale-faced Wang Zhe to the restroom. As his agonizing cries echoed, Zhou Hanyuan approached Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, his expression dark and brooding. I apologize, esteemed ladies, I was in the wrong. Chapter 19, this is my third brother. Zhao Dao, a proud security guard. Enough, leave. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Zhou Hanyuan, the heir of one of the 5 prominent families, had never endured such humiliation. He cast a dark glance at Chen Fan and his companions. Chen Fan, I will remember you, he silently seethed, before departing with a group of terrified wealthy youths. Ha ha! Chen Fan is incredible, making Wang Zhe eat dirt and putting Zhou Xiao in his place. This incident will surely send shockwaves through the second-generation elite circles of Jiangnan City tonight. Li Wei's face flushed with excitement. Do you think we might have stirred up trouble? The Zhou family is one of the 5 prominent families, and their influence in Jiangnan City is substantial. Will they retaliate against us? Jiang Yuchan expressed her apprehension, recalling Zhou Hanyuan's ominous gaze before he left. Fear not, Yuchan. I will protect you. Zhao Ruoxi chimed in, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she patted her ample bosom. If Zhou Hanyuan seeks revenge, just let me know, and I shall take care of it, Chen Fan assured them. He secretly hoped Zhou Hanyuan would retaliate against Jiang Yuchan, providing him an opportunity for a heroic rescue to garner favor. Otherwise, his meager combat prowess would be in vain. Ideally, he could also undermine her family's business to enhance his own appeal. Zhou Hanyuan, please do not falter. Strike back fiercely. Chen Fan mused gleefully. Jiang Yuchan had been somewhat worried, but Chen Fan's words reassured her. After all, he was a mysterious second-generation heir capable of spending $1 billion effortlessly. No one knew the true extent of his family's influence. At that moment, the bar, which had been pulsating with vibrant music, fell abruptly silent, and all lights dimmed. Many patrons looked around in confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Suddenly, a beam of golden spotlight illuminated Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, Li Wei, and Jiang Yuchan at their table. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a historic moment for our fly bar. We have just welcomed 3 new Imperial members. With those words, the entire venue erupted into cheers. And Chen Fan, Li Wei, Zhao Ruoxi, and Jiang Yuchan were lifted on a golden sedan chair by the nightclub staff, parading them through the crowd as they basked in the adoration of the patrons. Confetti cascaded like a rainbow shower from above. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the 4 were elevated to the central golden booth. To their astonishment, the booth began to rise, lifting them 2 meters into the air, granting them a commanding view of the entire venue. Ding! Zhao Ruoxi's favorability 20, current favorability 70, reward 200 health points. Current health points 796. Ding! Jiang Yuchan's favorability 50, current favorability 50, reward 500 health points. Current health points 1296. 2 synthesized electronic voices echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Not bad, not bad. I just gained 2 years of life. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he had found the system somewhat lacking, but now he deemed the Hehuan system exceedingly useful. Meanwhile, at the bar's backstage, a man dressed in a Versace suit, emanating an intimidating aura, gazed at the rising golden booth. Bai Hong stood respectfully beside him. Why has she come? If the old man finds out, there will be trouble, muttered the scar-faced man, visibly agitated. Bai Hong, did they just offend Zhou Hanyuan? He inquired. Yes, boss, just now. Bai Hong recounted the events that had transpired. The man in the Versace suit was Zhao Dao, the owner of Fly Bar and the underground figurehead of Jiangnan City's northern district. After hearing the details, his expression darkened. The Zhou family is not merely one of Jiangnan's 5 prominent families. Bai Hong, procure a set of security uniforms for me. Also, I have matters to attend to, so you'll be in full charge of the bar for the time being. Zhao Dao sighed heavily. As Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, and Li Wei enjoyed their fruit juice, an imposing man clad in a security uniform approached them, his scarred nose giving him a fearsome appearance. Little sister, is that really you? The disguised Zhao Dao exclaimed. Third brother, Zhao Ruoxi, her mouth full of fruit, jumped up in excitement. Chen Fan, Li Wei, and Jiang Yuchan quickly stood as well. Third brother, I've heard from my father that you are working as a security guard. I never imagined you would be here. Zhao Ruoshi remarked. Yes, I haven't been here long, mostly working night shifts. I'm planning to resign soon. Zhao Dao replied nonchalantly. Chen Fan, this is my third brother. Zhao Dao, a proud security guard. Zhao Ruoshi introduced him. Upon learning Zhao Ruoshi's brother was Zhao Dao, Chen Fan did not dare to act presumptuously and promptly extended his hand for a shake. Zhao Dao scrutinized Chen Fan, noting his unpretentious attire yet lavish demeanor. He was tall and handsome, a fitting match for his younger sister. After a moment's thought, Zhao Dao grasped Chen Fan's hand, applying a slight pressure. Name, Zhao Dao. Age, 38 years. Combat power, 0. 5. Chen Fan's mind was suddenly filled with Zhao Dao's profile. He was slightly taken aback. This Zhao Dao was no ordinary individual. His speed and strength were equivalent to that of 5 men combined. What did it mean to possess 5 times the speed and power? For instance, if an average person could run 100 meters in 20 seconds, Zhao Dao could achieve it in 4 seconds, far surpassing Usain Bolt. If a normal person's strongest punch had a force of 100 kilograms, his would be 500 kilograms. A person with such capabilities could easily prevail even against 20 opponents. With a crackle, Zhao Dao's fist tightened, exerting nearly double the strength of an adult. However, Chen Fan remained unfazed, his grip as steady as a rock, rendering Zhao Dao's might ineffective. Could this young man also be a martial artist? Zhao Dao was taken aback, intending to apply more force, only to be hastily pulled away by Zhao Ruoshi. Third brother, what are you doing? Chen Fan is just a student. Zhao Ruoshi chided. Hey, little brother, my apologies, but your grip is quite formidable. Zhao Dao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. As a leader in the underground world, it would be humiliating if word got out that he had clashed with a student. The group settled down. Zhao Dao opted out of the juice, while Chen Fan ordered him a bottle of Louis XIII. They engaged in discussions about the design and construction of their school's gymnasium. Ultimately, with Chen Fan's efforts, they successfully raised the total budget for the gymnasium to 50 million. I propose that since Ruoshi understands design, Yuchan is knowledgeable in engineering, and Fatty's family is primarily in the building materials business, we should establish a company together. And third brother, you need not continue as a security guard. I will offer you a 10 stake and an annual salary of 1 million. Join us, Chen Fan declared earnestly, surveying the group. Chapter 20. Establishing the company. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. I can't believe it, Chen Fan. I have long harbored such intentions. I must prove my worth to that wretched father of mine, Li Wei exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his fists together. Even Zhao Ruoshi and Jiang Yuchan were filled with enthusiasm. Only Zhao Dao cast a meaningful glance at Chen Fan, as if regarding a fool. For students and a security guard starting a company? Surely, this was a reckless endeavor that could lead to utter ruin. What he did not realize was that this was precisely what Chen Fan wished to see. Assembling Zhao Ruoshi, the naive sweetheart, Li Wei, the pretty boy, Jiang Yuchan, the delicate flower, and the burly security guard, this combination was tantamount to a catastrophic start for a fledgling company. It was hard to fathom the extent of their potential losses, but it was precisely for this reason that Chen Fan could continuously invest in Zhao Ruoshi and Jiang Yuchan, reaping returns in terms of their beauty. In other words, the greater their losses, the more Chen Fan would profit. I will initially invest 1 billion, of course, under the names of Ruoshi and Yuchan. After all, I intend to maintain a low profile as a wealthy heir, Chen Fan declared. The others were left speechless. Zhao Dao increasingly found Chen Fan to be exasperating, viewing him as nothing more than a foolish scion of a wealthy family. No way. I absolutely cannot allow this kid to be with Ruoshi. He would squander any fortune. Zhao Dao silently resolved. Chen Fan, you really don't need to invest that much. The total cost for the gym project is less than 50 million. Even if you covered everything, it wouldn't amount to 1 billion, Jiang Yuchan and Li Wei exclaimed, both hailing from engineering families. Exactly. Starting a business is fraught with challenges. Investing such a sum outright lacks any sense of challenge or excitement, Zhao Ruoshi added in frustration. Ultimately, Chen Fan, with no other option, decided to invest 10 million each under the names of Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoshi as startup capital. granting them each a 40 stake. As for the others, Chen Fan refrained from requiring any financial contribution from them, offering each a 10 share in the form of technical equity. After all, it was clear that this company was destined for losses. And Chen Fan did not wish for his friends and Zhao Dao to suffer. Once their discussions concluded, fearing the dormitory doors would close, they departed from the bar. Zhao Dao, concerned about their safety while taking a taxi, insisted on driving them back to school. Moments later, a Wuling Hongwang pulled up in front of them. Wow, Brother San, impressive. The license plate has 5 nines, the supreme 9-5. Surely, this isn't a counterfeit? Li Wei gasped upon seeing the license plate. Huh, I was just fortunate back then to have snagged this plate. It's cold outside, so hop in, Zhao Dao urged. Li Wei nodded in agreement, and Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan followed suit, climbing into the vehicle. Chen Fan, however, cast a contemplative glance at Zhao Dao. He recalled having seen that license plate before while shopping with Chu Yuhan, who had envied those who drove such luxurious vehicles. Now, it appeared on Zhao Dao's Wuling Hongwang, indicating that Zhao Dao was not as simple as he seemed. Perhaps he, too, was playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Zhao Dao first dropped Li Wei off at home, then delivered Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, and Jiang Yuchan back to school. Ruoxi, you and your female classmates should head to the dormitory first. I need to have a word with Chen Fan, Zhao Dao stated. Brother San, you mustn't bully Chen Fan. He's just an ordinary student. Zhao Ruoxi warned earnestly as she departed. Understood, off you go. Zhao Dao waved his hand, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Chen Fan. Care for a smoke? No, thank you, Chen Fan replied, sitting upright, feeling a bit anxious, as if he were a young man caught in the act of deceiving someone else's daughter. Is this your first time in a nightclub? Zhao Dao inquired. Yes, Brother San, Chen Fan affirmed. Zhao Dao scrutinized Chen Fan, noting his earnest demeanor, and nodded in satisfaction. Chen Fan, I am quite familiar with the owner of Flybar. How about I ask him to refund the 300 million you spent tonight? Zhao Dao viewed Chen Fan as a Navi rich kid, impulsively spending for the sake of a girl, pondering what sort of family repercussions he might face. He intended to help him recover his funds. However, upon hearing Zhao Dao's suggestion, Chen Fan's face turned pale. Brother San, no, please. That 300 million cannot be refunded. Chen Fan nearly burst into tears. Zhao Dao was taken aback by Chen Fan's reaction. You poor child, clinging to your pride will only lead to suffering. You'll regret this sooner or later. Come on, let's go. Zhao Dao shook his head, adopting the demeanor of someone who had been through it all. Since Chen Fan insisted, he decided against the refund. After all, 300 million was no trivial sum. Flybar only earned a few tens of millions a year, and refunding that amount would indeed be painful. In Jiangnan City, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Hongyuan sat in a lavishly decorated villa, his expression somber, while a middle-aged man resembling a butler stood before him. A child from an orphanage? How could an orphan possess 300 million? What purpose do the intelligence personnel serve in our family? Zhou Hongyuan slammed his hand on the table and raged. Young master, the only information we have pertains to his time at the orphanage, which later suffered a devastating fire. He and the director were the sole survivors. The director has since passed away. His identity remains untraceable, and we can only gather this much from official records. The butler replied, his face etched with concern. It appears that Chen Fan's identity is indeed complex, but opposing me in Jiangnan is tantamount to courting death. As for those 2 women, I must have them. Zhou Hongyuan's eyes gleamed with desire at the thought of the beautiful Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, igniting a fervor within him. Young master, both women are manageable. They lack substantial backgrounds. A little pressure on their families should suffice to ensure they comply with your desires. However, given that this is the time you are assuming control of the family business, and with many eyes upon you, I suggest we wait a bit, the butler advised. You have a point. Once I become the new head of the Zhou family, I will have those 2 women begging at my feet, and I will make Chen Fan wish he were never born. Zhou Hongyuan's eyes glinted with malice. Chapter 21. The mysterious ancient script. Early the next morning, Zhao Dao took Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, and Li Wei to handle the registration procedures for their company. Chen Fan, however, had no desire to be involved in such matters and, citing illness, promptly became a hands-off manager. As soon as they left, he got up. Starting a company? That endeavor was both exhausting and troublesome, utterly pointless. Chen Fan shook his head and descended from the dormitory building. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure, Chu Yuhan. At that moment, Chu Yuhan turned and saw Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I arrived at 5 o'clock and have been waiting for you, Chu Yuhan exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as she rushed toward him. What do you want from me? Chen Fan furrowed his brow and asked. Chen Fan, trudisore. I know I was wrong, but I made a mistake that any woman could make. Please, grant me another chance to be your girlfriend. I promise to make it up to you. Chu Yuhan pleaded, her eyes glistening with tears. I cannot bear the weight of your compensation. Chen Fan scoffed, pushing her aside and walking away. Chen Fan, you might think I'm deceiving you, but I have genuinely fallen for you. Wherever you go, I will follow. Whether you're poor or wealthy, healthy or ill, I vow to stand by you forever. Chu Yuhan cried out, her voice filled with desperation as she knelt in the middle of the road. The onlookers, particularly the young men passing by, cast envious glances at Chen Fan. Hearing her words made Chen Fan feel nauseous. He hurriedly fled the scene. Unable to bear the sight, a bespectacled young man stepped forward angrily. Beautiful lady, there are plenty of good men in this world. There is no need to waste your feelings on such a scoundrel. Let me help you up. Get lost. You pathetic loser. Who are you to insult my brother Chen Fan? Chu Yuhan shouted furiously, pushing away the young man who attempted to help her. Chen Fan loves me so deeply. To win my affection, he concealed his wealthy background, working 2 jobs and spending all his money on me while he lived on nothing but steamed buns and pickled vegetables. And yet, I failed to cherish him. I regret it so much. Chu Yuhan sobbed uncontrollably. At that moment, a group of rough-looking men, dressed like laborers and led by a stern middle-aged woman, approached. The woman, Zhang Solan, who was Zhang Yao's mother, stormed up and slapped Chu Yuhan across the face. You wretched girl, you've seduced my son, causing him to be expelled from school. And now you want to run off with some man. Take this vixen home. If she can't bear me a son, I'll beat her to death. Zhang Solan commanded, pointing at Chu Yuhan, as several laborers rushed forward to seize her. No, I don't want to go with you. Help! Help! Chu Yuhan screamed in terror, struggling desperately. But the crowd merely watched. Stop your whining. You've caused my expulsion. Now you will obediently come home and marry me to atone for your sins. Zhang Yao snarled. The onlookers, unable to tolerate the scene, contemplated intervening. We're not students of Jiang University anymore, so mind your own business. Zhang Yao shouted. As Zhang Solan grew impatient with Chu Yuhan's constant screaming, she took off one of her yellowed white socks and stuffed it into Chu Yuhan's mouth, rendering her unconscious. Soon after, the group of laborers, along with Zhang Yao and Zhang Solan, forced Chu Yuhan into a van and drove away to the remote countryside. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was oblivious to the events that had just transpired, fearing that Chu Yuhan might confront him in class. He didn't dare attend and instead retreated to the library. The Jiang University Library is renowned for its extensive collection of books in Jiangnan City. On the top floor, one can find many rare old books dating back several decades or even centuries. These books are written in classical Chinese and are for reading only, not for borrowing. Chen Fan had visited once before but found the archaic texts incomprehensible. However, after binding with Jiang Yuchan, he awakened a linguistic proficiency skill and was curious to test this newfound ability. Upon entering the top floor, he was greeted by the musty aroma of ancient tomes. He discovered several handwritten ancient books on a last shelf and proceeded to a nearby desk. The top floor was usually empty, with only a few old professors from the literature department occasionally visiting for research. Today, being the weekend, the space was devoid of any visitors. Chen Fan sat down and opened one of the ancient texts. The book was worn, and the cover's writing was faded due to improper preservation. Upon opening it, he found that many of the classical Chinese grammatical structures were unfamiliar to him, but as he scanned the text, the corresponding modern meanings appeared in his mind. Wow, this is actually an early Qing dynasty sequel to Jin Ping Mei. Chen Fan gasped in astonishment. The more he read, the more shocked he became. This book was essentially an ancient version of an erotic novel, far more sensational than modern counterparts, opening up a new world for him. Goodness. These so-called ancient literary talents were truly a bunch of debauched individuals, each more perverse than the last. Chen Fan scoffed, thoroughly engrossed in his studies. After finishing that book, he perused several other hand-copied historical texts, each more shocking than the last. He learned that when Emperor Kangxi passed away, his final edict was actually a bequeathal to his pen pal, Louis XIV in Europe. Why was Huitzubing constantly at war? Because Lu Su was a male copper. Furthermore, the tale of Liu Bei visiting Zhuge Liang's thatch cottage was actually Liu Bei offering himself in exchange for Zhuge Liang's assistance. And when he tricked son Shangxiang into marriage, he claimed his second brother was invincible, which she believed until discovering that his second brother referred to Guan Yu. Having read these texts, Chen Fan felt as if his eyes would pop out from the absurdity he encountered. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a piece of white paper on the desk across from him. The paper was filled with peculiar characters that resembled both oracle bone script and the small seal script of the Qin dynasty, instantly piquing Chen Fan's interest. He set down the erotic ancient book and the historical text to examine the paper. Some of the mysterious characters had been annotated with their meanings in modern Chinese, but most remained blank. Chuckling, Chen Fan noticed that half of the annotations were incorrect, driven by a sense of perfectionism. He took out a pen and crossed out the erroneous annotations, replacing them with the correct meanings. After considering it, he decided to fill in the meanings for the remaining blank characters as well. Task completed. Time for a meal. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan stretched his neck, carelessly tossed the annotated paper aside, and headed to the cafeteria. However, shortly after Chen Fan departed, a striking woman with her hair neatly tied back and wearing frameless glasses rushed to the desk he had just occupied. Phew, I'm glad this confidential document wasn't lost. The intellectual beauty sighed in relief upon spotting the paper on the desk. Yet, when she picked it up and glanced at it, her expression changed dramatically. Chapter 22. Academician Su Nanxiang upon arriving at the cafeteria. Chen Fan promptly ordered a lavish fried rice dish priced at 15 yuan. Now, with financial concerns far behind him, he opted to enhance his meal with an extra sausage and 2 eggs. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Ruoshi calling. Chen Fan, where are you? I'm at the school cafeteria, he replied, but before he could finish, Zhao Ruoshi abruptly hung up. In less than 10 minutes, a Wuling Hongguang with a license plate ending in 5 nines parked at the entrance of the cafeteria. Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yukan, Li and Zhao Dao alighted and made their way to the second floor, where Chen Fan was seated. Is this all you're having? Just fried rice? Jiang Yuchan, having witnessed Chen Fan's extravagant spending habits, was taken aback to see him settling for a mere fried rice dish. This is no ordinary fried rice. It's a lavish one with an extra sausage and 2 eggs. Chen Fan replied, observing that several of them had yet to eat. Chen Fan ordered a few of the pricier dishes, believing that any additional expense was justified for the sake of aesthetics. At that moment, Zhao Ruoshi proudly produced a business license. Chen Fan glanced at it. Extraordinary Group Limited? What a ridiculous name. It seems like a losing venture, he mused internally. I came up with it. Isn't it quite extraordinary? Zhao Ruoshi beamed, to which Chen Fan quickly replied, Indeed, Ruoshi, it sounds quite remarkable. The construction team is already assembled, and I've prepared the materials according to the design. In the next couple of days, we'll coordinate with the school and commence work, Li Wei exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Chen Fan, stifling a yawn, remarked, Feel free to carry on. The more losses, the better. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dao, who had initially underestimated them, nodded in approval. He had thought these students were merely fooling around, but their organized approach and strong execution left him impressed. Even Zhao Ruoshi, whom he had dismissed as just a pretty face, displayed an unexpected depth in her creative designs. At that moment, he felt a strange sensation that the extraordinary group they were forming might indeed rise to prominence in Jiangnan City. As they enjoyed their meal, animatedly discussing the future of their newly established extraordinary group, Zhao Ruoshi's phone rang again. Hello, counselor. What? We need to gather in front of the College of Literature? She frowned and hung up. Heading to the College of Literature? I'll give you a ride, Zhao Dao offered. No, You all have worked hard this morning, and the food has just arrived. I'm full. I'll drive Rawashi there, Chen Fan interjected, finishing his last bite of fried rice. Picking up the keys to the Wuling Hongguang and handing Zhao Rawashi a crispy pancake before ushering her into the car. Upon arriving at the College of Literature, all students from the Chinese Studies program had already gathered in a large lecture hall. Chen Fan slipped in alongside Zhao Rawashi. On the podium stood two figures, the Dean of the College of Literature, Zhuge, and a strikingly beautiful, intellectual woman in a simple yet elegant suit, wearing rimless glasses and exuding an aura that rendered one breathless. Almost all the male students gazed at the woman on stage, captivated by her beauty, which surpassed even that of Zhao Rawashi. Is she beautiful? Zhao Rawashi, arms crossed and with a displeased expression, coldly huffed as she noticed Chen Fan's enthralled gaze. Chen Fan quickly diverted his eyes, adopting a composed demeanor. That is more like it. Zhao Rawashi wrinkled her delicate nose, feeling an inexplicable sense of jealousy at Chen Fan's distraction. At that moment, Dean Zhuge cleared his throat and began to address the audience. Dear students, I've gathered you here urgently because I have an important matter to discuss. Has anyone from the College of Literature been to the top floor of the library? Please raise your hand. After his query, the intellectual woman beside him eagerly scanned the crowd. Moments later, only one hand was raised. Upon seeing the raised hand, Dean Zhuge's eyes lit up. Oh Chen, it's indeed you. He beckoned Oh Chen to come to the stage. This is Oh Chen, one of the 4 prodigies of our College of Literature, top of the Oracle Bone Script Research Program, who was admitted to our college through exceptional merit due to a perfect essay on Oracle Bone Script during the entrance examination. He respectfully introduced to the intellectual woman. All present were taken aback by Dean Zhuge's reverence and the title he accorded her. The stunning woman was, in fact, an academician. She appeared to be no older than 30. The students below gasped in astonishment. At that moment, standing before Su Nanxiang, Oh Chen was overwhelmed, utterly captivated by her beauty, which eclipsed even Zhao Rawashi's. How beautiful! So breathtaking, Oh Chen thought, though he was aware that as one of the 4 prodigies, he lacked presence primarily because of his unremarkable looks, balding, cross-eyed, and with dark skin. Oh Chen, your exceptional admission to the college was indeed justified. I never expected you could decipher ancient texts that even academician Su could not. Dean Zhuge proudly clapped Oh Chen on the shoulder. Student, these texts are ancient, predating Oracle Bone Script and related to prehistoric civilizations. How did you manage to decipher them? Su Nanxiang gazed at Oh Chen with excitement, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. However, Oh Chen was momentarily stunned. Decipher ancient texts? Who, me? He was bewildered, as he had merely been engrossed in reading a novel on the first floor of the library and had only gone to the quiet top floor restroom. When did he decipher any texts? Yet, seeing Dean Zhuge's expectant expression and the astonished gazes from countless classmates, especially the admiring look from the beautiful academician, Oh Chen clenched his teeth and declared, Indeed, I deciphered those texts. A wave of murmurs swept through the lecture hall, as hundreds of students in the College of Literature looked at Oh Chen with newfound respect. Oh Chen, you're the pride of our College of Literature, no? Of our Jiang University, Dean Zhuge exclaimed, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Oh Chen, you are exceptional. I wish to grant you an immediate admission to graduate studies, bypassing the usual requirements, allowing you to become my prot.g. Su Nanxiang added, visibly moved. Hearing Su Nanxiang's words, Oh Chen was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly losing control. Immediate admission to graduate school, becoming a prot.g. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. He felt as if he were dreaming. Meanwhile, Zhao Rawashi looked at Oh Chen with admiration and envy. Truly, he is one of our college's 4 prodigies. He gained admission through a perfect essay on Oracle Bone Script and has now caught the eye of the esteemed academician Su, becoming her direct disciple. This is what it means to be a genius. She murmured, What nonsense! The so-called 4 prodigies of our college are all the same. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and muttered to himself. He was not particularly upset about Oh Chen impersonating him. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved. It would have been quite a predicament if a business administration student was discovered to have deciphered such advanced ancient scripts. There would be no way to explain it. If he were to be taken under academician Su's wing as a Prot G for graduate studies, he would have no time left for dating. TCH, you're just envious of Chun's talents. Zhao Ruoxi rolled her eyes and remarked, while several female students from the College of Arts cast disdainful glances at Chen Fan. At that moment, a bespectacled staff member from the logistics department burst in, holding a USB drive with palpable excitement. Dean Zhuge, the monitoring hard drive at the entrance of the library's top floor, has been repaired. Chapter 23. How could it be him? Ha ha ha. Director Li, you have worked hard, but it's no longer necessary. We have already found that person. Dean Zhuge said with a smile. Found him already? Director Li from the logistics department was taken aback. The school placed great importance on academician Su, with the principal personally overseeing the matter. Director Li had tirelessly visited over a dozen maintenance points, although he managed to restore the surveillance at the top floor entrance. This morning, apart from academician Su, only 2 others had entered the top floor library. Initially, he thought he could take credit in front of the principal, but unexpectedly, Dean Zhuge had already located the person. Indeed, the one who deciphered academician Su's ancient script is none other than our literature department's prodigy, Chun. Dean Zhuge beamed with pride as he looked at Chun. Following Dean Zhuge's gaze, Director Li nodded. He indeed recognized the bald, cross-eyed boy in the surveillance footage. Director Li, now that the video surveillance is restored, let's take a look, Dean Zhuge said, taking the hard drive from Director Li and connecting it to the computer in the lecture hall. Chun's face turned ashen, and he instinctively wanted to stop it. But upon recalling it was merely the top floor entrance's surveillance, he felt a bit more at ease. Who would know he was merely using the library restroom? The projector in the classroom immediately displayed a windowed image. At 9:10 a.m., Chun's figure appeared at the entrance of the top floor library, holding a pack of unopened tissues. Academician Su, look. It truly is our Chun from the literature department. Dean Zhuge nodded contentedly at Su Nanxiang. Su Nanxiang slightly nodded, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Moreover, what was Chun doing in the library for tissues? The video played in fast-forward. Soon, at 9:20 a.m., Chun exited the library's top floor, but at that moment, he was leaning against the wall, trembling, with only a third of the tissue pack remaining. It seemed Chun had indeed exerted considerable effort deciphering those ancient scripts. His legs were weak. Chun, make sure to eat a couple of eggs and a sausage in the cafeteria later to replenish your strength, Dean Zhuge said with concern. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who saw through everything, let out a laugh. Chen Fan, what are you making a fool of yourself for? Look at Chun. Not only is he talented, but he also neglects his health for his academic pursuits. What about you? All you do is eat, drink, and chase girls. When will you be like him? Zhao Ruoxi scolded, pinching Chen Fan's soft flesh. Like him in the library. No, thank you. Chen Fan chuckled. You infuriate me. Zhao Ruoxi's face turned crimson, and she spat. The literature department girls, filled with admiration for Chun, turned to glare at Chen Fan. Academician Su, what do you think? I haven't mistaken the person, have I? Chun took only 10 minutes to decipher those ancient scripts from the moment he entered the library. Dean Zhuge's face beamed with pride as he gazed at Chun. However, Su Nanxiang's brow furrowed, and her expression darkened. Ignoring the overly proud Dean Zhuge and Chun, she turned to Director Li. Director Li, apart from me, was there only this one person who entered the top floor library this morning? Academician Su. There was another student, Director Li said, puzzled, unsure why she was asking since they had already found Chun. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiang's eyes lit up. Quick, continue playing it for me. Though Director Li was confused, he continued to fast-forward the video. Sitting beside Zhao Ruoxi, Chen Fan suddenly widened his eyes, realizing something. Oh no, it's about to be exposed. I need to get out of here, Chen Fan exclaimed, attempting to flee, but Zhao Ruoxi caught him. Where do you think you're going? Sit still and learn from our great talent. Chun. Zhao Ruoxi pulled Chen Fan down, resting his head on her long, smooth thigh. With no choice, Chen Fan complied and lay there obediently. In the entire classroom, apart from Chen Fan and Su Nanxiang, everyone looked at her in confusion as she kept fast-forwarding the video. At 9:40 a.m., Su Nanxiang's graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the top-floor library. As the clock struck 10, a handsome young man with his hands in his pockets, whistling, appeared in the video, not exiting until 10:20 a.m. Found him. It's him. Su Nanxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she paused the video and enlarged the boy's face. This is Chen Fan? Dean Zhuge recognized him immediately, his eyes widening. Academician Su, could there be a mistake? This student may have entered the top-floor library, but he is from the Business Administration Department. He could not possibly decipher ancient scripts. Dean Zhuge exclaimed in alarm. "Oh, Chen, speak up. You were the one who deciphered Academician Su's ancient scripts." Dean Zhuge anxiously pulled the flustered Oh Chen. It was indeed me," Oh Chen said, forcing the words out. Dean Zhuge, I believe it is high time for your literature department to rectify the academic dishonesty rampant within, and as for this so-called prodigy, I find it necessary to expel him. Su Nanxiang, with her academic background, spoke bluntly. Hearing this, Dean Zhuge's face flushed with anger. Disregarding status, he defended his prized student. "Academician Su, I may not be as proficient in academia as you, but in discernment, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. I know this student better than anyone." Dean Zhuge retorted. "Oh Chen is lying." Before Su Nanxiang could respond, Director Li reacted, pointing at Oh Chen. Oh Chen left the library at 9:20 a.m., while Academician Su only arrived at 9:40. He couldn't possibly have deciphered the ancient scripts left by Academician Su. The true decipherer is the person in the video. As Director Li finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood, and the lecture hall erupted in a cacophony. "Oh Chen, you disgraceful traitor, do you have no shame? Shameless." Dean Zhuge felt his vision darken, stepping back a few paces, nearly spitting blood. First, hypocrite Zhang Yao exposed his true colors, humiliating him before the entire school. And now, another shameless impostor, Oh Chen, had utterly tarnished his reputation. "Shameless, you are bringing disgrace to our literature department. Get out." The literature department students stood up, pointing angrily at Oh Chen. Oh Chen's face turned pale, trembling all over, covering his face as he fled the scene. At that moment, Zhao Ruoxi was stunned. The face on the projector was none other than the one resting on her lap, Chen Fan. The girls who had glared at Chen Fan for Oh Chen also stood up, wide-eyed. The person in the surveillance is right here. Everyone turned their attention to Chen Fan, just in time to see him lying on Zhao Ruoxi's thigh. Chapter 24. Entwined with Su Nanxiang. Witnessing Chen Fan burying his face in her slender, jade-like legs, Zhao Ruoxi exclaimed in startled surprise. Her delicate countenance flushed crimson, resembling a ripened tomato, as she promptly pushed Chen Fan away. What's wrong?" Chen Fan, still immersed in the tender and fragrant sensation he had just experienced, was taken aback by Zhao Ruoxi's abrupt action. He noticed the envious gazes of several male students directed at him. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed through the air. Su Nanxiang, with her graceful and elongated legs, approached Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen Fan with an ardent intensity. Her gaze resembled that of a man who has been single for 3 decades, beholding a nude beauty of unparalleled allure. "Hello, I am Su Nanxiang, an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I desire for you to become my personal disciple." Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, and the surrounding students were astounded by Su Nanxiang's proposition. Is there such a thing as a personal disciple? No, I'm a direct disciple. Su Nanxiang corrected herself, wiping a trace of saliva from the corner of her mouth. Observing this, Chen Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Could this stunningly beautiful academician Su be a man-eating viper? I have no desire to become a disciple who rebels against her. Ding! Detected a girl, Su Nanxiang, with an allure rating of 91. Commencing binding. Ding! Binding successful. For every point of favorability gained from Su Nanxiang, the host will receive 50 points of health. Current favorability, 0. Ding! The host is granted the allure rebate function. Name, Su Nanxiang. Allure, 91. Allure rebate ratio, 150. Ding! The host is granted the skill Golden Gaze, capable of instantly identifying and analyzing information pertaining to objects, penetrating their interiors, repairing and mastering them, and possessing the ability to decipher formations and exorcise evil. A series of synthesized electronic sounds resonated within Chen Fan's mind. Oh, it actually worked, and it's 150. Indeed, I am destined to be a disciple who defies his master. But why is she looking at me with such fervor, and why is her favorability at 0? Chen Fan felt perplexed. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes widened. Could it be that Su Nanxiang views me as a tool? I know that some researchers are incredibly zealous, consumed by their academic pursuits, and devoid of emotional attachments. Su Nanxiang stared intently at Chen Fan, her beautiful eyes practically ablaze with passion. Seeing him standing there, unresponsive, she assumed he was hesitant to accept her offer. Recalling the sight of him burying his face in the legs of the young beauty beside him, Su Nanxiang's eyes flickered with an idea. She sat down next to Chen Fan and made a move that shocked Dean Zhuge and Director Li and filled every male present with envy. You like legs, don't you? Teacher also has long legs. Try them out and see if they're comfortable. If you become my disciple, you can rest your face on my legs every day. With these words, Su Nanxiang pulled Chen Fan closer, pressing his head against her slender and shapely legs. Chen Fan felt a wave of softness against his face, and the alluring fragrance of a mature woman filled his nostrils, making him feel as if he had consumed a flagon of fine wine, lulling him into a drowsy state. Chen Fan, you pervert! What are you doing? Zhao Ruoshi shrieked, pushing Su Nanxiang away and pulling Chen Fan behind her, glaring at Su Nanxiang with vigilance. Zhao Ruoshi, do not disrespect academician Su. Dean Zhuge roared. It's all right. You're Chen Fan's girlfriend, aren't you? You're very beautiful. I have no intention of stealing your boyfriend. I simply wish for him to become my student. Su Nanxiang said to Zhao Ruoshi. I'm not his girlfriend. Zhao Ruoshi felt that her reaction had been excessive. Chen Fan had been very kind to her, but their relationship had not reached that level. Moreover, academician Su was simply eager to take Chen Fan as her disciple, which explained her impetuousness. Chen Fan, you should accept academician Su's offer. This is a rare opportunity, Zhao Ruoshi urged. As long as you are willing to follow me, you can skip your master's degree and go straight for a doctorate. Pack your things and come back to Xiajing with me. Su Nanxiang's beautiful eyes were ablaze with anticipation, and she yearned to knock Chen Fan unconscious and carry him away in a sack. Chen Fan shuddered involuntarily. Damn, how can a lecherous person like me face such a stunning beauty like Su Nanxiang? I feel like I've turned into a little rabbit. Academician Su, I think it's best to take things one step at a time. I still want to finish my undergraduate degree before pursuing a doctorate with you. Chen Fan hastily said. Zhao Ruoshi and Jiang Yuchan's loss-making company had just been established and hadn't even started losing money yet. If he left now, he would suffer a great loss. Well, it's good to finish your undergraduate degree first. Su Nanxiang frowned slightly, then nodded. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Countless male students from the Faculty of Arts who were envious of Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I'll stay at Jiangnan University. That way, you can both complete your undergraduate studies and become my disciple. Besides, I have some matters to attend to in Jiangnan City, Su Nanxiang continued. Everyone. After the students dispersed, only Dean Zhuge and Su Nanxiang remained in the lecture hall. Academician Su, although Ochan committed the disgraceful act of impersonation, he is still a rare talent in our Faculty of Arts. I will resign from my position as Dean of the Faculty of Arts in the hopes that you will give him another chance and prevent the principal from punishing him. Dean Zhuge pleaded, appearing 10 years older. He was well aware of academician Su Nanxiang's capabilities. She was not only an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a prominent figure in archaeology, but the power behind her was even more terrifying. Now that I've found the person who can decipher my ancient texts, deal with the others as you see fit. Let me have some time to myself. Su Nanxiang waved her hand like an ice queen, and Dean Zhuge retreated, relieved. An undergraduate student from the Faculty of Business Administration can decipher ancient texts. He's simply a genius among geniuses in archaeology. Why don't I possess such talent? Su Nanxiang Kunanchet had feastightly. As someone who had displayed extraordinary talent in ancient texts since childhood and had no rivals, She now felt a strong desire to possess Chen Fan. I want to possess Chen Fan's talent. Su Nanxiang's heart burned with desire, and she licked her lips. Since I can't possess his talent, then I will possess him. Make him submit to me and belong only to me. Su Nanxiang murmured, growing more and more excited. Even she herself didn't realize that Chen Fan's talent had awakened something deep within her character. Chapter 25. The construction of the gym begins as Chen Fan strolled along the path. A sudden electronic, synthesized voice echoed in his mind. What is happening? Turning to Zhao Ruoshi beside him, he pondered whether she was astounded by his talent. What are you looking at? Zhao Ruoshi blushed slightly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. By the way, how did you decipher the ancient script of Academician Su? Zhao Ruoshi, seeking to divert the topic and express her curiosity, inquired. Well, it's a coincidence. When I was in the orphanage as a child, I happened to come across an ancient book that had annotations on those characters. Chen Fan casually fabricated an excuse. I knew it. How could someone as frivolous and lacking in scholarly pursuits as you possess such talent? Zhao Ruoshi, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of relief, as if this seemingly unlearned Chen Fan was once again within her grasp. Chen Fan chose not to retort. Instead, he escorted Zhao Ruoshi back to her dormitory before returning to his own. At 9 o'clock that evening, just as Chen Fan lay down, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, he discovered a friend request. Chen Fan, I am your master, Su Nanxiang. The profile picture depicted a woman's silhouette against the sea. Upon clicking the profile, Chen Fan was instantly captivated. A slender figure in a sea blue dress stood gracefully by the azure waters, revealing delicate ankles and exquisite feet. Though he only saw her back, her beauty was utterly enchanting. Without hesitation, Chen Fan accepted the request. Su Nanxiang was a stunning beauty with a remarkable score of 91, boasting 20 times the life force. Although it was morally questionable to become a rebellious disciple, the thrill of it was undeniably enticing. A wicked smile crept across Chen Fan's lips as he contemplated this. Unbeknownst to him, the anticipation of becoming a rebellious disciple would soon be overshadowed by impending dread. After accepting the request, a message from Su Nanxiang arrived almost instantly, as if she had been waiting on the other end. Chen Fan, you are my first disciple, and I would like to gift you something. I will send you some images. Let me know which design you prefer. With that, Su Nanxiang forwarded several pictures. Chen Fan opened them and was taken aback. The images depicted necklaces that seemed rather peculiar. What do you think? Have you chosen? Once you decide, I will have one custom-made for you in 24K gold. Su Nanxiang prompted. 24K gold. Chen Fan, initially put off by the odd appearance of the necklace, was now intrigued. After all, who would complain about an excess of wealth? Regardless of its form, it was gold. He promptly selected the largest one and sent his choice. On the other end, Su Nanxiang awaited anxiously, her heart racing. The reason for sending such a necklace was a tactic she learned from a forum, a first-stage invitation. What if Chen Fan reacted with hostility? Would he be difficult to tame in the future? However, to her astonishment, within a minute, Chen Fan sent back an image. Wonderful. I did not expect it to go so smoothly. Su Nanxiang felt elated, nearly jumping with joy. Her extensive research from the previous night had proven fruitful. She was now fervently eager to have Chen Fan. Please send me a selfie as well, she added, her voice imbued with a commanding tone. Chen Fan frowned upon hearing this request. What do you need my photo for? Your voice is pleasant, yet your tone feels somewhat off. Shaking his head, he snapped a selfie and sent it to Su Nanxiang before promptly going to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Nanxiang viewed Chen Fan's photo and smirked, opening a photo editing app to superimpose his head onto that of a corgi, setting it as her new profile picture. The following morning, Zhao Ruoshi called him. Chen Fan, wake up. Construction on the gym begins today, and we are already here. All right, I know. Chen Fan sluggishly got out of bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and had a leisurely breakfast before meandering towards the site of the former Zhang Chui battle. At that moment, in a vice principal's office shrouded in smoke, a bald man adorned with golden chains and dragon tattoos fumed. That girl Zhao Ruoshi and those students dare to undermine your authority by awarding the project to someone else? Do they think Principal Li Weigong can protect them? I will deal with them. The bald man, known as Wu Peng, spoke with arrogant delight. Li Weigong is nothing now. My nephew Zhou Hongyuan has taken over the Zhou family leadership. He has already smoothed things over with the higher-ups, and soon Li Weigong will be retired early, with me stepping into his position. From now on, Jiang University will be under my dominion. Wu Peng, the vice principal in charge of school logistics, exuded an air of triumph. The bald man, known as Long Air, was equally elated, having followed Wu Peng's lead. With their newfound power, he envisioned the prospect of controlling all projects within the school, indulging in any student he desired. But the gym is funded by Zhao Ruoxi. If we eliminate them, who will finance our endeavors? Wu Peng mused, casually puffing on a cigarette. I'll intimidate them, preventing any work from commencing. We must secure this project. Once you build it, I'll oversee its completion. We'll rake in at least 40 million from this 50 million project. 40 million. Long Air licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed as he dialed his subordinates. Hello. Gather 50 men, armed, and wait in front of Jiang University. Smash all those construction vehicles. Having issued his command, he hung up, ready to leave. By the way, that girl Zhao Ruoxi is quite appealing. Get a hotel room and bring her me. I want her money and her person. Wu Peng leered, emboldened by the anticipated appointment of his principalship. He even made a list of the school's most attractive female teachers and students. Outside the school, a dozen excavators and dump trucks were already stationed. Zhao Ruoxi and Li Wei were registering the vehicles with the security. Jiang Yuchan was coordinating the layout within the school, while Zhao Dao was still outside, transporting materials. Suddenly, a convoy of unmarked vans appeared outside the school, from which emerged 50 or so men clad in black, wielding machetes and clubs, charging toward the excavators and dump trucks. Heading straight for Zhao Ruoxi. Chapter 26. The incident smash everything. With a commanding shout from the bald-headed Long Air, over 50 black-clad thugs surged forward, wreaking havoc on the dozen or so construction vehicles and excavators. The drivers were dragged from their vehicles, their cries of agony piercing the chaos. Meanwhile, the school's security guards, witnessing the tumultuous scene outside, were paralyzed with panic, desperately trying to call for reinforcements. At that moment, Wu Peng, the vice principal, stepped out. This is an external matter. You are prohibited from intervening. Upon recognizing their supervising vice principal, the guards reluctantly set down their radios. Stop! What are you doing? Zhao Ruoxi's voice rose above the din as she confronted the frenzied attackers. Swiftly, she incapacitated several of the black-clad men. Li Wei joined the fray, relying solely on his bulk to topple a few assailants, only to be quickly surrounded by more of Long Air's minions. This girl is Zhao Ruoxi, isn't she? Quite skilled. Don't use weapons. I won't spare you if you mar her face. Long Air observed, noting Zhao's resilience despite being outnumbered. Boss, this girl is too fierce. My brothers have already been injured by her. A thug, clutching his groin in pain, reported after a brief interval. Long Air's eyes gleamed with malice as he turned his gaze toward Li Wei. Bring that fatso over here. Li Wei lay on the ground, bloodied and beaten by 7 or 8 men. Following orders, several thugs dragged the battered Li Wei before Long Air. Girl, if you don't stop now, your friend will lose his life. Long Air brandished a dagger menacingly near Li Wei. Ruoxi, don't mind me. Just run. Li Wei shouted, his face smeared with blood. Fatty, you brought this upon yourself. A cruel glint flashed in Long Air's eyes as he plunged the knife into Li Wei's thigh. Li Wei's eyes widened in agony, his bloodied visage twisting in pain, yet he clenched his lips tightly to stifle any sound, unwilling to distress Zhao Ruoxi further. Still, she could not help but witness the torment. No, stop. Zhao Ruoxi's eyes reddened at the sight of Li Wei's suffering, and she immediately ceased her resistance. Though Li Wei appeared to be a frivolous and lascivious rich heir, Zhao had grown to realize the depth of his commitment to friendship over the past few days. They had forged a bond as business partners and close friends. 2 hulking figures swiftly bound Zhao Ruoxi's hands and brought her before Long Air and Wu Huaxing. This little girl is quite feisty. After Principal Wu has had his fun, I shall teach you how to be an obedient woman. Long Air leered, waving his hand. prompting his men to tape Zhao's mouth shut and force her into a Mercedes, driving off into the distance. In the dining hall, Chen Fan was leisurely enjoying breakfast when suddenly his phone rang. Chen Fan, there's been an incident. Hurry to the west gate of the school. The weak voice of Li Wei crackled through the line. After uttering those words, the call fell silent. Chen Fan's heart jolted, an ominous premonition rising within him. The west gate was close to the dining hall, and he quickly arrived at the entrance. Not far from the gate lay several excavators and construction vehicles, reduced to wreckage. Alongside a number of drivers sprawled in pools of blood. The school gate, however, remained tightly shut, with a dozen armed security guards brandishing rubber clubs, shields, and pitchforks, preventing anyone from exiting. I demand you open the gate at once. Do you not comprehend human speech? Can't you see those people outside are injured? Principal Li Weigong, accompanied by the school doctor, directed his ire at the guards, particularly a burly captain and director, Li from logistics. Principal Li, please understand my predicament. Principal Wu just called and instructed us to lock the doors and protect the students from the violent criminal elements outside. Director Li replied with a forced smile, well aware that he had received orders from above, confirming that Li Weigong was no longer the principal, and Wu Peng had assumed the role of Jiang University's head. You. Li Weigong's face darkened, his fury rendering him speechless. What? Did you think you were still in charge? If you don't leave now, I'll have you beaten too. The security captain, a loyalist to Wu Peng, pointedly rebuked Li Weigong. Very well, but there's a student outside who is gravely injured. If we don't attend to him, he may bleed to death. I implore you, allow the school doctor to bandage him. Li Weigong, glancing at Li Wei lying in his own blood, struggled to maintain his composure, his tone softening. Implore? Is this how you beseech someone, Principal Li? Director Li smirked at him, savoring the moment. One must kneel to beg. The security captain laughed heartily. Li Weigong's expression shifted through various shades of despair, his body trembling with rage. Ultimately, he was about to bend his knee to save Li Wei outside. Just then, a pair of strong hands caught him. Turning around, he was met with a face as dark as stormy waters. Chen Fan, Principal Li, speaking to these dogs in a civilized manner, is futile. Chen Fan declared. Who the hell left their pants unzipped to reveal such a spectacle? The security captain cursed, advancing toward Chen Fan, his hand reaching for the boy's neck. He is a student of Jiang University. Do not lay a hand on him. Li Weigong exclaimed, horrified. The towering captain, a hulking figure nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, was said to be a martial artist, a man no ordinary person could approach without consequence. If he sees Chen Fan, the boy would surely suffer. Yet, Chen Fan merely chuckled coldly, seizing the captain's enormous fist with ease and applying a slight pressure with his right hand. Crack! The sharp sound echoed in the ears of Li Weigong, Director Li, and the surrounding guards. The captain's face contorted in agony as he collapsed to the ground, his right hand broken by Chen Fan's grip. Everyone was astounded, Li Weigong, Director Li, and the guards, all rendered speechless by the sight of the once mighty captain being so easily subdued by a mere student. Why are you all standing there? Attack! If anyone escapes, you will all be dismissed tomorrow. Director Li barked, rallying the guards to charge at Chen Fan. As the dozen or so guards rushed toward him, Chen Fan's combat prowess surged forth, rendering their movements painfully slow. He wove effortlessly among them, dispatching each guard with astonishing speed, leaving them sprawling on the ground, clutching their dislocated arms and howling in pain. Li Weigong and the school doctors, alongside Director Li, stood dumbfounded, witnessing a spectacle beyond belief. Is this the speed a human can attain? Li Weigong's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the horrifying scene before him. In mere seconds, all the guards had been sent flying. In truth, Chen Fan had shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, he could have easily incapacitated them in the blink of an eye. Open the gate. Chen Fan fixed his gaze on Director Li, who, terrified, nearly knelt before him, promptly unlocking the entrance. The school doctor rushed out to attend to Li Wei and the injured drivers. At that moment, a Wuling Hongguang with the license plate number 99999, accompanied by several trucks transporting building materials, arrived at the school gate. Chapter 27. Wu Peng transforms into Wu Yiye. What is going on? Where's my sister? Zhao Dao jumped out of the car, frowning at Li Wei, who was tending to his wounds. At that moment, Chen Fan approached as well. Fatty, are you all right? Should we go to the hospital first? I'm fine, don't worry about me. You two hurry and save Zhao Ruoxi. She was taken away by that group of thugs in Wu Peng. Li Wei's face was smeared with blood as he recounted the recent events to Chen Fan and Zhao Dao. Damn it, how dare they touch my sister? I will chop him up. Zhao Dao's body erupted with a chilling aura, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. He was about to leap into the car when Chen Fan swiftly pulled him back. Third brother, calm down. We still don't know their location. Chen Fan turned to Director Li, Wu Peng's lackey. Where are they now? I don't know. Director Li feina de ignoranza. But Zhao Dao was not as patient as Chen Fan. He drew a dagger and seized Director Li, slashing his face with a swift motion. Blood, I'm bleeding. Someone help. Director Li screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Damn it, speak up. If you don't, the next blade will find your throat. The cold, killing intent radiating from Zhao Dao, coupled with his emotionless gaze, left Director Li in no doubt that Zhao Dao would kill him in the next moment. I'll tell you, Principal Wu must have taken Zhao Ruoxi to the Grand Hotel that long ere opened. Director Li fell to his knees, desperate to appease Zhao Dao. Chen Fan, let us go. Zhao Dao urged. Go. Chen Fan, quickly save the girl. I'll handle things here, Li Wei said with solemnity. Despite the dismissal order already being issued, he still considered himself the principal of the school. Rest assured, Principal Chen. Wu Peng won't find it easy to take over this position. Chen Fan replied before turning to leave. Hey, kid, why aren't you getting the car? Are you planning to run there? Zhao Dao shouted. Third brother, there's no time. I really have to run. With that, Chen Fan left behind a fleeting shadow, vanishing before Zhao Dao's eyes. What the hell? What speed? Damn, could this kid be a grandmaster? Zhao Dao's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing. In all of Jiangnan City, the only true grandmaster he knew was his reclusive godfather. How could this young man possibly reach such heights? Yet, there was no time for Zhao Dao to ponder further. Chen Fan's matters could wait. The priority was to rescue Zhao Ruoxi. The Wuling Hongwang surged forward. Speeding towards the direction Chen Fan had vanished. At the Grand Hotel, in a lavish suite on the top floor, Wu Peng and Long Air leered at Zhao Ruoxi, who was bound hand and foot. Wu Ge, this girl is truly a gem. She is probably still a virgin. Long Air licked his lips. After I'm done with her, I'll let you play with her for a couple of days. Wu Peng leered. Zhao Ruoxi's eyes blazed with fury as she struggled against her restraints, emitting muffled cries from her sealed lips. Take your time training this wild mare. I'll keep watch downstairs. Long Air, thrilled to be included, closed the door behind him. As soon as Long Air left, Wu Peng eagerly began to undress. Listen carefully. Little beauty, I am now the principal of Jiang University. If you serve me well and become one of my concubines, you will enjoy many benefits in the future. But if you disobey, Wu Peng was left in nothing but his underwear when he lunged at the terrified Zhao Ruoxi. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, the door was kicked open, and Chen Fan entered with a grim expression. Zhao Ruoxi seized the moment of Wu Peng's distraction, quickly breaking free and jumping behind Chen Fan. With a slight exertion of his hands, the ropes binding Zhao Ruoxi snapped apart. Chen Fan. Tears filled Zhao Ruoxi's beautiful eyes as she clung to him like a wronged child. Zhao Ruoxi's affection 10, current affection 90, host rewarded with 100 health points. Host's current health balance 1494. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving an affection level of 90 with Zhao Ruoxi, granting an additional reward of 20 billion. Host current balance 21. 9 billion. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Wow, an extra reward of 20 billion. Not bad. All right, Ruoxi, it's okay now. Chen Fan gently patted her back. Damn it. How could Long Air let someone barge in so carelessly? Wu Peng, enraged by the interruption, glared at Chen Fan. You must be that wealthy second generation, Chen Fan? Wu Peng recognized him, having made quite an impression at Jiang University over the past month. Chen Fan surveyed the lecherous man clad only in briefs, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, that would be me. Ah, then this is easy. I am Principal Wu Peng of Jiang University, and I order you to get out. Wu Peng commanded arrogantly, pointing at Chen Fan. Ha! A beast like you dares to call yourself a principal? Chen Fan approached with a mocking smile. What do you want? I warn you. Take another step, and I will expel you and revoke your student status. Wu Peng retreated 2 steps, fear flickering across his face. Chen Fan's earlier kick had made it clear he was no ordinary opponent. Ha! Let's see if you can actually become principal first. Chen Fan advanced and delivered a flying kick, shattering several of Wu Peng's ribs. This was Chen Fan showing restraint. Otherwise, the power behind that kick could have been fatal. Wu Peng screamed, nearly losing consciousness. You dare treat me like this? I'm a principal. Unable to move, Wu Peng could only wail in agony. His gaze filled with resentment towards Chen Fan and Zhao Ruoxi. Had I not been reminded, I would have forgotten, with someone like him in charge. How many innocent students and teachers would suffer? Zhao Ruoxi's eyes flashed with indignation as she swiftly kicked Wu Peng in the groin. A scream erupted from Wu Peng, tenfold more wretched than before. Looking down, Chen Fan remarked, well, Ruoxi, that kick was truly impressive. You've turned Wu Peng into Wu Yiya. He's lost his manhood. My harem dream. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Wu Yiya fainted. At that moment, Zhao Dao and his men had just arrived at the Grand Hotel, only to find a floor strewn with moaning figures. Among them, Long Hair had been beaten to a pulp, barely recognizable. Dao Ge, this is their gang leader, Long Hair. One of Zhao Dao's subordinates pointed at the mangled figure. Is it you who kidnapped my sister? Zhao Dao coldly regarded Long Hair, knowing that Chen Fan had already gone upstairs and that Zhao Ruoxi should be safe. So he was no longer anxious. Knife, brother knife. Zhao Dao is unfamiliar with Long Hair. Yet Long Hair is well aware of the influential figure in the North District, Zhao Dao. Upon recognizing him, Zhao Dao promptly knelt down. Brother knife, I had no idea that girl was your sister. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, I would not dare. Long Hair trembled incontrôlablement. Bury him, and the rest, investigate their backgrounds. Send everyone to the Public Security Bureau. Zhao Dao coldly commanded before ascending the stairs. He never hesitated to take action against these societal scum. But the fact that Wu Peng, now the president of Jiang University, is also the maternal uncle of the new head of the Zhou family, Zhou Hehuan, presented a rather troublesome predicament for him. Chapter 28. The terrifying strength and background of Chen Fan Zhao Dao was in a dilemma regarding how to deal with Wu Peng when a sudden scream echoed from upstairs. Upon rushing in, he was met with the sight of Wu Peng, unconscious and bleeding profusely, while Zhao Ruoxi and Chen Fan wore expressions of fury. Zhao Dao thought to himself, well, there's no need to ponder anymore. It seems that Wu Peng's manhood has been quite literally kicked away. Clearing his throat, he addressed Zhao Ruoxi. Are you all right? Third brother, why did you arrive so late? If it weren't for Chen Fan's timely intervention, I would have. Zhao Ruoxi's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, her voice laden with grievance. Zhao Dao nodded solemnly, turning to Chen Fan. Brother, consider this a debt of gratitude for me. Zhao Dao. Chen Fan shook his head. There is no need for such formalities among us. Both of you should leave. I will handle things here, Zhao Dao insisted, taking a deep breath. Third brother, won't this bring you trouble? Wu Peng is no ordinary person. He is not only the principal, but also a relative of the Zhou family. Zhao Ruoxi expressed her concerns, feeling her earlier impulsiveness. It's not a problem. The owner of Fly Bar is my good brother. He is the underground boss of the Northern District. He will assist me in resolving this matter, Zhao Dao replied. Ruoxi, you go outside first. I need to speak with third brother. Chen Fan observed the troubled expression on Zhao Dao's face and urged Zhao Ruoxi to step out. Chen Fan, why aren't you leaving? This matter is beyond your capacity to intervene, Zhao Dao said, a hint of irritation in his tone. Third brother, are you worried about the Zhou family? Rest assured, if it concerns finances, just tell me the amount, and I will handle it, Chen Fan said, casually taking a seat and picking up a nearby stainless steel thermos. You don't understand. The Zhou family is not that simple. And in this world, money is not omnipotent. Zhao Dao sighed. Recently, the northern district of Jiangnan City had been planned for development, and the four prominent families were already eyeing him. With this incident, it was likely that the Zhou family and others would seize the opportunity to trouble him. Zhao Dao dismissed the ordinary henchmen of the four families. But each family had a junior master-level expert, combat strength 0-5, in their ranks. If they joined forces against him, he would be doomed. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly looked up, his eyes widening in shock. Chen Fan was effortlessly tearing apart the stainless steel thermos. That was 0.5 centimeters of steel, and yet Chen Fan peeled it away as if it were the skin of an orange. Chen Fan Yu Zhao Dao gaped in astonishment at Chen Fan's display. In my childhood at the orphanage, my headmaster was actually a hidden master. I learned martial arts from him, Chen Fan claimed, weaving a tale with ease. After all, the fire that consumed the orphanage had left only him and the old headmaster as survivors, and now the headmaster had passed away, leaving no evidence to contradict his story. Indeed, Zhao Dao nodded, his heart racing with awe. Chen Fan undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary background. A few days prior, he had searched for information on Chen Fan, but only discovered that he had grown up in an orphanage that mysteriously burned down, leaving only him and the headmaster alive. With this explanation, everything fell into place. He understood that some renowned families concealed their juvenile heirs to protect them from rival families. The orphanage must have been established to hide Chen Fan's identity, while the headmaster was his protector and mentor. As Zhao Dao contemplated this, his respect for Chen Fan deepened, and he began to worry that Zhao Ruoxi might not be worthy of him. However, if Chen Fan knew how much Zhao Dao had deduced, he would surely find it absurd. Chen Fan, what level have you reached now? Have you attained the high master level? Zhao Dao inquired cautiously. High master level? Chen Fan responded, puzzled. You see, we martial artists classify our levels based on speed and power. When one's strength and speed reach 5 times that of an ordinary person, they attain the junior master level. 6 times constitutes the intermediate master level, while 7 times signifies the high master level. Beyond that is the grand master level, which we are not yet exposed to, so there is no need to delve into it, Zhao Dao explained with a smile. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. According to Zhao Dao as description, he felt his combat strength of 1.0 might indeed correspond to the high grandmaster level he mentioned, but he decided to remain low-key and keep some cards close to his chest. Then I shall reluctantly consider myself a high master, Chen Fan replied. What? A high master? Zhao Dao sprang to his feet, incredulous as he stared at Chen Fan. Yet, recalling Chen Fan's terrifying speed at the school gate, he quickly came to terms with it. If anything arises, be it financial or in combat, I hope you will call upon me. You are Ruoxi's 3rd brother, and thus my brother as well. If you consider me an outsider, then forget I said anything, Chen Fan said earnestly, then rose to leave. Once Chen Fan departed, Zhao Dao was struck by a wave of profound emotion. Chen Fan must have known his identity. Although Zhao Dao was the boss of the northern district in Jiangnan City, he felt like an ant in comparison to someone with such a formidable background. After all, achieving the master level at such a young age implied that Chen Fan as protector was at least a grandmaster level expert, perhaps even a powerful high master beyond that of a godfather. Who would have thought that I would turn misfortune into fortune this time? I may have just climbed a great tree. Zhao Dao chuckled to himself. The Zhou family, with my high master brother-in-law Chen Fan. What do you count for? Zhao Dao felt the dark clouds that had loomed over him dissipate, and he burst into hearty laughter. Bring this unfortunate Wu Peng to the car. We are going to the Zhou family. Chapter 29. The Zhou family is worthless Zhao Dao, driving a Wuling Hongguang with a license plate of 5 nines, brought Wu Peng directly to the entrance of the Zhou family estate. With a loud thud, the van's door swung open, and Wu Peng was unceremoniously tossed out like a lifeless dog. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the security guards, who quickly surrounded Zhao Dao. Unfazed, Zhao Dao leisurely lit a cigar and remarked, I suggest you hurry and take this fellow to the hospital. Otherwise, not only will he lose his manhood, but he might also lose his life. The noise at the entrance soon drew the attention of the Zhou family, including Zhou Hongyuan, who stepped outside. What? Uncle? Zhou Hongyuan exclaimed upon seeing Wu Peng sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Hey, Zhou Xiao, You will no longer need to call him uncle. You should refer to him as Annie now. This scoundrel attempted to kidnap and humiliate a female student, and as a result, he has been rendered incapable. I thought that such a vile creature must surely be connected to your Zhou family, so I kindly delivered him to you, only to discover he is indeed your uncle. Zhao Dao grinned mockingly. Zhou Hongyuan and the steward, who had followed him out, froze in shock as they noticed the pool of blood beneath Wu Peng. Instantly, both drew in a sharp breath, instinctively protecting themselves. Zhao Dao, do you comprehend the consequences of provoking the Zhou family? Even if you possess some influence in the North District, you are merely a larger-than-average ant in our presence, Zhou Hongyuan said coldly. I indeed challenge your Zhou family. You are nothing. Zhao Dao spat vehemently, projecting a thick phlegm directly onto Zhou Hongyuan's Versace suit before driving away with a flourish. Zhao Dao, I will kill you. Zhou Hongyuan roared in fury. Master, do not act impulsively. Your father and the family elders are currently in seclusion. The most crucial matter for you now is to secure the development rights for 2 financial commercial centers in the North District at the auction next week. Steward's son cautioned in a low voice. I know, but I cannot swallow this humiliation. It was bad enough being insulted by a student named Chen Fan a few days ago. Now this Zhao Dao dares to provoke me. Zhou Hongyuan slammed his fist against the gate. Endure for 1 more month. Once your father and the elders have absorbed those treasures, your father will attain the rank of a high-level master, and the elders will even rise to the initial level of a grandmaster. At that point, crushing Zhao Dao and that Chen Fan will be as easy as squashing an ant, and we will be able to unify Jiangnan City, forcing the other 3 prominent families to bow down before us. Steward's son urged gently. I understand, Steward Sunday. I, Zhou Hongyuan, am not one to disregard the greater good. Let them revel for a couple of days. I will personally ensure Zhao Dao, and that Chen Fan pays dearly, Zhou Hongyuan declared with a venomous glare. And what about your uncle? Steward's son inquired, glancing at Wu Peng, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Get him to the hospital immediately. Even if he has only 1 breath left, he must remain as principal. After all, the new Jiang University campus plan for the North District will eventually transform into a high-end villa area, generating profits of at least hundreds of billions. Chen Fan accompanied Zhao Ruoxi to the hospital to visit the chubby Li Wei, who was already there. Fatty, you're not seriously injured, are you? Chen Fan asked, carrying several boxes of supplements as he entered. What can happen to me? It was like being pinched by an ant. You should have seen how I single-handedly took on 20 opponents. Li Wei boasted, attempting to sit up to brag, but grimaced in pain, causing the flesh on his face to tremble. Sit down, don't move. Chen Fan quickly pressed him back down, then recounted the events of rescuing Zhao Ruoxi. Well done. Scum like Wu Peng deserves to be made a eunuch. Otherwise, who knows how many teachers and female students he would torment. But how could Principal Li, who performed so admirably, be replaced by that beast Wu Peng? Li Wei responde indignantly. This matter is likely related to the Zhou family. The North District is being developed as the new area of Jiangnan City, which includes the new campus of Jiang University. It seems the Zhou family has recognized the commercial value of the new campus and has used their connections to elevate Wu Peng to the position of principal. Once they have control, they will gradually encroach upon it. I estimate the profits could reach hundreds of billions. Zhao Yuchan analyzed, adjusting her exquisitely framed glasses. Everyone nodded in agreement. The classification of the North District as the new area of Jiangnan City was no longer secret. Almost all the business magnates in Jiangnan were strategizing to claim a piece of the billion-dollar project. Although they wished to enter the North District, the extraordinary group they had just established was merely a fledgling company, and if they ventured there, they would be devoured by those titans of capital. However, their reluctance to venture forth did not apply to everyone. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. The new area is filled with capital giants. Doesn't that mean they will incur massive losses? This is a golden opportunity that one wouldn't find even with a lantern. I have made up my mind. Our extraordinary group will enter the North District, Chen Fan declared. Enter the North District. Both Li Wei and Zhao Yuchan were taken aback, while Zhao Ruoxi appeared thrilled. Chen Fan, do not act rashly. The North District is not a place for newly established companies like ours to meddle in. There, hundreds of billions of assets are merely the entry fee. Zhao Yuchan quickly cautioned. If you truly wish to go to the North District, I can speak to my father and have him take us along for some small projects. It's not impossible, Li Wei suggested hastily, knowing his father, Li Daxiong, had assets reaching hundreds of billions and had recently entered the North District. However, even he only trailed behind those prominent families, drinking from the overflow. No need. Have you all forgotten that I am actually a super-rich second generation? Chen Fan chuckled. Chen Fan, this is not a matter of 1 or 2 billion. It's a business that easily involves hundreds of billions. Even if your family is substantial, it cannot provide that much capital for you to test the waters. Even my father has to partner with others to enter. Li Wei cautioned earnestly. Despite his usual unreliability, he was very cautious when it came to such significant ventures. Chen Fan remained silent, merely lowering his head to transfer money. Ding dong, ding dong. The message notification sounds from Zhao Ruoxi and Zhao Yuchan's phones chimed almost simultaneously. Curious, they opened their phones. Moments later, Zhao Yuchan let out a scream and jumped up, her face pale with shock as she looked at Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruoxi reacted more slowly, counting the long string of zeros. 100 billion. Chen Fan, you actually transfer me 100 billion. Zhao Yuchan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Chen Fan, unable to comprehend the enormity of the sum. He was aware of the formidable power behind Chen Fan's family, but never imagined it to be this immense. At that moment, Zhao Ruoxi finally counted the zeros and leaped up in excitement. Chen Fan transferred me 100 billion too. Chipta 37, su nanenge stili shanding. Jiang Yuchan's affection 30. Current affection 80. Reward 300 life points. Current life point balance 1793. A synthesized chime resonated within Chen Fan's mind. He lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Yuchan's, whose beautiful eyes were ablaze with ardent admiration. Based on his prior experience with Su Yuan, Chen Fan surmised that an affection level of 80 signified Jiang Yuchan was now susceptible to his advances. His gaze swept over her slender, alabaster legs, her fair complexion, her generous décolletage, and her curvaceous posterior, not to mention her captivating, innocent yet seductive face. A surge of desire coursed through him. Jiang Yuchan, noticing the fervent look in Chen Fan's eyes, blushed and lowered her head demurely. Zhao Ruoxi, having observed Jiang Yuchan's expressions, perceived the underlying dynamic despite her naivete. She tightened her grip on Chen Fan's arm, pressing her body against his, and cast a defiant glance at Jiang Yuchan. Oblivious to any sisterly camaraderie, Jiang Yuchan mirrored Zhao Ruoxi's actions, clinging to Chen Fan's other arm. Ahem, I've transferred the funds. Discuss how to penetrate the Northern District. Don't fret about finances, be audacious. Chen Fan, engulfed by the two women, felt a conflagration of desire ignite within him. Aware that he could not remain in this situation without succumbing to the allure of their embrace, he hastily excused himself, leaving behind a stunned and envious Li Wei, and the two increasingly antagonistic women. Upon descending the stairs, Chen Fan promptly dialed Su Yuan's number. 10 minutes later, a pristine white Porsche 718 screeched to a halt in front of the hospital. Su Yuan, clad in a lilac, figure-hugging dress and sheer gray stockings, leaped out of the car and into Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan, darling, you finally remembered me, she exclaimed, sensing the embrace of a woman whose physique rivaled that of Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan. Chen Fan's eyes reflected a peculiar light. Detecting this, Su Yuan initially appeared taken aback, but then a subtle smile graced her lips as she guided Chen Fan into the vehicle. As Chen Fan took the wheel, Su Yuan remained enterprising throughout the drive. Upon arriving at her apartment, she proceeded to demonstrate a newly acquired repertoire of skills and various yoga contortions, leaving Chen Fan utterly mesmerized. After indulging in a cigarette, Chen Fan transferred 100 million to Su Yuan. Such an obedient and diligent girl deserved a reward. With the transaction complete, his account balance dwindled to 18 billion. as the funds he had allocated to Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan remained unspent, thus precluding any rebate. The same principle applied to Su Yuanyuan's situation. Ding! Su Yuanyuan's phone emitted a notification. Perhaps the recent performance had been too taxing, as she lay languidly on the bed, barely possessing the strength to reach for her phone. Upon seeing the transfer notification, a figure 1 followed by a string of zeros, she exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Fan, darling, I haven't even spent the money you gave me last time. Why have you transferred another $1,000,000? However, she quickly sensed something amiss. Why were there so many zeros after the 1? Could it be that I'm lightheaded from overexertion? She wondered. She shook her head and began counting the zeros one by one. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Hundreds of millions. 100 million. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, darling, you've actually transferred 100 million to me. Is all this money for me? Am I dreaming? She stammered, covering her mouth with her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. She then slapped herself forcefully. Of course it's for you. Spend it as you please. I'll transfer more if you need it. Enroll in more classes. Don't be afraid to spend money. You need to refine your skills in yoga and other areas. Don't neglect foreign languages like Japanese and English, Chen Fan said, patting her head reassuringly. Chen Fan, darling, rest assured I will study diligently. The next time you see me, you'll be amazed by the transformation, she replied, nodding enthusiastically. Commendable, Chen Fan said with a satisfied nod. At that moment, Chen Fan's phone began to ring. Hello, Chen Fan. I've inquired about the matter you entrusted to me. The Zhou family from Jiangnan City used connections in the provincial government to have Wu Peng appointed as the president of Jiang University, said Su Nanxiang's voice on the other end of the line. Then, teacher, is there a solution to this? If that scoundrel Wu Peng becomes the president, the entire university will be embroiled in chaos. If money is needed to grease the wheels, I can provide it, Chen Fan said, frowning. He knew that matters involving the industry were often challenging to resolve. There's no need for money. I can have someone from the capital make a call. However, I have a condition. Come to my place and help me decipher the remaining ancient text from last time. Su Nanxiang proposed. Chen Fan, possessing mastery of all languages, considered deciphering the texts a simple task. Without hesitation, he agreed and drove to the location provided by Su Nanxiang in Su Yuanyuan's car. Inside a luxurious villa in Jiangnan City, which served as Su Nanxiang's designated residence provided by Jiang University, Su Nanxiang hung up the phone, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Her heart fluttered with anticipation. Approximately 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Su Nanxiang rushed to answer it. Su, teacher? Chen Fan stammered, his eyes widening at Su Nanxiang's attire. She was dressed in a white blouse, an A-line miniskirt, black stockings, and red-soled high heels, her hair elegantly coiffed. Chen Fan, come in quickly, she urged, peering outside to ensure no one was present before sighing in relief and immediately locking the door. Here, put on this necklace. You chose it yourself, didn't you? Before Chen Fan could react, Su Nanxiang produced a pure gold necklace, the very one he had selected online. What the heck is going on? Chen Fan thought to himself, utterly perplexed. Splendid. Truly beautiful, my precious disciple. From now on, you belong to me. Su Nanxiang exclaimed, patting Chen Fan's head affectionately. Oh yes, change into these clothes as well, she added, gesturing toward the garments on the sofa. Chen Fan was utterly dumbfounded. He had not expected Su Nanxiang, such an intellectual and beautiful woman, to engage in such flamboyant activities. But I'm a normal person, he thought. Chen Fan, surely you don't want Wu Peng to become the president, do you? Think of your little girlfriend then, Su Nanxiang said, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she noticed Chen Fan's hesitation. With deliberate steps, Su Nanxiang approached Chen Fan. Chapter 31. The Azure Hills, Qi practitioner's blessed grotto indeed. That's the spirit. Su Nanxiang, her eyes sparkling with adoration as she beheld Chen Fan's transformation. Imagine the attire as you will. Embraced him and bestowed a kiss. Ding. O Su Nanxiang's avec chantridisit. Current affection. 30. Reward a host. 1,500 life points. Host current life point balance. 3293. An electronic synthesized voice resonated within Chen Fan's mind. Heavens! A mere change of attire yields 30 affection points? Does Su Nanxiang possess such a profound ace attribute? Chen Fan, initially stunned, was then overcome with elation. An increase of 1,500 days of life made even being her simp worthwhile. Furthermore, a highly intellectual and beautiful woman like Su Nanxiang could have countless men vying for Chen Fan's position with a mere beckoning gesture. So be it, simping it is. I possess the expertise. Gazing upon Su Nanxiang's silk-stockinged jade legs, Chen Fan lunged forward to massage her legs. Master, henceforth, I am your cherished disciple. You must cherish me well. Su Nanxiang's beautiful eyes widened abruptly, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Every word uttered by Chen Fan stimulated her every nerve cell. At that moment, Su Nanxiang's heart raced, her brain flooded with dopamine. Ding! Osonanyanges avekshan 30. Current affection, 60. Reward to host, 1,500 life points. Host current life point balance, 4,793. Another 1,500 days of life gained. Chen Fan was ecstatic. Su Nanxiang alone surpassed all other bonded subjects. Chen Fan contemplated stoking the flames further, hoping to elevate her affection to 80, thus enabling him to become a rebellious disciple. Shortly, Chen Fan observed Su Nanxiang, her face flushed with embarrassment. Retreating to the restroom upon her return, she had changed her stockings. Beloved disciple, there remains another task for you. The ancient script you deciphered previously was only partially completed. I must trouble you to decode the remaining portion. With those words, Su Nanxiang rose and retrieved 2 pieces of brocade of unknown material from the room. The brocade was tattered, and only half of the ancient script was discernible. These 2 pieces of brocade were obtained at great expense from an imperial tomb. Less than half of the characters are legible, totaling only 100. Despite this, I have dedicated years to studying them and have only deciphered a few characters. Yet, you deciphered half in under 10 minutes. Effort pales in comparison to talent. Su Nanxiang shook her head with a wry smile, her gaze towards Chen Fan filled with envy. However, after a moment, Su Nanxiang smiled again. Nevertheless, I am now your master, and your talent, including your entire being, belongs to me. Su Nanxiang gazed at Chen Fan with fervent eyes. These are merely 2 scraps of cloth. What is there to study? Chen Fan remarked, taking the 2 tattered brocade books and examining them with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, as his hands touched the tattered brocade book, Chen Fan's pupils turned golden. Immediately, an arcane golden rune emanated from his eyes, then submerged into the tattered brocade book. The damaged areas of the brocade book gradually and automatically repaired themselves. You possess the legendary golden eye divine power. Seeing this, Su Nanxiang was utterly astonished. Her beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at Chen Fan. Oh, you know about the golden eye? This time, it was Chen Fan's turn to be surprised. He had not expected Su Nanxiang to recognize this divine power. Yes, I once encountered it in an ancient tomb. The records of a senior archaeologist mentioned the golden eye's divine power. Legend has it that individuals with the golden eye physique are exceptionally rare, perhaps only one in 1,000 years. They can see through illusions, perceive objects, and even restore all damaged treasures. Su Nanxiang's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Fan wore a peculiar expression. He was not blessed with a natural golden eye. It was merely an additional reward from the system he was bound to. Of course, Chen Fan would never reveal this. Chen Fan, you must never reveal your golden eye ability to others, or you will be imprisoned and treated as a tool for the rest of your life, never to see the light of day. Su Nanxiang's beautiful eyes flickered, her tone laced with intimidation. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure invites disaster. He had only inadvertently activated the golden eye in Su Nanxiang's presence. He would be more mindful of the occasion in the future. Seeing Chen Fan's agreement, Su Nanxiang secretly rejoiced. She had just told a lie. In reality, if others learned of Chen Fan's golden eye physique, it would cause a sensation throughout all of China. Countless families would fight tooth and nail for Chen Fan, treating him as an honored guest. The women within those families would line up, vying to inherit this legendary golden eye bloodline. Thus, In order to possess Chen Fan exclusively, Su Nanxiang had employed a clever ruse, deliberately stating such things. Let's put these aside for now. Now that the ancient script on the photographs has been restored, let's decipher these words first, Chen Fan said, and began to decipher the script. 5 minutes later, Chen Fan had translated both the upper and lower portions of the restored ancient script. Azure Hills, Qi Practitioner's Blessed Grotto? Chen Fan muttered, stunned by the first line. Qi Practitioner? Is this about immortal cultivation? Su Nanxiang's expression was even more moved. It's actually a blessed grotto left behind by an ancient Qi practitioner. Perhaps there's even his legacy inside. Master, it's the 21st century. How can you, as an academician of the Research Institute, still be so superstitious? Do you think this is a Xinshan novel with immortal cultivation and all? Chen Fan rolled his eyes, speechless. Beloved disciple, you don't understand. You'll gradually understand as you follow me. This world is vastly different from what you imagine. Although the existence of immortals is yet to be verified, Qi practitioners who cultivate are indeed real. The most powerful Qi practitioners can fly through the skies, move mountains, and fill seas. The families at the apex of China's power have become powerful because they have obtained some legacies from ancient Qi practitioners. Su Nanxiang said solemnly. Chen Fan curled his lip, remaining silent. What Su Nanxiang described was ancient mythology. In any case, he was a staunch materialist. However, Su Nanxiang became increasingly excited. She then retrieved a map of Jiangnan City. Chen Fan, you're a local of Jiangnan City, right? I've already located the Azure Hills Qi Practitioner's Blessed Grotto. I didn't expect it to be in Jiangnan City. Can you show me where this is? After calculating the coordinates marked on the ancient text, Su Nanxiang drew a circle on a location in the northern district of Jiangnan City on the map. This place's Chen Fan was immediately stunned when he saw the location on the map. Are you sure this is the blessed grotto of that Qi practitioner? Chen Fan asked with a peculiar expression. Yes, I'm certain it's here. The coordinates inside are located using Ziwei Do Shu. There's absolutely no mistake. Su Nanxiang said affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression became even stranger. There was no other reason. He was far too familiar with this place. Isn't this the Azure Hills Orphanage where I grew up? Chapter 32. A midnight visit to Qingshan Orphanage. What's the matter? Are you familiar with this place? Suzaku asked Chen Fan, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Familiar doesn't even begin to describe it. This is where I grew up. Qingshan Orphanage. Chen Fan replied with a wry smile. You grew up here? Suzaku mused, nodding thoughtfully. That explains everything. It further confirms that this is a land of extraordinary people and a geomantic treasure, which is why someone as exceptionally gifted as you, with a golden gaze, emerged from here. A land of extraordinary people? Had Chen Fan not possessed the system, he might have been swayed. It was merely a desolate, unwanted mountain. However, the architecture within did possess an antique quality, albeit reduced to ashes by the conflagration. Shaking his head, he relented. All right, believe what you will. Yet, Suzaku's words stirred something within Chen Fan, prompting him to recall the eerie events of the night 10 years prior, when the orphanage was engulfed in flames. It was a night cloaked in shadow, punctuated by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Never had Chen Fan witnessed such violent and terrifying lightning, as if it sought to obliterate the entirety of Qingshan. However, even amidst this tempestuous fury, all the children of the orphanage slumbered soundly, seemingly unaffected. Upon awakening, Chen Fan found himself on the back mountain, and when he raced back to the orphanage, he was met with nothing but a sea of fire. All the children of the orphanage perished, and the director vanished. A week later, the director returned, covered in blood. According to the old director, he had encountered wild beasts in the mountains. From that moment onward, the old director's health deteriorated, ultimately leading to his passing the previous year. He bequeathed Chen Fan a 2 million yuan inheritance and instructed him to never return to Qingshan Orphanage. My dear disciple, perhaps we should venture to Qingshan Orphanage now, Suzaku exclaimed with excitement. She was overjoyed. Not only had she gained a disciple with the golden gaze, but she had also discovered the ancient Qi cultivator's ruins on the ancient brocade. Furthermore, this place was Chen Fan's childhood orphanage, a series of coincidences that felt almost uncanny. Suzaku of the Xia capital, If I, Suzaku, obtain the methods of those chi cultivators, the day I achieve mastery shall be the day of your Suzaku family's demise. Suzaku clenched her fists, her beautiful, intellectual eyes flashing with a chilling intent as she recalled her mother's tragic fate. Well, a trip to Qingshan orphanage wouldn't hurt. It's not far anyway, and I need to go there too. Chen Fan nodded. He remembered that the director had instructed him, before his death, to visit his old room at the orphanage when he had the time, as there were some things left for him. However, ever since he became a devoted admirer of Chu Yuhan, he had forgotten the matter entirely. Suzaku assented and proceeded to her chamber to change into mountaineering attire. Suzaku possessed an exquisite figure, and the form-fitting outdoor attire accentuated her perfect curves, providing a feast for Chen Fan's eyes and igniting his imagination. Thus, Chen Fan chauffeured Suzaku towards Qingshan Orphanage. Given the late hour and the remote location of Qingshan, the roads were deserted, allowing them to reach the base of the mountain in under half an hour. Chen Fan opened the sunroof. Let me observe the terrain here. Suzaku secured her hair into a high ponytail, and her delicate nose was adorned with amber-tinted goggles. Her fair jawline and slender neck formed a breathtaking profile, causing Chen Fan to swallow hard. With the sunroof open, Suzaku consulted her compass, meticulously calculating and observing the directions. The more she calculated, the more astonished she became. Qingshan was not a particularly tall mountain, and its geomantic position indicated that it was merely a spur of the crouching Dragon Mountain. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that the area subtly aligned with celestial patterns, exuding an implicit sense of ascension. Truly a blessed land that has captured the essence of nature. Suzaku continued to marvel. Chen Fan parked the car beside the orphanage, now a desolate ruin with only the main gate remaining. He retrieved an antique key from his pocket and unlocked the iron gate. You still have the key? Suzaku inquired with surprise. Yes, before the old director passed away. In addition to leaving me an inheritance, he also bequeathed me this Qingshan orphanage as a memento. Chen Fan said with a touch of melancholy. A sudden wave of longing for the director, who had treated him like his own grandson. Earlier on the journey, Chen Fan had recounted his experiences at Qingshan Orphanage. Witnessing Chen Fan's emotional state, Suzaku felt a pang of sympathy. With a look of affection, she stepped forward and embraced Chen Fan, pressing him against her soft bosom. My dear disciple, all that is in the past. Master, perhaps we should go inside first. Chen Fan disentangled himself, unwilling to engage in any inappropriate behavior in such a solemn place, as it would be disrespectful to the old director and the deceased children. Upon entering the orphanage, they were met with charred remains, with little left intact. Strange, there's nothing here? Suzaku said with a hint of disappointment after a thorough search. Chen Fan grinned. It would be strange if there were anything left after such a fire. Let's go to my director's office first. He left some things for me there, Chen Fan suggested. Wasn't the orphanage destroyed by the fire? Suzaku asked, puzzled. The orphanage was indeed burned, but my director's office is located in a cave and was unaffected, Chen Fan explained. The mention of a cave sparked Suzaku's interest, and she promptly followed Chen Fan to the back mountain. The cave entrance was concealed by overgrown vines, and Chen Fan exerted considerable effort to clear it. The cave was small, carved into the mountainside. The director used it as his office and living quarters and forbade the other children from approaching it. Chen Fan was the exception, often playing there. Seeing the cave's interior largely unchanged filled Chen Fan with nostalgia. However, the desk and bookshelves were covered in a thick layer of dust. On top of the desk sat a large red wooden box. Chen Fan opened it to find it filled with his childhood clothes and his favorite rattle. A wave of emotion washed over Chen Fan, and he berated himself for his callousness. He had failed to cherish those closest to him. To him, the old director, Zhang Chufeng, was even more akin to his own grandfather. Yet, during the years when Zhang Chufeng was ailing, he had been preoccupied with pursuing Chu Yuhan. Chen Fan, you're a disgrace. Chen Fan slapped himself hard. Just then, Suzaku, who had been examining the cave's furnishings, inadvertently shifted a bookshelf. Rumbling sounds echoed from behind them. The stone wall behind them had parted, revealing a passage just tall enough for a person to enter. What's this? Chen Fan and Suzaku exchanged glances. both registering the astonishment in each other's eyes. My dear disciple, I suddenly have the feeling that your director was no ordinary man. A secret passage hidden within a small stone chamber. Perhaps it leads to the blessed abode of the Qingshan Qi cultivators. Suzaku exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Over the years, even until his death, the director had never mentioned this passage. This suggested that it might not contain treasures and could instead harbor danger. However, driven by curiosity and the lingering questions surrounding the fire and the Zhang Chufeng's strange hand injury, he and Suzaku ventured into the passage together. The passage was long and shrouded in an oppressive darkness. When Su Nanxiang activated the searchlight atop his head, the surrounding scene sent chills down the spines of both individuals. The corridor was littered with the skeletal remains of animals and humans alike. Some bones even glimmered faintly, reminiscent of precious jade, suggesting that their former owners were no ordinary beings. As they ventured deeper, the passage widened, and the accumulation of remains grew more pronounced. Among the latter, certain bones radiated a subtle golden glow, hinting at their exceptional past. Ultimately, before them stood a magnificently crafted ancient temple made of bronze. This entire edifice was ensconced in a vast golden web, reminiscent of spider silk, adorned with pulsating, enigmatic runes. Chapter 33. The inheritance of ancient Qi refiners. These are formation patterns. Upon seeing the dense array of golden runes, Su Nanxiang gasped in astonishment. Formation patterns? What on earth are they? They resemble a spider's web, shimmering and glistening. Chen Fan, intrigued, reached out to touch them. Do not move recklessly, Su Nanxiang exclaimed, trying to pull Chen Fan back, but it was too late. A powerful suction enveloped them, drawing both Chen Fan and Su Nanxiang into the patterns. Buzz. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves surrounded by countless identical paths, each leading to the same scene. I can't believe we've stumbled upon the cave abode of a formidable Qi refiner capable of setting up such formations, Su Nanxiang said, her heart still racing. This formation sounds impressive, yet it seems devoid of lethal power, Chen Fan remarked. This is an illusion formation. While it cannot kill us outright, it could trap us indefinitely. Those white bones outside are likely the remains of those who perished here. Su Nanxiang rolled her eyes. Alas, I acted impulsively this time and have implicated my precious disciple, she continued, glancing at Chen Fan. Do you have any wishes, even if? Are you serious, master? Chen Fan rose to his feet. Yes. Su Nanxiang nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed, not wanting her beloved disciple to die with regrets. 2 days later, Chen Fan donned his attire. My dear disciple, you are truly extraordinary. Even if I were to perish now, I would have no regrets, Su Nanxiang said shyly. How could that be with me around? I will lead you to this ancient Qi refiner's inheritance, Chen Fan declared, slapping Su Nanxiang's smooth back and wrapping his arm around her waist. His golden eyes gleamed, and rays of golden light shot forth, causing the surrounding illusions to dissipate until only a single path leading to a bronze ancient temple remained. Upon seeing the path at their feet, Su Nanxiang's beautiful eyes widened in realization. How could she have forgotten that her disciple possessed the ability to pierce through all illusions with his golden eyes? However, perhaps it was fortunate she had forgotten. Otherwise, she would not have known the extent of her disciple's power. Soon, they arrived at the bronze ancient temple, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, exuding an air of timelessness as if it were alive. Entering the grand hall, they found only a solitary white jade platform, upon which sat a skeleton radiating golden light. We found it. The remains of this ancient Qi refiner are still here. The inheritance must also remain. Su Nanxiang exclaimed, her body trembling with excitement. Chen Fan scanned the golden skeleton with his golden eyes, instantly receiving information about it in his mind. Identity: skeleton of Qi refiner Qingshan from 600 years ago. Level: great being. Master: what level is a great being? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. A great being represents an ancient realm of Qi refinement. According to unearthed ancient texts, the realms of Qi refinement are initially divided into innate and acquired. Innate refers to the level achievable solely through natural talent without practicing any qi techniques, categorized as martial master, master, and grandmaster. Acquired pertains to the levels achievable through ancient qi techniques. Qi perception, qi condensation, qi lake, qi sea, and great being. So many realms. Chen Fan was genuinely astonished. According to Zhao Dao's previous assessment, his combat power should have reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster, and he believed himself invincible. Little did he know he was merely a novice. It seemed he needed to adopt a more modest demeanor moving forward. Chen Fan, there seems to be something on that white jade platform. Su Nanxiang suddenly exclaimed with delight. As they approached the platform, they discovered a scroll and a rectangular piece of golden metal resembling a brick. Upon nearing the white jade platform, they felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if a subtle aura was penetrating their bodies. This white jade platform is a treasure, Chen Fan remarked. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, this is a spirit stone, formed from condensed spiritual energy, which also sustains the power of this formation. However, judging by its state, it seems there is not much left. It may only last a few more months. Chen Fan nodded and picked up the ancient scroll, which was filled with intricate ancient characters and various postures for channeling qi into the body. He meticulously translated it into modern language before handing it to Su Nanxiang. Wonderful. I have obtained the qi technique of a great being. All my years of relentless study of ancient texts have led to this day, Su Nanxiang said. Her heart moved as she treasured the scroll. My beloved disciple, all of this is thanks to you. Su Nanxiang gazed at Chen Fan with a dazed expression. Chen Fan stood once more. 2 hours later, after donning his clothes, Su Nanxiang said, Chen Fan, are you truly not going to cultivate here? Ancient texts record that dual cultivation between men and women accelerates progress significantly. Moreover, this spirit stone is a rare treasure paired with this great being qi technique. We might swiftly reach the acquired realm. As she spoke, Su Nanxiang's attire barely concealed her, revealing her long, graceful legs, her complexion flushed, and her eyes alluring as if she were a beguiling enchantress. Chen Fan shook his head in refusal, setting aside the reliability of this qi technique. I possess a system that allows me to convert life force into combat power at will. Rather than laboriously cultivating, I could simply charm a few more maidens to boost my combat prowess. Ultimately, they agreed that Su Nanxiang would remain to cultivate the Qingshan qi technique using the spirit stone, emerging only once its spiritual energy was depleted. Chen Fan, on the other hand, took the rectangular piece of golden, unknown metal and exited the formation. This piece of metal, heavier than gold, was likely a type of celestial iron. And since it was found alongside the Qingshan qi technique scroll, its value was assuredly not lesser. Chen Fan, finding it convenient, tucked it into his pocket as a weapon. Upon exiting the illusion formation, Chen Fan returned directly to the office of Dean Zhang Chufeng. He searched through every nook and cranny but found nothing. The injuries the old man sustained years ago and the fire at the orphanage were undoubtedly not mere coincidences, though Chen Fan uncovered no evidence. The hidden abode of the ancient qi refiner behind the office suggested that something was amiss in those events, likely connected to this qi refiner's inheritance. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had yet to uncover any relevant leads. For now, he decided to return to school and enjoy some sausage and scrambled eggs. After these few days, he felt utterly. Chapter 34. It is a privilege to be desired by you, grandfather. I've already told you, I have a boyfriend. There is no possibility between me and that Lin Xiao. Jiang Yuchan exclaimed loudly to the elderly man with white hair seated in the grand chair within a villa in Jiangnan City. Slap. A middle-aged man beside the elder stepped forward and struck Jiang Yuchan across the face. Jiang Feng, what are you doing? How dare you hit my Yuchan? Ever since your brother passed away, you've been bullying us orphans. A woman in her 40s, still possessing an air of elegance, rushed forward, embracing Jiang Yuchan while angrily scolding the middle-aged man. Li Yakin, this is a matter of the Jiang family, and it is not your place to meddle. You shameless woman, speak another word, and I will ensure that grandfather takes away your Porsche dealership. Jiang Yuchan's uncle had yet to speak, but a young man beside him, with a casual demeanor, pointed at Li Yakin and berated her. Jiang Chun, I am your aunt. How can you speak to me like this? Besides, that dealership was left to us by Yuchan's father, upon hearing that they might lose the dealership that Jiang Yuchan and she relied on for sustenance. Li Yakin's heart filled with dread. What do you mean yours? Grandfather hasn't divided the family assets yet. Everything in the Jiang family belongs to him. Jiang Chun sneered. And you, Jiang Yuchan, do not overestimate yourself. The Lin family is a billionaire clan. If Lin Xiao is interested in you, consider it your fortune. Jiang Chun turned his attention back to Jiang Yuchan. What is a billionaire's fortune? My boyfriend transferred me 100 billion. Jiang Yuchan retorted. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Transferred you 100 billion? Jiang Yuchan, apart from your looks, what else do you have to offer? Jiang Chun laughed, so hard he nearly fell to the floor. And Jiang Yuchan's uncle merely scoffed, as everyone assumed Jiang Yuchan was merely jesting. Yuchan, Lin Xiao is young and accomplished, and his family background is formidable. They will also participate in the construction of Jiangnan New District. If you become involved with him, our Jiang family will ride on the coattails of the Lin family, multiplying our assets. Finally, the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Huayan, spoke up. Father, you know what kind of person Lin Xiao is. He indulges in all vices. I implore you, for the sake of your deceased son, spare Yuchan. Li Yakin cried. Hey, Li Yakin, I forgot to mention that Lin Xiao is not only interested in your daughter, but he also finds you quite appealing. He wants both of you to serve him. You shameless man. Li Yakin's face flushed red. Mother, let's go. We don't want the dealership anymore. From now on, we sever ties with the Jiang family. Jiang Yuchan, filled with indignation, pulled Li Yakin and attempted to leave. At that moment, two burly men in black blocked their path. Yuchan, our Jiang family has not mistreated you and your mother. We have supported you for so long. Now it is time for you both to contribute to the Jiang family. Jiang Huayuan said, clapping his hands. The two men promptly restrained Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Let us take them to Flybar. We must not keep Lin Xiao waiting. With that, Jiang Huayuan led Jiang Feng and Jiang Chun to escort the two women into a luxury Mercedes. Initially, Jiang Yuchan struggled fiercely, but upon learning their destination was Flybar, she calmed down. After all, Chen Fan had once secured an emperor membership for her there, and the senior manager, Bai Hong, recognized her. Grandfather, you have never been to Flybar, have you? It is the hottest nightclub in Jiangnan City. Jiang Chun said enviously. As long as you young ones enjoy yourselves, I primarily wish to discuss matters with Jiang Xiao, hoping to obtain an entry ticket for the upcoming land auction in the Northern District. Father, that one be easy. I've heard that only those with over 1 billion in verified assets are eligible for a ticket. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, deeming his father's ambitions unrealistic. That will depend on Yuchan and Yakin. If we can enter the auction, we will meet many influential figures. Jiang Huayuan said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Yuchan possessed an entry ticket for the Northern District auction in her pocket, and he was completely unaware that his decisions today would lead to profound regret in the future. The car sped along, arriving at Flybar in less than 15 minutes. Lin Zhe, the heir of the Lin family, stood at the entrance of a bar, peering outside until he spotted the Jiang family's luxury Mercedes and rushed over eagerly. Hello, Lin Xiao. I am Jiang Huayuan, the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Huayuan adjusted his attire and smiled broadly as he extended his hand to Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe merely nodded and brushed past him, leaving Jiang Huayuan feeling embarrassed, yet he dared not say more. Jiang Chun, where are your sister and your aunt? Don't tell me you Hehuan tea brought them. Lin Zhe glared at Jiang Chun. I brought them, Jiang Xiao. These two vixens are in the car. Jiang Chun nodded submissively, pulling Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin from the vehicle. The moment Lin Zhe laid eyes on Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin, a glimmer of lust ignited in his gaze. Excellent. A true beauty duo. Let us go inside and discuss. With that, Lin Zhe led Jiang Chun, Jiang Huayuan, and Jiang Feng into Flybar. Upon entering, the bar's facial recognition system scanned Jiang Yuchan's face, and in an instant, the booming music came to an abrupt halt. The lights dimmed, causing a stir among the patrons. A spotlight illuminated the entrance, drawing the attention of thousands within the bar to Lin Zhe, Jiang Yuchan, Li Yakin, and the rest of the Jiang family. Let us welcome our esteemed emperor member. Today, all expenses are at a 20% discount. A booming voice echoed through the speakers, and the lights flickered back on. With a loud bang, countless streamers exploded from above, and the crowd erupted in applause. Lin Xiao is incredible. He is indeed an emperor member of Fly Bar. Jiang Chan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Chinner, what is an emperor member? Jiang Huan, though bewildered, was astonished by the grand welcome, growing increasingly respectful toward Lin Zhe. Grandfather, you don't know? An emperor member signifies that Lin Xiao has spent over 100 million here. Jiang Chan replied, brimming with enthusiasm. What? Spent 100 million in a bar? Our entire Jiang family's assets combined barely amount to that. Jiang Huayuan was astonished yet elated, realizing he had aligned with a powerful ally. The Lin family's strength exceeded his expectations. Yuchan, Yakin, do you see this? This is Lin Xiao's power. Do not take it lightly. Serve him well, and you will both be grateful to us in the future. Jiang Huayuan addressed Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Jiang Yuchan remained silent, merely casting a cold smile in their direction. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was utterly perplexed. When did he become an emperor member? Surely, it must have been his father who recharged his card. Yes, that must be it. His father, Lin Timmao, had recently entertained numerous friends at the bar to discuss cooperation in the Northern District, likely to showcase their strength by acquiring an emperor membership. Although the Lin family's assets were rumored to be in the billions, the liquid funds available amounted to only 20 or 30 billion. The remainder comprised the liquid assets. It was said that his father had recently connected with a company named Extraordinary Group, which had granted them an opportunity in the Northern District. With this realization, Lin Zhe felt a surge of pride wash over him, dismissing any lingering doubts. At that moment, a newly appointed manager at the bar hurriedly approached. She had taken over the position previously held by Bai Hong and was unfamiliar with Jiang Yuchan. Mistaking Lin Zhe, who stood proudly among the crowd, for an esteemed emperor member, she exclaimed, Honorable emperor member, your exclusive VIP booth is prepared, and our senior manager, Manager Bai, is personally arranging your drinks. Please hold on. With that, the manager led a group of people to the central, golden booth, exquisitely crafted from gold. Lin Zhe sank into the luxurious seat, a surge of sovereign delight coursing through him. This booth, a dream he had long harbored, was previously reserved solely for the 4 prominent families. To his astonishment, he was now experiencing this privilege. Please take a seat. Lin Zhe casually gestured to a few individuals, reclining comfortably. Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Chen gazed at the golden seat, cautiously perching themselves, barely occupying half of the space. The booth was small, and soon it was filled to capacity. Yuchan, Yakin, you two mother and daughter should stand and attend to young Master Lin while he enjoys his drinks. Jiang Huayuan remarked, Young Master Lin, I have brought people for you. Do you think the Northern District's business can elevate our Jiang family? Also, could I possibly obtain an entry ticket to the auction? I wish to broaden my horizons. Jiang Huayuan said with an ingratiating smile. An entry ticket to the auction? Haha, old Jiang, you truly dare to dream. That requires 100 billion in verified assets just to acquire one. My father possesses only one, and I cannot even gain entry. Lin Zhe replied, a hint of mischief in his voice. As for your business, I could assist you, but the extent of my help will depend on your performance tonight. With that, Lin Zhe's lascivious gaze roamed over Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. The thought of spending a night with such exquisite mother and daughter was tantalizing. Young Master Lin, I implore you, Yuchan is still young. Allow me to serve you, and spare her. Li Yakin pleaded, abruptly kneeling before him. Mother, please get up. Don't beg him. Jiang Yuchan rushed over to pull Li Yakin up, but Li Yakin continued to prostrate herself, dragging Jiang Yuchan down with her. Damn it, you two shameless women. It is your fortune that young Master Lin has taken an interest in you, and yet you dare to dampen his spirits. Jiang Chen advanced, poised to kick Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Stop. At that moment, Bai Hong, clad in professional attire and high heels, rushed over. Chapter 35. I haven't occupied this emperor's box. Stop. What are you doing? Bai Hong's gaze fell upon Jiang Yuhong, who lay on the ground, Li Yakin, who was pleading on her knees, and Lin Zhe, who lounged in the golden box with his legs crossed. In an instant, her complexion turned ashen. "Oh, Manager Bai has personally come to deliver drinks. I recall you refused to share a drink with me yesterday," Lin Zhe remarked with a knowing smile, eyeing Bai Hong, who was also a striking beauty he had long coveted. Now a member of the Emperor's Club, he surveyed Bai Hong, contemplating whether he could exploit his status for a night of indulgence. "Face, do you deserve it?" Bai Hong Vito, assisting Jiang Yukin and Li Yakin to their feet as she turned her attention to the female supervisor beside her. "What is going on?" The supervisor approached and whispered the recent events to Bai Hong. Upon hearing, Bai Hong instantly grasped the situation. "Heh, Bai Hong, I am now an Emperor member. Do you think I don't deserve it? Come over and pour me a drink," Lin Zhe boasted, noticing the change in Bai Hong's expression after speaking with the supervisor, thinking she understood his privileged status. "Humph, I see the service at this fly bar isn't impressive," Jiang Huayuan chimed in with a sneer, seeing Bai Hong's inaction. "You filthy server, what are you pretending for? Didn't you hear Lin Xiao asking for a drink?" Jiang Chun, who did not recognize Bai Hong, insulted her directly. "Fine. You want me to pour drinks? I'll do it." Bai Hong seethed with fury, seizing a bottle of Hennessy and striding towards Lin Zhe. "Oui, manajobe," Lin Zhe said with a playful glint in his eyes. Bang! With a resounding crash, Bai Hong slammed the bottle violently onto Lin Zhe's head, eliciting a pained scream as the alcohol mingled with blood flowed down his face. "Arrest them all," before Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Chun could react. Several bouncers surged in, subduing the dazed members of the Jiang family. "Miss Jiang, my sincerest apologies. I never anticipated that this Lin Zhe would impersonate your Emperor membership." Bai Hong bowed apologetically to Jiang Yukin. The moment Bai Hong spoke, everyone turned in shock towards Jiang Yukin. "No, are you mistaken? How could this shameless woman possibly be an Emperor member who has spent $1 billion? Jiang Chun blurted out. "Bang, bang, bang." Bai Hong had shown restraint with Lin Zhe, a diamond member, but she held no such qualms with Jiang Chun, who bore no significant status. She proceeded to smash 3 bottles over his head before dragging over a crate of beer. Dad, Grandpa, Lin Xiao, save me," Jiang Chun wailed in despair. "Daring to insult Miss Jiang, you are courting death." Bai Hong ignored him and smashed another bottle over Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Huayuan, witnessing his only grandson being so brutally punished, felt a surge of panic. "Jiang Yukin, that is your brother. Quickly, tell this madwoman to stop." "Hey, brother. Sorry, I have no such sibling." Jiang Yukin scoffed, her heart turned cold by the Jiang family's treatment of her and her mother, now filled only with boundless hatred. "You unfilial daughter, if you don't stop, I will take back your and your mother's 4S shop, banishing you from the Jiang family to beg on the streets." Jiang Huayan threatened, his breath quickening with rage as he pointed at Jiang Yukin and Li Yakin. "Yukin, perhaps we should let it go. Without that 4S shop, how will we survive?" Li Yakin trembled in fear. "Stop, Sister Bai, please don't hit anymore." Bai Hong paused at these words, allowing Jiang Huayuan and Jiang Feng to breathe a sigh of relief as they rushed to carry the unconscious Jiang Chun. "Jiang Yukin, I now declare, in my capacity as the head of the Jiang family, that you and your mother are hereby expelled from the Jiang family." Jiang Huayuan shouted angrily at Jiang Yukin. "Dad, didn't we agree just now?" Li Yakin bleda souffly. "Sister Bai, today my mother and I did not occupy this Emperor's box. It was these few individuals who did. What should we do about this?" Jiang Yukin stated, noting Jiang Huayuan's ruthless resolve. Bai Hong immediately understood, realizing that Jiang Yukin did not intend to let these individuals off the hook. In truth, even if Jiang Yukin were an Emperor member, her actions had already sufficed. However, the connections of Chen Fan, Zhao Ruoxi, and their boss Zhao Dao behind Jiang Yukin were formidable, not to mention this incident stemmed from her own oversight. "Oh, so this Emperor box does not belong to Miss Jiang, but to you few?" Bai Hong remarked with a knowing smile. So what if we occupied your box? I'll cover your sanitation and cleaning fees. Is 10,000 sufficient?" Jiang Huayuan said coldly, preparing to leave with Jiang Feng and Jiang Chun. 10,000 isn't quite enough. Reserving this Emperor box costs at least 1 billion. Bai Hong replied with a smile, as several bodyguards stepped forward to block their exit. Of course, you can share the cost with Lin Xiao. Each family could contribute 50 million, which isn't much. What? 50 million? Are you robbing us? Jiang Feng shouted angrily, while Jiang Huayuan's face grew exceedingly grim. Isn't Jiang Yukin an emperor member? She is also part of the Jiang family. This cost falls on her, Jiang Huayuan argued. Knowing his family's assets exceeded $1 billion, but they could only muster 2 to 300 million in cash. That won't do. Have you forgotten? You just expelled Miss Jiang from the family. Bai Hong Vi Dole. No money? Then each person can leave an arm and a leg. After her words, a bodyguard promptly drew a cleaver. Jiang Huayuan was filled with regret. Lin Xiao, this trouble arose because of you. You must help us, Jiang Huayuan pleaded, fear evident in his eyes as he glanced at the cleaver. Isn't it just being an emperor member? My dad, Lin Tianmao, has assets worth tens of billions. He'll be here to settle it soon. Lin Zhe, clutching his wounded head, glared venomously at Bai Hong and Jiang Yukin. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong's brow furrowed. She had not anticipated that Lin Zhe was the son of Lin Tianmao, a powerful figure with considerable influence, complicating matters further. Before Jiang Yukin and Bai Hong could contemplate more, a middle-aged man rushed over with several bodyguards in tow. Dad! Lin Zhe cried out, rushing towards him as if he had found a savior. Every day, all you do is cause trouble. Don't you know I've been busy working on a collaboration proposal with the extraordinary group? Lin Tianmao glared at his son, whose reckless lifestyle filled him with fury. However, upon noticing the injury on his head, his anger flared even more. Damn it, who did this? Dad, it's those 2 shameless women. Hurry and let someone deal with them. Lin Zhe pointed at Jiang Yukin and Bai Hong, a mix of rage and desperation in his voice. Jiang Yukin, let's see how you meet your end. The 3 members of the Jiang family glared at Jiang Yukin with malice. However, upon Lin Tianmao's furious approach, he froze upon seeing Jiang Yukin's face. Jiang, General Jiang? Chapter 36. This is Mr. Jiang of the Billion Group, Mr. Jiang. I never expected to see you here. Lin Tianmao exclaimed, eagerly extending his hand to shake with Jiang Yuchan. Father, do you know this woman? Lin Zhe's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Lin Tianmao. How dare you speak to Mr. Jiang like that? Lin Tianmao retorted furiously. Mr. Jiang is the general manager of the extraordinary group. Lin Tianmao's expression changed drastically, and he slapped Lin Zhe hard across the face. What? That extraordinary group, with a cash flow of 2 billion? Lin Shi gasped in disbelief. Bai Hong, too, was taken aback. The Jiang family, grandfather, grandson, and the rest, were collectively astonished. Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces and recalling Lin Zhe's earlier words, Lin Tianmao hurriedly approached Bai Hong to inquire about the situation. Upon learning the details, Lin Tianmao's fury ignited. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you bring Mr. Jiang here? Quickly apologize to Mr. Jiang. If you jeopardize our cooperation with the extraordinary group, the shareholders will surely have your head, and I won't be able to protect you. With that, Lin Tianmao kicked Lin Zhe to the ground, genuinely enraged. I have been toiling to seek cooperation, and you, instead, have brought trouble upon us. Had Lin Zhe not been his only son, he would have taken far more drastic measures. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I bow to you. Lin Shi, now terrified upon realizing Jiang Yuchan's identity, repeatedly bowed before her under the astonished gaze of the Jiang family. Mr. Jiang, I will certainly discipline him when we return. Please don't let this fool affect our business. Lin Tianmao spoke in a subdued tone. Mr. Lin, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Jiang Yuchan is just a student. How could she possibly be the general manager of a billion-dollar group? Jiang Huayuan interjected. Lin Tianmao scrutinized Jiang Huayuan with disdain, scoffing, so you're the one who has been trying to latch onto the Lin family business. You truly are myopic, overlooking the fact that your own granddaughter has ascended to become the leader of a billion-dollar enterprise, and yet you dare to act this way. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Huayuan's face turned pale, stepping back in shock. Jiang Feng and Jiang Chun were equally horrified, if they had harbored a flicker of hope before. Lin Tianmao's confirmation extinguished it completely. Mr. Lin, I'm not oblivious to the larger picture. Your cooperation proposal must be presented promptly. I need it for my investors. Additionally, regarding the VIP seating, both you and Jiang Huayuan will each owe 50 million as compensation to the bar. Jiang Yuchan stated impassively. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Though Lin Tianmao felt a pang of anguish, he dared not refuse. If Jiang Yuchan were displeased, their entry into the northern market would be jeopardized. Yuchan, I am your grandfather. 50 million? Are you not pushing the Jiang family to the brink? Jiang Huayuan's blood pressure spiked at the thought of coughing up 50 million. Although the Jiang family's total assets amounted to 100 million, producing 50 million in cash would not only ruin their prospects in the northern market, but also disrupt their regular business due to a broken cash flow. Jiang Huayuan, you have already expelled my mother and me from the Jiang family. Why should I care if the Jiang family thrives or perishes? With that, Jiang Yuchan took Li Yakin's hand and exited the venue. Watching Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin leave, Lin Zhe, who had been seething with frustration, stood up in anger, grabbing a bottle and approaching the Jiang family. Damn it! You fools dared to make me offend Mr. Jiang. I'll make you pay. Instantly, cries of terror filled the bar. After Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin departed, they did not return to the Jiang home, but instead called Chen Fan. What? You and your mother have been expelled from the Jiang family and left homeless? Is this a stroke of luck? Chen Fan, who had been napping, perked up at the news, realizing an opportunity had presented itself. Huh? Luck? Jiang Yuchan was taken aback, her eyes widening in confusion at Chen Fan's words. Wait for me. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Chen Fan hastily hung up. Yuchan, are we really leaving the Jiang family like this? How will we survive? Li Yakin, although feeling a sense of relief from venting her anger, now worried that Jiang Yuchan's impulsiveness left them with nothing. In truth, Jiang Yuchan had not wanted to call Chen Fan initially, as no girl wishes for the man she admires to witness her fall from grace. However, she truly had no money. Despite Chen Fan having given her 100 million, she had invested it all in the extraordinary group. Li Yakin, although running a 4S shop, often spent extravagantly on luxury items, leaving them with little to nothing. Thus, they had indeed found themselves destitute. Mom, don't worry. I am now the head of a billion-dollar company. Although I haven't received my salary yet, I will earn 500,000 a month going forward. I will take care of you. Jiang Yuchan reassured her mother. By the way, who is that Chen Fan you just called? Your classmate? Li Yakin Ninkidath. Mom, Chen Fan is a good friend of mine. He is very kind. Jiang Yuchan's cheeks flushed at the mention of Chen Fan. Seeing her daughter's expression, Li Yakin immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Yuchan, is this Chen Fan your boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me? Without me to guide you, what if you end up with a man who only seeks to deceive you? Mom, Chen Fan is not that kind of person. He treats me very well. Jiang Yuchan retorted, slightly annoyed. You child, just because a man says a few nice words and gives you a few trinkets, you think you've fallen in love? I have more life experience than you have meals. Li Yakin scolded. This Chen Fan, even his name sounds questionable. Mom, Chen Fan is the one who invested 100 million in my company. Jiang Yuchan clarified. Li Yakin. Yuchan, is my hair a mess? Did my makeup run from crying? Also, should I prepare a gift for my future son-in-law? Now, it was Jiang Yuchan's turn to be speechless. 15 minutes later, a Wuling Hongguang pulled up in front of Li Yakin and Jiang Yuchan. Chen Fan excitedly hopped out. Mom, this is Chen Fan. Jiang Yuchan introduced him to Li Yakin. Hello, Auntie. Chen Fan greeted warmly. However, Li Yakin's smile froze on her face. Yuchan, is this the Chen Fan who gave you 100 million for investment? Arriving in a Wuling Hongguang? Chapter 37. Yujing Manor Mom, why do you say that? Chen Fan is merely being low-key. Jiang Yuchan expressed her displeasure upon noticing her mother's dismissive attitude towards Chen Fan. Nevertheless, Chen Fan remained unfazed and warmly welcomed Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin into the car. Auntie, this car actually belongs to a friend of mine, Chen Fan remarked, addressing Li Yakin, who, despite being in her 40s, exuded an aura of sophistication. Oh, I see. I thought, based on Yuchan's description, you wouldn't be driving a Wuling Hongguang. Li Yakin's expression softened somewhat. As the owner of a Porsche dealership, with a Porsche 911 as her personal vehicle, She had never been seen in such a humble van and had initially suspected her daughter was entangled with a fraud. Indeed, I don't typically drive a Wuling Hongwang. I don't own a car, so I usually take taxis. Chen Fan replied. Li Yakin. Jiang Yuchan. Chen Fan, where are you taking us? Weren't we supposed to rent a house first? The rents in this area are quite steep. Jiang Yuchan inquired. Rent a house? What are you talking about? You are a senior executive at my fiefin group. Naturally, I will arrange a house for you. Chen Fan asserted confidently. What? Arrange a house? Jiang Yuchan was taken aback. Li Yakin scoffed, rolling her eyes. Driving a dilapidated van and casually mentioning arranging a house only heightened her suspicion that Chen Fan was indeed a fraud. She believed he might have colluded with someone in the sales department, and once they arrived, they would surely claim the chosen properties were sold out. She had encountered such schemes frequently at her dealership, where young men pretending to be wealthy would make prior arrangements to secure benefits for themselves. Just wait and see how I expose your true colors as a fake rich kid. Li Yakin thought to herself, her eyes glinting with determination. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if Rawashi finds out you are buying me a house? Won't she be upset? Jiang Yuchan said, half-jokingly. Why would she be upset? If necessary, I will buy her one too. Chen Fan replied, bewildered. Jiang Yuchan felt a warm sense of affection, realizing that Chen Fan indeed cared for her, willing to risk Rawashi's displeasure to provide for her. Her cheeks flushed with happiness, much to Li Yakin's irritation. Chen Fan drove directly towards the luxurious Yujing Mountain Villa in Jiangnan City. Wait, is this Yujing Mountain Villa? What are you bringing us here for? Li Yakin, familiar with the place, recognized it as the most prestigious villa district in Jiangnan City, where properties were valued at over 100 million. She had once attended a high school reunion here and was awed by its palatial decor, dreaming of owning a villa in the area. Andy, didn't you just say you wanted to arrange a house for Yuchan? I think this Yujing Mountain Villa would be perfect. Chen Fan suggested. Huh? A villa in Yujing Mountain Villa for Yuchan? Li Yakin's heart raced with shock and excitement, but upon realizing she was still in the old van, her enthusiasm deflated. As Chen Fan's van approached the sales office, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class suddenly sped past, nearly colliding with Chen Fan's vehicle. Are you blind? Do you think you deserve to hit my car? Yelled the driver of the Mercedes, rolling down his window. Excuse me, it was you who came barreling in. Jiang Yuchan retorted angrily from the passenger seat. Don't waste your time with such people. Our priority today is to buy a house. We can't afford any distractions. Chen Fan advised. Pathetic, Li Yakin thought, believing Chen Fan was intimidated by the luxury of the Mercedes, rolling her eyes in disdain. Both vehicles parked almost simultaneously at the sales office, and Chen Fan exited first, opening the doors for Jiang Yuchan and Li Yakin. Well, if it isn't Li Yakin, how did you end up in a van? A glamorous woman, adorned in designer attire and accompanied by a middle-aged man, approached them from the recently arrived S-Class. You're Zhang Huilan? Li Yakin exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Zhang Huilan? What a dreadful name. After graduating high school, I went abroad for my studies. Now everyone calls me by my English name, Luna, the woman retorted, her expression shifting. Clearly, your mother recognizes you. And she must have been quite close in high school, Chen Fan remarked, observing the woman's exaggerated features. Close? This woman often tried to undermine my mother out of jealousy during high school. She claimed to study abroad, but merely washed dishes in America for 2 years. Jiang Yuchan responded indignantly. Yakin, are you here to buy a house? Properties in Yujing Mountain Villa aren't cheap. They start at a minimum of 100 million. Luna scrutinized Li Yakin, Jiang Yuchan, and Chen Fan with a smirk. Li Yakin felt humiliated and immediately concocted an excuse to leave. However, Chen Fan interrupted. Yes, we are indeed here to purchase a property, he declared. Li Yakin was incensed, stomping her foot and glaring at Chen Fan. It was bad enough he had embarrassed her by arriving in a van, but now he was further pretending to be affluent. If Luna exposed him, she would have no face left to show. Yet, with Chen Fan's declaration made, she had no choice but to follow him and Jiang Yuchan. Luna whispered something to the driver of the Mercedes and strutted ahead, arm in arm with the middle-aged man, her demeanor radiating arrogance. Welcome. Several female sales representatives rushed forward, eager to attend to Luna and her companion, offering them tea and refreshments. Meanwhile, none approached Chen Fan, Jiang Yuchan, or Li Yakin, as they had just emerged from a Wuling Hongwang van. What's going on? No one is here to assist us? Chen Fan frowned. Huh, you're so poor you drive a van and expect service? Do you think you deserve it? The saleswoman scoffed, rolling their eyes. Luna and her companion turned back, casting a mocking smile at Li Yakin, Jiang Yuchan, and Chen Fan. Witnessing this, Li Yakin wished for a hole to hide in, her opinion of Chen Fan plummeting even further. After leaving, she was determined to sever her daughter's ties with him. Hello, esteemed customers. Are you here to view properties? Did you make an appointment beforehand? At that moment, a short-haired girl in a floral dress approached them. The girl, clearly an intern, was not even dressed in the standard uniform. We did not make an appointment, Chen Fan replied. That's all right. I'm the intern Hehuan. If you don't mind my lack of experience, I can guide you through our properties at Yujing Manor. Chapter 38. Is there nothing more expensive? How about I take you to see the model first? It will help you understand the overall layout of our Yujing Manor. Hehuan did not genuinely believe that the individuals before her could afford a villa in Yujing Manor. She simply could not tolerate the superficial judgments of the sales staff, as well as the scornful remarks from Li Huilan and the middle-aged man accompanying her. So she intended to guide them to the distant model display for a respite. Upon hearing this, Li Yakin was eager to leave the place and hurriedly attempted to pull Jiang Yuchan towards the model display, but was stopped by Chen Fan. There's no need for such trouble. Just tell us which one is the most expensive, Chen Fan said loudly, seemingly wishing to bolster Li Yakin's confidence. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, the entire sales office fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into laughter. I can't believe it. A guy driving a van is asking for the most expensive one, scoffed one of the sales staff. Is this what people have come to? Doesn't he know that the cheapest villa in Yujing Manor costs at least 100 million? Who gave him the audacity? A group of salespeople erupted into laughter, pointing at Chen Fan. Li Yakin's face visibly darkened. Yuchan, let us go. After we return, you must sever all ties with this fraud. With that, she grabbed Jiang Yuchan and attempted to leave. Mom, Chen Fan is here to help us buy a house. How can you say that about him? Jiang Yuchan retorted angrily, shaking off Li Yakin's grip. Chen Fan stood by, speechless. I merely intended to support you, and if you don't appreciate it, that's one thing. But calling me a fraud is uncalled for. At that moment, Li Huilan approached with a middle-aged man and the sales supervisor, Huang. Oh, Yakin, your son-in-law is quite extraordinary. He boldly asked for the most expensive villa. Such filial piety. Li Huilan remarca. The most expensive one is right in the center of Yujing Manor, covering an area of 2,000 square meters, with a total price of 500 million. Only 500 million? Is there nothing pricier? Chen Fan frowned. This time, not only the sales staff, but even Hehuan found him hard to comprehend, feeling that he was being excessively pretentious, refusing to back down even when offered an out. Young man, do not mistake your ignorance for leverage. Yujing Manor is the premier villa district in Jiangnan City, and that central building is the epitome of luxury. Sneered Huang, the sales supervisor. Do you have any idea what 500 million means? If it were in cash, you wouldn't be able to count it in 3 days. Who uses cash these days? It's all about bank transfers. Chen Fan shot back, regarding the middle-aged man with a look of condescension. Fine. Let us see if you can produce this 500 million. The middle-aged man huffed. This man, named Wang Cheng, owned a small company worth millions. While he could not afford a villa in Yujing Manor, he had colluded with Huang, the sales supervisor, to deceive the high-flying Zhang Huilan into his bed. And Huang had just informed her that the property she was interested in had already been sold. Is there truly nothing more expensive? Chen Fan asked Hehuan, somewhat unwilling. There isn't. This is the most expensive one. Hehuan replied, somewhat exasperated. All right then, I'll take this one. Let us use a card. Chen Fan said, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he pulled out a card. What? A card? Such a large amount cannot be processed by card. Hehuan exclaimed, still trying to offer Chen Fan an escape route. After all, who could believe that a young man dressed like a college student and driving a van could afford a house worth 500 million? Who says it can't be processed? We at Yujing Manor have specially applied for a high-limit POS machine, Transactions up to 1 billion can be made. Huang sneered as he snatched the card from Chen Fan's hand, inputting a string of zeros into the POS machine. At that moment, everyone, except for Li Yakin and Hehuan, turned their heads away, unwilling to hear the dreaded notification of insufficient funds. Ding! Transaction successful, an electronic voice announced. Li Yakin spun around, incredulous as she gazed at Chen Fan. Li Huilan was stunned. Wang Cheng was astonished. Huang, the sales supervisor, was left speechless. Hulan was taken aback. The entire sales office fell into a stunned silence. Did it succeed? Li Yakin felt as though she were dreaming. No, it's impossible. How could someone driving a dilapidated van have 500 million? Zhang Huilan exclaimed, jumping up in disbelief. You must be colluding to deceive me. This must all be a ruse. Zhang Huilan accused, pointing at Li Yakin and Chen Fan. Who are you, ma'am, to think we would conspire against you? Chen Fan replied. His use of ma'am broke Zhang Huilan's composure. Wang Cheng, this brat insulted me. Make him pay. Zhang Huilan clutched Wang Cheng, demanding action. Wang Cheng wore an expression of distress. After all, this was a person who had just casually spent 500 million on a property. He must have significant backing. He thought it more prudent to keep his distance. At that moment, a well-dressed, portly man hurriedly rushed in from outside. Whose Wuling Hongguang is parked at the entrance? That's mine. What's the matter? Chen Fan approached him. What? You are Zhao Dao, Brother Dao? How can you be so young? The man said respectfully. Brother Dao? My name is Chen Fan. They must mean Zhao Dao is my brother, Chen Fan replied. Oh, it's you, Brother Fan. Hello. I am Shen Xinghua, the sales manager at Yujing Manor. The sales manager promptly extended his hand. Ah, so you're quite familiar with my brother? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. After all, Zhao Dao had previously worked as a security guard, so why was this sales manager so courteous upon hearing his name? I can't dare to aspire to such heights. Brother Dao is the underground figure of the entire Northern District. I have long admired him, and upon seeing his license plate, I rushed over, Shen manager replied, rubbing his hands together. Underground figure of the Northern District? Chen Fan was surprised. Although he suspected Zhao Dao's identity was not simple, he had not anticipated him to be the leader of the Northern District's underworld. Li Yakin and Jiang Yuchan were equally astonished. Li Yakin remained composed, but Jiang Yuchan was horrified at the realization that the person she often dined with was a figure of the underworld, covering her mouth in shock. At that moment, Shen manager noticed the peculiar expressions of the crowd and immediately pulled Hehuan aside. After hearing what had transpired, he slapped Huang, the supervisor, across the face. Damn it, are you blind? How dare you treat Brother Fan like that? Are you looking for death? You want to work tomorrow. No, you're fired today. Hehuan will take your position, Shen manager declared, striking Huang again. Huang had already felt weak in the knees upon learning that Chen Fan was Zhao Dao's brother. Now, hearing Shen manager's decree, he felt as if he had been granted a stay of execution. Just then, Wang Cheng seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes widening in realization as he dashed out. Stop! Don't damage that Wuling Hongguang. Chapter 39. This house is too large. It is unsafe without a man. What? A car was smashed? Chen Fan, Shen Xinghua, and the others were momentarily stunned before hastily rushing outside. Although the Wuling Hongguang was hardly valuable, it was borrowed from someone else by Chen Fan. If this car held any special significance for Zhao Dao, it would not merely be a matter of money. However, upon reaching the exterior, they were all struck dumb. The Wuling Hongguang's windows had been shattered, its tires punctured, and its body severely damaged. Boss, daring to flaunt with a van? I've taken care of it, as per my sister-in-law's instructions, boasted the driver of the Mercedes, wielding a wrench and grinning triumphantly at Wang Cheng. Thud! Wang Cheng's face turned pale, and he dropped to his knees in fright. This is terrible. Shen Xinghua appeared terrified. Only Zhang Huilan maintained a disdainful expression. It's just a van, so what if it's smashed? Wang Cheng, you can always pay for a new one. You wretched woman, shut your mouth. Do you understand the trouble you've caused? This belongs to Brother Dao. If we are not careful, we might lose our lives. Wang Cheng rushed over and slapped Zhang Huilan, knocking her fake nose askew. Lose our lives. Zhang Huilan, seeing Wang Cheng's serious demeanor, suddenly felt fear grip her. Damn it! How dare you smash Brother Dao's car? You are truly courting death. Shen Xinghua immediately directed several tall security guards to restrain Wang Cheng, Zhang Huilan, and the driver. Brother Fan, what should we do about this? Shen Xinghua turned to Chen Fan. What to do? The car is already wrecked. What can we do? Chen Fan looked at the terrified Wang Cheng and Zhang Huilan with no sympathy. Such people only bully the weak and fear the strong. They fully deserve this. Thus, Chen Fan directly called Zhao Dao to explain the situation. What? My car was smashed. Zhao Dao was at a loss for words. If word got out that a driver had vandalized his vehicle, he would be utterly humiliated in Jiangnan City. Handle it as you see fit. Just leave the car there. Remember to retrieve the license plate. After ending the call, Chen Fan approached Wang Cheng. You will compensate Zhao Dao with 20 million. Chen Fan figured that since Wang Cheng could afford to buy Zhang Huilan a mansion worth over 100 million, he ought to pay a bit to learn a lesson. Thud! To Chen Fan's surprise, Wang Cheng fell to his knees. Brother Fan, please spare me. I don't have 20 million. Wang Cheng, didn't you say you were going to buy me a villa worth 100 million? How could you not have 20 million? Pay them immediately. Zhang Huilan urged anxiously. Yes, Brother Fan, it was this wretched woman who incited the driver to do this. I had nothing to do with it. Besides, I truly don't have 20 million. The house thing was a scheme with manager Huang to deceive the vile Li Huilan. Wang Cheng repeatedly bowed his head to Chen Fan. What? Wang Cheng, you dare to deceive me? Zhang Huilan was utterly shocked. Yakin, we've been high school classmates for 3 years. You must help me and plead with your son-in-law to let me go. Zhang Huilan cried, kneeling before Li Yakin. Seeing Zhang Huilan begging at her feet, Li Yakin felt an immense sense of satisfaction, and her fondness for Chen Fan grew exponentially. Yet, being kind-hearted by nature, she hesitated at Zhang Huilan's desperate pleas, even considering the harm she had caused her in the past. Chen Fan, what do you think? Li Yakin looked at Chen Fan, somewhat embarrassed. Chen Fan readily perceiba Li Yakin's intentions. Since Andy has spoken, let us waive the 20 million. However, now that the car is gone, it's quite inconvenient for transportation. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Wang Cheng swiftly snatched the keys from the driver and respectfully handed them to Chen Fan. Brother Fan, since you have spared us, how can we let you take a taxi back? This Mercedes S will serve as my compensation to you. Chen Fan nodded, accepting the keys without further comment. Wang Cheng and Zhang Huilan expressed their immense gratitude as they departed. At this moment, Li Yakin felt an extraordinary joy. Although she had been expelled from the Jiang family, her daughter's friend had effortlessly secured a 500 million villa for both her and Jiang Yuchan. And now the woman who had bullied her since high school was kneeling before her in supplication. The more she looked at Chen Fan, the more pleasing he became. Had it not been for his connection to her daughter, she might have even considered pursuing him herself. The villa was exquisitely furnished, with all imported luxury items, ready for immediate occupancy. After signing the contract, they headed straight to the grand villa. Yuchan, what stage are you and Chen Fan in now? Have you slept together? Li Yakin pulled Jiang Yuchan into a room to inquire. Mom, what are you talking about? Chen Fan and I are just friends. Jiang Yuchan's face flushed instantly. Oh, if he is willing to spend so much on you already, the property deed was in your name, right? And you are so beautiful with a perfect figure. How could he possibly resist? Li Yakin exclaimed in surprise. Mom, Chen Fan is wealthy and handsome. He doesn't lack for girlfriends. And the girls around him are no less attractive than I am. Jiang Yuchan said, lowering her head in disappointment. Yuchan, you should understand. It's perfectly normal for a top-tier rich second generation like Chen Fan to have multiple partners. Now that we have been cast out by the Jiang family, Chen Fan not only doesn't he despise us, but even bought us a 500 million mansion. Where can we find such a man? You must sleep with Chen Fan tonight. If you don't, I'll take matters into my own hands. Back in my day, I was a school beauty, and I've maintained myself well over the years. Perhaps Chen Fan would appreciate a change of taste. Li Yakin said dreamily, her eyes sparkling. Mom, Chen Fan is mine. You can't take him. Jiang Yuchan cried out in alarm. All right, I want tea taken from you. Just make sure to dress up nicely. Wear black stockings and whatever else. I have a brand new set of Q lingerie that you can wear, Li Yakin said with a smile, pulling Jiang Yuchan along. At that moment, Chen Fan was examining the interior decoration of the house. Upon seeing the two emerge, he approached them eagerly. There was no denying that Jiang Yuchan was a stunning beauty. But her mother, Li Yakin, at 40, looked barely over 20, her beauty rivaling that of Jiang Yuchan, radiating a mature charm reminiscent of a ripe peach. What a pair of exquisite mother and daughter. Chen Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. Auntie, Yuchan, I see everything is in order here, and it's getting late. Perhaps I should head back. If anything comes up, just call me. Chen Fan suggested. What? You're leaving? Jiang Yuchan appeared flustered. Chen Fan, you absolutely cannot leave. This vast house is intimidating for just the two of us. What if a rogue were to come? Moreover, I just checked, and the soundproofing here is excellent. And Auntie generally sleeps soundly at night, so she wouldn't hear a thing. Li Yakin flashed a mischievous smile, and then pushed Jiang Yuchan towards Chen Fan. Indeed, Chen Fan, this house is far too large. It is unsafe without a man. Jiang Yuchan, seizing the moment, leaned closer, softly wrapping her arms around one of Chen Fan's. Chapter 40. Do not call me mom. Call me mother-in-law the next day. Chen Fan awoke early. Jiang Yuchan lay on the bed like a languid kitten, utterly exhausted from the previous day's exertions. Come on, it's time to eat. Aunt Yakin has knocked on the door several times. I'm not hungry anymore. Jiang Yuchan replied with a hint of melancholy in her gaze. Then you should rest well. Chen Fan chuckled. How annoying. Jiang Yuchan's face flushed a deep crimson. Upon entering the dining room, Chen Fan was greeted by a lavish spread prepared by Li Yakin, scrambled eggs with chives, fresh oysters, beef testicles, and lamb kidneys. Aunt Yakin, this is quite extravagant. Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh dear, you young folks lack restraint. The earth shook and the heavens trembled last night. And if you don't replenish your energy now, while you're still young, you'll regret it when you grow old. Li Yakin admonisha, tossing a handful of goji berries into Chen Fan's bowl. Didn't you say the soundproofing in the room was excellent, and that you sleep like a log? Chen Fan felt his cheeks warm, even with his thick skin. Auntie, could you please give me your bank account number? Chen Fan inquired. Huh? Why do you need my account? Li Yakin, though puzzled, provided him with the information. Ding. Li Yakin's phone chimed with a text notification. What? Did you just transfer me money? 100 million. Li Yakin screamed, leaping up in disbelief, staring at Chen Fan. Calm down, Auntie. It's merely a little pocket money. After all, we just moved in, and there are many things to buy. If you run short, just let me know. Though Li Yakin could not return the favor in cash, a token of gratitude was indeed warranted. After all, we are family. Money is merely a tool for spending. Chen Fan, you have truly moved me. I have spent over 20 years raising Yuchan alone, only to be cast out of the Jiang family and left on the streets. And you have directly purchased a 500 million yuan house for Yuchan and given me 100 million as pocket money. From today onwards, you shall be my son, and Yuchan will be my daughter-in-law. Li Yakin wept tears of gratitude, while Jiang Yuchan, emerging from the restroom, stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not joking. From now on, Chen Fan is my son. You should call me mother-in-law, Li Yakin said with utmost seriousness. Jiang Yuchan was left utterly perplexed. I grew up in an orphanage. From now on, Auntie, you should be my godmother. With that, Chen Fan transferred another 100 million to Li Yakin. Li Yakin gazed at her phone, nearly fainting from excitement as she saw 200 million in her account. My dear son, you truly are a wonderful son. I know you have many girlfriends outside. Yuchan will keep an eye on you. You can boldly spread your branches, and I guarantee that while your external flags may flutter, the internal one shall remain steadfast. Mom, why are you siding with him? I am your daughter. Jiang Yuchan protested, displeased. Watch it. If you don't treat Chen Fan well, I won't hesitate to deal with you, Li Yakin said, smiling as she served Chen Fan food while glaring at Jiang Yuchan. After a delightful breakfast, Chen Fan initially intended to return to his room for a bit more sleep, but his phone rang at that moment. Hello, Master. How is your cultivation progressing? Chen Fan asked as soon as the call connected. My precious disciple, everything is going smoothly on my end, but I do need your assistance with something. Soon Nanchang's authoritative voice resonated on the other end. Your senior sister, Sun Siyuan, is arriving from Xiajing to Jiangnan today. Please pick her up and settle her in my villa. Picking someone up? That's a trivial task. Chen Fan responded. By the way, your senior sister is highly skilled in medicine. Given that you've been dating several girls recently, I worry about your health. Once she arrives, she can help you with your conditioning, Su Nanchang said earnestly. Huh? Conditioning my health? Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, speechless, but the call had already ended. Moments later, Su Nanchang sent him a flight information via WeChat, along with a friend request. The profile picture depicted an adorable anime girl. Chen Fan accepted the request and drove toward the airport. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate, one of Jiangnan's 4 prominent families, a convoy of luxurious vehicles, including Bentleys and Maybachs, made its way to Jiangnan Airport. Among them, a Rolls-Royce Phantom carried a tall, handsome young man and a girl whose looks and stature rivaled those of Su Nanchang. Brother, is this person we're meeting today really that significant? Even all the family elders and the new heir of the Wang family have come out, the girl questioned, perplexed. When those international doctors visited, we only sent a butler to greet them. Ah, Yin, you do not understand. This isn't just anyone. This is Sun Siyuan from the illustrious Sun family of Chinese medicine. If it weren't for our ancestors having established a good relationship with the Sun family, we would never have been able to invite her. Moreover, I've heard she is a great beauty. Wang Ting licked his lips, excitement evident. Perfect. While she's here treating Grandpa, you should win her over and make her my sister-in-law. Wang Yuyin said with a mischievous grin. I would love to. If I could marry into the Sun family, the Wang family would thrive. Unlike now, when we're on the decline. If Grandpa doesn't pull through this time, our stock prices will plummet, and we might even be ousted from the 4 prominent families, becoming a second-tier family in Jiangnan. Wang Tung sighed heavily. However, my greatest concern is you. Some of the old-timers are contemplating betraying the family to ally with the Zhou family, and they even wish to offer you to Zhou Hanyuan. Wang Tung said through gritted teeth. Brother, I would sooner die than marry that scoundrel. Wang Yin's beautiful face turned pale at the thought. Rest assured, I will risk everything to ensure you do not become Zhou Hongyuan's plaything. Wang Tung clenched his fists. He and Wang Yin had grown up together after losing their parents in a car accident when they were young, making her the most important person in his life. The Wang family's vehicles disregarded traffic signals, speeding directly to the airport. Suddenly, Wang Tung noticed a brand new Lin Hongwang minivan parked in front of their convoy, seemingly serving as the lead vehicle and instantly lowering the convoy's prestige. Chapter 41. Senior Sister Sun Sion, esteemed young man, here is 1,000 yuan. Would you be so kind as to relocate your van? As Chen Fan alighted from his vehicle, a chauffeur in white gloves and a suit approached him. Chen Fan cast a glance at the luxurious motorcade behind him. Well, look who we have here, a plutocrat. Nevertheless, he saw no reason to decline the unsolicited gratuity. Despite possessing over 60 million yuan in his account, Chen Fan adhered to the principle that one can never have too much money. This van was a recent acquisition for Chen Fan. He had grown accustomed to Zhao Dao's van, finding it practical for both transporting passengers and hauling goods. As fate would have it, his maiden voyage with the new vehicle had already yielded 1,000 yuan. Chen Fan promptly parked the van behind the motorcade and sent a photograph of the vehicle and license plate to Sun Sion. Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Wang Tung seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to Wang Yuyin. Observe, my dear sister, when venturing out, it is often more expedient to resolve matters with monetary means. Notice his modest attire in the van he drives. He must be of modest means and burdened by life's pressures. Were you to antagonize him, it might be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, potentially leading to him inflicting bodily harm upon you. This encapsulates the principle of acquiescence for the affluent. Wang Yin nodded in earnest agreement, her gaze toward her brother filled with adoration. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged from the exit, clad in a beige trench coat, high heels, and possessing long, elegant legs. Her hair was styled in chignon, and she captivated the attention of countless men along her path. She's here, Wang Tung exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He grasped Wang Yuyan's hand and exited the car to greet Sun Sion, despite the black mask that clung tightly to her face. Concealing all but her radiant eyes and flawless forehead, Sun Sion's unparalleled beauty was still evident. Esteemed physician son, I am Wang Tong, the head of the Wang family of Jiangnan. This is my sister, Wang Yuyan. Our grandfather dispatched us specifically to receive you. Upon beholding Sun Xian's ethereal, snow goddess-like aura, Wang Tong's heart began to race. This woman is truly exceptional, he mused, even more stunning than my own sister. Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes also shone with admiration. Beauty, after all, is appreciated by both men and women. However, Sun Xian merely nodded, her gaze lingering momentarily on Wang Yuyan before her icy eyes began to scan the surroundings. She then spotted Chen Fan not far away, leisurely strolling with 2 ice cream cones, occasionally glancing in their direction. You rebellious disciple, get over here this instant. Sun Xian had seen photographs of Chen Fan. Upon recognizing his somewhat foolish demeanor, she felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Huh? Are you talking to me? Are you my senior sister? Chen Fan inquired, pointing at himself with a hint of uncertainty. He had seen Sun Xian's profile picture, which depicted an adorable cartoon girl. Her social media posts were also filled with anime characters. Chen Fan had initially anticipated a darling JK Loli, but instead, he encountered another aloof and beautiful woman, whose beauty seemed to surpass even that of Su Nanchang. Ding! Discovered a girl with a 92-point beauty rating, Sun Xian. Commencing binding. Ding! Binding successful. For every point of favorability gained from the bound object, Sun Xian, the host will receive 100 points of health. Current favorability, -10. Gifting the host with a beauty rebate function. Name, Sun Xian, beauty rating, 92 points, beauty rebate ratio, 1/100. Gifting the host with the skill, 13 ghost acupuncture points, capable of reviving the dead and healing all ailments. A series of synthesized electronic sounds echoed within Chen Fan's mind. However, before he could fully revel in his delight, several more electronic sounds resonated in his mind. Ding! Discovered a girl with a 91-point beauty rating, Wang Yuyan. Commencing binding. Ding! Binding successful. For every point of favorability gained from the bound object, Wang Yuyan, the host will receive 50 points of health. Current favorability, 0. Gifting the host with a beauty rebate function. Name, Sun Xian, beauty rating, 91 points, beauty rebate ratio, 150. Gifting the host with the skill, God-level computer skills. Chen Fan was taken aback. There was another one? It was then that he noticed the tall, sweet girl in a pink dress behind Wang Tong. However, he was surprised to discover that this girl, with an exceedingly pure and sweet appearance, was actually a hacker. You little rascal. You can't even walk straight when you see a pretty girl. Sun Xian strode forward with her slender, fair legs and kicked Chen Fan in the backside. Wang Tong and Wang Yuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't that the kid who was driving the van? He was actually Sun Xian's junior brother. They had just given him 1,000 yuan to move the car. This was bad. Had they offended Sun Xian's junior brother? Furthermore, Sun Xian was far too different from what they had expected. An aloof beauty was now engaging in a full-on physical display with Chen Fan, scolding and hitting him. Chen Fan was also somewhat bewildered. Sun Xian had grabbed him by the ear with one hand, while the other hand tapped him on the head. He still held the ice cream cones in his hands and dared not resist. Aren't you going to take me away now, you oaf? Let me tell you, the master spoils you, but I, your senior sister, will not. Sun Xian snatched one of the ice cream cones from Chen Fan's hand, removed her mask to reveal her stunningly beautiful face, and strode toward Chen Fan's van, casting nary a glance at the Wang family's luxurious motorcade. Buzza, could we hitch a ride with you? Wang Ting asked, swallowing hard as he gazed at Sun Xian's retreating figure. His tone was exceedingly polite. Don't you have your own cars? Chen Fan had been disciplined by Sun Xian upon their first meeting, receiving a rude awakening. He dared not make any decisions on his own at this moment. He immediately transformed into a lackey at the service of his goddess, sidling up to Sun Xian. Senior sister, what do you think? Very well. Let us all travel in one vehicle. We must visit the Wang family later anyway. Sun Xian nodded, glancing at the fawning Chen Fan. She thought to herself, not bad. This rebellious disciple has simply been spoiled. A little discipline is all it takes for him to become obedient. Ding. Sun Xian's favorability 10, current favorability 0, rewarding the host with 0 health points. Host current health point balance, 4790. A system notification immediately echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan was overjoyed. It seemed his conjecture was correct. Although his senior sister had a fiery temper, she was also susceptible to flattery. Chen Fan opened the car door. Sun Xian immediately took the passenger seat. The rear compartment had sliding doors. Wang Teng and Wang Yin had never ridden in such a low-end van before and were momentarily unsure how to open the door. It was Chen Fan who ran over to the back door and successfully opened it for them. "Brother, this car is so high-end. It even has sliding doors. Let's buy one for our family too." Unlike Wang Teng, Wang Yin appeared to be thoroughly intrigued. "Wang Teng, Chen Fan, Junior brother, I am hungry. Take me to get something to eat first," Sun Xian said, slapping Chen Fan on the back of the head. "Esteemed physician's son, brother Chen Fan, I have already reserved a table at Jiangnan's newly opened Michelin 3-star restaurant. Would you care to try it?" Wang Teng asked, rubbing his hands together in a servile manner. A Michelin 3-star restaurant was indeed a high-end establishment for a small city like Jiangnan, but it held little appeal for Sun Xian of the Medicine King Sun family. After all, the Sun family's private chefs in Xiajing were all masters of various cuisines. "Junior brother, aren't you a local of Jiangnan? Are there any distinctive restaurants?" Sun Xian turned to Chen Fan and inquired. "Yes, I'm an expert when it comes to food. I'll take you to Aunt Pang's tripe stew in the North District." Amidst the labyrinthine alleys of an antiquated district, Chen Fan careened in his van, navigating the narrow passages with a reckless abandon, punctuated by impromptu drifts. Exasperated cries and colorful epithets filled the air as he engaged in spirited exchanges with pedestrians and errant vehicles. "Insolent fool, driving like a maniac in this antiquated vehicle. May misfortune befall you, blind cyclist. Watch where you're going." The northern sector of Jiangnan City, a relic of bygone eras, was characterized by its constricted roads, relentless congestion, and a populace known for its unyielding spirit. Chen Fan, in his element, unleashed a torrent of invective upon all who crossed his path. A cacophony of coarse language that grated on Wang Teng's refined sensibilities. He struggled to reconcile such vulgarity with the esteemed status of Sun Xian's junior. Yet, as he glanced at his sister, Wang Yin, he was taken aback. Her face was flushed with excitement as she gazed at Chen Fan with undisguised admiration, while Sun Xian's eyes held a similar glint of approval. "Sister, such crude expressions are unbecoming," Wang Teng cautioned in a hushed tone. "But brother," Wang Yin countered, her eyes sparkling, "don't you find him incredibly virile and captivating? He's so unlike the men we usually encounter. It's just foul language. Where's the allure?" Wang Teng inwardly fumed. However, mindful of Chen Fan's connection to Sun Xian, he dared not confront him directly, instead directing a disapproving glare at Wang Yin, swallowing his resentment. Sun Xian, on the other hand, was secretly pleased. Beneath her icy exterior lay a fiery temperament, one that yearned for the unbridled expression of the vernacular, a linguistic repertoire she had been denied by her upbringing. Chen Fan's van eventually pulled into a dilapidated alley, leaving Wang's opulent convoy far behind. "Brother Chen Fan, it appears to be a residential area. I don't see any restaurants," Wang Teng remarked, his nose wrinkling in distaste at the surroundings that resembled a shanty town. "You misunderstand," Chen Fan retorted. "The true culinary gems of Jiangnan City are concealed within these unassuming establishments. What could be so remarkable about these plebeian eateries? Besides, this entire northern district is slated for demolition," Wang Teng scoffed. Finally, Chen Fan brought the vehicle to a halt before a humble 3-story brick building, the very place where he had toiled during his 3-year pursuit of Chu Yuhan, Aunt Pang's tripe hot pot. For 3 years, Chen Fan had worked there, the Pang couple treating him with kindness and generosity, often inviting him to share their meals, regarding him as one of their own. However, the usually bustling hot pot restaurant was eerily deserted on this particular day. Frowning, Chen Fan alighted from the van, followed by Sun Xian, Wang Teng, and Wang Yin. Their collective presence drew curious glances from the neighborhood. Chen Fan pushed open the door, revealing an empty restaurant, save for a middle-aged woman with a plump figure, clad in a red apron, sitting listlessly. "Aunt Pang, why so few customers today? I brought some friends for a meal." Chen Fan, it's been ages," she exclaimed, wiping away a tear and forcing a smile as she ushered them to their seats. Please sit. I'll fetch some tea. Aunt Pang, is something amiss? Why is the restaurant so empty? Chen Fan inquired, casting a concerned glance around the room. No, nothing's wrong. Perhaps it's just not the peak dining hour yet, she stammered evasively. Chen Fan nodded, refraining from pressing further, aware that every family had its share of unspoken burdens. Soon, the hot pot arrived, followed by generous portions of tripe. Chen Fan promptly ordered 3 servings, along with sliced beef and lamb, handmade beef balls, and an array of other specialties. As Wang Tong surveyed the bubbling cauldron of chili peppers and peppercorns, and the platters of ingredients, he wrinkled his nose in distaste. Without hesitation, he picked up a slice of beef and popped it into his mouth. To Chen Fan's astonishment, Wang Tong began to chew. This beef possesses a unique character. Sliced thinly and flash frozen, it retains its moisture and boasts a succulent flavor, devoid of any culinary artifice. It rivals the creations of a Michelin 3-star chef. Wang Tong exclaimed, giving Aunt Pang a thumbs up. Child, why are you so reckless? Eating raw meat. Aunt Pang cried in dismay, grabbing Wang Tong's neck and urging him to spit out. I'm dying of laughter. Haven't you ever had hot pot before? Chen Fan chuckled, only to see Wang Yin gazing at him with a puzzled expression. Smack! Sun Sion delivered another blow to the back of Chen Fan's head. Tell us how to eat this thing. Chen Fan was astounded. In the 21st century, he had encountered 3 individuals who had never experienced hot pot. And so, Chen Fan patiently instructed them, as if teaching elementary school students. He first picked up slices of beef and lamb and dropped them into the pot, followed by a piece of tripe. The secret to enjoying tripe lies in the 7-up, 8-down method. Otherwise, it becomes tough and unpalatable. Chen Fan explained, swirling the tripe in the boiling broth before dipping it in a rich sesame sauce and savoring it. Ah, blissful. That's the taste, Chen Fan murmured, closing his eyes in contentment. Is it really that delicious? Let me try, Wang Yin exclaimed, mimicking Chen Fan's actions. Wow, it's amazing. I've never tasted anything so delectable, she cried, fanning her mouth with her hand. Ah, it's so spicy. Sun Sion's eyes widened after her first bite, and she couldn't stop eating. Brother Wang Tong, would you care to try? Chen Fan offered. I'll only eat my steak medium rare. There's no way I'd enjoy this well-done concoction. Wang Tong scoffed. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan watched as the 3 of them devoured the food with gusto. He ordered several more plates of tripe and beef, especially for Wang Tong, who couldn't take his eyes off the pot as he stuffed himself to the point of near exhaustion. Wow, it's so delicious, brother. What have we been missing all these years? Wang Yin wailed, her stomach visibly distended beneath her dress. Sun Sion remained silent, simply focused on eating. Ding. Sun Sion's affection 20. Current affection level 20. Reward, 2,000 life points. Current life point balance, 6,790 ding. Wang Yin's affection 20. Current affection level 20. Reward, 1,000 life points. Current life point balance, 7790. The electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Well worth it. A single hot pot meal has earned me 3,000 life points from 2 beauties. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant. Bang! With a deafening crash, the door was kicked open. A burly man in a black tank top, his body adorned with tattoos, swaggered in, followed by a group of thugs wielding clubs. Aunt Pang, have you made up your mind? If you don't sign the contract today, I'll tear this place apart. The presence of the burly man in the black vest and his entourage of thugs immediately garnered the attention of Chen Fan, Wang Tong, Sun Sion, and Wang Yin. Brother, these men are quite intimidating, Wang Yin expressed with a hint of trepidation. Fear not, sister, esteemed physician's son. Our Wang family bodyguards are en route, Wang Tong reassured, though a flicker of unease danced in his eyes. Just then, Auntie Pang, having heard the commotion, emerged from the kitchen, tears streaming down her face. Please, do not disturb the patrons. I shall sign, I capitulate, she pleaded, her voice trembling with despair. Continue with your meal. I shall investigate, Chen Fan declared, rising to his feet. Allow me to accompany you. Despite his status as a scion of a prominent family, Wang Tong discovered a surprising camaraderie with Chen Fan over their recent meal. Moreover, He was loath to appear faint-hearted in the presence of the captivating Sun Scion. Auntie Pang, what transpires? What is this contract? Let me peruse it. Chen Fan reached for the transfer agreement in Auntie Pang's grasp. Who in tarnation are these callow youths? This is none of your concern. The burly man in black bellowed, brandishing a baseball bat at Chen Fan and Wang Tong. While Chen Fan remained unfazed, Wang Tong, as the head of the esteemed Wang family, bristled at the affront. How dare you speak to us in such a manner, you insolent ruffian? Why, you little whelp, not only will Tiger berate you, but he shall also strike you. Zhang Hu roared, raising the bat to strike Wang Tong's head. A startled shriek escaped Wang Yuyan's lips as she covered her mouth in horror. Wang Tong, witnessing the descending cudgel, felt a surge of terror wash over him. Yet, before the bat could land, it was intercepted by a pair of strong hands. Without so much as a glance, Chen Fan continued to peruse the contract, his other hand firmly gripping the bat. Do you court death, boy? Zhang Hu roared, drawing a dagger and lunging towards Chen Fan's abdomen. Undaunted, Chen Fan remained fixated on the contract, delivering a swift, high kick to Zhang Hu's chin. The force of the blow sent Zhang Hu hurtling through the air, crashing through the storefront and landing on the opposite side of the street. It was only by Chen Fan's restraint that he hadn't cleaved his skull asunder. The remaining dozen or so of Zhang Hu's henchmen, witnessing their leader's defeat, charged towards Chen Fan, brandishing their weapons. Yet, Chen Fan remained unfazed, dispatching them with a series of kicks, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Wang Tong was aghast. Wang Yuyan was stunned. Auntie Pang was dumbfounded. Even Sun Scion, her ethereal beauty, usually unmarred by emotion, widened her eyes in astonishment. This lad is far more formidable than he lets on. He did not retaliate when I struck him, displaying a commendable respect for elders. An electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Brother, your martial prowess is surely that of at least a grandmaster. Wang Tong exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. The Wang family, while not lacking in financial resources compared to the other three prominent families, possessed fewer skilled martial artists. Their strongest member was his grandfather, a mid-level grandmaster, but he was currently gravely ill. Should he succumb, the Wang family's aspirations for the North District project will be dashed, and they might even face annihilation at the hands of their rivals. Hence, their desperate plea to Sun Scion to prolong Wang Zhenhai's life. Grandmaster? I am a supreme grandmaster. Chen Fan retorted. Wang Tong scoffed, a bit boastful, aren't we? There isn't a single supreme grandmaster in all of Jiangnan, and you appear to be younger than I. Auntie Pang, you are selling this 3-story building for a mere 200,000. This land alone must be at least 1,000 square meters. And with the impending development of the North District, it should fetch at least 5 million. Chen Fan frowned. Alas, I am aware. But the Zhou Corporation has employed a band of thugs to coerce us into signing the transfer agreement. Those who refuse face broken limbs. Your uncle is currently hospitalized. Auntie Pang dabbed at her tears. The Zhou Corporation? Chen Fan mused, the name vaguely familiar. The Zhou Corporation is the business entity of the Zhou family. The foremost family in Jiangnan, Wang Tong clarified. The Zhou family? Zhou Hanyuan? Chen Fan finally recalled the young master he had disciplined at Fly Bar. Indeed, Zhou Hanyuan has assumed control of the family enterprise and is now the head of the Zhou family, Wang Tong confirmed. Chen Fan nodded and promptly dialed a number. Soon, Zhao Dao's vehicle arrived. Coincidentally, instead of driving the S-Class Mercedes that Wang Chung had compensated him with, he had purchased another van identical to Chen Fan's. Damn it, this is an outrage. The Zhou family's rabble dares to cause trouble on my turf. Zhao Dao roared, instructing his men to haul away the Zhou Corporation's thugs. Upon spotting Zhao Dao, Wang Tung's eyes widened in disbelief. Di Dao, Brother Dao? Oh, Master Wang, what brings you here? Zhao Dao nodded, recognizing Wang Tung as the head of the Wang family, a prominent figure in the business world and an imperial member at his bar. He was also acquainted with Wang Tung's grandfather. Brother, Wang Tung is a friend of mine. We were dining here when we encountered these Zhou family individuals coercing the owner into selling her property. Chen Fan recounted the events. Indeed, the North District is slated for development, and while the prime locations will be auctioned off by the Yi family auction house, private transfers of the surrounding areas are permitted. Several prominent families have been acquiring land in the vicinity, Zhao Dao stated, his expression grave. If transactions are permissible, there is no issue as long as the prices are fair. However, the Zhou family's offer of 200,000 for a property worth 5 million is nothing short of robbery, Chen Fan asserted. He then turned to Wang Tung. Wang Tung, is your Wang family interested in Antipang Street? Wang Tung's eyes lit up at the prospect. Of course, he was interested. This snack street would become a pedestrian thoroughfare after demolition, its future value estimated at tens of billions. The Wang family is indeed interested in this snack street, but the Zhou family. While intrigued, Wang Tung lamented that his ailing grandfather prevented them from confronting the Zhou family. Are you afraid of the Zhou family? Very well, I shall purchase it and gift it to your sister. Yin, Chen Fan declared magnanimously, his mind already calculating the potential gains. Give my sister an entire snack street? Wang Tung exclaimed, staring at Chen Fan in disbelief, unsure of his motives. The acquisition of this street would cost at least 500 million, and he doubted that a mere van driver possessed such wealth. Moreover, despite their amicable dinner, Wang Tung grew wary, suspecting that Chen Fan might be pursuing his sister. Wang Yuyin's eyes widened as well. An entire snack street as a gift? Despite being the Wang family's beloved princess, she had never received such an extravagant present. But did Chen Fan truly possess such wealth? Auntie Pang, gather your neighbors. Inform them that I intend to purchase their properties at fair market value. By now, Chen Fan's actions had attracted a crowd of local residents. As the Wang family's fleet of luxury vehicles arrived, nearby merchants flocked to the scene. Fair market value? Are you serious? Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Zhou family's thugs? Many were incredulous, stating that numerous individuals had already been threatened by the sycophants of the Zhou group, offering prices that barely amounted to a tenth of the market value. Indeed, this is true. This man is my third brother, Zhao Dao. Would I be intimidated by them? Chen Fan declared, pointing at Zhao Dao. And many merchants who recognized this underground overlord of the northern district instantly believed Chen Fan's words. However, only possess 500 million, and the slots are limited. Is first come, first served. After speaking, Chen Fan approached Wang Yuyin. Please provide me with your card number. Chapter 44. The 13 Ghost Needles. A chime resonated from Wang Yuyin's phone, signaling an incoming text message. 500 million. Why have you transferred so much money to me? Wang Yuyin exclaimed, taken aback. Even as a scion of one of the four great families, she had never received such a substantial sum at once. Didn't I mention gifting you a snack street? Wait here, and you can sign the contracts, transferring the property deeds under your name, Chen Fan replied. Wang Tung was astounded. To casually transfer 500 million was beyond his own financial recklessness. It was evident that anyone who could be Sun Sion's junior brother was no ordinary individual. However, the question lingered. Why single out his sister for such generosity? Could it be that he harbored intentions towards her? Wang Tung's gaze sharpened with suspicion. Not even 5 billion could outweigh the importance of his sister. Sun Sion, though surprised, remained composed. To her family, money was merely a number. Should the Sun family of the Medicine King clan express a need for funds, the world's elite would eagerly vie to offer their wealth. Chief Wang. There's no need to worry. Chen Fan's actions stem from necessity. His family prefers to maintain a low profile, discouraging him from attracting attention. Hence, he resorts to such methods of investment. Besides, 500 million is a trifle. He recently dispensed 20 billion. Zhao Dao interjected. As for the Zhou family's affairs, fret not. Since you are Chen Fan's friends, you're my friends. Your safety here is my responsibility. Dispense 20 billion. Wang Tung was initially taken aback, but then comprehension dawned. Chen Fan's backing must be formidable, his so-called gifts merely entrusting them with investments. He had heard of such practices among reclusive, influential families. Then, thank you, Brother Chen Fan and Brother Dao. We can discuss the profits later, Wang Tung said, his heart brimming with joy. This snack street was projected to generate at least 1 billion in revenue, and with Zhao Dao's protection, it was akin to picking up money. All right, Yin, since Chen Fan has spoken, stay here and sign the contracts with these merchants. We'll return to the Wang residence first, Wang Tung instructed. Understood, brother, rest assured. I'll handle everything here. And brother Chen Fan, if you're uneasy about transferring the money to me, I can provide you with a written guarantee, Wang Yiyan replied, excited to contribute to her family's business and grateful for Chen Fan's trust. After all, Chen Fan had just met her for hot pot. Yet he entrusted her with 500 million. Absolutely not. I said the snack street is a gift. If you need more funds, just ask. Didn't we just exchange WeChat contacts? Chen Fan exclaimed, alarmed. His phone had just received a rebate of 25 billion. A mere written guarantee could potentially wipe out his fortune. The group exited Aunt Pang's Ox Tripe Hot Pot restaurant and entered a minivan. Wang Ting noticed an identical, pristine Wuling minivan parked nearby. Are the magnates these days so discreet? A minivan seems to be the trend. I suppose I should replace my Rolls-Royce Phantom with a Wuling minivan as well, Wang Ting mused. Chen Fan drove the Wuling minivan to the Wang family's estate. Initially, the security guard at the entrance refused entry, but when Wang Ting lowered the car window, they were nearly petrified. Good heavens, the head of one of the four great families returns in a minivan. Upon reaching the villa in the center of the estate, a tall, emaciated, white-haired elder was being supported as he waited. Grandfather, why did you come out? Wang Ting exclaimed anxiously as he rushed to support Wang Zhenhai. Has divine physician's son arrived? Wang Zhenhai inquired, coughing as he approached. Elder Wang, there's no need to be so formal. I often heard my grandfather mention you when I was young, Sun Xian said, exchanging pleasantries. After assisting Wang Zhenhai indoors, Sun Xian took his pulse and frowned. The pulse is erratic like urgent rain tapping on a window, sometimes rapid, sometimes slow, resembling withered vines entwined around branches, difficult to navigate. Sun Xian murmured. Other physicians might not recognize such a pulse, but as a descendant of the medicine god, she immediately discerned it as a sign of poison invading the heart meridian. Meanwhile, Chen Fan paced around the room, scrutinizing the murals and potted plants. Xian, speak plainly. I've endured this hidden injury for years and am content, Wang Zhenhai said, noting Sun Xian's grim expression. Elder Wang, within this family, who stands to gain the most from your demise? Sun Xian inquired without mincing words. Xian, are you implying? Wang Zhenhai's eyes gleamed with sudden insight. Based on my previous diagnosis and treatment, you should have lived for at least 5 more years. However, in just 1 year, your condition has deteriorated due to an unknown toxin, reaching an untreatable state, Sun Xian stated truthfully. What? Are you saying someone poisoned grandfather? Wang Ting exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his face contorted with anger. Fourth uncle. It must be fourth uncle. He's been in close contact with the Zhou family recently. Wang Ting slammed his hand on the table. Tunger, show some respect in front of Xian. Wang Zhenhai rebuked. Xian, how much longer do I have? Wang Zhenhai, accustomed to adversity, suppressed his sorrow and remained composed. 2 days, even with the application of the third ghost needle, Sun Xian replied with a sigh. 2 days. The Yi family's auction is in 2 days. The Zhou family has certainly planned well, Wang Zhenhai sneered. The Wang and Zhou families were sworn enemies, and Wang Zhenhai's injury was inflicted by Zhou Hongyuan's grandfather and ancestor. Alas, if I could master the 4th ghost needle, I could expel the toxins from Elder Wang's body. And if I reached the 5th needle, I could restore Elder Wang to his peak condition. However, I am merely a collateral descendant of the Medicine King clan, only permitted to master 3 needles at most. Sun Xian lamented. Everyone's expression turned somber, except for Chen Fan. The 13 ghost needles? I know that. Chen Fan exclaimed, delighted. He had been seeking an opportunity to test his new skill, the 13 ghost needles, and this seemed like the perfect chance. You imp, what nonsense are you spouting? Sun Xian scolded, slapping Chen Fan on the back of the head. No, senior sister, I truly know it. My family also knows the 13 ghost needles. Chen Fan blurted out a lie. Sun Xian chuckled in amusement. Throughout China, even the world, it was common knowledge that the 13 ghost needles were exclusive to the Sun family of the Medicine King clan. To claim that his family also possessed the technique was preposterous. Wang Ting and Wang Zhenhai shook their heads in disbelief. They might have believed Chen Fan on other matters, but the 13 ghost needles, a miraculous medical technique, was known throughout China's upper echelons as the exclusive secret of the Medicine King clan. Seeing their skepticism, Chen Fan remained silent. Before anyone could react, he seized Sun Sion's open silver needle case. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Fan's hands blurred, rapidly inserting the silver needles into Wang Zhenhai's acupoints at various angles and sequences. Chen Fan, what are you? Sun Sion began to protest, but upon witnessing Chen Fan's needling technique, her face registered shock. It's truly the 13 ghost needles. First needle, second needle, third needle, fourth needle, fifth needle. Chapter 45. Let the bullets fly. For a while upon completing the fifth needle, Chen Fan ceased his actions. Sun Siyuan had just mentioned that reaching the fifth needle would restore Wang Zhenhai to his peak condition. The room fell into an eerie silence, with everyone gazing at Chen Fan as if he were a creature of legend. Particularly, Sun Siyuan's expression was one of profound astonishment. Why you look at me like that, old man? I have already restored your body to its prime state. How about taking a few steps? Chen Fan remarked nonchalantly. Having received the Ghost Gate 13 needles from his system, utilizing the fifth needle required minimal effort on his part. Even Wang Zhenhai, who had witnessed countless storms, was deeply astonished at this moment. During the needle application, he felt the long-lost strength within him rapidly returning. The hidden injuries that had tormented him day and night vanished entirely, and he sensed that he had reverted to the pinnacle of his 40s. Simultaneously, years of accumulation erupted within him, shattering the bottleneck that had long confined him at the master level, his aura now robust and formidable. I have broken through to the advanced master realm, Wang Zhenhai exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, and gazed at Chen Fan with immense excitement. Young divine doctor, I owe you my life. He immediately knelt before Chen Fan, with Wang Tung following suit in a display of gratitude. Chen Fan's Ghost Gate 13 needles not only eradicated the poison and old injuries plaguing Wang Zhenhai, but also enabled him to ascend to the advanced master realm, breathing new life into the Wang family, which had been on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the Zhou family. The entire power structure of Jiangnan City would be redefined as a result. Chen Fan sidestepped their kneeling, gently assisting them to their feet. After all, he had intentions to court their granddaughter and sister. Accepting such reverence from elders was inappropriate. What is this? Wang Tung, Yu Yan, and I are friends. My senior sister is also your junior. This is nothing for me, merely a trivial task. Chen Fan waved dismissively. Such great kindness cannot go unacknowledged. From now on, should the young benefactor require anything, the Wang family will heed your call. Wang Zhenhai promised, trembling with emotion, while Wang Tung looked at Chen Fan with deep gratitude. Old Master Wang Tung, please keep the matter of the Ghost Gate 13 needles a secret. Otherwise, you will invite the relentless pursuit of the Medicine King Sun family. Sun Siyuan cautioned solemnly. If this is leaked by either myself or Tunger, may heaven strike us down. Wang Zhenhai and Wang Tung vowed earnestly. They fully understood that the Ghost Gate 13 needles, a closely guarded secret of the Medicine King family, would attract lethal consequences should it fall into the hands of outsiders. Chen Fan, although it is inconvenient for you to disclose your family's background, I am certain it is related to someone significant. However, please do not reveal anything about that person, not even to your senior sister, Sun Siyuan said with earnest seriousness. Chen Fan was a loss for words. The conversation seemed to veer off course. Nevertheless, he could not disclose that the system's rewards were bound to him, so he could only nod in resignation. Sun Siyuan acknowledged his silence, considering the matter settled. Grandfather, let us capture the traitor fourth uncle now. Wang Tung exclaimed eagerly. Patience, let the bullets fly for a while. Spread the word that I am gravely ill and that a family meeting will convene tonight. I wish to see how many will side with the Zhou family. Wang Zhenhai's expression turned frosty. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family estate, Zhou Hehuan sat at the head of the table, beside him a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire. Opposite them stood an elder bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Zhenhai. Wang Zhenhai's fourth brother, Wang Jintao. Zhou family head, second Master Zhou. I have just received news from the family that Wang Zhenhai is on his last legs. Tonight presents the perfect opportunity to seize the Wang family. Wang Jintao said, brimming with excitement. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, fourth Master Wang, on becoming the new head of the Wang family. Zhou Hehuan replied, crossing his legs with a smirk. I am unworthy of such praise. Once I become the head of the Wang family, it will become a subsidiary force of the Zhou family, and I, Wang Jintao, shall be the Zhou family's most loyal hound. Wang Jintao bowed deeply, pledging his allegiance. However, there are still many in the family who remain loyal to the current head, such as the third brother, Wang Junjiang, and his supporters, he added. A bunch of blind fools. Even if Wang Zhenhai were still alive, once my father and elder brother emerged from seclusion, he would meet his demise. Zhou Chengjia, Zhou Hongyuan's second uncle, scoffed. He was the strongest fighter in the Zhou family, aside from Zhou Hongyuan's father and grandfather. A mid-level master left to oversee matters during their seclusion. I understand that Wang Junjiang is an advanced martial artist, while you, fourth master Wang, are but a novice martial artist, correct? Zhou Hongyuan scrutinized Wang Jintao. To be honest, that is indeed the case. Moreover, the third brother's faction cannot be underestimated. Together with the head's faction, they possess 2 advanced martial artists, 5 mid-level martial artists, and 10 novice martial artists. My side only has half that strength, Wang Jintao admitted, his face betraying embarrassment. They are all worthless martial artists. Zhou Qingjia snorted disdainfully. Second uncle, would you consider leading a team to pay a visit? The Wang family still holds vast assets worth hundreds of billions. If we can harness them for the Zhou family, once my father and grandfather re-emerge, we will dominate the northern district, leaving all other families in the dust. Zhou Hongyuan declared with ambition. Very well, I shall lead a team, Zhou Chengjia agreed. Upon hearing this, Wang Jintao felt a surge of exhilaration, envisioning himself seated on the throne of the Wang family. Thank you, Zhou family head and second master Zhou. Once this endeavor succeeds, I, Wang Jintao, will undoubtedly pledge my loyalty to the Zhou family. Furthermore, as soon as I ascend to the head position, I will promptly send Wang Yuyan to serve you. Prepare for an enjoyable evening, Wang Jintao said with a fawning smile. At the mention of Wang Yuyan, Zhou Hongyuan's eyes glimmered with desire. He had heard of her beauty and was eager to meet her. Ha ha, you shall have my gratitude, Wang family head. Gather all martial artists in the Zhou family and prepare a large bell to send Wang Zhenhai off. Zhou Hongyuan commanded. Chapter 46. The Arrival of the Bell Grandfather. I have just received news. Shortly after Wang Jintao arrived at the Zhou family, they have already begun to gather their forces. Furthermore, Wang Jintao's faction has begun to take action and has clashed with third uncle and our people. Wang Tung rushed in to report. Sai, it truly is the fourth. They say the eldest brother is like a father. How much effort I expended to nurture and educate him. Yet, he remains ignorant and commits every sin. And now he dares to betray the Wang family. Wang Zhenhai lamented, expressing both sorrow for the misfortune and anger at the futility. I must apologize to Si Yuan and my benefactor. Our family is indeed unfortunate. It seems tonight the Wang family may face a significant crisis, and I fear there could be danger. Perhaps you too should take your leave. Wang Zhenhai expressed his concerns for Sun Siyuan and Chen Fan. Though he had regained the strength of a high-level grandmaster, the remaining forces of the Zhou family, even without their 2 sequester masters, should not be underestimated, especially since nearly half of the Wang family's strength had allied with the Zhou family. Hence, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. Even if they achieved victory, it would likely be a Pyrrhic one, and he feared for the safety of the 2. No need for concern. It's a perfect opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. And Wang grandfather, please refrain from calling me benefactor, or how can I enjoy playful banter with Wang Tung and Yu Yan? Chen Fan replied with a smile. Rest assured, Wang grandfather, Chen Fan is quite capable, so you need not worry about us, Sun Siyuan added. At that moment, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed from outside. The young lady has returned. Someone shouted. The group immediately exited to see a van parked outside. Wang Yan excitedly jumped out, followed by Zhao Dao from the driver's seat. Chen Fan, Miss Wang has brought you back. Not only did we secure the nearby snack street today, but we've also taken over the 2 adjacent old neighborhoods. Zhao Dao announced to Chen Fan. Thanks, third brother, Chen Fan responded. Let us not mention it. Zhao Dao waved his hand dismissively upon spotting Wang Zhenhai. His eyes widened in surprise. Wang grandfather, I thought you were on your last legs. You look vibrant. Zhao Dao casually approached and patted Wang Zhenhai's shoulder, instantly sensing the robust strength within him. Despite the informal gesture, Wang Zhenhai, the true leader of the Wang family, felt a sense of joy rather than anger. Zhao Dao was the underground overlord of the entire northern district, a high-level grandmaster whose status rivaled that of the four prominent families of Jiangnan. Especially seeing him and Chen Fan refer to each other as brothers, he refrained from being overly presumptuous. Dao brother, it's good to see you. Thanks to Sun Shini and Chen Fan, my health has fully recovered. However, with your esteemed status, it is unnecessary for you to personally escort my granddaughter back. Wang Zhenhai said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Wang Ting quickly approached to recount the day's events. Upon hearing, Wang Zhenhai's eyes gleamed with understanding as he glanced at the excited, flushed face of Wang Yuyan and then at Chen Fan, revealing a knowing expression. It seemed Chen Fan had some feelings for his little granddaughter, although Tunger mentioned that Chen Fan had many girlfriends. A scion from a family as reputable as the Wang family would be a significant match, even if it meant Wang Yuyan serving as a concubine. Moreover, he had saved his life, essentially redeeming the entire Wang family's fate. Third brother, do not rush off just yet. A spectacle is about to unfold, Chen Fan remarked. A spectacle? What kind of spectacle? Zhao Dao inquired, puzzled. Among our own, there's no need for Dao brother to mock. My fourth uncle intends to lead the Zhou family's experts to attack the Wang family and seize the position of the family head, Wang Tung stated bitterly. Oh, the Zhou family is coming? Those rascals have been causing chaos in my territory. I was just lamenting not having the chance to deal with them. Zhao Dao's expression darkened at the mention of the Zhou family. Wang grandfather, would you mind if I took care of a few Zhou family members on your premises? Dao brother, should you be able to assist, the Wang family would owe you a great favor. Wang Zhenhai exclaimed, gripping Zhao Dao's hand with excitement. If Zhao Dao intervened, they could eliminate as many Zhou family members as came. Without further ado, as for the development in the northern district, I find more affinity with your Wang family than with the other prominent clans, Zhao Dao affirmed, shaking Wang Zhenhai's hand firmly. Joy spread across the faces of those from the Wang family. This effectively signified an alliance between the Wang family and the underground forces of the northern district, significantly bolstering their chances to divide the lucrative northern district among themselves. However, just then, a deafening crash reverberated from outside. Suddenly, a blood-soaked elder burst into the room. Tengya, Yuyan, you must flee. Wang Jintao has brought the Zhou family's men to invade. Third uncle, are you all right? Wang Tung and Wang Yuyan rushed to support the injured elder. Do not concern yourselves with us. Flee quickly. I and your uncles will hold them off. Should you ever rise again, ensure you avenge us. With that, the gravely wounded Zhunjiang attempted to rush out once more. Yet, a pair of powerful hands grasped his shoulder firmly. Be brother, you are supposed to be gravely ill, Zhunjiang exclaimed, astonished as he examined the rosy-faced, robust Wang Zhenhai. Third brother, thanks to Sun Shini and young brother Chen Fan, they have healed my injuries. Now, not only have I recovered, but my strength has also ascended to the level of a high grandmaster. Wang Zhenhai looked at his injured brother with heartfelt emotion. Wonderful. The Wang family is saved. The Wang family is saved. Zhunjiang shouted, overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha! The Wang family is saved? Not even the King of Heaven can save the Wang family today. A boisterous laugh erupted from outside, accompanied by sounds of fierce fighting and anguished cries. Then, Wang Jintao and Zhou Chengjie swaggered in, laughing heartily, followed by several Zhou family experts carrying a towering black iron bell. Where's that old fossil Wang Zhenhai? Why isn't he hastening to kneel and welcome Zhou Yiri? He has come to deliver a bell. Wang Jintao roared with laughter. Today his mood was at its zenith. Just moments ago, Zhou Chengjie, accompanied by 2 lower-level grandmasters and over 30 high-level martial artists, had charged into the Wang family with unstoppable momentum, slaughtering the elite of Wang Zhenhai and Wang Zhenjiang's faction, while the remaining members were swiftly subdued. It could be said that he now held dominion over the entire Wang family. Wang Jintao, you vile creature, How could you repay the kindness your elder brother has shown you with such treachery? Zhang Junjiang seethed, pointing an accusing finger at Wang Jintao. Third brother, times have changed. Only those who adapt to circumstances are wise. From the moment our elder brother was injured by the Zhou family's ancestor, the Wang family was doomed. I allied with the Zhou family to secure a path for our kin, Wang Jintao retorted. Bah, you traitor! I, Wang Junjiang, would rather die than conspire with you. Zhang Junjiang spat vehemently. Third brother, do not cling to your delusions. Otherwise, do not blame me. Wang Jintao sneered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as they focused on Zhang Junjiang. Do not blame you for what? At that moment, Wang Zhenhai, who had been facing away from the group, slowly turned to face them, exuding an icy aura of killing intent. Chapter 47. Annihilation a. Eldest brother. No, it's impossible. I used the most intractable poison on the market. How could you still be standing? Wang Jintao exclaimed, his face contorted with terror as he stumbled backward, incredulous. Wang Jintao, what's going on? Didn't you say the old man wouldn't make it through the night? Zhou Chengjie hissed, his expression hardening with concern. Wang Zhenhai's prowess was nearly equal to his own, perhaps even surpassing him in combat experience. It's a final burst of vitality. Yes, it must be his deathbed rally. Wang Jintao retorted, pointing at Wang Zhenhai. He had witnessed Wang Zhenhai ingest the poison himself, and he refused to believe anyone could survive it. Huh, a final burst of vitality? Wang Zhenhai scoffed. Wang Jintao, I see you won't accept reality until it smacks you in the face. With that, Wang Zhenhai's right foot slammed into the ground, shattering the floor as he transformed into a blur. Crack! With the sound of bones snapping, Wang Jintao's limbs were pulverized, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing like a dying cur. Bang! Wang Zhenhai then clashed palms with Zhou Qingjie, unleashing a deafening explosion of force. Wang Zhenhai remained unmoved, while Zhou Qingjie staggered back a dozen steps, blood trickling from his lips. You've actually advanced to the Grandmaster realm. Zhou Qingjie gasped aghast. He had only recently entered the intermediate Grandmaster realm, and even an unascended Wang Zhenhai would have been a formidable opponent. Now that Wang Zhenhai had achieved a breakthrough, he stood no chance. Zhou Qingjie realized that their plan to seize control of the Wang family had failed utterly. Fortunately, the Zhou family had 2 junior grandmasters and over 30 senior martial artists in addition to himself. Though they couldn't slay Wang Zhenhai, a complete retreat should be feasible. Old Wang, it seems your family has been fortunate this time. I shall take my leave, Zhou Qingjie announced, turning to depart. Second Master Zhou, save me. Wang Jintao pleaded from the ground, his shattered limbs throbbing with agony. You good for nothing. You nearly doomed me. Zhou Qingjie spat, his anger already simmering from Wang Zhenhai's blow, now boiling over at the sight of the instigator. He lashed out with a kick aimed at Wang Jintao's heart. Wang Jintao's body was sent flying, a gaping hole torn through his chest, killing him instantly. Jintao! Wang Zhenhai roared, his hair standing on end. Though Wang Jintao had betrayed the family, Wang Zhenhai had only intended to cripple him, never to kill his own brother. Hey, what's this? Old Wang, I help you eliminate a traitor from your family. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Zhou Qingjie sneered. Also, I advise you to remain calm. I still have 2 junior grandmasters and over 30 senior martial artists outside. I regret to inform you that your Zhou family experts are no more. As Zhou Qingjie spoke, Zhao Dao, covered in blood, strode in, a malevolent grin plastered across his face. Zhao Dao, what are you doing here? Zhou Qingjie demanded, his face paling. He had wondered why the Zhou family's experts hadn't rushed in despite the commotion. Now he understood. Zhao Dao had slaughtered them all. Zhao Dao, are you truly willing to wade into this conflict and make an enemy of the Zhou family? What if I am? Your Zhou family has been wreaking havoc on my territory, killing my brothers. Today, we settle the score. Zhao Dao snarled, unleashing a palm strike at Zhou Qingjie. Puffed. Zhou Qingjie attempted to block, but he was no match for Zhao Dao. He was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. Trapped between Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao, Zhou Qingjie found himself in a desperate situation. Damn it, what a miscalculation. I'm going to be the death of me. Zhou Qingjie muttered, his eyes gleaming with malice. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing a stunningly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor. "Don't move, or I'll kill her," Zhou Chengjie shouted, his eyes darting nervously. "Zhou Chengjie, don't act rashly. She's from the Medicine King clan. The consequences will be dire," Wang Zhenhai warned, his voice laced with urgency. Chen Fan frowned. He had been engrossed in a conversation with Jiang Yuchan, Zhao Ruoxi, and Su Yuan, his fingers flying across the keyboard. In a moment of inattention, Sun Xian had been captured by Zhou Chengjie. "What? A member of the Medicine King's son family?" Zhou Chengjie exclaimed, startled. It dawned on him that the miraculous recovery and breakthrough of the terminally ill Wang Zhenhai could only be attributed to the intervention of the Medicine King's son family. "Old Wang, order everyone to stand down immediately and prepare a vehicle for me. Otherwise, if this Medicine King clan girl dies here, your Wang family will face annihilation," Zhou Chengjie declared, gritting his teeth. He dared not kill Sun Xian, but he was gambling on their fear. Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao found themselves in a dilemma. Killing Zhou Chengjie, the Zhou family's third greatest expert, would cripple the Zhou family, but they couldn't risk Sun Xian's life. Wang Zhenhai narrowed his eyes, channeling his energy. Old Wang, I advise you not to act rashly. At this distance, the only way to save her is if you were a Grand Supreme Master," Zhou Chengjie taunted. Wang Zhenhai's heart sank. He knew Zhou Chengjie was right. Only a Grand Supreme Master could react quickly enough to save Sun Xian. As the situation reached a stalemate, and Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao were about to concede, Chen Fan, realizing the urgency, unleashed his typing speed, sending each of the three women a message. "Good night, my love. I love you. Phew, I'm exhausted." Chen Fan sighed, putting down his phone. Then, his figure vanished, reappearing behind Zhou Chengjie. He pulled out the golden brick he had obtained from the ancient Qi refiner and slammed it against Zhou Chengjie's head. Bang! Zhou Chengjie, an intermediate grandmaster, gasped and collapsed. Unconscious. "Crap, did I hit him too hard and kill him? I'm still a student," Chen Fan exclaimed, startled. "Even if he isn't dead, he's a vegetable," Sun Xian retorted. Annoyed, though Chen Fan had saved her, she had clearly seen him playing with his phone while she was being held hostage. Apart from Sun Xian, the Wang family stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Grand Supreme Master. Chapter 48. Senior Sister. 1 must learn computer science. Why such astonishment? Did I not already inform you that I am a Grandmaster? Chen Fan glanced quizzically at the Wang family members. Not to undermine you, but how can you claim to be a Grandmaster at such a young age? Wang Teng's envy was palpable, his expression tinged with disbelief. The seasoned individuals of Jiangnan City had expended countless resources on rare medicinal herbs like millennium-old ginseng, and yet had not attained the status of Grandmaster. How could they be expected to accept this? Wang Teng was not alone in his astonishment. Wang Zhenhai also wore a complex expression, the pinnacle of power in Jiangnan City. A height they had not achieved in their lifetimes was effortlessly reached by this youth in his early 20s. Was this the foundation of those illustrious families? How formidable must the true power holders within those families be? Perhaps the influence of Jiangnan's 4 great families was merely a jest in their eyes. It was imperative to seize upon the formidable family backing of Chen Fan. Even if one could not wed him, securing a legacy from him would suffice. Wang Zhenhai's gaze burned with ambition as he looked at Chen Fan and Wang Yiyin, already plotting in his mind. Reaching the Grandmaster level at such an age was commendable, nearly on par with the young heirs of the esteemed Sun family. Sun Siyuan nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Now that matters concerning the Wang family are settled, why not let Siyuan and young brother Chen Fan stay with us for a couple of days? It would be my pleasure as a host, and we could also discuss the upcoming auction, Wang Zhenhai proposed, nudging Wang Yuyin with his elbow. Wang Yuyin, who already harbored feelings for the tall and handsome Chen Fan, felt a deep gratitude towards him for healing her grandfather and saving the Wang family. Thus, the prospect of offering herself to him was met with acceptance. Indeed, Sister Siyuan, why not stay at our home for a few days? And Chen Fan, during lunch, you mentioned you were preparing for the Level 2 computer science examination, did you not? I could provide you with some guidance tonight, since I majored in computer science at university, Wang Yiyin suggested, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Chen Fan's eyes brightened at her words, his gaze sweeping over Wang Yin's graceful legs, her waist, and the alluring curves beneath her dress. Yet before he could respond, Sun Siyuan, who had seen through the situation, interjected, "We appreciate your kindness, but we have already arranged our accommodations, right, Chen Fan?" She cast a sidelong glance at him. Yes, sister is correct, but I must study computer science, even if it means burning the midnight oil," Chen Fan replied with a flattering tone, eager to please Sun Siyuan as he offered to massage her shoulders and legs. "All right, then you may escort me to the teacher's villa first, after which you can return for your computer studies," Sun Siyuan replied with a cold smile. "Certainly, sister. Allow me to open the door for you," Chen Fan said, personally assisting Sun Siyuan into the passenger seat of the van. Sun Siyuan, with her neck elegantly arched, stepped into the van, while Zhao Dao bid farewell to Wang Zhenhai and boarded his own van, identical to Chen Fan's. Wang Tong gazed at the two vans with newfound respect. It turned out that the Wuling van was the true vehicle of the elite, with its understated yet imposing exterior and ample space. He finally recognized the gap between him and the great individuals. "Listen up. Sell all those Rolls-Royces and Bentleys. From now on, the Wang family will only use Wuling vans," Wang Tong instructed the family's steward with solemnity. Meanwhile, within the Zhou family estate, Zhou Hehuan relaxed while savoring a cigar and swirling a glass of red wine, seated across from a provocatively dressed young woman, a minor celebrity. "I am currently enjoying great popularity," she exclaimed. "I shall assist young Master Zhou in cooling down," she added, but her expression soon turned to shock. At that moment, a bloodied Zhou family enforcer stumbled in. "Master, it's terrible. They are all dead. All of them." "What do you mean, all dead? What is this nonsense?" Zhou Hehuan, perturbed. "Snap back. Master, our men sent to the Wang family have all perished, including second uncle." The enforcer knelt, trembling. "What? This is impossible. Second uncle is a mid-level grandmaster, accompanied by 2 junior grandmasters and over 30 senior martial artists. Who in Jiangnan could kill him?" Zhou Hehuan exclaimed, astonished. It was Zhao Dao and Wang Zhenhai. Wang Zhenhai not only fully recovered, but has also advanced to a senior grandmaster. The enforcer's voice quivered as he recalled the terrifying prowess of Zhao Dao and Wang Zhenhai. "It's over. The Wang family is done for. Second uncle, along with those 2 grandmasters and the 30 senior martial artists, constituted our entire combat strength." Zhou Hehuan slumped into his chair, his expression vacant. "Do not panic, my son." At that moment, a man clad in black training attire, radiating a formidable aura, emerged. "Father, you and grandfather have come out of seclusion," Zhou Hehuan exclaimed joyfully. "How could I remain idle with such grave matters at hand? I emerged early, but your grandfather is still in deep meditation," Zhou Qingda replied. "Father, second uncle was killed by the Wang family and Zhao Dao. I'm already aware. They are but 2 minor senior grandmasters. Once I complete the task assigned by that great figure, I shall personally avenge your second uncle." Zhou Qingda's countenance darkened. "Father, what is your current strength? Are you also a senior grandmaster?" Zhou Hehuan felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before the terrifying presence of Zhou Qingda. "Ha! What is a senior grandmaster? After utilizing the spirit stones provided by that great figure, I am now in the early stages of grandmaster. Your grandfather is striving for mid-stage grandmaster." Zhou Qingda laughed heartily. "What? Does that mean you and grandfather are the strongest in Jiangnan City?" Zhou Hehuan was initially shocked, then elated. His heart raced with excitement. With a grandmaster-level father and grandfather, he would stride confidently through Jiangnan City, claiming any woman he desired. Even those from the 4 great families would willingly come to his bed. "How did you fare with the arrangements to consolidate those smaller families and enterprises before my seclusion?" "That great figure requires us to secure the Qinglong Mountain in the northern district without fail. However, your grandfather and I have decided that this time, the Zhou family will not only seize Qinglong Mountain, but also leverage the reputation of that great figure to dominate the entire northern district. In the future, our Zhou family shall rise to become a trillion-level family," Zhou Qingda declared passionately. "What? Dominate the entire northern district?" Zhou Hehuan was immensely shocked. "I have devised a perfect plan. If Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming cooperate, Our Zhou family will be able to devour the entire northern district at the auction. It seems I must personally visit those two families. With my current strength as a grandmaster, along with the name of that great figure, if the old men from the Feng and Zhao families are not foolish, they will have no choice but to bow down to us. Chapter 49. Senior Apprentice Sister. Are you hungry? Senior Apprentice Sister, we've arrived. Chen Fan drove directly to Su Nanxiang's villa, and then entered with Sun Xian. The decor is quite elegant, Sun Xian remarked, observing the villa with a nod. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of some equipment on the sofa, along with a stocking that had clearly been worn. Her brow arched. I never imagined that the usually aloof and intellectual beauty, Teacher Su, would have such a playful side. Sun Xian couldn't help but imagine Su Nanxiang dressed in gray stockings and a provocative outfit, acting as docile as a kitten. While Chen Fan, no wonder Chen Fan became a disciple who betrayed his teacher. Even she, as a woman, found the thought titillating and hard to resist. However, she was unaware that she had reversed the roles of Chen Fan and Su Nanxiang in her imagination. Abruptly, Sun Xian's expression turned peculiar. Chen Fan, wait here for a moment. I need to use the restroom. Sun Xian's face was slightly flushed as she entered the lavatory. Chen Fan nodded, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. The scene was strikingly similar to Teacher Su's demeanor and posture from the last time. Inside the restroom, Sun Xian finally exhaled in relief. Sun Xian, how could you imagine Teacher and Chen Fan like that? How are you any different from Chen Fan? That disciple who betrayed his teacher? Sun Xian slapped her exquisite face lightly. That Chen Fan, I must teach him a lesson later. Sun Xian vented her anger on Chen Fan. Sun Xian surveyed the restroom. Spotting Su Nanxiang's purple silk robe hanging there, she promptly changed into it and emerged. Senior Apprentice Sister, why are you wearing teacher's clothes? You look gorgeous. Chen Fan almost blurted out the classic line from The Temptation of Going Home, catching himself just in time. However, Sun Xian in the purple silk robe was indeed beautiful beyond words. If Sun Xian in a trench coat was an ethereal snow lotus goddess on a glacier, then in the silk robe, she was an enchanting enchantress. Her beautiful eyes were like the spring waters of the Seine, her luscious lips like blooming roses, her slender jade legs enough to make any man's blood pressure rise, and her majestic peaks enough to drive any man wild. What are you looking at? Isn't betraying your teacher enough? Now you want to betray your senior apprentice sister? Sun Xian looked at Chen Fan with a cold smile. No, I would never dare to have any improper thoughts about senior apprentice sister. Chen Fan said, slightly abashed. He was a man of respect for his teachers and valued the Tao. What happened in the ancient temple of the ancient refiner was because he didn't want to leave a regret for his teacher. Oh, really? You have no improper thoughts about me at all? Sun Xian leaned down, placing a jade leg on the sofa beside Chen Fan. Her beautiful eyes filled with playful curiosity as she held a silver needle in her hand. Chen Fan followed Sun Xian's gaze to his bulging right pocket and was immediately taken aback. Senior apprentice sister, are you hungry? I have a sausage here. Sun Xian was also stunned. This brat dares to tease me. Ha! Senior apprentice sister is indeed hungry. Sun Xian sneered, and the silver needle swiftly and accurately pierced Chen Fan's bulging right pocket. However, the scream that Sun Xian expected from Chen Fan never came. Did I miss the acupoint? Or is his pain tolerance so high that he can endure this kind of pain? A hint of confusion flashed in Sun Xian's beautiful eyes, and she quickly stabbed several more times. Senior apprentice sister, stop fussing. This is a Shuanghui brand large meat sausage. The production process fully complies with national standards, and it's absolutely safe to eat, Chen Fan said, pulling out a Shuanghui sausage covered in needle holes from his right pocket. Senior apprentice sister truly lives up to her reputation as a member of the Medicine King family. Her food safety awareness is so high that she has to test the sausage for poison with a silver needle before eating it. Now it was Sun Xian's turn to be dumbfounded. It's really a sausage. At that moment, Sun Xian noticed Chen Fan's left pocket, and a cold smile returned to her face. I've got you now. A smug smile appeared on the corner of Sun Xian's mouth as she thrust the silver needle toward his left pocket. Chen Fan remained expressionless. A look of bewilderment washed over Sun Xian's face. Impossible. It shouldn't be like this. She felt as if she had encountered the greatest mystery of her 10-year career. Using a silver needle to pierce that acupoint would cause pain almost equivalent to childbirth, a level 10 pain. How could Chen Fan endure it without uttering a sound? Senior apprentice sister, is it that you don't like the Shuanghui brand? It's okay. The one in my left pocket is Jinluo, another big brand. Chen Fan said with a smile, pulling out a Jinluo sausage from his left pocket. Sun Sion instantly broke down. Where is it exactly? Sun Sion shrieked. Senior apprentice sister, this isn't appropriate. I'm your junior apprentice brother. Chen Fan widened his eyes. I'll count to 3. Swish. Sun Sion was immediately startled, covering her red lips with her small hand to prevent herself from screaming. This is 2 junior apprentice brother, master was right. Your problem is very serious, and external methods like silver needles can no longer solve it. Sun Sion said earnestly, swallowing hard. What should I do then, senior apprentice sister? I still have so many girlfriends to take care of. Chen Fan pretended to be panicked. I never thought that I, Sun Sion, would have a day to betray my junior apprentice brother. Sun Sion's eyes were filled with allure-ding. Sun Sion's favorability 30, current favorability 70. Reward host with 3,000 life points. Host current life point balance 13289. 2 hours later, Chen Fan appeared in Wang family manor, inside Wang Yuyan's boudoir. Brother Chen Fan, you look very tired. Can we still study computers tonight? Wang Yuyan said, her face flushed. She had specially taken a rose milk bath tonight, wearing a cool and sexy suspender nightdress. With her hair in pigtails, her exposed skin was as smooth as a freshly peeled egg, and her whole body exuded a sweet fragrance. Study, of course we must study. Computers are so important that we must study even if we don't sleep. Chen Fan said decisively, then turned on the computer. With his bound God-level computer system, he instantly bypassed the firewall to access some websites. Yuyan, should we start with the European and American regions or the Japanese and Korean regions? Chen Fan said. Wang Yuyan's face turned red when she saw the learning videos on the webpage. It's up to brother Chen Fan. Wang Yuyan replied shyly in a small voice. Then let's go with the domestic region. Domestic is more suitable for our physique. Ding. Wang Yuyan's favorability 30, current favorability 80, reward host with 1,500 life points. Host current life point balance 14789. Chapter 50. The Yez auction. 2 days swiftly passed, and today marked an extraordinary occasion for the entire Jiangnan city. The most authoritative Yez auction house in all of China was set to hold an auction here. The Yez auction house boasts connections that reach the upper echelons of the military in this parallel world, where their business encompasses antiques, jewelry, and vast tracts of land. To ensure fairness in the sale of land in the northern district, the Jiangnan city authorities directly entrusted the auction to the Yez auction house. This decision was made out of necessity, as the local officials were unable to contend with the powerful foreign capitalists and the 4 prominent families that control the economic lifeblood and livelihood of the region. Thus, they turned to the Yez auction house, a colossal entity that local forces would not dare to provoke. Today, the entire Jiangnan city was abuzz, as all the affluent nobles and wealthy merchants with assets exceeding 1 billion rushed towards the auction venue. Simultaneously, many affluent individuals from neighboring cities also made their way here. Although the northern district's land was restricted to local enterprises, the Yez auction house was rumored to be auctioning off many other treasures. All the key figures of the Wang family were also preparing to set off. Grandfather, brother Chen Fan, the vehicles are all ready. The auction starts at 10 o'clock. We can depart now. Wang Tong exclaimed, pointing at the dozen or so brand new wooling vans before Wang Zhenhai. Wang Zhenhai, along with the rest of the Wang family, looked on in silence. Tunger, while it is commendable that you wish to learn from Chen Fan, strive to absorb his depth of character rather than merely mimic his surface actions. Understand that we are not the only family attending the Yez auction. Many prominent figures and wealthy merchants from surrounding cities will be present, including some of my friends. You are making me, Wang Zhenhai sighed, at a loss for words. Despite his humble lifestyle and aversion to ostentation, the Wang family was one of the 4 major families of Jiangnan City. Arriving in a convoy of vans seemed akin to a public spectacle. However, Wang Tong stubbornly held his ground, unyielding. Chen Fan, if Wang Tung's arrangements are inadequate, should we wait a moment? I can have them switch to a few different vehicles, Wang Jinhai awkwardly suggested. Not at all. The vans are perfectly fine. I own one myself. They are practical for transporting people and goods, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, leaping into one of the vans. Seeing that Chen Fan had boarded, Wang Jinhai ceased his protests, casting a glare at Wang Tung before ushering the family members into the vans. Brother Chen Fan, come back soon. I am eagerly awaiting your return. We still have much to learn about the European and American sectors, as well as the Japanese and Korean sectors. Wang Yuyan, dressed in a red dress, called out to Chen Fan. Rest assured, I will return and we will learn together. Chen Fan responded. Wang Tung overheard their conversation, and his curiosity was piqued. The mention of the Japanese and Korean sectors, along with the European and American sectors, intrigued him, especially considering that even someone as formidable as Chen Fan, a master practitioner of the Ghost Gate's 13 needles, sought further knowledge. A flicker of respect ignited within Wang Tung. Indeed, success is seldom a matter of chance, and one must take small, steady steps to traverse great distances. Sun Siyuan did not accompany them, as Chen Fan had imparted the 4th and 5th needles of the Ghost Gate's 13 needles to her. Thus, she was wholly absorbed in her research, with little interest in attending the auction. On their way to the auction, Chen Fan received a call from his friend, Li Wei. Bursting with excitement, Li Wei announced that he, along with Jiang Yuchan and Zhao Ruoxi, had already set off. He declared that they were determined to shine at the auction, proving to his estranged father that fortunes can shift dramatically over the years. By the way, Grandpa Wang, I just realized that I do not have a ticket. Chen Fan suddenly remembered. Not to worry. The main participants in this auction are our 4 prominent families of Jiangnan. So the Yes Auction House has provided us with a special green channel. Wang Jinhai replied with a smile. Before long, the Wang family's convoy arrived at the plaza in front of the auction venue. The square was filled with luxury cars, resembling a grand auto exhibition. Even a Mercedes S-Class appeared humble amidst the Bentleys and Rolls-Royce Phantoms that dominated the scene. Consequently, the sight of the Wang family's fleet of new Wuling vans drew the attention of nearly everyone present. Ha ha, this is hysterical. Which rustic individual thought it wise to bring a dozen vans to the Yes auction? It's simply laughable, one wealthy businessman scoffed. Indeed, with so many affluent businessmen from out of town, this is quite the embarrassment for us Jiangnan locals. How did the security allow them in? Another chimed in, as laughter erupted among the crowd. Not far from the van convoy, a heated argument unfolded among a few individuals, including Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi. You wretched child, it's one thing to neglect your studies and frequent nightclubs, but to come here and cause a scene? Do you even comprehend where you are? If trouble arises, I cannot help you. Li Wei's father, Li Maohua, a stout middle-aged man, chastised him. Please, you vile father, who says I'm here to cause trouble. My friend and I are here to bid on land for development. Li Wei retorted, clad in a colorful striped polo shirt and sunglasses, his hands tucked confidently in his pockets. With you? And these 2 young ladies? Do you have any idea how much capital is required to enter the auction? The starting bid is 1 billion. Even if I pooled all my resources with your cousins, we would barely scrape together that amount. Li Maohua shouta angrily. How dare you? Father, if you insult me, that's one thing. But if you insult my friends, I will have to take action. Li Wei warned, rolling up his sleeves. Goodness, look at how spoiled Li Wei has become under your care, brother. He is utterly clueless, a slender woman adorned in jewelry. Li Wei's second cousin, Li Yin, interjected. Unlike our Su Lei, who at just 20 years old has taken charge of our family business and is flourishing. It seems the future of our family legacy should rest with Su Lei, for if it falls to Li Wei, it will surely be squandered, Li Yin proclaimed with pride. As Su Lei, a tall and handsome young man, smirked disdainfully at Li Wei. Enough, Li Yin. Don't think I'm unaware of your covetous intentions regarding our family business. Li Wei exploded in frustration. How dare you speak to your aunt that way? Li Maohua's temper flared, and he nearly collapsed from the pressure, shaking his head in despair. He had once considered nurturing his son, but with Li Wei's daily indulgences in nightlife, he had come to view him as a lost cause. Meanwhile, his capable nephew Su Lei, at only 20, had managed the family business with remarkable efficiency. Li Mao began to see the wisdom in his sister's words. Rather than watch his lifetime of hard work go to waste in Li Wei's hands, it might be better entrusted to Su Lei. Father, the biases in one's heart can be as imposing as a mountain. I want to assure you that your son has changed. My friends and I will undoubtedly shine in this Northern District development. Li Wei, seeing the melancholy on his father's face, felt a pang of empathy and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Ha ha, cousin, spare us the pretense. Your true character is well known to your family. Furthermore, as for these two beautiful ladies, you would serve your interests better by aligning with me rather than him. Su Lei scolded, his gaze burning with desire as he fixated on Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan, having just noticed these two stunning campus goddesses igniting a surge of lust within him. Goodness! Su Lei, do you seek your own demise? These two are my brother's women, and he is on his way here. Aligned with the Wang family from the four great families. Li Wei retorted with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's fleeting hope, which had just begun to blossom, was once again extinguished. You've changed. You've become a braggart. What do you think you're worth is to be acquainted with the Wang family? Huh, you? Knowing someone from the Wang family? Su Lei, along with his mother Li Yin and several of Li Wei's other cousins, burst into laughter. Li Wei, look over there. A convoy of vans has arrived. It seems your friend is among them. Su Lei exclaimed, pointing at the Wang family's van fleet, his laughter ringing out. Li Wei followed Su Lei's pointing finger and spotted Chen Fan stepping out of the vehicle. Oh, you really have a knack for this. That indeed is my brother. Chapter 51. It's acceptable to insult me, but not my brother from a distance. Chen Fan spotted Li Wei's flamboyant appearance and instructed Wang's convoy to halt. Chen Fan, over here. Li Wei waved enthusiastically, while Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan hurried over, each wrapping an arm around Chen Fan. Su Lei, witnessing the two stunning beauties fawning over a seemingly impoverished young man descending from a van, felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Father, allow me to introduce my good brother Chen Fan, a remarkably discreet second-generation wealthy heir, the esteemed guest of the Wang family. Li Wei proudly draped his arm over Chen Fan's shoulder, grinning as he introduced him to Li Maguoguo. Hello, Uncle Li, I've heard much about you from Wei. Chen Fan extended his hand. Li Maguoguo frowned slightly. He had heard of Chen Fan before, known to have grown up in an orphanage while working diligently at 2 jobs to support his education. How could he now be deemed a hidden elite? The claim of being the Wang family's honored guest seemed utterly absurd. Nevertheless, as he was a friend of his son, Li Maguoguo managed a strained smile and shook Chen Fan's hand. And these are? Chen Fan, oblivious to the previous altercation, assumed they were Li Wei's family. Strangers, unrelated. Li Wei waved dismissively, his irritation palpable. However, Su Lei was determined not to let Chen Fan off easily. Ah, so you are the friend of my worthless cousin. It seems the worthless only associate with those who drive vans. Are you perhaps here with the Wang family? Su Lei sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the Wang family's van. Are you asking for a beating? Li Wei, displeased with Su Lei's insult towards Chen Fan, swiftly slapped Su Lei across the face. How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay. Su Lei, incensed by the affront from a cousin he had always regarded with contempt, lunged at Li Wei. You dare strike your cousin? I'll claw you to pieces. Li Wei's cousin, Li Yin, witnessing her son being attacked, shrieked and rushed forward, attempting to slap Li Wei. Su Lei, tall and imposing, had the advantage, while Li Wei, though stocky, was no match for him. Enough! Chen Fan shouted, delivering a swift blow that sent Su Lei spinning, his cheeks swelling instantly. How dare you strike my precious son? Security! Security! Li Yin's eyes reddened as she yelled for help, prompting several security personnel to rush over. Seize this impoverished wretch. He must have infiltrated the event. The guards scrutinized Chen Fan, noting his casual attire, which starkly contrasted with the wealthy attendees. Sir, may I see your admission ticket? I was invited by the Wang family. I do not possess a ticket, Chen Fan replied candidly. Bah, he claims to be invited by the Wang family. Don't believe him. I saw him disembark from that van. Li Yin screamed, while Su Lei glared at Chen Fan. fear evident in his eyes after Chen Fan's earlier display of strength, leaving him to cower behind Li Yin. Let this matter be. They are merely children. Although Li Miguoguo harbored his own dissatisfaction with Chen Fan, he felt compelled to intervene since Chen Fan was his son's friend. Brother, you must not interfere. He dares to strike my son, and I will not only have him thrown out, but also imprisoned. Li Yin raged, nearly deranged. At that moment, the commotion drew the attention of Wang's convoy. Wang Zhenhai, along with Wang Teng and several key figures of the Wang family, emerged from the van. Chen Fan, what's going on? Wang Zhenhai inquired, his brow furrowed. Who is this old man? Mind your own business, or I'll send you to your grave. Li Yin, mistaking Wang Zhenhai for Chen Fan's ally, pointed an accusatory finger at him. However, as her words hung in the air, she sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Turning, she saw Li Miguoguo's horrified expression, while Su Lei trembled uncontrollably, and the security personnel stood at attention, their demeanor respectful. Slap! Li Miguoguo struck Li Yin sharply across the face. Brother, how could you hit me? Li Yin gasped in disbelief. Her cousin had always been her protector, and now he had publicly humiliated her. You foolish woman. This is the esteemed elder Wang Zhenhai of the Jiangnan Wang family. Kneel and apologize at once. Li Miguoguo's urgency was palpable. He cared for his cousin, yet her reckless behavior had put them in a dire predicament. Wang family. Li Yin and Su Lei collapsed in shock. They never imagined that the individual sharing a vehicle with the impoverished Chen Fan was indeed a prominent figure of the Wang family, confirming Li Wei's assertions. Tremors coursed through them as they realized the gravity of their mistake. Chen Fan, how should we deal with these two? Wang Zhenhai, insulted by the shrewish woman's outburst, felt his dignity at stake, but recognized the connections these individuals had with Chen Fan, thus awaiting his guidance. Li Wei, since they're your relatives, what do you propose? Chen Fan turned to Li Wei. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Wei felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Observing the anxious Li Miguoguo and the terrified Li Yin and Su Lei, he smirked. Father, do you now believe my words? My brother Chen Fan shares an extraordinary bond with the Wang family. I believe. This time it was my fault, please. Plead for my cousin and nephew's mercy. Li Muwu imbrudate. I warned you that while you may insult me with impunity, to scorn Chen Fan and the elder Wang is tantamount to courting death. Perhaps we should simply expel them, considering they are family, Chen Fan suggested, nodding at Wang Zhenhai. Very well, remove them from the venue. They are barred from participating in the auction. Subsequently, Li Yin and Su Lei were escorted out by the security personnel. Uncle Ali, the auction is about to commence. Would you care to join us? Chen Fan inquired. Is that truly permissible? Li Miguoguo asked, excitement evident in his voice. Of course. We are all family, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Father, you've benefited from my favor this time. Do treat me with more respect in the future, Li Wei declared, hands on his hips. At that moment, an impressive convoy of luxury vehicles approached, halting before the Wang family and Chen Fan. As the doors swung open, three commanding figures emerged, led by a middle-aged man flanked by two individuals of similar stature to Wang Zhenhai. Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Zoming. Wang Zhenhai's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 52. The Three Conditions of Zhou Qingde. Wang Zhenhai. You old rascal, you possess an enviable resilience. Zhou Qingde cast a dark and ominous gaze at Wang Zhenhai. Ha ha, whether my life is resilient or not is secondary. At least I have outlived your second brother and those short-lived members of the Zhou family. Wang Zhenhai retorted with a hearty laugh. Now having achieved the rank of senior master, he regarded Zhou Qingde with disdain, believing him to be merely a mid-level master. Old Wang, your words may be premature. A sinister smile crept across Zhou Qingde's face as an invisible aura erupted from him, sending powerful waves of energy radiating outward. Stumbling back several paces, Wang Zhenhai's expression shifted to one of shock as he exclaimed, You can release your true qi. You have indeed reached the Grandmaster level. What? The members of the Wang family behind him, along with other wealthy spectators, were instantly struck with amazement and disbelief. In Jiangnan City, no grandmaster had emerged in over a decade. According to their knowledge, martial arts are divided into three primary realms: martial artist, master, and grandmaster. The four prominent families of Jiangnan City had each invested hundreds of millions to procure rare materials and elixirs, coupled with decades of relentless training to achieve the master level. The absence of grandmasters was primarily due to the lack of legendary techniques for refining qi. The potential of the human body is inherently limited. Once an individual's speed and strength reach a certain threshold, they surpass the capabilities of an ordinary person. The maximum speed and strength a body can endure is equivalent to a combat power of 0.7 at the senior master level, comparable to the cumulative speed and strength of 7 individuals. Thus, to transcend the master level and ascend to grandmaster, one must cultivate qi refinement techniques, absorbing spiritual energy to fortify the body and enhance its strength. It is said that at the grandmaster level, the density of one's bones becomes as hard as steel, and the skin and muscles as resilient as wild boar hide, impervious to ordinary bullets. Furthermore, those who practice qi refinement unconsciously store true qi within their meridians, capable of inflicting harm even with a mere touch. The ability to release true qi is the hallmark of a grandmaster. Now, Zhou Chen evidently stood at the grandmaster level. A junior grandmaster could easily overpower 5 or 6 senior masters. A shadow of despair enveloped Wang Zhenhai's heart. The Zhou family must have garnered support from a formidable family possessing qi refinement techniques. If Zhou Qingde had achieved grandmaster status, then his father, Zhou Tianyang, must be even more formidable. However, upon seeing Chen Fan's nonchalant demeanor, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. Fortunately, he had the foresight to utilize his granddaughter Wang Yuyan to connect with the enigmatic grandmaster Chen Fan. It seemed imperative to ensure that the experienced women in the family properly groom Wang Yuyan to win Chen Fan's favor. Otherwise, the entire Wang family would face ruin. With this thought, Wang Zhenhai's gaze toward Chen Fan grew increasingly fervent. At that moment, Zhou Chen spoke again. Old Wang, do not say I have not given your family an opportunity. If you wish to survive, I present you with 3 conditions. What conditions? Wang Zhenhai's brow furrowed with concern. First, the Leaf family auction today. My Zhou family will monopolize the venue. Second, cede 90 of the Wang family's industries and assets to the Zhou family. Third, tomorrow, you shall send all the women of the Wang family to my Zhou family for companionship, while the men of the Wang family shall kneel and serve. Zhou Qingde's smile was chilling. Upon hearing the third condition, Zhou Hongyuan, standing behind him, flushed with excitement, as this condition was his suggestion to his father. However, once Zhou Qingde's conditions were announced, the Wang family erupted in outrage. Zhou Qingde, how dare you? Before Wang Zhenhai could respond, Wang Tung lunged forward like an enraged leopard, his eyes blazing with fury. Tungano, Wang Zhenhai bellowed, but it was too late to intervene. Bang! Before Zhou Qingde could react, Feng Yuxiu struck Wang Tung with a powerful palm to the heart. Wang Tung was flung back like a cannonball, his shirt shredded, a palm-shaped hole torn into his back. Tengya! Wang Zhenhai rushed over, lifting Wang Tung, only to find his pulse weak and fading. His expression turned ashen. The heart-shattering palm of the Feng family. Your heart has shattered into pieces. Feng Yuxiu, my Wang family has never crossed paths with your Feng family. Why have you inflicted such harm upon my grandson? Wang Zhenhai roared, despair enveloping him as Wang Tung's breaths grew shallow. Ha! Wang Zhenhai, did you not know? Zhao and I have allied with the Zhou family, becoming their subordinate forces. Your grandson dared to ambush our master. He is, of course, doomed. Feng Yuxiu sneered. What? You have allied with the Zhou family? Wang Zhenhai was taken aback, incredulous that the Feng and Zhao families, fellow prominent families, had submitted to Zhou. Wang Zhenhai, I advise you to comply with the 3 demands of our master, or your entire family will meet the same fate as Wang Tung. Zhao Kongming chuckled darkly. Ha! Merely a dog awaiting slaughter. Why waste words on him? Let us go. The auction is about to commence. Zhou Qingde cast a disdainful glance at the pale Wang Zhenhai before striding into the venue alongside Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and Zhou Hongyuan. Tunger, is my failure as a grandfather, I could not protect you. Wang Zhenhai gazed upon the fading life of Wang Teng, tears streaming down his face, feeling as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Wang Teng was his only grandson. The thought of losing him was unbearable. Wait, if you keep crying, you will truly perish. At that moment, Chen Fan's calm voice broke through Wang Zhenhai's despair. Young brother Chen Fan, what do you mean? Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Chen Fan. What do you mean? Have you forgotten how I healed you? Hurry, get him to the van. If his last breath escapes, not even the 13 needles of the ghost gate can save him. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Chapter 53. The mysterious veiled woman inside the van. Chen Fan administered the 4th acupuncture needle, and Wang Teng slowly regained consciousness. Chen Fan, grandfather, Wang Teng exclaimed, his face pale. Do not speak. You require rest. In a month, you shall recover fully, Chen Fan replied. Wang Zhenhai approached and touched Wang Teng's heart area, his expression turning incredulous. The shattered heart has healed. The 13 ghost needles are indeed miraculous. This is only the 4th needle. Wang Zhenhai was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, and he grasped Chen Fan's hands, nearly kneeling before him. Chen Fan quickly assisted him to stand. Master Chen, you have once again saved my Wang family. I, Wang Zhenhai, am at a loss for how to repay you. Old third, did you not recently marry a young star? Return home and hastily send her to Chen Fan. Also, summon all the beautiful women in the family, regardless of marital status, for Chen Fan to choose from. Wang Zhenhai found it hard to fathom how he could repay Chen Fan, his address changing in the process. Considering Chen Fan's fondness for attractive women, he hurriedly employed the family's gene fusion technique. Please no, that is entirely unnecessary. Chen Fan hastily waved his hands in refusal. He was no lecher, and his pursuits were purely for survival. Alas, I believe we should refrain from going. The Zhou family is determined to acquire the land in the northern district, and the Feng and Zhao families have already sided with them. Their available funds nearly reach 500 billion. We would have little chance, Wang Zhenhai stated. In truth, money was but one aspect. He was also somewhat intimidated by the formidable power behind the Zhou family, as they possess the means of refining qi, a force of immense influence in Huaxia, capable of crushing the Wang family as easily as one might squash an ant. 500 billion? Chen Fan was taken aback, though only slightly. To him, 500 billion was merely the sum to be spent on a binding partner. Initially, he had little interest in a land auction in the northern district, but it included the Qinglong mountain range. The Qinglong mountain, where the Qing Mountain Orphanage was situated, was where he had grown up, and his master, Su Nanxiang, was still cultivating there. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to acquire the entire Qinglong mountain range as his private property. Since we are here, let's take a look. I hear there are other treasures to be auctioned, Chen Fan remarked. Wang Zhenhai, seeing Chen Fan's eagerness, nodded in agreement. He too wished to witness the renowned Yi family auction. Consequently, Wang Zhenhai first sent someone to escort Wang Teng back to the Wang family, and then, accompanied by Chen Fan, Li Wei, Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, and others, they entered the auction venue through the green channel reserved for the 4 prominent families. The auction hall was elegantly decorated in a classical style, with slightly over 100 seats, yet even those were not fully occupied, as entry required a capital verification of at least 10 billion. The 4 prominent families and other wealthy guests from outside had their seats arranged in the front row, while the remaining seats were allocated according to the scale of verified funds. Wang Zhenhai and the others settled in the left side of the front row, while the Zhou, Feng, and Zhao families took their places on the right. At that moment, elegantly dressed women in traditional attire approached to serve tea, using high-quality leaves valued at 200,000 to 300,000 per pound, filling the auction hall with a fragrant aroma. Now you know your son's prowess, don't you? Were it not for my brother, would you be seated in the front row of the auction? Those are reserved for tycoons worth billions. Li Wei smugly remarked to Li Maogua, who sat beside him. Yes, it was my error. I shall not underestimate you again. The family business will be entrusted entirely to you, Li Maogua replied, trembling, barely daring to sit fully in his chair. For behind him were tycoons worth hundreds of billions whom he usually looked up to. However, those once unattainable magnates now regardedly Maowa with ingratiating smiles upon seeing him seated at the same table as the Wang family's elder, leaving him astounded. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed that the center of the front row was completely vacant, and he turned to Wang Zhenhai in confusion. Old Master Wang, why is the center seat in the front row empty? Even the four prominent families can only sit at the sides. Is there someone of higher status arriving? Wang Zhenhai nodded, then shook his head. At a Yi family auction, regardless of how wealthy you are or your political standing, you may only sit at the sides of the front row. The central position is reserved solely for those from formidable families with the means of refining qi. Oh, then I shall have the opportunity to see what such prominent families are like today, Chen Fan said, intrigued. However, you may be disappointed. For at an auction held in a small place like Jiangnan City, although there are certainly valuable items, those from the prominent families will not deign to attend. Wang Zhenhai explained with a smile. I see. Chen Fan nodded, understanding that, in the grand scheme of Huaxia, Jiangnan City was an inconsequential locale. Despite its decent location, it was overshadowed by Tianhai City, the premier international metropolis hundreds of kilometers away, rendering Jiangnan a mere remote town devoid of resources. Before long, most attendees had arrived, and the auction was nearing its commencement. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, followed by an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a martial arts uniform, exuding an ethereal presence, leading a tall, elegantly dressed woman in a flowing white gown, her face veiled. Her figure was statuesque, and her demeanor radiated an otherworldly grace. Though concealed by the veil, her height, poised movements, and the glimpse of her enchanting eyes hinted at an extraordinary beauty hidden beneath. Moreover, she emanated a subtle fragrance akin to orchid and musk, igniting the passions of the billionaires present. These affluent individuals, accustomed to the allure of models and campus beauties, found themselves rendered insignificant in comparison to the veiled woman. Yet, as she approached, not a single person dared to show disrespect. For the one leading her was none other than Yi Nantian, the head of this auction. Chapter 54. The ancient alchemical formula. Yi Nantian nodded respectfully to the wealthy merchants who had risen to their feet, then proceeded directly to the central position in the front row, accompanied by the woman in the white veil. Chen Fan, seated at the far left end of the front row, was close enough to the veiled lady to catch a whiff of an enchanting fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk. Miss Jiang, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. Is this seat acceptable for you? Yi Nantian inquired with the utmost respect as he ushered Jiang Qingyi to the center of the front row. Uncle Yi, you are too courteous. Xingyao and I are like sisters. Today is her first time hosting an auction, and as her elder sister, I naturally must come to support her. Jiang Qingyi replied with a smile, her voice as melodious as pearls falling onto a jade plate. The host of today's auction was none other than Yi Nantian's granddaughter, Yi Xingyao, who was also a close friend of Jiang Qingyi. Is Miss Jiang from the Jiang family of Tianhai? Wang Zhenhai, who had been listening intently, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing Yi Nantian address her respectfully. Does old Wang know her? Chen Fan pondered, recognizing that the veiled woman exuded an aura of beauty comparable to that of Sun Siyuan, an epitome of charm. I am unworthy of knowing someone from the Jiang family, and to be treated with such respect by the Yi family. This lady must indeed be from the Tianhai Jiang family. Wang Zhenhai remarked. Oh, is the Jiang family quite powerful? Chen Fan inquired further. Absolutely. In the second largest city of China, Tianhai, there exist two prominent families, one of which is the Jiang family. The other family is intricately connected to the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family does not practice martial arts, their status surpasses that of those colossal families. Wang Zhenhai explained. Why is that? Before Chen Fan could ask, Zhao Ruoxi, whose father also practiced martial arts, expressed her curiosity, having grown up hearing about these formidable families. This is because the Jiang family is renowned for their alchemical prowess, standing alongside the Sun family as the two great families of the South and North in alchemy. It is said that the elixirs crafted by the Jiang family significantly enhance the chances of martial artists breaking through their limits. For instance, if I could obtain a Hehuan pill from the Jiang family, my physical strength would instantaneously elevate to another level. Even without a cultivation method, with sufficient accumulation. I could reach the Grandmaster realm, Wang Zhenhai said, his expression filled with longing. How impressive! When I have money in the future, I shall definitely buy one for my father. Zhao Ruoshi exclaimed in awe. Little girl, if such elixirs could be purchased with money, then the entire Jiangnan city would be filled with grandmasters. These elixirs typically require rare and precious medicinal materials or equally valuable treasures for exchange. Wang Zhenhai chuckled, looking at the adorable Zhao Ruoshi. Seated in the central position of the front row, Jiang Qingyi could hear Wang Zhenhai's words and nodded slightly. These individuals indeed possessed some knowledge, yet the young man beside her was rather annoying. Handsome, yes, but he was surrounded by two beauties and kept casting glances in her direction. He appeared to be nothing short of a scoundrel. Jiang Qingyi cast an unpleased glance at Chen Fan. Not like my brother Yuba, who is not only exceptionally talented and powerful, ranking among the top 5 youth in China, but also possesses integrity and loyalty in matters of the heart. This man doesn't even compare to a hair on my brother Yuba's leg. Jiang Qingyi thought of the imposing figure in her heart, revealing a sweet smile. At that moment, the lights on the auction stage suddenly illuminated, and a stunning woman clad in a moon-white qipao, her hair elegantly styled, emanating an air of refined elegance, gracefully walked out from backstage. Her exquisite, classically beautiful visage elicited gasps of admiration from the wealthy patrons in attendance. Almost everyone felt their presence here was worthwhile. Even if they did not acquire anything today, the appearances of the ethereal veiled woman and this refined lady had already made their visit gratifying. Indeed, she is quite beautiful, nearly on par with my senior sister. Chen Fan nodded, finding the classic qipao-clad woman to be well within his aesthetic preference. After all, which person from Huaxia does not dream of a harmonious romance adorned with elegance? And this auction host epitomized that ideal. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yi Xingyao, the host of today's auction. Welcome to the Yi Auction House. Yi Xingyao greeted with a smile, her eyes playfully darting toward Jiang Qingyi in the center, giving a cheeky wink. The Yi Auction House, renowned as the largest in Huaxia, showcased not just beautiful hosts, but ones far surpassing many so-called celebrities. A woman descended from the heavens. How could she be compared to the mundane and superficial? You may not know, but Yi Xingyao is the beloved granddaughter of Yi Nantian. Murmurs of surprise began to circulate among the audience. Esteemed guests, I hereby announce the formal commencement of today's auction. As Yi Xingyao's voice resonated, a hush fell over the entire venue. Now presenting our first auction item, Yi Xingyao continued, as two elegantly dressed women in qipeos brought forth a glass display case. Within it lay a piece of weathered, partially damaged leather parchment, bearing the marks of time. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is a scroll unearthed from the tomb of an ancient qi cultivator. Yi Xingyao introduced, pressing a button on her electronic pen. Immediately, 3D images of the scroll appeared on the tablets provided to each attendee. What? From the tomb of an ancient qi cultivator. Could it possibly contain the teachings of qi cultivation? The billionaire merchants below stirred restlessly, excitement palpable in the air. The teachings of qi cultivation were the very foundation passed down through generations in every prominent family in Huaxia. To possess such teachings meant that a family could continuously produce powerful individuals and wealth, ultimately ascending to the ranks of top-tier powers in Huaxia, igniting their fervor. Even Wang Zhenhai, Zhou Chengde, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming stood up involuntarily, breathing heavily, their gazes fervently fixed on the ancient scroll within the display case. I'd bid 50 billion. The Zhou family of Jiangnan City will take this scroll, Zhou Chengde declared, disregarding everything else. Since he had begun practicing a fragment of the qi cultivation method bestowed upon him by a significant figure, he had realized just how precious these teachings were to martial artists. I bid 60 billion. I bid 70 billion. Many wealthy tycoons from neighboring provinces began to fervently raise their bids. Even Wang Zhenhai felt compelled to bid, but was stopped by Chen Fan. What qi cultivation method? It's merely an ancient alchemical formula. What? Not a qi cultivation method. Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Fan had not intended to conceal his voice, and Jiang Qingyi, Yi Nantian, and Yi Xingyao on stage all turned to look at him with surprise. This young man possesses some insight. Jiang Qingyi glanced at Chen Fan with newfound interest, albeit briefly. Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed guest just now is correct. This is not an ancient qi cultivation method, but rather an ancient alchemical formula. Chapter 55. Binding Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao. What? This is not a qi refining technique. Instantly, all the wealthy merchants in the venue were greatly disappointed and took their seats. As their initial excitement faded, they gradually regained composure. Indeed, a qi refining technique has the potential to forge a prominent family. Such a treasure could hardly be expected at an auction, let alone be within their reach to bid on. Though this unearthed scroll is not a qi refining method, our Yi family auction house had previously brought it to the esteemed masters of the Jiang family for appraisal. It is undoubtedly a priceless alchemical formula. However, the ancient script inscribed upon it remains undeciphered to this day, which is precisely why we have chosen to auction it, starting at 5 billion. Ye Vingya konjudit harsipich. Casting her gaze upon the crowd below. 5 billion? The merchants below shook their heads in unison. For them, an alchemical formula, especially one that is indecipherable, holds no value, as it cannot be liquidated or create formidable warriors for their families. Chen Fan, however, gazed at the alchemical formula with intrigue, for he possessed the ability to master all languages on earth, enabling him to decode the formula. I bid 5 billion. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Jiang Qingyi, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her. Very well, Miss Jiang bids 5 billion. Is there anyone else willing to raise the stakes? Yi Xingyao responded with a charming smile. In truth, the primary reason for presenting this ancient alchemical formula as the first item at the Yi family auction was for Jiang Qingyi. Yi Xingyao was aware that Jiang Qingyi had been diligently collecting ancient formulas in hopes of concocting elixirs to assist Jin Yuba in breaking through. 100 billion. Chen Fan raised his paddle decisively. What? Someone bid 100 billion? Are they mad? Who increases the bid by such an amount? Many merchants turned to look at Chen Fan. This is truly reckless. Daring to compete with a member of the Jiang family for an ancient alchemical formula is tantamount to courting death. I reckon he won't survive without our intervention. This fool will soon face the wrath of the Wang family. Zhou Qingde scoffed, casting a cold glance at Chen Fan, who sat among the Wang family. Yi Xingyao on stage was momentarily taken aback, while Yi Nanshan's expression shifted. Sir, this ancient alchemical formula is of great significance to me. Might I persuade you to relinquish it? I am willing to offer an additional 10 billion. Jiang Qingyi spoke icily. With her noble lineage and captivating beauty, she was accustomed to being fervently pursued wherever she went, even by the younger generations of prominent families. The audacity of a mere country boy to intercept her was profoundly unsettling for someone of her pride. Mr. Chen, might you reconsider your bid? Observing her dear friend in distress, Yi Xingyao disregarded the auction's decorum, her tone laced with subtle threats. Chen Fan, perhaps it would be wise to let this go. After all, she is from the Jiang family, and Miss Yi has graciously offered a way out. Wang Zhenhai urged anxiously. Whether it was the Jiang or Yi family, either could obliterate the Wang family with the ease of crushing an ant. Indeed, Chen Fan, while it is said that a strong dragon does not suppress a local serpent, they are true dragons we cannot provoke. Furthermore, our primary objective today is the land auction in the Northern District. Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi also urged. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. His life force could be effortlessly converted into combat prowess, rendering him unafraid of the Jiang or Yi families. However, he was concerned for his friends who might suffer repercussions due to his actions. Ding! Detected the 92-point beauty Jiang Qingyi. Binding initiated. Ding! Binding successful. For every point of increased favorability with Jiang Qingyi, the host gains 100 life points. Current favorability -100. Granting host the beauty cashback feature. Name Jiang Qingyi, beauty score 92. Cashback ratio 1:100. Granting host skill. True Destiny Purple Fire. Alchemical refinement requires igniting the True Destiny Fire, with levels based on color. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple in ascending order. Ding! Detected the 92-point beauty Yi Xingyao. Binding initiated. Ding! Binding successful. For every point of increased favorability with Yi Xingyao, the host gains 100 life points, current favorability 0. Granting host the beauty cashback feature. Name Yi Xingyao, beauty score 92, cashback ratio 100. Granting host skill. Mind reading can read the inner thoughts of those weaker than the host. A series of electronic synthesized sounds reverberated in Chen Fan's mind. He was momentarily stunned. Through these binding experiences, he concluded that any girl with a beauty score exceeding 90 would automatically bind to him upon verbal or physical contact. This system is rather advantageous. Now that the binding was established, resolving this matter became simpler. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled as he turned to Jiang Qingyi. I apologize, Miss Jiang, but I am indeed determined to acquire this ancient alchemical formula. I shall bid 100 billion. Chen Fan declared with a smile. Jiang Qingyi regarded Chen Fan with a frosty stare for some time before eventually turning away. For her, 100 billion, even 200 billion, was but a trivial matter. Yet, her pride could not bear the notion of competing for something she desired, especially against a man. 100 billion once, 100 billion twice, 100 billion thrice. Bang! The gavel fell heavily. Mr. Chen, congratulations on winning the ancient alchemical formula. Yi Xingyao expressed congratulations with a voice tinged with frost, while Yi Nantian let out a heavy, cold snort. Ha! Those who are arrogant will inevitably face retribution. This Wang Zhenhai must have found this fool somewhere. How dare he offend both the Jiang and Yi family simultaneously? He truly does not know the meaning of danger. Zhou Chengde laughed heartily, while other wealthy merchants nearby shook their heads. Those who had been cozying up to the Wang family instinctively distanced themselves, fearful of any association. At this moment, Wang Zhenhai was drenched in cold sweat, but since Chen Fan had already secured the ancient alchemical formula, he dared not utter a word. He could only pray that the family backing Chen Fan could contend with the giants of the Jiang and Yi families. Yet, as everyone mocked Chen Fan and the Wang family, Chen Fan perused the ancient scroll he had just acquired, deciphering its contents almost instantaneously, committing it to memory. Suddenly, Chen Fan stood up and, under the gaze of the crowd, approached Jiang Qingyi while holding the scroll. Hello, Miss Jiang. This ancient alchemical formula was specifically auctioned for you. As a token of our first meeting, a woman as ethereal as you should not be sullied by the trivialities of money, so I, Chen Fan, must overstep my bounds. Ding! Jiang Qingyi favorability 100, current favorability 0, host current life points balance 14, 789. Ding! Yi Xingyao favorability 20, current favorability 20, rewarding host 2, 000 life points. Host current life points balance 16, 789. Chapter 56. A trillion-fold cashback. The entire venue was instantly silenced. Everyone was dumbfounded by Chen Fan's audacious maneuver. Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Li Maoguo, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi all breathed a sigh of relief. Did you think you could capture my attention in such a manner? I've encountered your type countless times. Individuals who, in their conceit, attempt petty cleverness, only to further repel me. Jiang Qingyi remarked with a slight lift of her alabaster chin, adopting a condescending posture. Inner monologue, good heavens. Who would have imagined that this ethereal Jiang Qingyi is also a maestro of pretense? Had I not unlocked the art of mind reading, I might have been deceived. There's no issue with indulging in a bit of ostentation. After all, I possess 3 years of experience as a devoted admirer. Surely, I can satisfy your whims. Chen Fan mused inwardly. Miss Jiang, please forgive my boldness. I was simply captivated by your celestial aura and unparalleled beauty, prompting me to resort to such a stratagem. Chen Fan proclaimed, showering her with compliments. Ho impiho, mia fleti. Although Jiang Qingyi feigned disdain, she was secretly delighted. Nothing pleased her more than being the object of adoration. And Chen Fan's unconventional gesture had instantly warmed her heart, making her view him in a more favorable light. Thus, she nodded and accepted the ancient pill formula from Chen Fan's hand. Ding! Jiang Qingyi's affinity 30. Current affinity 30. Reward to the host, 3,000 life points. Host current life point balance, 19,789 ding. Detected that the host has spent 10 billion for Jiang Qingyi. Aesthetic cashback of 1 trillion. Chen Fan's heart stirred. He had been rewarded with 1 trillion. At that moment, his wealth surpassed that of all the tycoons present combined. You're called Chen Fan, I believe. Your station hardly warrants the presentation of gifts to me, thereby obligating me. Here are 2 yuan nurturing pills. Consider them in exchange. Jiang Qingyi offered, handing over 2 jade vials, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Fan, a hint of anticipation flickering within. Then I thank Miss Jiang, Chen Fan replied, accepting them without further ado. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Qingyi's eyes. The scene she had envisioned. Chen Fan, upon receiving the yuan nurturing pills, prostrating himself in gratitude, had failed to materialize. Perhaps he was unaware that the yuan nurturing pill was capable of creating a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed. Inner monologue. Alas, those from humble origins often lack discernment. I overestimated him. He is merely a nouveau riche with a modicum of wealth, hardly comparable to my yuba, not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Jiang Qingyi shook her head in disappointment. Fortunately, there were many discerning individuals in the venue. Upon hearing that Jiang Qingyi had gifted Chen Fan yuan nurturing pills, a tremendous commotion erupted. Even Zhou Qingde, Zhao Kongming, and Feng Yuxiu rose to their feet, their gazes fixed greedily on the jade vials in Chen Fan's possession. Some even offered 50 billion to purchase the yuan nurturing pills from Chen Fan. Inner monologue. Why didn't I think to bid for that pill formula and present it to Miss Jiang? Many regretted their oversight, slapping their thighs in frustration. Are these yuan nurturing pills truly so remarkable? Chen Fan muttered, observing the reactions of the crowd. Chen Fan, you must safeguard these carefully. Such pills cannot be acquired with mere money. Wang Zhenhai exclaimed, swallowing hard, his gaze fixed intently on the jade vials. Oh, is it not simply a pill that assists martial artists in attaining the grandmaster level? If you desire one, you may have it, Chen Fan replied, tossing one to Wang Zhenhai. Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands trembling as he gazed at the small jade vial in his grasp. At that moment, he wished he could prostrate himself and exclaim, my liege. Chen Fan then gave Zhao Ruoxi a vial, saying, my uncle is also a martial artist. Please deliver this to him on my behalf. Zhao Ruoxi accepted it with elation, pecking Chen Fan on the cheek like a joyous bird. The subsequent auction featured several more treasures. Many observed Jiang Qingyi's movements, preparing to emulate Chen Fan's strategy and step forward on her behalf at any moment. However, Jiang Qingyi was entirely engrossed in the ancient pill formula, not even lifting her head. Now, the auction will proceed to its final item, entrusted by Jiangnan City. This final lot is the land in the northern district of Jiangnan City. We will divide the land into 50 parcels to be awarded to the highest bidder, Yi Xingyao announced. Upon hearing this, the tablet computers before everyone displayed a map of the northern district of Jiangnan City, divided into 50 parcels, each marked with a different color. Chen Fan focused on the parcel where Azure Dragon Mountain was located. It was not in the core area of the northern district, so the price should not be too exorbitant. Since he now possessed 1 trillion, he intended to acquire it himself. Miss Yi, please hold for a moment. Just then, Zhou Qingde, who had been silent until now, suddenly rose to his feet. Oh, Mr. Zhou, is there an issue? Yi Xingyao asked, looking at Zhou Qingde with some bewilderment. Miss Yi, dividing the land in Jiangnan City's northern district into 50 parcels for auction is far too cumbersome. If we were to bid on them individually, we would be here until midnight. I have a better idea, Zhou Qingde said with a smile. Oh, and what might that be, Mr. Zhou? Yi Xingyao asked, intrigued. After all, dividing the northern district into 50 parcels would require her to call out bids until she was exhausted. Zhou Qingde surveyed the crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips as he noticed Wang Zhenhai and Chen Fan. I propose that instead of dividing the land into 50 parcels, we sell it as a single, unified lot. The moment Zhou Qingde's words fell, the entire venue erupted in commotion once more. Selling the entire lot? Acquiring all the land in Jiangnan City's northern district would cost over 400 billion, not to mention the subsequent development and construction. Who could afford that? Not even the Zhou family. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yi Xingyao had never encountered such a situation before and was at a loss. She turned to Yi Nantian with a questioning look. Seeing Yi Nantian nod, Yi Xingyao regained her composure. Mr. Zhou, according to the rules of Ye's auction house, it is permissible to bundle items for sale, provided it does not infringe upon the interests of the original owner. However, this requires the consent of at least 80 of the people present. I consent to the bundled sale of the Northern District land, Feng Yuxiu declared, taking the lead. I also consent, Zhao Kongming added. The entire venue was in an uproar. It was clear to everyone that the Zhou, Feng, and Zhao families had formed an alliance. Consequently, the followers of the three families and the wealthy merchants who had business dealings with them all expressed their consent. In the end, only Wang Junhai and Chen Fan remained. Damn it, the three families are playing dirty. With this, even with 1,000 billion in funds, we won't be able to acquire a single parcel of land. Libe cursa angrili. Limaugua, on the other hand, gaped in astonishment. He had originally thought that it would be advantageous to be under a large tree, and that following the Wang family might directly double his wealth. However, he had not expected the Wang family to be targeted by a coalition of the three families. Now, all the hard work he had put in over the past few days had gone to waste, and he might even become cannon fodder in the conflict between the Wang family and the three families. Everyone's gaze fell upon the Wang family. Even Jiang Qingyi, who had been focused on studying the pill formula, looked up at Wang Junhai and Chen Fan. The Zhou, Feng, and Zhao families were targeting the Wang family, aiming to remove them from the feast that was the Northern District. Wang Junhai, now that over 90 of the people in the venue have agreed, does the Wang family concur? Zhou Qingda asked, staring at Wang Junhai with a cold smile. Such a wonderful opportunity. Of course, the Wang family agrees. Chapter 57. Malicious bidding. A calm voice resonated throughout the room, drawing the attention of all present to the speaker. To their surprise, it was not Wang Junhai, but rather Chen Fan, who had initially acquired the formula and gifted it to Jiang Qingyi. Chen Fan, you surprisingly possess some awareness. Understanding your own limitations and accepting your fate is commendable. But can you truly represent the Wang family? Spoke Zhou Hanyuan, having recognized Chen Fan and seizing the opportunity to strike. It appears the Wang family is on a downward spiral, resigning themselves to despair and allowing a mere clever outsider to take the helm, chimed in Zhao Kongming and Feng Yuxiu, laughing heartily. Chen Fan, do not act impulsively. If the entire Northern District is sold, the starting bid could reach 400 billion, and we may end up with nothing, exclaimed Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi, suddenly alarmed. Wang Junhai opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately shook his head in silence. At that moment, nearly everyone present had chosen to agree, including those affiliated with the Wang family, who, upon witnessing the three major families joining forces, realized the imminent collapse of the Wang family and scattered like frightened monkeys. Thus, whether Wang Junhai consented or not, the tide of events was irreversibly altered. Chen Fan's candid acknowledgement of the situation was indeed forthright. What Chen Fan means is that this is the stance of the Wang family. We agree to the auction of the entire Northern District, Wang Junhai reluctantly declared. With his statement, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted. It became clear that the Wang family was effectively finished, severed from the Northern District, and would likely be expelled from the ranks of the four great families of Jiangnan. The former subservient families of the Wang family felt relieved, grateful for their last-minute betrayal, as it spared them from the same fate. Initially expecting an intriguing turn of events, the audience was disappointed by the surrender. What a pitiful fellow. He is no match for my brother Jin Yuba, Jiang Qingyi remarked, casting a glance at Chen Fan and shaking her head dismissively. Very well, since all esteemed guests at the auction have consented, we shall proceed with the comprehensive auction of the Northern District land, Yi Xingyao affirmed, acknowledging Wang Junhai's words. Brother Chen Fan, let us depart. There is nothing more of interest to witness, Wang Junhai stated as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Chen Fan interjected. Wang Junhai wore a bitter smile. What were we waiting for? For others to celebrate their victory? Wouldn't that be a humiliation, remaining here to be ridiculed? Yet, Since Chen Fan had spoken, he dared not defy him and reluctantly took a seat with the others from the Wang family. I hereby announce the official commencement of the auction for the Northern District land in Jiangnan City. The starting bid is 450 billion. As Yi Xingyao's words echoed through the hall, a collective gasp filled the air. Despite their mental preparation, the astronomical figure left them parched and their hearts racing. Ladies and gentlemen, the Northern District of Jiangnan City, with its coastal location, holds the potential to develop into a comprehensive port city in the future, possibly rivaling Tianhai in a few decades. This opportunity is not to be missed. I urge everyone to bid enthusiastically. Yi Xingyao concluded, and all present nodded in agreement. Although the Northern District consisted solely of old urban areas, the challenges of demolition and development would be significantly lessened, coupled with its natural harbor position, making it a likely candidate for becoming the next Tianhai city. However, the starting price of 450 billion was far beyond the reach of these billionaires, leading all eyes, including those of Yi Xingyao, Jiang Qingyi, and the Wang family, to turn towards the Zhou family. "Father, allow me to make a bid," Zhou Hehuan exclaimed, energized by the attention of the beautiful Yi Xingyao and Jiang Qingyi. "Very well, let this historic opportunity be yours," Zhou Chengda replied, feeling immensely pleased, as he had not only fulfilled the mission of a significant figure, but had also effectively dismantled the Wang family, ensuring their future servitude to the Zhou family. Both Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming regarded his maneuver as flawless, ensuring the Wang family faced inevitable ruin, their gazes towards Zhou Chengda filled with reverence. "I bid 450 billion. Zhou Hongyuan raised his paddle, surveying the room with an air of superiority. Due to Zhou Hongyuan's handsome appearance and tailored suit, even Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao cast him a second glance. He was indeed a rising star among the younger generation of Jiangnan City, far surpassing Chen Fan. The two women nodded slightly. "Mr. Zhou has bid 450 billion. This is a rare opportunity. Is there a higher bid?" Yi Xingyao smiled while scanning the room. However, it was merely a formality, for in the eyes of all, no one besides the Zhou family could afford such a price. 450 billion once. 450 billion twice. At this moment, several attendees stood up, making their way towards Zhou Chengda, congratulating him on acquiring the entire Northern District. Indeed, all is well. Except for the Wang family, everyone will participate in the development of the Northern District, Zhou Chengda proclaimed, basking in his triumph. Joy spread across the faces of the attendees, celebrating, while only the Wang family, alongside Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi, wore expressions as solemn as stone. "I bid 500 billion. Just as the crowd believed the matter settled, and Yi Xingyao was about to bring down the hammer for the third time, Chen Fan's voice rang out across the auction hall. Instantly, the entire venue froze as if time had halted, all eyes fixed on him. The vast space fell into a profound silence. A pin drop could be heard. "Mr. Chen, did you just bid 500 billion? Yi Xingyao turned, incredulous, to face Chen Fan. Zhou Chengda, Zhou Hongyuan, and Feng Zhao all turned their heads in unison, fixated on Chen Fan. Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi gazed at him in horror. "Indeed, I, Chen Fan, bid 500 billion, Chen Fan declared, extending 5 fingers and articulating each word with clarity. A wave of commotion erupted in the hall once more. "Ha ha, the youth is reckless, daring to speak so freely at the Yi family's auction. Little do you know, this statement could bring catastrophic consequences to the Wang family behind you." Zhou Chengda reacted, assuming Chen Fan's bid was a youthful outburst, and laughed heartily. "Chen Fan, you are mistaken. This is the Yi family auction. How dare you make such a ludicrous bid? Alas, it's over." Wang Zhenhai lamented, his thighs striking the table in frustration. The entirety of the Wang family's wealth barely reached 100 billion. How could they procure 500 billion? He understood that at the Yi family's auction, if one made a false bid and failed to pay, they would face retribution from the War Department of Huaxia, resulting not only in the confiscation of all assets, but also potential imprisonment for the entire family. "Monsieur, Mesdames, this individual is engaging in malicious bidding on behalf of the Wang family with a false bid. I request that you handle the Wang family according to the auction's rules." Zhou Qingde addressed Yi Xingyao and Yi Nantian with a bow. Chapter 58. He cannot possibly have that much money. Yi Xingyao and Yi Nantian furrowed their brows. Before attending the auction in Jiangnan City, they had already familiarized themselves with the financial standings of various factions, including the four prominent families. It was evident that the four families controlled nearly 80% of the wealth in Jiangnan City. Now, the Zhou family had allied with the Feng and Zhao families, along with nearly all the other minor clans. The Wang family, however, was left with nothing but a hollow shell, incapable of producing a sum as colossal as 500 billion. Thus, they concluded that this young man named Chen Fan was engaging in malicious bidding and false auctioning. Just as Yinan Tian was about to stand up, suddenly, Jiang Qingyi spoke. Whether it is malicious bidding or false auctioning can only be determined after the auction concludes and payment is made. This Mr. Chen has offered 500 billion. Does that mean Mr. Zhou will no longer bid? A cool, crisp voice interrupted the crowd. Jiang Qingyi lifted her pure, white chin, revealing a neck as graceful and elongated as a swan. I just saved your life. I wonder if you will show your gratitude and fawn over me, she thought, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Fan. The 2 bottles of Hehuan Dan she had given him did not elicit the desired effect, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. Yi Nantian and Yi Xingyao were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the auction was not over. With Chen Fan's bid of 500 billion, the Zhou family, determined to acquire this land, might very well raise their offer. Miss Jiang makes a valid point. Let the auction continue, Yi Nantian declared promptly. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded by this unexpected twist. Zhou Hongyuan was left speechless, while Zhou Chengde, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Coming's expressions fluctuated between gloom and fury. The Zhou family found themselves in a predicament. If they chose not to bid, the Wang family would face ruin due to their inability to pay, failing to complete the task assigned by that significant figure, leading to the Zhou family's downfall. However, if they did bid, they would have to pay more than 500 billion, which would nearly deplete the resources of the 3 major families and risk a financial collapse. Observing the Zhou family's expressions, which resembled that of someone who had just consumed something unpleasant, Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoshi felt a surge of satisfaction. Ha! Chen Fan, it seems you've employed a clever strategy. I am genuinely in awe. Wang Zhenhai laughed heartily. Bro, that was brilliant. Let the Zhou family flaunt their wealth. Let them pay an extra 500 billion. Li Wei echoed, his excitement palpable. Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words, wishing they would not overthink the situation. He simply had 10 billion and wished to purchase the northern district. Yet, witnessing the enthusiasm of those around him, he chose to remain silent. Especially as Jiang Qingyi glanced his way, her icy eyes occasionally darting toward him, as if anticipating something. This Chen Fan, I have saved him once. And yet he sits there nonchalantly, not even uttering a word of thanks. Jiang Qingyi thought, her frustration mounting, as her earlier failed attempt to showcase superiority gnawed at her. At this moment, after a brief discussion among the members of the Zhou family, Zhou Qingde stepped forward. I bid 501 billion, he announced, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan and Wang Zhenhai. Let you all revel for 2 days. When this matter concludes, I want you all kneeling before the Zhou family. Lesser than dogs. The sudden increase of 500 billion made Zhou Qingde's eyes redden. 600 billion. Yet before Zhou Qingde could finish his statement, Chen Fan hurled another bombshell into the crowd, igniting chaos. You brat. You seek death. Zhou Qingde could no longer contain himself, shouting at Chen Fan. Old Yi, Zhou Qingde, guarantee with my life that this brat and the Wang family cannot possibly have that much money, he exclaimed, directing his words at Yi Nantian. Young man, this auction is no laughing matter. Once you place a bid, you must bear the consequences. Even Yi Nantian's expression shifted. The first increase of 500 billion, followed by another increase of 1 billion, was not bidding at all. It was sheer madness. If word got out, others might think Chen Fan was a pawn used by the Yi family to inflate the auction price. Isn't the auction about the highest bid winning? I believe this land is worth 600 billion to me, so I bid 600 billion. Is there a problem? Chen Fan stated nonchalantly, leaning back in his chair. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Zhang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi looked tense, grasping Chen Fan's arm, all feeling that he had gone too far. Ha! Truly reckless. You are no match for my brother Yuba. No one will come to your aid now. Jiang Qingyi shook her head, feeling she had already assisted Chen Fan once, and his own self-destructive actions left her helpless. Kid, you are simply courting death. Old Yi, Miss Yi, please take charge for my Zhou family. Zhou Qingde shouted towards Yi Nantian and Yi Xingyao. The Yi family's auction is always fair and just. The highest bidder wins. However, should anyone engage in malicious bidding or false auctioning, they shall incur the wrath of the Yi family. Yi Nantian declared, pausing the auction. Bring forth the information. Investigate this Mr. Chen and all assets under the Wang family. With a wave of his hand, several individuals from the Yi auction house promptly opened encrypted laptops, connecting with their internal intelligence network. The Yi family maintained close ties with the War Department, and their information systems shared data with various sectors across Wuxia. Except for a few particular individuals, retrieving someone's banking details and asset registration was relatively straightforward. Old Yi, the information has been extracted, a bespectacled technician reported. Very well. Yi Nantian approached to review. The Wang family of Jiangnan City possessed 500 billion in bank deposits, with liquid assets in real estate and stocks totaling 600 billion, culminating in total assets of 1 trillion. Nodding in agreement, Yi Nantian noted that this aligned with his prior investigations before arriving in Jiangnan City. Chen Fan, orphan, third-year student at Jiangnan University, no property, no vehicle, bank deposits. As he perused Chen Fan's information, his frown deepened. This was merely a poor student. How had he made it to the auction? However, when he reached the bank deposit section, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1 trillion. Cash. Yi Nantian abruptly looked up at Chen Fan, his expression filled with profound astonishment. Old Yi, what do you think? I told you this brat is merely engaging in false auctioning. Should his initial bid be deemed invalid? Zhou Qingde and his companions remarked, watching Yi Nantian intently. Yet, Yi Nantian slowly rose, striding directly towards Chen Fan. Congratulations, young brother. It seems I misjudged you. The northern district of Jiangnan City rightfully belongs to you. Chapter 59. What lies within Qinglong Mountain? What? LDE, what does this mean? Zhou Qingde was immediately taken aback, seizing Yi Nantian's wrist with urgency. A chill flickered in Yi Nantian's eyes. Boom! An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Yi Nantian, instantly forcing Zhou Qingde back several paces. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Zhou Qingde's expression turned to one of horror. Mr. Yi, do you intend to strike against me? Upon finishing his words, 2 soldiers clad in camouflage emerged from behind Zhou Qingde, each of them formidable grandmasters as well. Zhou Qingde's heart sank. Was this the depth of the Yi family's resources? Even their bodyguards were grandmasters, while Yi Nantian's cultivation was inscrutable. He hastily stepped forward to apologize. Daddy, I was mistaken. I simply do not understand why you claim that the land in the North District belongs to this young man. Could it be that he truly possesses 6 billion? You are indeed correct. Mr. Chen possesses 6 billion. Yi Nantian's declaration sent ripples through the entire venue, plunging it into chaos. How could this be? Wasn't he associated with the Wang family? The entire Wang family's assets couldn't possibly exceed 12 billion. He doesn't even appear to have graduated from university. How could he possess such wealth? A cacophony of doubts erupted, as no one could fathom that this young man could hold nearly the entirety of the fortunes of all the families in Jiangnan City. The crux of the matter was that if this young man successfully acquired the North District, given their recent actions against the Wang family, they would be entirely cut off from this lucrative prize. At that moment, Wang Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, caught in a state of utter shock. Li Wei, on the other hand, was so exhilarated that he leapt onto the table. Brother Chen is truly remarkable. Soon, the entire North District will belong to us. Li Maoguo was nearly fainting from excitement. His son's good friend had single-handedly acquired the whole North District. His fortune would not just multiply a few times, but by dozens. Who exactly is Brother Chen? He truly possesses 6 billion. Zhao Ruoxi and Jiang Yuchan exchanged glances. both recognizing the feelings of inferiority and despondency reflected in each other's eyes. Umph, I never imagined this young man actually had 6 billion in cash. He must be a representative of some colossal force. However, compared to my brother Yuba, he pales in comparison. Jiang Qingqi, witnessing Chen Fan's moment of glory. Let a cold snort. Ultimately, it was Yinan who raised his hand to quell the uproar and doubts before stepping onto the auction stage. If no one bids higher, I will make a decisive call, Yinan declared, directing his gaze at Zhou Qingde. Zhou Qingde's teeth clenched until they bled, his fists cracking with tension. Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and Zhou Hanyuan all wore expressions of deep resentment. However, 5 billion was their limit. Even if they liquidated all their assets, they could not muster 6 billion. Damn it, where did this young man come from? The plan to seize the North District had failed miserably, and most importantly, the piece of Qinglong Mountain that esteemed individual desired had slipped through their fingers. Zhou Qingde's fury ignited, his eyes blazing with fire, wishing he could slap Chen Fan dead. Yet at the Yi family's auction, he dared not act recklessly and could only shake his head in resignation. Bang! The hammer fell, and the North District successfully belonged to Chen Fan. Night fell at the Zhou family's estate in Jiangnan. Zhou Qingde had smashed everything in sight to smithereens. Father, let us take decisive action tonight and storm the Wang family, eliminating Wang Zhenhai and that Chen Fan entirely. Zhou Hanyuan made a slicing motion across his throat. No, if they all meet with misfortune right after the auction, the Yi family will never let us off the hook. Zhao Kongming interjected. Zhou Qingde's eyes were bloodshot as he downed a large gulp of liquor. Yinan is nothing. He is merely a distant branch of a Yi family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to this impoverished Jiangnan city. The real concern is the Wang family and that Chen Fan. Although he is just a student, the fact that he can produce 6 billion in cash indicates that his backing is formidable. Zhou Qingde's expression darkened. We have sent people to investigate, and according to the information, Chen Fan indeed grew up in an orphanage. However, 5 years ago, a fire consumed the entire orphanage, claiming everyone's life except for Chen Fan and the old director, who recently passed away due to illness. Feng Yuxiu reported. Raised in an orphanage? How could an orphan possess 6 billion in cash? The fact that we cannot unearth his background only suggests that his backing is far more powerful than ours. He might even be associated with a colossal force. This matter has exceeded our ability to control. We will wait for the old master to return before making any decisions. Zhou Qingde spoke gravely. Indeed, I share your suspicions. During today's auction, the esteemed daughter of the Dan Wang family, Jiang, was flirting with Chen Fan, constantly supporting him during the bidding process. This indicates that they are undoubtedly colluding. Zhao Kongming, as if holding a precious insight, speculated. Damn it. What seemed like a simple task has unexpectedly encountered a formidable obstacle. Zhou Qingde smashed his cup against the ground. We should never have proposed the overall auction of the North District. At least we could have secured Qinglong Mountain to appease Lord Jin. Feng Yuxiu sighed regretfully. Wait, you mentioned that Lord Jin insisted we secure Qinglong Mountain, and that Chen Fan's backing also aims to acquire the North District. Zhao Kongming's eyes narrowed, his tone turning mysterious. Zhou Qingde, Zhou Hanyuan, and Feng Yuxiu's eyes suddenly brightened at his words. This Chen Fan must also be after Qinglong Mountain. The four exchanged knowing glances, arriving at this conclusion. What secrets lie within Qinglong Mountain? Questions bubbled up in their minds. Just as they pondered the mysteries of Qinglong Mountain, a tremendous crash resonated from the Zhou family's backyard. I never expected that Zhou Zhixiong, would break through to the peak of the Grand Master realm. The heavens are destined to favor the Zhou family. In an instant, a figure moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind trails in the air, and almost in the blink of an eye, arrived before Zhou Qingde and the others. Qingde, what is happening? Chapter 60. The uninvited guest Zhou Zhixiong surveyed the house, which had been reduced to ruins, and his eyes narrowed. A formidable aura, even more potent than that of Yinan, emanated from him, causing those within the room to feel as though a heavy stone had settled upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Father, have you truly succeeded? Have you broken through to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level? Zhou Qingde and Zhou Hanyuan rose excitedly, their breaths quickening. Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming also stood, hands clasped before them, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Yes, after years of accumulation, coupled with the qi refinement techniques imparted to me by young Master Jin, I have shattered 3 significant barriers, Zhou Zhixiong proclaimed, stroking his beard with pride. The Konglong Mountain in the northern district of Jiangnan City has been acquired, correct? From now on, seal all entrances to Konglong Mountain with barriers and send trusted family members to guard it, awaiting young Master Jin's arrival. However, as he finished speaking, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the room. Is something amiss with Konglong Mountain? Zhou Zhixiong inquired, noticing the hesitance of those present, a flicker of unease passing through him. Father, the northern district of Jiangnan City has been seized by a young man hired by the Wang family for 600 billion. Zhou Qingde replied with a wry smile. Zhou Hanyuan immediately stepped forward, explaining the sequence of events to his grandfather. A fine family, the Wang family. A fine young man, Chen Fan. No matter who is behind you, to covet young Master Jin's fortune is tantamount to seeking death. Zhou Zhixiong's fury ignited upon hearing this, and he struck the massive marble pillar beside him with a palm. Boom! Dust ascended as the sturdy marble shattered into fragments. Hiss! Is this still human? The power is akin to that of cannonball. Both Feng Yuxiu and Zhao Kongming's eyes widened in astonishment. Let us go to the Wang family and demand they surrender Konglong Mountain, Zhou Zhixiong declared. Father, but they have just acquired the land from the Yi family auction. Wouldn't this provoke Yi Nantianhumph? The Wang family has slain my son and dozens of Zhou family experts. What is compensation for a northern district matter? What did Yi Nantian possibly say? Moreover, he is merely a branch of the Yi family, banished to Jiangnan City due to his mistakes. If trouble arises, young Master Jin will bear the brunt. Zhou Zhixiong replied dismissively. With his newfound strength, his ambitions swelled. If he could successfully manage this matter regarding Konglong Mountain, young Master Jin would impart the next level of qi refinement to him, potentially allowing him to transcend even the Grandmaster realm. At that point, even in the formidable Tianhai city, there would be a place for Zhou Zhixiong and the Zhou family. Meanwhile, within the Wang family manor, toasts were exchanged among Wang Zhenhai, Zhao Dao, Li Wei, Li Maohua, and others as they honored Yi Nantian, who sat at the head of the table. The Wang family leader and esteemed guests are far too gracious. The northern district of Jiangnan City holds great promise. The Yi family has dispatched me to reside in Jiangnan City, and I shall rely on your care in the future, Yi Nantian said with a smile. For Yi Nantian, although he had been sent to Jiangnan City due to a mistake, he was not someone who could be associated with a small family like the Wangs. His presence at the banquet was primarily due to Chen Fan. The revelation that Chen Fan possessed 10 billion in his bank account did not shock him as much as the fact that, despite using his authority to access the intelligence system of the Huaxiao War Department, he could not uncover Chen Fan's true identity, only that he was an orphan from Jiangnan City. Only individuals from the most powerful families were beyond his reach, which was telling. Where is that young brother Chen Fan? Ye Nantian Sudendi Inmuidet. Oh, it's like this, Elder Yi. Chen Fan is preparing for his level 2 computer examination. He should be studying programming with my granddaughter. I believe it's European and American curriculum. Wang Zhenhai replied with a hint of pride. Europe and America, indeed. They are quite advanced in computing, Yi Nantian remarked. Yet internally, he found it absurd that someone of such wealth would still pursue a level 2 certification. However, being a wise man, Yi Nantian quickly grasped the underlying implication. It appeared that Wang Zhenhai was leveraging his granddaughter to align with Chen Fan and his backing. Yet this was commonplace among the prominent families. Some would even go so far as to offer their wives for the sake of advancement. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the manor, followed by a tremendous crash. Boom! The heavy gate, weighing over 100 pounds, was flung open with a single punch. Ha ha! Wang Zhenhai, why was I not invited to this celebration? Zhou Zhixiong, accompanied by Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, Zhao Kongming, and a host of powerful figures from the three major families strode in confidently. Oh, Elder Yi is also present. Perfect, today. I shall have you as a witness, Elder Yi. Zhou Zhixiong, upon seeing Yunnan Tian, showed no sign of respect and casually pulled out a chair to sit down. Zhou Qingde, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming crossed their arms, regarding the Wang family members with disdain. Zhou Zhixiong, with Elder Yi here, do you still dare to act recklessly? Are you seeking death? Wang Zhenhai stood in outrage at Zhou Zhixiong's insolence towards Yunnan Tian. Wang Zhenhai, do you think you can use Elder Yi as a shield? Let me tell you, against absolute power, it is worthless. Zhou Zhixiong sneered, raising his right index finger and tapping it against a pair of chopsticks before him. Swish! The seemingly ordinary chopsticks emitted a sound as they cut through the air, like arrows shot forth towards Wang Zhenhai's eyes. Watch out! Both Yunnan Tian and Zhao Dao shouted simultaneously, rushing forward. Bang! Yunnan Tian grasped one of the chopsticks, only to be propelled backward by the tremendous force, stumbling several steps. Zhao Dao, with muscles bulging, roared as he exerted all his strength to seize the other chopstick, only for it to pierce through his palm, sending him crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. The pinnacle of the Grand Master level. Yunnan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The members of the Wang family, including Li Wei and Li Maogua, stood in shock, their expressions horrified as they looked at Zhou Zhixiong, who appeared utterly nonchalant. Well, Wang Zhenhai, shall we discuss matters now? Zhou Zhixiong observed Wang Zhenhai with a playful glint in his eyes. Speak, what do you intend to do? Wang Zhenhai's face was as serious as water. At this juncture, the Wang family had no path of retreat. He hoped to stall for time, allowing Chen Fan to escape with Wang Yuyin and Wang Tong. In his estimation, Chen Fan was at most at the initial stage of the Grandmaster level, and with the mid-stage Grandmaster Yunnan Tian having been defeated, even if Chen Fan arrived, it would be akin to walking to his death. Haha, I am here to discuss the unjust killing of my son, Zhou Qingjie, and the 36 direct descendants of the Zhou family, as well as the matter of compensation. I am not one for violence or exterminating entire families. Consider the land of the northern district of Jiangnan City as compensation. Zhou Zhixiong spoke with an air of indifference. And all the women of the Wang family should come to the Zhou family tonight for companionship, while the men shall kneel and serve. Zhou Hongyuan interjected eagerly. However, before he could finish, a golden brick hurtled towards his lower body like a cannonball. Chapter 61. The brick comes. Boom! Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a golden brick whistled through the air at a speed comparable to that of a bullet, soaring past Zhou Hongyu's groin. It felt as if something had flown by, leaving a chilling sensation in its wake. Zhou Hongyuan, momentarily stunned, slowly glanced downward. The moment he did, an excruciating pain shot through his lower body. Ah! Zhou Hongyuan let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his groin and writhing in agony. Hongyuan, observing Zhou Hongyuan's bloodied lower half. Zhou Qingde and Zhou Zhixiong were instantly taken aback. He was their lineage's sole direct descendant. The crowd was rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events, particularly the pitiful sight of Zhou Hongyuan, which made the Wang family members gasp in horror, instinctively shielding a certain area with their hands. At that moment, Chen Fan strode in, visibly annoyed. He had been deeply engrossed in a vigorous discussion about computer knowledge with Wang Yuyin when the commotion disrupted them. As he reached the doorway, he overheard Zhou Hongyuan spouting nonsensical remarks, prompting him to hurl a brick in response. However, upon entering and witnessing Zhou Hongyuan's injury, Chen Fan was taken aback. How did a blind throw of a brick become so precisely guided? Chen Fan, if you dare harm my son, I will kill you. Zhou Qingde roared, recognizing the culprit. Chen Fan, Zhou Qingde is at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm, and his father, Zhou Zhixiong, is a peak Grandmaster. You're no match for him, run. Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao shouted anxiously. I specifically sent someone to notify him and Yu Yin, along with Teng, to flee. Why has he returned? Wang Zhenhai's heart raced with dread, fearing that everyone present would meet their demise. In a moment of desperation, Wang Zhenhai launched his most powerful strike at Zhou Qingde, while Zhao Dao, though injured, utilized his unique leg techniques. Yet, the disparity in their realms rendered them as insignificant as ants. Get lost, Zhou Chengda bellowed, effortlessly sending the two flying, causing them to cough up blood. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. The brick comes. Suddenly, a golden light resembling Thor's hammer sword towards Zhou Chengda from behind. In an instant, Zhou Chengda's hair stood on end, and an inexplicable chill swept over him. Having attained the Grandmaster realm, his sixth sense was heightened, prompting him to abandon his attack on Chen Fan and awkwardly evade to the side. Whoosh! The golden brick returned to Chen Fan's hand, its surface pockmarked and cracked, resembling an inadequately fired red brick. Yet, during Chen Fan and Wang Yiyan's training, an accidental drop of nosebleed had caused the system to recognize the brick as its owner, enabling it to move in accordance with Chen Fan's thoughts. However, while it moved according to his will, its trajectory was beyond his control. For instance, just moments ago, the golden brick had autonomously targeted Zhou Chengda's groin. Reflecting on Zhou Hongyuan's blind shot, Chen Fan pondered thoughtfully. You actually possess a magical artifact. You are a member of a prestigious family. Zhou Zhixiong suddenly stood, fixated on the golden brick in Chen Fan's hand. Dad, what is a magical artifact? How is it related to the prestigious families? Zhou Chengdao inquired. A magical artifact is a treasure that can be controlled by one's thoughts. Only those powerful enough, at the level of a giant, can cultivate their inner energy to give rise to such treasures. Zhou Zhixiong explained. At this moment, not only Zhou Qingdao, but also Wang Zhenhai, Zhao Dao, and Li Wei were all ears, listening intently. Indeed, Zhou Zhixiong, you possess considerable insight. Magical artifacts can only be forged by those above the giant level, and those who possess them are invariably the direct descendants of their families. You, Zhou family, dare to act against a member of my prestigious family, but if you harm Chen Fan, do you realize the consequences your family will face? Yinan Tian stepped forward with a cold smile, having deduced Chen Fan's noble lineage upon seeing the golden brick. Hearing this, Wang Zhenhai, Li Wei, Zhao Dao, and the others trembled, their hearts racing with excitement. They had not anticipated Chen Fan's esteemed identity, particularly Wang Zhenhai, whose hands rubbed together in anticipation. However, just as everyone expected the Zhou family to be intimidated by Chen Fan's status, Zhou Zhixiong suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha! So what if you are a member of a prestigious family? My Zhou family's backing is even more illustrious than your identity. If you know what is good for you, relinquish control of Qinglong Mountain in the Northern District. Otherwise, while I may not dare to kill you and Yinan Tian, everyone else present will perish. A bloodthirsty smirk crept across Zhou Zhixiong's face. Father, we cannot let this scoundrel go. He has crippled Han Yuan. Zhou Qingda exclaimed angrily. Focus on the bigger picture. You are still young and can still bear children. Zhou Zhixiong rebuked. In his heart, he felt greater resentment towards Chen Fan, wishing to tear him apart. Yet, killing a core member of a prestigious family could escalate matters, and even the esteemed young Master Jin might not protect the Zhou family. Zhou Zhixiong, who exactly is your backing? And with so many prime locations in the Northern District, why do you desire the undeveloped wasteland of Qinglong Mountain? Chen Fan disregarded their resentful glares, his interest piqued by the mention of Qinglong Mountain. Now, I hold the power of life and death here. You have no right to question my authority. This is the transfer agreement for Qinglong Mountain. Sign it now. Zhou Zhixiong commanded, his expression darkening. Chen Fan was incensed by Zhou Zhixiong's demeanor. Since the auction, he had specifically called Su Nanxiang to inquire about the prestigious families and the nature of their power. He had learned that after the initial Grandmaster realm, the subsequent stages were Qi perception, Qi condensation, Qi lake, Qi sea, and that reaching the Qi condensation stage denoted a giant-level powerhouse with a combat strength of 10, capable of soaring into the skies or diving into the depths of the sea, as well as crafting magical artifacts like a deity. With his accumulated life force, he could convert it into combat strength at a ratio of 100:1, meaning that expending 10,000 life points would grant him combat strength at the giant level. However, Zhou Zhixiong was unworthy of such an exchange. For the moment he appeared, Chen Fan's mind was flooded with information about him. Name: Zhou Zhixiong. Combat strength 0. 98. Zhou Zhixiong's combat strength had not reached the level of 1. 0 like Chen Fan's, as he had only just attained the Grandmaster realm and had yet to solidify his position. Chen Fan, do not act impulsively. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. We can concede Qinglong Mountain to him. After all, it holds little developmental value. Wang Zhenhai, Yi Nantian, and Zhao Dao urged as they noticed Chen Fan's intent to strike. To let me suffer losses, he is not worthy. With that, Chen Fan unleashed a palm strike toward Zhou Zhixiong. What an arrogant boy, daring to strike at a peak grandmaster. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Zhou Zhixiong scoffed coldly, believing that a mere magical artifact would not suffice to contend with him. A peak grandmaster. Chapter 62. Come here, arrogant and ignorant fool. Let me enlighten you on the concept of overpowering myriad techniques with sheer force. Within Zhou Zhixiong surged a formidable energy, his garments billowing without a breeze, reminiscent of a legendary martial artist from a wuxia novel, exuding an aura of dominance. Initially, he was taken aback by Chen Fan's possession of a magical artifact, but upon regaining his composure, he discerned that Chen Fan emitted no detectable energy fluctuations. In truth, even if Chen Fan were merely an ordinary early-stage grandmaster, Zhou Zhixiong would still be forced to flee in the face of such an artifact. However, a person devoid of any cultivation, even with a magical item in hand, was no match for him. Chen Fan quickly utilized the artifact, urged the onlookers, including Wang Zhenhai, Yi Nantian, and Zhao Dao. Yet, Chen Fan showed no inclination to retrieve the golden brick. Instead, he beckoned Zhou Zhixiong with a casual gesture. Come here. As the esteemed elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhixiong had long been a formidable figure in Jiangnan City, and with his recent mastery of the Qi refinement technique, he had reached the pinnacle of grandmaster status, looking down upon all others, including Yi Nantian. Now, having witnessed the incapacitation of his grandson at Chen Fan's hands, he was further provoked, igniting his fury like gasoline on fire. Zhou Zhixiong bellowed as the marble floor beneath him shattered explosively, propelling his fist toward Chen Fan's dantian with the force of a human cannonball. This strike drew upon all the power he could muster. Although he had only recently attained the pinnacle of Grandmaster, and his realm was not yet fully stabilized, he was confident that he could shatter the defenses of the magical artifact with this blow. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Fan did not mobilize the golden brick. Instead, he crouched slightly, adopting a stance akin to a horse-riding posture, and then slowly extended his palm to meet Zhou Zhixiong's overpowering fist. Chen Fan, do not attempt to take this head-on. That is the full strength of a peak grandmaster. The expressions of Wang Zhenhai, Yi Nantian, Zhao Dao, and Li Wei shifted dramatically. They could almost envision the gruesome aftermath awaiting Chen Fan. Chen Fan swiftly evaded. Wang Zhenhai's eyes reddened with urgency. In his heart, he believed that although Chen Fan was a nascent grandmaster, confronting Zhou Zhixiong's full force would lead to certain death. Just when the Wang family had allied with Chen Fan, was fate conspiring against them. Yet, at that moment, the one most terrified was Zhou Zhixiong himself. He perceived Chen Fan as a scion of a colossal family, and under his full force strike, even an early-stage grandmaster would be reduced to nothing, let alone Chen Fan. If he merely taught Chen Fan a lesson, the support of the illustrious Jin Shaozhu could shield him, but should he kill Chen Fan, the terrifying entities from the upper echelons might very well retaliate. However, he could not retract his attack. He could only watch as his formidable fist hurtled toward Chen Fan. Yes, Grandpa, kill him, avenge me. I have no more hope. Zhou Hehuan, whose bleeding had been staunched, regained consciousness, his eyes burning with malice, his voice a shrill wail. Boom! A colossal sound erupted between Chen Fan and Zhou Zhixiong, a terrifying shockwave sweeping through the vicinity, scattering furniture as if the room had endured a violent hurricane. The force of the impact made even seasoned grandmasters like Wang Zhenhai and Zhao Dao feel unsteady, akin to leaves tossed by the wind, while Li Wei, weighing over 200 pounds, was flung across the room. Only Zhou Qingde and Yi Nantian managed to retain their composure amidst the chaos. As the white dust settled, Zhou Zhixiong staggered back 3 steps, while Chen Fan remained grounded, albeit slightly ruffled in his energy. A profound silence enveloped the room. Bianc, Zhenha, Zhadou, Yin Nantian, and Zhou Qingde stared wide-eyed, rooted in disbelief, as if witnessing the most unfathomable spectacle. Especially Zhou Zhixiong, gazing at his bloodied knuckles and the turmoil within. His face contorted with incredulity. You two are a peak grandmaster. Upon Zhou Zhixiong's utterance, all eyes turned once again to Chen Fan in astonishment. No, it cannot be. He is merely an ungraduated student. How could he possibly be a peak grandmaster? Zhou Hanyuan shrieked. How can this be? He clearly exhibits no energy fluctuations. How can he be a peak grandmaster? Zhou Qingde echoed, utterly stunned, recalling his previous antagonism toward Chen Fan at the auction. A cold sweat breaking upon him as he realized how narrowly he had escaped death. Unbeknownst to them, all of Chen Fan's combat prowess was a gift from the system, seamlessly integrated into his very being, hence the absence of uncontrollable energy fluctuations. Zhou Zhixiong's previous strike had been immensely powerful, although Chen Fan had withstood it. He felt the tumult within himself. He understood that while his combat strength slightly exceeded Zhou Zhixiong, whose realm was not firmly established, the disparity in combat techniques and experience was significant. In a life-or-death struggle, should Zhou Zhixiong apply his combat skills, the outcome would remain uncertain, instilling within Chen Fan a subtle sense of impending crisis. Qingde, take Hanyuan, we must depart. Zhou Zhixiong's expression gradually calmed as he regarded Chen Fan with a profound gaze. Though Zhou Qingde was filled with reluctance, facing a peak grand master wielding a magical artifact, a single misstep could spell doom for them all. Even Zhou Hanyuan, bereft of hope, stared at Chen Fan in terror, rendered speechless. Depart? Do you think I will allow your escape? Chen Fan interjected suddenly. Chen Fan, do not be overly arrogant. While you are indeed formidable and possess a magical artifact with our numbers, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to eliminate us all at once. Moreover, should violence ensue, we will swiftly eliminate the others present. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Zhou Zhixiong's eyes. Although he maintained an outward calm, inwardly he was in turmoil. If Chen Fan were to unleash his fury recklessly, they could all meet their demise. Fear not. Simply answer my 2 questions, and I shall permit your departure, Chen Fan replied. The attendees, whether from a Zhou family or Wang Zhenhai's group, collectively exhaled in relief. Zhou Zhixiong nodded. I can disclose the identity of my benefactor. As for Qinglong Mountain, is the dojo favored by my patron? I believe both you and Yi Nantian are familiar with his name. With a mocking smile, Zhou Zhixiong stood tall, his gaze filled with reverence. He is none other than the South's foremost prodigy of the Great Xia, the so-called Overlord, Jin Yuba. Chapter 63. The renown of Jin Yuba what? The first prodigy of southern Huaxia, Jin Yuba. Upon hearing this name, Yi Nantian, Wang Zhenhai, and Zhao Dao were instantly struck with awe, their faces betraying a deep respect. However, others were left somewhat puzzled, as their identities and wealth had not yet reached such heights. They were unfamiliar with such eminent figures. Who is Jin Yuba? His name sounds impressive, but is he truly more formidable than my brother? Li Wei, just having risen from the ground, brushed off the dust and retorted indignantly. Compared to young Master Jin Yuba, your brother Chen Fan pales in significance, not even reaching the level of his little toe. Zhou Zhixiong scoffed. What the heck? You old coot, your mouth is quite reckless. Li Wei was immediately displeased and cursed back. I merely speak the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Zhou Zhixiong sneered at Li Wei. Jin Yuba is a prodigy of unparalleled talent, having reached the master realm at the tender age of 10, the Grandmaster Pinnacle at 15, and by 20, he broke through to the legendary gas-sensing realm, causing a stir among the prominent families of southern Huaxia. Now, at 25, he is on the verge of breaking into the initial stage of condensation, becoming a true giant-level powerhouse. Once he succeeds, He will not only be the first prodigy of southern Huaxia, but will also shine brilliantly across all of Huaxia. Yinantian remarquait grave. To be on the verge of becoming a giant-level powerhouse at just 25. Wang Zhenhai was utterly astonished, and a wave of fear washed over him. The others, upon hearing this, also displayed expressions of shock. They had thought that reaching the Grandmaster pinnacle in one's 20s like Chen Fan was already remarkable, but it turned out there were even more extraordinary individuals. In comparison, Zhou Zhixiong's earlier statement was not unfounded. Chen Fan truly could not hold a candle to him. Zhou Zhixiong observed the reactions of the crowd with satisfaction. Your understanding is incomplete. Young Master Jin has already 1 foot in the giant level. Once he acquires sufficient spiritual energy, he will immediately become a true condensation realm powerhouse. Zhou Zhixiong proclaimed proudly, as if sharing in the glory himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenhai, Yi Nantian, Zhao Dao, and Li Wei fell into silence. A half-step, giant-level powerhouse at 25. The first prodigy of southern Huaxia. Such an extraordinary talent is destined to soar to great heights, potentially making a name for himself in the bustling capital of Xia. If they were to provoke such a formidable figure, none of those present, including Yi Nantian and even Chen Fan, would have a good outcome in the future. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Zhou Zhixiong's thoughts shifted, and he once again set his sights on Qinglong Mountain. Since I've revealed young Master Jin's identity to you, I shall not hesitate to share one more thing. Qinglong Mountain in the northern district of Jiangnan City has caught young Master Jin's attention as a potential dojo. In 5 days, he will personally descend upon Jiangnan City, should he discover that Qinglong Mountain is occupied by you. Zhou Zhixiong let out a cold laugh before striding away with Zhou Qingde, Zhou Honyuan, Feng Yuxiu, and Zhao Kongming. Chen Fan, this Jin Yuba is terrifying. He is not someone we can provoke. Should we not simply relinquish Qinglong Mountain to them? Wang Zhenhai suggested after the Zhou family had departed. The commercial value of Qinglong Mountain is not high, and the return on investment as a tourist attraction would be slow. It would be wiser to give it to Jin Yuba, who is bound to rise as a dragon among men, thus forging a beneficial relationship. Yi Nantian stepped forward to advise. Chen Fan, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The name of Jin Yuba carries weight. Gifting him Qinglong Mountain would save us trouble. Zhao Dao also offered kind words of persuasion. My friends, do you truly believe matters are so simple? Why would a renowned young powerhouse of southern Huaxia single out an impoverished, desolate mountain? Chen Fan replied with a smile. Are you implying? Yi Nantian was the first to react, his eyes narrowing in realization. This Qinglong Mountain, favored by talent like Jin Yuba, must harbor secrets yet unknown. Perhaps even remarkable treasures. For instance, the qi refining techniques of Huaxia's formidable families, aside from those passed down through generations from elite families. Many new powers have emerged from the discovery of relics hidden in ancient mountains and tombs. The others also comprehended the implications, their eyes sparkling with insight. Compared to this Jin Yuba, I place more faith in you, Yilao. If the Yi family can't intervene, we shall split whatever treasures lie within Qinglong Mountain 50-50. Chen Fan declared to Yi Nantian. His suggestion stemmed from a sense of urgency. Anyone familiar with novels knows that Jin Yuba's rise is marked by the aura of a protagonist, who knows what powerful mentors or fortuitous encounters he may possess. While he could enhance his strength to the condensation realm using life essence, should a powerhouse of the Qi Lake realm emerge from Jin Yuba's side, it would spell disaster. Thus, Chen Fan resorted to diverting the impending trouble. Yi Nantian, wise and astute, quickly discerned Chen Fan's intentions. Nevertheless, he felt an irresistible allure. For treasures that could attract a figure like Jin Yuba were surely extraordinary. Reporting such a discovery to the Yi family headquarters could yield great merit. But if no treasures were found and they offended Jin Yuba, it would be catastrophic. As Yi Nantian wrestled with his thoughts, a strong, resonant voice suddenly broke through the tension. Yilao, I believe my brother Chen Fan is correct. There must be invaluable treasures hidden within Qinglong Mountain. Wang Teng's figure emerged from behind. Teng, why have you come out? Your health is still so fragile. Wang Zhenhai's words were abruptly cut off, replaced by sheer astonishment. The crowd turned to see Wang Tung, transformed as if reborn, striding forth with the grace of a dragon and tiger. His form seemingly enveloped in a golden aura. With each movement, he emanated an invisible, imperial-like majesty. Tenga, you. Wang Zhenhai's face was a mixture of joy and disbelief. Grandfather, thanks to Chen Fan's healing, I feel not only fully restored but imbued with boundless strength. Wang Tung exclaimed with a smile. Chen Fan, taken aback by Wang Tung's transformation, was struck by a fleeting thought. My son Wang Tung possesses the bearing of an emperor. At that moment, Yi Nantian felt a surge of heat within his veins. As if sensing something extraordinary, he suddenly raised his head, walking towards Wang Tung with uncertainty. Grasping Wang Tung's arm, he examined him closely. Moments latte. An expression of profound shock and elation washed over his face. The emperor's body. You possess the same emperor's body as our founding ancestor of the Yi family. One that appears only once in a century. Yi Nantian's voice trembled with astonishment. Chapter 64. Li Jiaying from Hong Kong Island. The crowd gazed in astonishment and confusion at Yi Nantian. The term imperial overlord body could not be succinctly explained in mere words. It is one of the top 10 cultivation physiques in Huaxia. To put it simply, if Wang Tung were given ample resources and time, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of Jin Yuba. The imperial overlord body is a rare occurrence, typically hidden within one's bloodline, making it exceedingly difficult to awaken. He must have triggered this physique due to some fortuitous circumstance. Yi Nantian grasped Wang Tung's hand tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Wang Zhenhai and Wang Tung initially displayed overwhelming joy, followed by profound gratitude towards Chen Fan. They understood that it must have been Chen Fan's Ghost Gate 13 needles that awakened Wang Tung's imperial overlord body. Old Master Wang, allow me to take Wang Tung back to the Yi family. The family head will surely spare no effort in nurturing him and will select a direct descendant from the family to marry him. Yi Nantian proclaimed to Wang Zhenhai and Wang Tung, casting aside thoughts of the treasures of Qinglong Mountain, Chen Fan, and Jin Yuba, to bring back Wang Tung, who could potentially elevate the entire Yi family to new heights, would be his greatest contribution. He firmly believed that Wang Zhenhai and Wang Tung would have no reason to decline. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Tung did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he shook his head. I can go to the Yi family, but you must send a powerful individual to protect my brother Chen Fan from Jin Yuba, or else there is no discussion. The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on Wang Tung. Even Chen Fan stared in disbelief. This was the Yi family, a colossal force that nearly controlled the entire war department of Huaxia, a titan among titans, a top-tier entity in the capital. Such a powerful force extending an olive branch. And yet he dared to set conditions? Ha ha, truly worthy of being my grandson, Wang Zhenhai exclaimed with delight. It is commendable to be grateful and principled, untouched by greed. Grandpa supports you. Wang Zhenhai laughed heartily, feeling even more pleased with Wang Tung's admirable character than with the awakening of the imperial overlord body, a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Yi Nantian, astonished, silently nodded at Wang Tung's character before responding. Chen Fan patted Wang Tung's shoulder, genuinely regarding him as a brother akin to Li Wei at that moment. Fearing that time might slip away, Yi Nantian arranged for a helicopter that very night to escort him and Wang Tung to the Yi family headquarters in Shangjing. Having resolved the matter, and after a few hours of study in the European and American zones with Wang Yuyan, Chen Fan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him after battling Zhou Zhixiong. After bidding farewell to Wang Zhenhai and the others, he did not visit Jiang Yuchan or Su Yuan, but instead drove his Wuling van straight back to the dormitory. The following day, at Jiangnan City Airport, a luxurious private jet descended. As the cabin door opened, several tall and beautiful flight attendants emerged, adorned with exquisite makeup, their skin flawless and alluring, their high heels releasing a fragrant breeze, each one embodying the essence of a goddess. These exceptional attendants respectfully stood at the sides of the staircase. Next, a woman in her early 20s, with a stunning figure clad in casual attire, descended, her beauty capable of overshadowing even top-tier stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Following her was an elderly man with silver hair, emaciated and resembling a withered tree bark. Strangely, he walked by merely touching the ground with his toes, never allowing his heels to touch the earth, and seemed to emanate an invisible barrier that kept even the air's insects at bay. Miss Jiaying, the information indicates that Chen Fan, who was betrothed to your grandfather 20 years ago, is currently a junior at Jiangnan University. We shall proceed directly. The elderly man addressed the young woman. Old Kai, you may call me Jiaying. As a formidable powerhouse of the Qi condensation realm, invited by my uncle to protect me, there is no need for such formality. Li Jiaying replied to Kai Tongmin. Kai Tongmin nodded in acknowledgement. I truly wonder what your grandfather is thinking. No matter how close his relationship with Zhang Chufeng, he should not jeopardize my happiness for life, nor should he bequeath half of the Li family's fortune to that Chen Fan. That amounts to trillions. Li Jiaying expressed her dissatisfaction. Upon hearing the name Zhang Chufeng, Kai Tongmin's body involuntarily trembled. At that moment, he recalled a man from 20 years ago, cradling a baby amidst a storm, surrounded by mountains of corpses, instilling fear in the hearts of the powerful from Hong Kong Island and Wai Country. After Zhang Chufeng vanished that night, no one knew his whereabouts. It was only recently, when Hong Kong's wealthiest businessman Li Chaoren fell gravely ill and produced a marriage contract, that he learned from Li Jiaying's uncle that Zhang Chufeng had been living in seclusion in a small city in southern Huaxia, although he had passed away several years ago. His purpose for coming here was not only to assist Li Jiaying's uncle in ensuring the potential heirs of the Li family's vast fortune. Chen Fan and Li Jiaying disappeared without a trace, but primarily to see if Zhang Chufeng had left anything behind. A Rolls-Royce Phantom approached from a distance, coming to a halt before them. The two entered the vehicle and departed for Jiangnan University. At Jiangnan University, Chen Fan had just risen, completing his morning routine in 5 minutes. He took a moment to send a good morning message to Zhao Ruoxi, Jiang Yuchan, Su Yuan, Wang Yuyin, Sun Siyuan, and even his master Su Nanqiang. He then prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. However, as soon as he stepped down, he was surrounded by 7 or 8 girls, their demeanor fierce. The leader, whom Chen Fan knew all too well, was Li Lanlan, the best friend of Chu Yuhan. Chen Fan, you spend every day indulging with Su Yuan, yet you remain oblivious to the plight of Yuhan. Li Lanlan directly confronted him, her companions, all of Chu Yuhan's roommates, glaring at Chen Fan with anger. What do you mean? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, feeling utterly bewildered. This matter concerning Chu Yuhan had become common knowledge throughout the school, and even the institution could no longer tolerate it, expelling her. How could these fools possibly link him to it? You are still unaware? Chu Yuhan has been taken away by Zhang Yao and his mother. She is now confined in a dilapidated, cold cave, allowed only 1 meal a day, forced to toil for 12 hours in the fields, and at night, she has to serve Zhang Yao and his 2 lecherous brothers. You know nothing of this, do you? She secretly texted you for help, only to be discovered and beaten severely by Zhang Yao's mother, while you had her blocked. You know nothing of her suffering. Li Lanlan exclaimed, her voice rising. She has been desperately waiting for you to save her. And what have you done? Every day, you indulge with Su Yuan. Try to numb your feelings for Yuhan. Li Lanlan's voice echoed, her gaze fixed on Chen Fan, eager to witness the pain and regret etched upon his face. You may deceive others, but can you deceive me? Can you deceive yourself? The love you bore for Chu Yuhan over the past 3 years, upon hearing of her suffering. You must feel regret. You must ache. You must be breathless. You wish to kneel in repentance, begging the heavens for another chance to start anew, right? At that moment, Li Lanlan felt an immense satisfaction, envisioning Chen Fan kneeling in despair, weeping loudly, pleading with the heavens to exchange his life for Chu Yuhan's return. Just then, Li Jiaying and Kai Tongmin, who had come to find Chen Fan based on his information, happened to pass by and overheard his name. Chapter 65. I refuse this engagement. To the astonishment of Li Lanlan and her roommates, Chen Fan unexpectedly smiled. Li Lanlan, thank you. Chen Fan said with a grin. Huh? Thank me? For what? Both Li Lanlan and her companions were taken aback. This was not the reaction they had anticipated. Chen Fan should have been weeping in remorse. begging them for Chu Yuhan's address. Thank you for sharing such wonderful news. Knowing she is living this kind of life fills me with joy. Chen Fan laughed heartily. You. Li Lanlin's face flushed with anger. You scoundrel, you'll get your just deserts. She retorted before storming off with her friends. Make sure to tell Chu Yuhan I wish her and Zhang Yao a lifetime of happiness together. Chen Fan called after them, watching as Li Lanlin's figure quickly vanished. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, a tall girl wearing sunglasses approached, her stunning beauty still unmistakable. Are you Chen Fan? Ding. Detected a girl with a beauty score of 92, Li Jiaying, initiating binding. Ding. Binding successful. For each point of favorability gained from Li Jiaying, the host's life value increases by 100 points, current favorability, -50. Gifted the host a beauty cashback function. Name, Li Jiaying, beauty score, 92, cashback ratio, 1/100. Gifted the host a skill, advanced feng shui master, ability to perceive energy, manipulate fate, and treasure hunting, etc. An electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Is this stunning woman really a feng shui master? He pondered, surprised by her accent that resembled that of characters from Hong Kong movies. How did she know him? Chen Fan scrutinized Li Jiaying from head to toe. Just a debauched playboy. Li Jiaying scoffed inwardly, feeling an increased aversion towards Chen Fan. Though she had only heard half of the conversation outside, from a woman's perspective, it was clear that Chen Fan had wronged someone, which prompted her friends to confront him. Hey, do you know who I am? Chen Fan asked in clumsy Cantonese he had picked up from films. I speak Mandarin. Li Jiaying removed her sunglasses and rolled her eyes dramatically. My name is Li Jiaying, granddaughter of Li Chaoran from Hong Kong. This is Mr. Kai Tongming. We have some matters to discuss with you. Li Jiaying refrained from elaborating on Mr. Kai's strength and status. Believing Chen Fan to be an ordinary student who would not grasp the significance of a Qi-level giant, it was akin to a summer insect attempting to converse with ice. Kai Tongming, however, cast a surprised glance at Chen Fan, though it was fleeting as he soon narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. The granddaughter of Hong Kong's richest man. What could such a family want with him? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Jiaying, before his gaze settled on Mr. Kai. A Qi-level mid-tier giant with a combat power of 16. Chen Fan was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered someone of such caliber. The elder seemed to blend with the air, surrounded by an invisible aura. Chen Fan was certain that even bullets could not penetrate this energy shield, and it was evident that the elder recognized his own peak grandmaster-level martial arts prowess. To have a Qi-level giant as a bodyguard. The wealth of the Li family was indeed extraordinary. Chen Fan, I have come to invite you to return to Hong Kong with me and become the Li family's son-in-law. This is the marriage certificate signed 20 years ago by Grandpa Zhang Chufeng and my grandfather, Li Jiaying stated, producing a time-worn marriage certificate. Grandpa Zhang, a marriage certificate? Chen Fan's eyes widened as he took it, confirming that it indeed recorded the birth dates of both him and Li Jiaying, with the familiar handwriting unmistakably belonging to Grandpa Zhang. He never anticipated that Grandpa Zhang had spent time in Hong Kong and had signed a marriage contract with Hong Kong's wealthiest man. Was he perhaps the protagonist of a novel? Chen Fan pondered, furrowing his brow, recognizing that the old director's identity was far from simple. From discovering the formidable Qi Master's Dojo in Grandpa Zhang's office to now being tied to the granddaughter of Hong Kong's richest man. It was evident that the director was more than just an orphanage head. Seeing Chen Fan lost in thought over the marriage certificate, Li Jiaying assumed he was overwhelmed by the surprising news. Chen Fan, I hope you don't overthink this. Our status differences are significant. Of course, since my family signed this marriage contract, we will honor it. I will marry you and grant you unimaginable wealth, but you must not touch me. We will divorce immediately after my grandfather passes away, Li Jiaying said, crossing her arms with an air of superiority, looking down at the ordinary junior student before her. No, I refuse. Chen Fan shook his head firmly. Huh? What? Do you think you can aspire to something beyond your reach? Li Jiaying's expression shifted to one of indignation. She did not expect that Chen Fan, not only a low-quality scoundrel, would be so greedy for her. No, I refuse to marry you, Chen Fan clarified. aware of her misunderstanding. Why? Li Jiaying was momentarily stunned, instinctively asking. Then she reconsidered, casting a suspicious glance at Chen Fan. Did he intend to create a sense of urgency to capture her attention? Because I am a principled person, once married, I cannot date other girls, Chen Fan replied earnestly, understanding that even if Li Jiaying was stunning, he could not forsake the entire forest for a single tree. After all, the curse system would lead to his demise if he did not pursue relationships. What? Li Jiaying's eyes widened in disbelief, her breathtaking beauty radiating incredulity. How could someone be so shameless as to express such sentiments so eloquently? Rest assured, once I finish my affairs in a few days, I will accompany you to Hong Kong to discuss matters regarding my grandpa director and, in due course, annul our engagement, Chen Fan asserted seriously. This time, not only Li Jiaying, but even Kai Tongming, who had seemingly been in deep meditation, opened his eyes and regarded Chen Fan for a long moment. Do you realize what you are saying? Abandoning our engagement means you would lose everything. That is wealth beyond your wildest dreams and a social status that few could attain. Not to mention a woman like me, who is among the elite in Hong Kong. Li Jiaying expressed her reluctance, feeling her pride wounded by his proposition. There is no excessive use for such wealth. Besides, I already have several billions I cannot spend. And I have numerous girlfriends of your caliber, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaying was nearly infuriated. She had never encountered someone as shameless as Chen Fan. A mere junior student claiming to possess billions and asserting he had several women like her was utterly outrageous. Just as Li Jiaying was about to explode, Kai Tongming cleared his throat. Miss Jiaying, remember that the head of the Li family instructed us to visit Old Zhang first to pay our respects upon arriving in Jiangnan City. Chapter 66. The Dragon's Lair of Green Mountain. Throughout the journey, Chen Fan repeatedly inquired with Li Jiaying and Kai Tongming about Zhang Chufeng. However, Li Jiaying, being quite young at the time, could only vaguely recall Zhang Chufeng visiting her home. Subsequently, her family spoke of his name with great trepidation. Until recently, when Li Chaoren fell gravely ill and produced the marriage certificate. Kai Tongming, on the other hand, remained aloof, seemingly meditating, and dismissed Chen Fan's questions, merely stating that they had only seen each other from afar. Chen Fan frowned slightly. It appeared that extracting useful information from these two would prove to be quite challenging. Once the matters concerning Qinglong Mountain were resolved, he would indeed need to make a trip to Hong Kong Island. The director, Zhang Chufeng, lay buried on the hillside behind the Qing Mountain Orphanage. As they approached the vicinity, Li Jiaying's eyes widened in astonishment. She took out a miniature compass, and shock flickered in her gaze. The waters flowed around them, forming a dragon vein, and the aura surged upwards, resembling a dragon's den. Residing here would greatly benefit a person. Li Jiaying exclaimed. Is it possible that this unremarkable little hill is, in fact, a legendary dragon's lair? Kai Tongming suddenly opened his eyes, a greedy glint illuminating them. A dragon's lair is a convergence of spiritual energy formed by the terrain. One of the most coveted treasures pursued by countless Qi practitioners. However, such places typically conceal themselves, unless one is physically present. Even the most formidable feng shui masters of Hong Kong Island cannot ascertain the location of a dragon's lair. There had been one such lair on Hong Kong Island, from which the island's most powerful family descended. Now, the emergence of a dragon's lair in this impoverished inland area was truly astonishing. Yet, recalling that stormy night and Zhang Chufeng's overwhelming power, it was not surprising that he could locate a dragon's lair to seclude himself. Kai Tongming was merely acting on the commission of Li Jiahui to eliminate his niece, who might inherit a substantial portion of the estate, and Chen Fan, while also hoping to stumble upon good fortune at Zhang Chufeng's former residence. He never expected to uncover a dragon's lair upon his arrival. Possessing such a lair would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation. However, at that moment, he sensed something amiss. But if this is indeed a dragon's lair, why do I feel no spiritual energy? Kai Tongming Guestin Purple. Li Jiaying was also taken aback. Although she was not a Qi practitioner, even an ordinary person would feel their pores open, as if bathing in a hot spring, in a place where spiritual energy converged. Yet here, there was no such sensation. This place may be a dragon's lair, but the dragon's essence was extracted and the vein severed hundreds of years ago. What remains is merely an empty shell of a dragon's lair. Chen Fan interjected. You understand feng shui? Li Jiaying and Kai Tongming looked at Chen Fan in astonishment. Well, I know a bit. I often watch films and read novels about feng shui masters battling each other, Chen Fan replied. Li Jiaying rolled her eyes at this. While feng shui practitioners can indeed differentiate between yin and yang, establish feng shui, gather spiritual energy, and avert misfortune, it is certainly not as exaggerated as portrayed in films and novels. If you're treating movies as documentaries, it's no wonder you speak of extracting dragon's essence so absurdly. People from Hong Kong Island place great importance on feng shui and metaphysics. Li Jiaying had developed an interest in feng shui since childhood, studying the I Ching and other related knowledge. Although she was not formally trained, she had already stepped halfway into the realm of feng shui masters and held Chen Fan's claims in utter disdain. Chen Fan shook his head, refraining from further explanation. After binding with Li Jiaying and unlocking the skill of feng shui master, a plethora of knowledge flooded his mind, coupled with his golden eyes. When he beheld the Qing Mountain orphanage once more, everything appeared transformed. Countless mountain veins manifested in his mind, and in an instant, he discerned the issue with the dragon's lair's spiritual energy. As his gaze shifted towards the nearby Qinglong Mountain, he comprehended everything, finally grasping Weijin Yuba, who claimed to be the foremost prodigy of southern China, valued the treasures within Qinglong Mountain so highly that he would even make the journey himself. Of course, he did not share any of this, for he was merely a student raised in an orphanage. He could not possibly tell Li Jiaying that this was a skill bestowed upon him by the system binding her. Chen Fan's wooling van was swift, and utilizing the sewers to drift around corners, they reached the summit of Qing Mountain Orphanage in under 10 minutes. This is where my grandfather, Zhang Chufeng, rests, Chen Fan stated as he approached the gravestone, lighting 3 incense sticks and bowing 3 times. Though Li Jiaying did not know Zhang Chufeng, her grandfather had solemnly instructed her to pay great respects to him before departing. She surmised that Zhang Chufeng must have rendered significant kindness to the Li family, prompting her to light incense and kneel in reverence. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded inwardly, feeling a growing fondness for Li Jiaying and the wealthy tycoon of Hong Kong Island whom he had yet to meet. Well, the respects have been paid. Now, shall we proceed to Zhang Chufeng's former residence? Kai Tongming suddenly spoke from behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan's brow furrowed instantly, feeling as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, goosebumps rising on his skin. He realized he was being targeted by Kai Tongming, a formidable figure of combat strength 16 at the mid-stage of qi condensation. Weren't you here to pay respects to my grandfather? Why the sudden interest in the old residence? Do you have ulterior motives? Is this also your grandfather's wish? Chen Fan did not look at Kai Tongming, but turned to Li Jiaying, his tone icy. Li Jiaying sensed the tension in the atmosphere and hurriedly explained, Chen Fan, please don't misunderstand. We truly only came to pay respects to old Master Zhang. He has rendered great kindness to our family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed a marriage contract with us. Kai, Chen Fan is just a student. You are a qi condensation master. He cannot withstand such pressure. Li Jiaying pleaded with Kai Tongming. Though she did not harbor affection for Chen Fan, he was the man her grandfather had personally betrothed her to, and she did not wish for him to come to harm. However, Kai Tongming seemed to ignore Li Jiaying's pleas entirely, revealing his true nature. Kid, I'll say this once more. If you don't want to die, lead the way. Kai Tongming finally abandoned pretense. Kai, how can you act this way? Zhang Chufeng has done great favors for our Li family, and Chen Fan is his only descendant. Li Jiaying shouted, rushing forward to shield Chen Fan with her body. Humph, little vixen, protecting him before your marriage. Very well, I am merely fulfilling Li Jiahui's commission, getting paid to resolve issues. You can die first. Kai Tongming scoffed coldly, pointing a finger at the incredulous Li Jiaying. In an instant, a beam of condensed true energy erupted from his fingertip, shooting towards the terrified Li Jiaying like a sword. Ding! 15 points of combat power have been exchanged for the host, totaling 15,000 life points consumed. Current life points remaining, 1787. Current combat power of the host, 16. Chapter 67. Mid-stage Qi Consolidation. A night of regression, no. Li Jiaying's beautiful eyes widened in shock. In an instant, a whirlwind of emotions, fear, confusion, and anger, overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. At that moment, a figure appeared beside her with astonishing speed, wrapping one arm around Li Jiaying's slender waist while the other hand struck towards the incoming energy beam. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, reminiscent of a grenade detonating in midair. The energy beam was shattered by Chen Fan, leaving a scorched earth within a radius of 5 or 6 meters. Kai Tongming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chen Fan. How is this possible? You're merely a grandmaster. How could you withstand a Qi wave at the Qi consolidation level? At that moment, even the seasoned powerhouse Kai Tongming, who had lived for 60 to 70 years, felt an unprecedented shock, similar to the astonishment he experienced during that stormy night when he witnessed Zhang Chufeng's formidable prowess. Qi waves? I have the 6 Meridians divine sword. Chen Fan moved with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage behind as he appeared directly behind Kai Tongming, delivering a powerful punch to the back of his head. Swish! Kai Tongming reacted swiftly, turning around to meet Chen Fan's punch head-on. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound erupted, sending dust and debris flying, as the ground split open along the line where they collided, creating a chasm half a meter wide. Damn! You're at mid-stage Qi consolidation. Kai Tongming could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in astonishment. This kid is only in his 20s, yet he has reached mid-stage Qi consolidation in nearly a century. Apart from the legendary hidden geniuses of the sects in Xianjing, who could achieve such a level at this age? Suddenly, Kai Tongming's expression shifted to one of even greater shock and fear. No wonder Zhang Chufeng, so powerful, has been so protective of his child. Could it be that they are? Kai Tongming dared not pursue the thought further. He understood all too well the consequences of provoking forces of that caliber. After exchanging several blows with Chen Fan, Kai Tongming's astonishment gradually morphed into a fierce determination. Although this young man's realm and combat strength were equivalent to his own, he exhibited no martial skills, his attacks akin to those of an ordinary person. He could not allow him to leave alive. Kai Tongming's attacks grew increasingly ruthless. At this moment, Chen Fan was drenched in sweat, struggling against the onslaught, having endured several heavy hits. However, with the aid of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, he could recover from the injuries almost instantly. Damn it, I've only got a little over 1,000 life points left. It feels like a regression to the past. I must exchange for a powerful skill from the system to defeat him. Chen Fan cursed inwardly. Although the Ghost Gate 13 needles prevented him from dying, the pain was excruciating. Yet, Chen Fan still held back a trump card, the golden brick. Meanwhile, Kai Tongming was becoming increasingly anxious. He had unleashed all his skills, and several times he had almost fatally wounded Chen Fan, only for him to rejuvenate within moments. No, having made an enemy of such a monster, I cannot allow him to survive. Otherwise, in 5 years, no, in 3 years, he would slay me like a dog. With a determined grit of his teeth, Kai Tongming's energy surged, propelling him into the air for several dozen meters, resembling an immortal soaring through the skies. Although this move would damage his essence and set back his cultivation, he had no choice but to use it to eliminate this aberration. Blood Moon fiendish slash. With Kai Tongming's furious shout, blood mist erupted around him. His expression twisted like a malevolent spirit, coalescing above him into a terrifying blood moon. A perfect opportunity. Golden Terminator, arise. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, channeling all his energy into the golden brick, launching it like a meteor towards the charging Kai Tongming. Bang! Kai Tongming let out a cry of agony as his lower body was obliterated, while the blood moon of energy locked onto Chen Fan and descended with lethal intent. Kid, D. Though Kai Tongming's lower half was destroyed, as a Qi consolidation level powerhouse, his vitality remained robust, and he did not perish. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he observed the impending blood moon. Under such an attack, he might not even have time to utilize the Ghost Gate 13 needles. In that critical moment, a fragrant breeze swept before Chen Fan, and he looked up to see Su Nansong standing protectively in front of him, slicing through the blood moon with a wave of her hand. Whoosh! The blood moon was cleaved in two, passing harmlessly on either side of Chen Fan and Su Nansong, obliterating two considerable mountain peaks in the process. Then, Su Nansong directed another palm strike at Kai Tongming from a distance, her overwhelming energy causing his body to erupt into a cloud of blood mist. Dare to harm my disciple? I shall reduce you to ashes. Su Nansong snorted coldly. Master, you've emerged from seclusion. You're incredible. You killed this mid-stage chi consolidation old fool with a single strike. Chen Fan exclaimed joyfully, wrapping his arms around Su Nansong's slender waist, burying his face in. An hour later, Master, what is your current realm? Chen Fan asked while putting on his clothes. I am now at the pinnacle of chi consolidation, and I have 1 foot in the Chi Lake realm. Su Nansong adjusted her hair, which had been disheveled by Chen Fan, her demeanor ethereal under the moonlight. I don't know if it's due to my cultivation, but I feel you've become even more beautiful than before, surpassing both Jiang Qingyi and Li Jiaying, who both have stunning looks, especially with the red mole that has appeared on your forehead. It nearly took my breath away at a critical moment. Master, you truly are a prodigy. Within less than a month, you've reached the level of a top-tier powerhouse. Chen Fan said in astonishment. That's because after that day, I suddenly noticed changes in my physique. Furthermore, while practicing that chi refinement technique, I realized it's far more advanced than just a powerful technique. It's at least 2 levels higher. Coupled with that spirit stone bed and various factors, I reached the pinnacle of chi consolidation in just 1 month. Su Nansong explained. Chen Fan nodded. Just moments ago, he had scanned Su Nansong with his golden eye, but found it unable to identify her, indicating her awakened physique was extraordinarily exceptional. And you, Chen Fan, have reached mid-stage chi consolidation without any resources. You are the true prodigy with limitless potential. If those old fogies in Xiangjing discover you, they will surely compete to take you as their disciple. Su Nansong said with a smile, her gaze filled with affection for Chen Fan. Chen Fan was taken aback, then inwardly warned himself to refrain from casually revealing his abilities in front of others. Otherwise, if an old monster were to take him as a disciple, how would he pursue a romantic relationship in the future? Thinking of Su Nansong going into seclusion again, Chen Fan stood up once more. 2 hours later, Chen Fan had finished dressing again. Su Nansong stood with her back to him, grooming her hair by a nearby stream, her translucent veil cascading down, revealing her snow-white back, exuding an ethereal aura. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed Li Jiaying on the ground seemed to stir slightly. Smack! Chen Fan playfully slapped her perky backside. Chapter 68. Jiang Qingyi's plea still pretending to be asleep. With a crisp sound, Chen Fan's slap resonated. Li Jiaying, with her eyes tightly shut and her cheeks flushed, immediately sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on after being struck by Chen Fan. You dare to molest me? Li Jiaying exclaimed, her face burning with fury. What did you wake up? Did you see everything that just happened? Before Chen Fan could respond, Su Nansong, who had been grooming herself by the creek in a delicate garment with her hair cascading down like a celestial maiden, swiftly approached Li Jiaying, her beautiful eyes icy as she regarded her. No, I didn't see everything. I just woke up less than an hour ago and only caught part of it. Li Jiaying hurriedly waved her hands in protest. Recalling the earlier scene, Li Jiaying's face turned as red as a tomato, especially at the thought of Chen Fan's. Ding! Li Jiaying's favorability 50, current favorability 0. An electronic voice suddenly resonated in Chen Fan's mind. He was taken aback. Had her inexplicable favorability actually increased? However, as Su Nansong stood before Li Jiaying, the latter's eyes widened in astonishment. So beautiful. Gazing at Su Nansong, who bore a red mole on her brow and resembled a fairy, Li Jiaying was instantly entranced. Although Li Jiaying was one of the most stunning beauties in Hong Kong Island, She felt slightly ashamed in the presence of this ethereal figure, dressed in a delicate garment with flowing hair and long, graceful legs. At that moment, Su Nanxiang unexpectedly lifted Li Jiaying's chin with her delicate hand, inspecting her closely. She gently patted her cheek and, with her slender thumb, pried open Li Jiaying's pristine lips, revealing her pearly teeth and glistening tongue. A fragrance, reminiscent of a snow lotus, wafted into Li Jiaying's senses. The quality is indeed quite good. It will be suitable for my precious disciple as a girlfriend, Su Nanxiang remarked indifferently, as if appraising an item. Yet, while Li Jiaying dared to bare her teeth at Chen Fan, she became a docile child before Su Nanxiang, who emanated an overwhelming pressure, allowing herself to be handled without a hint of resistance. If she misbehaves in the future, just send her to me, Su Nanxiang stated. Additionally, a colleague from Xiangjing has entrusted me with translating an ancient text for a friend residing in Jiangnan City. I need to enter seclusion, so you shall go in my stead. With that, Su Nanxiang disappeared, leaving behind a waft of fragrance. Chen Fan shook his head. He had initially considered inviting Su Nanxiang to oversee matters at Qinglong Mountain Town now that she had reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, but he had dispelled that thought, recognizing that she was in a crucial moment of advancement to the Qi Lake realm, the realm of noble warriors. Dead Su Nanyang vanished, Li Jiaying, who had been holding her breath, finally exhaled, glaring at Chen Fan. Wait, I saved your life from Kai Tong Ming, and instead of thanking me, you glare at me. Chen Fan remarked, exasperated. Huh, save me? You have the audacity to say that. You, a third-year student who only knows how to chase girls, dare to claim you saved me. I was merely unconscious, not brain-dead, Li Jiaying retorted, her arms crossed, her delicate feet tapping angrily on the ground. From a moment Chen Fan boasted about having thousands of billions and several girlfriends who matched her beauty, Li Jiaying had concluded that he was a braggart. Now, he audaciously claimed to have saved her from a Qi-level powerhouse, Kai Tong Ming. It was utterly absurd. However, this fellow was indeed fortunate to have a master as exquisite as a fairy. Kai Tong Ming must have been driven away by Chen Fan's ethereal mentor. Yet, it was astonishing that such a beautiful fairy would be associated with a rebellious disciple like Chen Fan. The thought of Su Nanxiang's enchanting figure ignited a fire within Li Jiaying, who wished she were a man so she could. This part is omitted for brevity. Chen Fan felt speechless. Indeed, one's prejudices could be as insurmountable as a mountain. At that moment, Chen Fan's phone rang. Upon answering, a cool voice greeted him. Hello, are you the direct disciple of academician Su? I have an ancient text I would like your assistance in translating. In the Yi family's villa in Jiangnan City, Jiang Qingyi hung up the phone. The voice of academician Su's disciple sounded somewhat familiar. How arrogant of this academician Su, asking her to translate an ancient text and only sending a disciple. In front of the Jiang family, her title means nothing. Yi Xingyao remarked discontentedly. Xingyao, do not speak like that. After all, we are seeking assistance. Jiang Qingyi replied, her tone nonetheless frosty. As the esteemed daughter of the prominent Jiang family, she was accustomed to being revered and respected. The fact that a mere academician like Su Nanxiang treated her with such disdain by sending only a disciple was intolerable. With this thought, Jiang Qingyi's expression darkened further. However, her brother Yuba was set to arrive in Jiangnan City in a few days, reportedly to visit a place called Qinglong Mountain in the North District. If she could concoct the ancient elixir from the ancient formula and present it to Yuba, assisting him in breaking through to the Qi realm, he would surely fulfill his earlier promise and come to propose to her family. With this thought, Jiang Qingyi's heart brimmed with anticipation and joy. Approximately 2 hours later, Chen Fan's wooling van halted at the entrance of the Yi family's villa. The villa was heavily guarded by elite special forces. Upon seeing the grand gates, Chen Fan chuckled. What a coincidence. However, with Henan Tian having escorted Wang Teng to the headquarters of the Yi family in Xiangjing, Chen Fan chose not to disturb him and instead called the client. After the call ended, the guard soon permitted him entry. To his surprise, the Yi family had operations in such a small place, albeit likely a branch of their main family. Li Jiaying remarked as she gazed at the family crest on the gate. You know about the Yi family? Chen Fan asked. Astonished, Li Jiaying rolled her eyes. I am the granddaughter of Hong Kong Island's richest man, one of the top socialites, and I frequently attend gatherings at Shangjing. So, I know a few people from the prominent families there. Chen Fan shrugged and parked the van outside the villa. At that moment, Yi Xingyao and Jiang Qingyi happened to exit the building. As Chen Fan and Li Jiaying stepped out of the vehicle, both parties were taken aback. How could it be you? You are academician Su's disciple? You're Miss Li Jiaying from Hong Kong Island? Jiang Qingyi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. You know my fiancé, Li Jiaying? Chen Fan interjected. Your fiancé, Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao gasped in unison, their eyes widening in shock. Chapter 69. You want to harm my brother Yuba? The granddaughter of the richest man in Hong Kong is your fiancé, Yi Vingya gasped in shock. Her hand covering her mouth. Li Jiaying was instantly filled with a mix of shame and anger. Her beautiful face flushed as she viciously stepped on Chen Fan's foot. This was disastrous. Once the women from the Yi and Jiang families learned of this, it would likely spread like wildfire throughout the elite circles of both Huaxia and Hong Kong. As Li Jiaying's thoughts spiraled into frustration, she reflected on her status as the beloved granddaughter of Hong Kong's wealthiest man, blessed with a beauty that eclipsed even the most renowned stars of Hong Kong and Taiwan. She had countless suitors, if not thousands, certainly hundreds, many of whom were heirs of powerful factions and international conglomerates. Originally, she had intended to bring Chen Fan to Hong Kong, marry him secretly, and then, after her grandfather's passing, discreetly file for divorce. Who could have predicted that this fool would openly reveal their relationship in front of Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao? Now, she was reduced to being the fiancée of a mere, boastful university student, destined to become the laughingstock of the elite circles across Huaxia. Li Jiaying and Jiang Qingyi were already acquainted. One was the daughter of the Danwang clan, while the other was the granddaughter of Hong Kong's richest man. Their beauty was on par, and they were evenly matched competitors in Huaxia's elite circles. As Jiang Qingyi observed Li Jiaying's silence, she understood that Chen Fan's words were indeed true. After the initial shock, Jiang Qingyi's gaze towards Li Jiaying turned smug and disdainful. She had not expected that her rival, Li Jiaying, would choose such an ordinary man as her fiancé, a stark contrast to her own brother Yuba. Chen Fan, so you are backed by the Li family of Hong Kong. No wonder you could spend 600 billion to purchase the entire Jiangnan North District. That money must have come from Jiaying, right? Jiang Qingyi teased. Chen Fan found Jiang Qingyi's remarks rather puzzling, but Li Jiaying's ears perked up, her gaze shifting to Chen Fan in astonishment. You actually have 600 billion? She exclaimed. Although the Li family was immensely wealthy, boasting assets worth trillions, 600 billion in cash was still a considerable sum. To be precise, I possess 1 trillion. After purchasing a piece of land, I still have 400 billion left. Chen Fan replied. Li Jiaying nodded, realizing that Chen Fan had not entirely deceived her. He was indeed reasonably affluent, likely inheriting this fortune from the late elder Zhang Chufeng. Ding! Li Jiaying's favorability 20, current favorability 20, reward 2,000 life points. Current life points 3787. An electronic prompt echoed in Chen Fan's mind. At that moment, Jiang Qingyi, overhearing the conversation between Chen Fan and Li Jiaying, suddenly burst into laughter. Come on, Jiaying, stop being stubborn. I've investigated Chen Fan's background. He is merely an orphan in his 3rd year of university. Who, besides your Li family, would grant him such wealth? Though I must admit, your taste is refreshingly unique. Unlike my brother Yuba, who is more of a match made in heaven. Li Jiaying was left speechless. She was well aware of Jin Yuba's reputation as the most outstanding young man in southern Huaxia, pursued by numerous socialites. If it weren't for her grandfather Li Chaoren's disapproval, she might have entertained thoughts of Jin Yuba herself. Jiaying, in a few days, my brother Yuba will arrive in Jiangnan City. I have been diligently preparing elixirs for him and supporting him to achieve a breakthrough to the qi condensation stage. Jiang Qingyi proclaimed, a look of pride and happiness that only served to irritate Li Jiaying further. As Li Jiaying observed Chen Fan casually with his hands in his pockets, she couldn't help but compare him to the tall, handsome, and imposing Jin Ba, realizing how stark the contrast was. This deepened her sense of bitterness and helplessness. Perhaps this was fate. Chen Fan, growing increasingly annoyed by Jiang Qingyi's incessant references to Jin Ba, thought that if it weren't for his promise to his master Su Nanxiang, he would not linger here for a moment longer. Did you not mention needing to translate an ancient manuscript? Is it not the one from the last auction? Chen Fan replied impatiently, having just trampled her rival Li Jiaying. Jiang Qingyi was in high spirits and paid no mind to Chen Fan's tone. Once inside the house, she produced the damaged elixir recipe. Chen Fan glanced at it, opting not to repair the damaged sections using his golden eye, but instead conjuring the missing parts in his mind. The omissions were minimal, consisting of merely the descriptions and names of 2 elixirs. Chen Fan grabbed 2 sheets of paper and swiftly wrote them down. Within 5 minutes, he had completed both elixir recipes. Seeing Chen Fan's rapid work, Jiang Qingyi's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Chen Fan, you're not just translating randomly, are you? She said coldly. Chen Fan grew increasingly irritated by Jiang Qingyi. Despite her striking beauty, her character left much to be desired. However, since he was bound to her, he felt compelled to extract some benefit from her, believing that translating the elixir recipes might boost Jiang Qingyi's life points. With that thought, Chen Fan tossed the translated recipes to Jiang Qingyi, saying, "You can look for yourself, believe it or not." Jiang Qingyi took the recipes, and the more she looked, the more excited her expression became. Many of the herbs listed were rare and precious, some of which only the direct descendants of the Jiang family would know. This was something that an outsider like Chen Fan could not possibly fabricate. However, when she read the corresponding effects and names of the elixirs, her expression changed abruptly. Ding! Jiang Qingyi's favorability -50, current favorability -50. An electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang in Chen Fan's mind. He was taken aback. What is happening? I help you translate this recipe, and instead of gratitude, my favorability decreases. Chen Fan, you want to harm my brother Ba? Get out! Jiang Qingyi suddenly shouted with a fierce tone. Jiang Qingyi, what do you mean? Chen Fan worked hard to translate that piece of paper for you. And instead of thanking him, you insult him? Li Jiaying interjected, stepping in front of Chen Fan and pointing at Jiang Qingyi, furious. With such unworthy thoughts and behavior, a mere ant like you thinks you can harm my true dragon-like brother Ba with such schemes? Jiang Qingyi glared coldly at both Chen Fan and Li Jiaying. As the daughter of Hong Kong's wealthiest family, Li Jiaying was unaccustomed to such treatment and was on the verge of exploding. Jiaying, let us go. Chen Fan's expression hardened as he grabbed Li Jiaying's hand and headed toward the van, driving away with a flourish. Watching the taillights of the departing van, Yi Xingyao furrowed her brow and couldn't help but ask, Qingyi, was the elixir recipe that Chen Fan translated fake? The translation of the elixir recipe is certainly authentic, Jiang Qingyi replied with a cold smile. Chapter 70. The switcheroo what? The translated alchemical formulas are real. Yi Xingyao gazed in bewilderment at Jiang Qingyi. Indeed, the 2 formulas were authentic, with their intricate ratios and methods of refinement clearly the work of a master alchemist. This Chen Fan possesses quite a talent. He translated what even experts in ancient texts could not decipher in under 10 minutes, Jiang Qingyi remarked. Qingyi, if that's the case, then Chen Fan has done you a tremendous favor. Why then did you scold him and send him away? Yi Xingyao was increasingly perplexed, yet she understood that Jiang Qingyi was not one to act on a whim, so she awaited an explanation. One of these formulas is called the transformation pill, which significantly increases the success rate for a qi refinement practitioner attempting to break through their limits. The other is the downfall pill, which, if consumed during a breakthrough, not only guarantees failure, but also drives the practitioner into madness, lowering their realm further. Yi Xingyao nodded, somewhat comprehending. But Xingyao, do you know, that Chen Fan, that vile little schemer, actually swapped the names of these 2 formulas. If I were to refine the incorrect formula and give it to brother Ba, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not even 100 of Chen Fan's lives could compensate for it. Jiang Qingyi's tone was frigid. What? Yi Xingyao was struck with disbelief. However, recalling Chen Fan's usual demeanor, though somewhat frivolous, his eyes held clarity and his appearance was charming. He hardly seemed the type to engage in underhanded schemes. But Qingyi, how can you be certain that Chen Fan is the one who switched the names? Although this is the first time I've seen these formulas. As the legitimate daughter of an alchemical family, I'm not to be compared to a mere novice like him. Take, for example, the ingredients listed in the transformation pill: corpse rot grass and yellow spring flower, both of which are exceedingly cold and toxic. Imagine if such poison were to strike during a breakthrough. The repercussions would be dire. Conversely, the ingredients he listed for the downfall pill are all nourishing herbs that enhance yang energy, clearly intended to facilitate a breakthrough. Jiang Qingyi felt a swell of pride in her own acumen. Even Yi Xingyao, who knew little of alchemy, grasped Jiang Qingyi's explanation and nodded in agreement. But why would Chen Fan do such a thing? It offers him no benefit, she still questioned. How could it not benefit him? He covets the Qinglong Mountain in the northern district, which brother Yu Ba has his sights set on. Aware that he is no match, he colluded with Li Jiaying to employ such despicable tactics. Jiang Qingyi's beautiful eyes narrowed, as if unveiling a conspiracy between Chen Fan and the Li family of Hong Kong. Yi Xingyao nodded. Though she privately did not believe Chen Fan to be that sort of person, she found her friend's reasoning compelling. In a Wuling van, Chen Fan had already cast aside the recent events, whistling to himself. Jiang Qingyi, trying to help her, yet she bites the hand that feeds her. Had you not stopped me, I would have torn her apart verbally. Li Jiaying fumed. Are the top socialites this violent? Chen Fan was at a loss for words. After getting into the vehicle, he quickly understood Jiang Qingyi's motivations. Upon binding with Jiang Qingyi to acquire the primordial purple flame, he had gained extensive knowledge regarding alchemy. While the ingredients for the transformation pill were indeed harsh and toxic, they could be refined using the primordial flame, rendering their properties gentler. During a breakthrough, a practitioner's true energy converges, easily igniting their inner fire, leading them to a state of madness. If the transformation pill were made with such frigid ingredients, it would extinguish the inner fire, allowing the practitioner to attain clarity of mind, potentially achieving enlightenment and significantly increasing their success rate. Conversely, the downfall pill was entirely the opposite. Given that Jiang Qingyi was an outsider to the world of qi refinement, she must have assumed she was outsmarting him. At this thought, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the elusive Jin Yu Ba. I did not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Run will perish because of me. Meanwhile, in the office of the commander of the Tianhai Combat Division, a woman with short black hair, around 30 years old, clad in camouflage, named Yi Qingyin, was diligently reviewing documents. Suddenly, the red landline on her desk rang, startling her. This red phone was a direct line to the head of the Yi family and had never rung since its installation. Yi Qingyin promptly stood, respectfully answering the call. 3 minutes later, she hung up, her brow furrowed. 3 days from now, in Jiangnan City, at Qinglong Mountain, Chen Fan, rising from her seat. Even her loose camouflage uniform could not conceal her striking figure, complemented by a beauty that was both captivating and commanding, causing any man who laid eyes on her to be utterly enchanted. Who is this Chen Fan that the family head would personally call to ensure his safety? Yet, the fact that he has drawn the attention of Jin Yu Ba, known as the premier talent of the South, certainly warranted a visit. With this thought, Yi Qingyin nodded slightly, gathering her equipment in preparation for her journey to Jiangnan City. In an obscure, desolate mountain in Tianhai City, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit was leaping from treetop to treetop, covering vast distances with each bound, as if he were soaring through the air. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of a cave atop a mountain. Young master, the elder bowed respectfully to a tall, handsome man with flowing hair and striking features seated cross-legged within the cave. Suspended before him was an ancient sword radiating golden light. As wisps of mist like true energy flowed from his dantian, merging into the sword. Ah, Jean Leon, you have arrived. The young man opened his eyes, exuding a formidable aura that made the elder tremble. Though the elder was a peak practitioner in the qi refinement realm, in the presence of the young master Jin Yu Ba, he was merely a servant attending to his daily needs. Young master, you have completely refined this spiritual sword? Almost. Give me 2 more days, and it will be fully refined, Jin Yu Ba replied. Congratulations, young master. Once you have refined the Jin family's ancestral fish dragon sword, even a practitioner at the initial stage of chi refinement would not be your match. The elder exclaimed, his face aglow with joy. Magical artifacts are ultimately external. The most crucial factor is one's own strength. Once I obtain the treasures within Qinglong Mountain, I will step into a new realm, becoming a true giant in chi refinement. Jin Yuba declared with pride. Indeed, young master, you are the foremost talent in southern China. Upon entering the chi refinement realm and wielding the fish dragon sword, you will undoubtedly shine at the upcoming Tianjiao conference in Xiangjing, perhaps even catching the eye of those hidden sects. The elder added. However, one of the primary conditions for entering those hidden sects is to reach the chi refinement realm before the age of 25. Thus, the treasures within Qinglong Mountain are of utmost importance to me, Jin Yuba stated. At that moment, he noticed the elder's expression shift uneasily, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Has something occurred at Qinglong Mountain? Chapter 71. The Secret of Qinglong Mountain. Young master, Zhou Zhixiong has utterly failed. A third-year student named Chen Fan has captured Qinglong Mountain, spoke Jin Laonu. A third-year student? Jin Yuba narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura emanating from him. Indeed, young master. However, his background seems to be quite formidable. We have yet to uncover the forces behind him. According to Zhou Zhixiong, this Chen Fan is merely 22 years old, yet possesses the peak cultivation of a grandmaster and wields a magical artifact. A peak grandmaster at May 22nd be considered a genius in other prominent families. But to me, he is no more than a stone by the roadside or wild grass. Jin Yuba declared with haughty disdain, an overwhelming aura of authority radiating from him. True, Chen Fan is insignificant, but it appears that other prodigies from southern Huaxia have received news and are hastily making their way to Qinglong Mountain in Jiangnan City. Among them are the likes of Bai Yuan and others. Should we also set out in advance? Jin Laonu inquired once more. Not necessary. According to Liu Bowen's dragon-slaying journal, the secret treasure, the dragon pearl, will only fully materialize in 3 days. Besides, those like Bai Yuan are merely past subordinates. After I refine the fish dragon sword, they will be inconsequential, Jin Yuba scoffed. In truth, Jin Yuba had learned about the treasures of Qinglong Mountain through a tome he recently unearthed from an ancient tomb, Liu Bowen's notes from the Ming Dynasty. It was said that Liu Bowen, a master of feng shui, had once severed the dragon veins of Huaxia to aid the Ming Emperor in establishing a millennial dynasty, documenting his findings in the dragon-slaying journal. This journal revealed that the dragon vein at Qinglong Mountain was exceptionally potent, beyond even his capacity to eradicate completely, necessitating a method of extracting the dragon's essence. Every 200 years, the spiritual energy at Qinglong Mountain converged to a critical point, coalescing into the dragon pearl imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. At that moment, Jin Laonu suddenly recalled something and slapped his forehead. Young master, there's also good news. Miss Jiang Qingyi sent word 2 days ago that she has discovered an ancient alchemical recipe, a transformative elixir that aids in breaking through realms, which she has successfully refined. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuba's heart stirred. He had encountered the transformative elixir in an ancient text, knowing it significantly increased the success rate for refining Qi practitioners seeking to transcend their limits. Miss Jiang is truly devoted to you, young master. You two are indeed a match made in heaven, Jin Laonu remarked with a smile. Jin Yuba's expression darkened at this comment. In his mind, he envisioned dazzling success at the Tianjiao conference in Xiangjing, believing himself worthy only of women from reclusive noble families. As for Jiang Qingyi, she was merely a member of a prominent alchemical family, a mere resource for elixirs, a mere follower in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had not been idle. He and Li Jiaying had set up 2 tents at Qinglong Mountain, temporarily making it their abode. Chen Fan initially intended to establish a grand spirit-capturing formation based on the knowledge of feng shui masters, aiming to gather the dragon pearl before Jin Yuba and his cohorts arrived. However, as the formations required spiritual stones, which he lacked, He was compelled to settle for using the spiritually infused stones of Qinglong Mountain to set up a spirit-attracting formation, anticipating the dragon pearl's emergence. Chen Fan, you've been here playing at being a feng shui master for days. When are you coming back to Hong Kong with me? Li Jiaying expressed her dissatisfaction. Soon. Chen Fan replied. At that moment, a man in a colorful polo shirt, safety helmet, and carrying a leather bag, a construction foreman, approached, panting heavily. I'm not saying Chen Fan. With so many good spots in the North District, why are you intent on building a structure in this desolate mountain? Who will you sell it to? Li Wei grumbled. This place gathers spiritual energy. You'll understand soon enough when the time comes, and you won't believe how many nobles will be clamoring to buy. Chen Fan responded, observing Li Wei's flushed and breathless state. Keep dreaming. Only I, your brother, would indulge your nonsense, Li Wei scoffed. Chen Fan spoke the truth. Having mastered the skills of a feng shui master, once the dragon pearl materialized the next day, he intended to employ it to set up a gathering formation. Should his master, Su Nanxiang, train here, the results would rival those from a spiritual stone bed. Even if Wang Yuyin, Sun Siyuan, Jiang Yuchan, and Zhao Ruoxi were not qi practitioners, they too would benefit from longevity and immunity to ailments. Do you genuinely believe yourself a feng shui master? I don't see anything unique about this place, Li Jiaying scoffed. Only then did Li Wei notice Li Jiaying behind Chen Fan. Upon seeing her stunning figure and face that surpassed Hong Kong stars, his eyes widened in disbelief. Where on earth did my brother find so many super beauties? Each one is a gem among millions, while those models I usually see are mere trash in comparison. Jiaying, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Li Wei. Li Wei. This is Li Jiaying, granddaughter of Hong Kong's richest man, Li Chaoran, Chen Fan introduced. Whoa, granddaughter of Hong Kong's richest man, Li Chaoran. Li Chaoran is my idol. Li Wei exclaimed. Li Jiaying was quite pleased with Li Wei's reaction, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Fan. Brother, now I understand why you have so much money. You've been living off the wealth of Hong Kong's richest, Li Wei said, envy radiating from him. Chen Fan could not be bothered to clarify if a misunderstanding arose. So be it. He could use the Li family's name as a shield. At that moment, a sudden sound of slicing air echoed from below the mountain. The trio looked down to see a short-haired woman in a black combat outfit, soaring atop a slender silver blade towards the mountaintop. Wow, is that a flying sword? Li Wei exclaimed in astonishment, rubbing his eyes vigorously. The woman, Yi Qingyan, who was gliding on her long blade, soon spotted the trio and swiftly approached them. Recognizing Chen Fan from the information sent by Yi Nantian, she pulled out her phone. You must be Chen Fan? Ding. Recognizing the 92-point beauty Yi Qingyan, initiating bond. Ding. Bond established. For every point of favorability gained with Yi Qingyan, the host's life force increases by 100 points. Current favorability, 0. Gift to the host, beauty cashback feature. Name Yi Qingyan, beauty score, 92, cashback ratio, 1/100. Gift to the host, void slash, a powerful martial technique. Chapter 72, kneeling down to apologize to Miss Jiang. Greetings. My name is Yi Qingyan, the captain of the Tianhai Combat Division, tasked by the family head to ensure your safety recently. Yi Qingyan tucked her wind-blown short hair behind her ear, revealing an enchanting visage that could take one's breath away. Is it possible for you to manipulate objects and fly? Are you a master in the qi condensation stage? You can't be yet 30. Li Jiaying exclaimed, circling around Yi Qingyan with a look of astonishment. No, I am currently at the peak of the qi sensing stage, just a half step away from qi condensation. My ability to manipulate objects is due to my silver moonblade, which is a low-grade magical weapon, Yi Qingyan explained. Li Wei gazed at Yi Qingyan's angelic face and devilish figure, nearly drooling, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy as he glanced at Chen Fan. What a remarkable beauty of such caliber, and a formidable expert, serving as a bodyguard for his brother. What a prestigious affair. Chen Fan nodded, aware that this must be someone Wang Teng had requested from the Yi family to assist him. With the peak qi sensing stage paired with a magical weapon, she could exhibit the power of an early qi condensation practitioner. However, now that he was bound to Yi Qingyan, the system had gifted him with the formidable skill Void slash. He felt confident he could strike down Kai Tongming in one blow, and even stand a chance against a peak chi-sensing master. Yi Qingyan, with her exquisite features and cold demeanor, was also scrutinizing Chen Fan and Li Jiaying. As the captain of the Tian High Combat Division, she was well-versed in the identities and information of prominent families. It didn't take long for her to recognize Li Jiaying as the cherished granddaughter of Hong Kong's wealthiest magnate. Then her gaze shifted to Chen Fan. Although he possessed a certain charm, he bore no resemblance to those privileged heirs who could effortlessly conjure 600 billion. He did not exude the charisma of a young prodigy from a distinguished family. This Chen Fan was most likely just an ordinary third-year university student, perhaps merely a pawn pushed forward by the Li family as a shield. Yi Qingyan could only arrive at this logical conclusion, and her gaze towards Chen Fan grew somewhat indifferent. Li Jiaying said nothing, but she instinctively felt a sense of wariness towards Yi Qingyan, who was both powerful and equally beautiful. Seeing that she had little acquaintance with Chen Fan, she wondered why Yi Qingyan had come to protect him. Did Chen Fan possess some hidden background she was unaware of? Could there be a marriage engagement as well? Li Jiaying's thoughts spiraled into a vague sense of crisis, causing her to unconsciously drift closer to Chen Fan. Ding. Li Jiaying's favorability 20, current favorability 40, reward. Host gains 2,000 life points. Host current life points, 5784. A synthesized electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. He cast a glance at Li Jiaying, feeling a bit speechless. He had sacrificed 15,000 life points to save her, yet his favorability had not budged, while Yi Qingyan's mere presence had earned him a 20-point increase. Indeed, as Mr. Lu Sun aptly stated, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Meanwhile, the sound of roaring engines echoed along the mountain road below. An armored Hummer, modified to resemble a beast, surged towards the summit. Miss Jiang, when I meet that Chen Fan, I will surely teach him a harsh lesson, declared the burly man in military attire, puffing on a cigar as he drove. Huge brother, I appreciate your concern, but Chen Fan is backed by the Li family of Hong Kong. It would be wise to avoid trouble and wait for Brother Yuba to arrive for an explanation. Jiang Qingyi responded from the back seat. Brother, grandfather has gone to the headquarters in Xijing. Do not stir up unnecessary trouble, cautioned Yi Xingyao, seated in the passenger seat, tugging at her brother Yi Xingtiger's sleeve. Yi Xingtiger sneered dismissively. As the captain of the Tian High Combat Division's Tiger Tooth Squad, he had reached the early Qi condensation stage before turning 30, making him a key protege of Captain Yi Qingyan. He harbored feelings for his sister's close friend, and though he could not compare to the prodigious Jin Yuba, teaching Jiang Qingyi a lesson to enhance her favorability towards him would not be a challenge. The Li family's influence, while substantial, posed no fear for the Yi family. The vehicle sped along, and Yi Xingtiger, eager to showcase his prowess in front of Jiang Qingyi, reached the mountaintop in no time. The summit was expansive, equivalent to several football fields, as the Hummer came to a halt before Chen Fan. Dressed in camouflage, sunglasses perched on his nose, and cigar in mouth, Yi Xingtiger jumped out of the vehicle, followed closely by Jiang Qingyi and Yi Xingyao. Oof. Jiang Qingyi let out a cold snort upon seeing Chen Fan and Li Jiaying together. You must be Chen Fan. Yi Xingtiger approached Chen Fan, towering nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame casting a shadow over him. Yes, and who might you be? Chen Fan furrowed his brow at the muscular man before him, whose combat prowess was rated at 4 in the Qi sensing stage. I am a friend of Miss Jiang's. I hear you have offended her, and I present you with 2 options. First, kneel and apologize to Miss Jiang. Second, we can spar, but should you end up missing limbs, do not blame me. Yi Xingtiger sneered, looking down at Chen Fan, confident in his ability to subdue a peak grandmaster. Brother, do not go too far. Yi Xingyao interjected, while Jiang Qingyi appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Big guy, I warn you, Chen Fan is one of us from the Li family of Hong Kong. Think carefully about the consequences. Li Jiaying stepped forward, though fear lingered in her eyes. Huh, beautiful lady, one must acknowledge their mistakes. I'm not being unreasonable. I merely ask that he kneels and apologizes to such a lovely girl as Miss Jiang. How many men would long for such an opportunity? Yi Xingzhi's eyes lit up upon seeing the stunning Li Jiaying, his primal instincts pushing him to assert dominance over Chen Fan in front of the two beauties. Firstly, I have done nothing wrong, hence I will not apologize to Jiang Qingyi. Secondly, I share a bit of camaraderie with your grandfather. So if you don't want to end up in a dire situation, I'd suggest you leave, Chen Fan replied coldly, pulling Li Jiaying behind him. He had already extended an opportunity for Yi Xingzhi, and if he remained obstinate, Chen Fan would not hesitate to incapacitate him, crippling his abilities. You're courting death. Upon hearing Chen Fan refer to him as a waste, Yi Xingzhi's fury ignited, raising his fist like a hammer to strike Chen Fan. Stop! A sudden authoritative voice rang out. Yi Qingyan, who had been sitting with her back turned to the crowd, stood up. Chapter 73. Just two useless individuals. As Yi Qingyan turned, Yi Xingzhi's fist abruptly halted mere inches from Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan displayed no reaction, not even a flicker of an eyelid. Yet had Yi Xingzhi advanced his fist by another centimeter, he would have faced a grievous fate. Confronted by a formidable opponent of the energy realm, Chen Fan remained unflinching, a testament to his courage. Yi Qingyan observed this display with a silent nod of approval. Captain Yi Xingzhi's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, standing at attention, and saluted Yi Qingyan with a fist to his chest, demonstrating profound respect. Mr. Chen is under the protection of the family head. You must not act disrespectfully. Who is this family head that demands your protection? Yi Xingzhi's incredulity was palpable, though he swallowed the remainder of his words. Although Yi Xingyao belonged to the collateral branch of the Yi family and was not a practitioner of martial arts, she frequently heard her brother mention Yi Qingyan's esteemed name, given that Yi Qingyan was of the direct lineage of the family head. Yi Xingyao hastily approached to pay her respects. Let us settle this matter for my sake, shall we? Ye Vingyan adresistit viank, Vingyi, Ye Vingya. And Yi Xingzhi, without glancing at Chen Fan. Both Yi Xingzhi and Yi Xingyao nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grains. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qingyi furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Chen Fan before finally acquiescing with a nod. Despite Yi Qingyan's status as the captain of the Tianhai Combat Division and her peak energy realm prowess, Jiang Qingyi, as the daughter of the Pill King clan, held her own with the backing of the illustrious Jin Yuba, the foremost prodigy of southern China, and thus felt little trepidation. However, since Yi Xingyao was her dear friend, she wished to avoid dragging them into trouble. Moreover, having seen through Chen Fan's scheme, she felt no adverse consequences would arise from this encounter. You're Yi Xingzhi, correct? Today, I am sparing you for the sake of Yi Qingyan and Yi Nantian, but should there be a next time, prepare to spend your life confined to a wheelchair. Just as Jiang Qingyi, Yi Xingyao, and Yi Xingzhi were poised to let Chen Fan off the hook because of Yi Qingyan, Chen Fan suddenly interjected. As his words resonated through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. What did you say? Spare me? Yi Xingzhi's face contorted with incredulity. Yi Xingyao frowned, contemplating how Chen Fan reveled in the spotlight. After all, he was merely a peak grandmaster, while her brother was a formidable energy realm expert. His audacity to suggest sparing her brother was sheer arrogance. Even Yi Qingyan's demeanor grew cold. At the age of 23, Yi Xingzhi had attained the energy realm and was a key talent under her guidance, with the potential to break through to the condensation realm before 30. Chen Fan, relying on the guise of authority, exhibited a stunning lack of awareness. Given an opportunity, he failed to seize it, evoking a sense of disdain in Yi Qingyan. Jiang Qingyi, observing the unfolding drama, shook her head with a sardonic smile. It was as though she had seen through Chen Fan's facade. Not only did he possess a lack of integrity, but he also delighted in pretense. Compared to her brother Jin Yuba, he was but a celestial body to a terrestrial one. Chen Fan regarded their reactions with a shake of his head, choosing silence. Any explanation would be futile. When they witnessed the true extent of his power, they would realize that he spoke no empty words. Moments later, several off-road vehicles sped up the mountain, halting at the summit. A group of imposing young men alighted from the vehicles. Oh no, why are they all here? Jiang Qingyi's expression shifted alarmingly as she spotted the approaching young men. Qingyi, who were they? Yi Xingyao, belonging to the collateral branch of a Yi family, was unfamiliar with these figures due to her lack of interest in martial arts. They are the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation from the prominent families of southern China, all of whom have entered the energy realm, Jiang Qingyi replied, her brows knitted in concern for her brother Jin Yuba. Although these individuals had previously faced defeat at his hands, united, they could pose a significant threat. Her unease grew particularly upon spotting the slender man in a white robe leading the group. His name was Bai Yuan, the heir of the Bai family, the foremost young expert of the current generation. At 30 years old, he had also reached the pinnacle of the energy realm. Last year, he had narrowly lost to Jin Yuba in the contest for the title of the foremost prodigy of southern China. Their strengths closely matched. Bai Yuan and the other young elite from the prominent families clearly noticed Jiang Qingyi, Yi Xingyao, Chen Fan, Yi Qingyin, and Li Jiaying, and promptly approached. Miss Jiang, long time no see. You still look as stunning as ever. Are these lovely ladies your friends? Bai Yuan's gaze lit up upon seeing the stunning beauties behind Jiang Qingyi, each of whom rivaled her in beauty. Bai Yuan recognized Jiang Qingyi due to his connection with Jin Yuba. Unlike Jin Yuba and Jiang Qingyi, who resided in the cosmopolitan Tianhai city, Bai Yuan hailed from a remote mountainous area, thus unfamiliar with Yi Xingyao, Yi Qingyin, and Li Jiaying. Bai Yuan, what brings you here? Jiang Qingyi countered his question with one of her own. We happened to pass by with Bai Gu and thought to enjoy the splendid scenery here. It's a delightful surprise to encounter Miss Jiang and such beautiful ladies. However, this mountain is rife with wild beasts. Perhaps we should travel together for safety. Lu Hao, a tall man exuding an air of authority, chimed in with a smile. Lu Hao was the strongest young member of the Lu family from Hang City. No need, we have companions. Yi Xingyao quickly interjected. Oh, you mean these? Lu Hao sneered, sizing up Chen Fan, Li Wei, and Yi Xingzhi, two useless individuals, and one insignificant insect without any cultivation. What did you say? Yi Xingzhi's fury ignited as he approached Lu Hao. I said you were the useless one. Lu Hao stood with arms crossed, a mocking smile plastered on his face. You're looking for death. With Jiang Qingyi and his sister present, Yi Xingzhi could no longer endure the insult of being labeled useless. A powerful force of true energy erupted from him, sending dust and debris swirling around him. Recognizing Lu Hao's formidable aura, he unleashed all his strength from the outset. Boom! Yet, the fist capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks was effortlessly grasped by Lu Hao with one hand, lifting it upwards with a sudden force. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Yi Xingzhi let out a muffled groan, his face contorting in agony as he realized his right hand had been completely broken, with only the tendons still connecting it. Brother! Yi Xingyao screamed, rushing forward, but was restrained by Jiang Qingyi. Lu Hao, let go of Yi Xingzhi and speak civilly. Jiang Qingyi's face grew stern. Beside Chen Fan, Yi Qingyin regarded Lu Hao with a cold stare, yet refrained from intervening. As a soldier, she recognized Yi Xingzhi's potential and strength, but his character was severely lacking. This served as an opportunity to temper him. As long as his life was not in jeopardy, she had no intention of stepping in. Ah, beautiful lady, your brother initiated this provocation. I could release him, but only if you persuade Jiang Qingyi to accompany Bai Gu for a day, and you spend a day with me as compensation, Lu Hao leered. Chapter 74. The Advent of Jin Yuba. You're despicable. Humiliated in public. Yi Xingyao was overwhelmed with shame and indignation. Your brother's life is in your hands. Lu Hao exerted more force with his right hand, causing Yi Xinghu to cry out in agony once more. Brother! Tears streamed down Yi Xingyao's beautiful eyes. Lu Hao grinned as he looked at the tearful Yi Xingyao. He relished seeing such a beauty helpless and pleading, so he could then ravage them ruthlessly. Yao, don't worry about me. Yi Xinghu gritted his teeth and said. Bai Yuan also watched everything with interest, deeply approving of Lu Hao's actions. He had long harbored desires for Jiang Qingyi, the direct daughter of the Pill King's family. If he could possess her today, it would be a significant blow to Jin Yuba's pride, avenging his defeat from their previous encounter. Qingyi, what should we do? Should we agree to their demands? It's only for one day. Yi Xingyao pleaded, grabbing Jiang Qingyi's hand while her face was streaked with tears. Jiang Qingyi frowned slightly upon hearing this and gently disengaged Yi Xingyao's hand. Yao Yao, I am Yuba's woman. How could I possibly accompany them? Besides, this whole situation is a result of your brother's impulsiveness. If he wasn't so eager to show off, waiting for Yuba, Yi Xingyao looked at Jiang Qingyi in disbelief, as if she didn't recognize her. Her heart was filled with immense desolation. Yi Qingyin shook her head, finally unable to bear it any longer, and stood up to intervene. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Release him, and then all of you get out of here. Chen Fan stepped forward, walking towards Lu Hao. Chen Fan, what are you trying to prove? Didn't you see that the man as burly as a bear was defeated? Li Jiaying said anxiously. Brother, although there are some great beauties here, those people are clearly not ordinary. Forcibly showing off will cost you your life. Li Wei also advised. It's fine. These people are nothing more than roadside pebbles and weeds to me, Chen Fan replied. Li Wei was helpless. Although afraid, he still picked up a rock, preparing to fight alongside Chen Fan against Lu Hao. Yi Qingyin shook her head. Chen Fan must know that she would inevitably intervene for his safety. But such an act of putting himself in danger just to impress a girl was foolish. She would protect him this time, but he might not be so lucky next time. Yi Qingyin followed along. Yi Xingyao looked at Chen Fan, who had his hands in his pockets and was walking towards them with a calm expression. A strong sense of gratitude and an inexplicable feeling of security welled up in her heart. In her most helpless and terrified moment, only Chen Fan had chosen to help her, regardless of their past disagreements. Ding! Yi Xingyao's favorability 60. Current favorability 80. Reward a host 6,000 life points. Host current life point balance 11784. An electronic synthesized voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. A one-time increase of 60 favorability? She truly is a kind and pure girl. Chen Fan nodded inwardly. He had long seen that Yi Xingyao was completely different from Jiang Qingyi. Yi Xingyao's nature was very simple and kind. Most importantly, Yi Xingyao was the girl he was bound to. Who the hell did Lu Hao think he was? Today I've truly had my eyes opened. It's one thing for a waste in the early stages of qi sensing to provoke me, but now even a grandmaster trash dares to attack me. You're simply courting death. I can kill you with a flick of my finger. Lu Hao sneered, throwing Yi Xinghu aside and addressing Chen Fan. Just as Chen Fan was about to cripple Lu Hao, a sound of rushing wind suddenly echoed in the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up. In the sky, a tall man with disheveled hair and an aura of invincibility stood with his hands behind his back on a golden flying sword. As impressive as an immortal flying on a sword in a movie. It's my Yuba. Yuba, I'm here. Jiang Qingyi was overjoyed and jumped up, waving at the man enveloped in golden light in the sky. He can control a magical artifact and fly through the air. Has he reached the qi condensation realm? Lu Hao and the young experts from the behemoth families were all horrified and no longer had time to pay attention to Chen Fan and Yi Xinghu. Yi Xingyao rushed forward to help Yi Xinghu. As she passed Chen Fan, Yi Xingyao and Yi Xinghu paused. Yi Xingyao looked at Chen Fan gratefully. Yi Xinghu had a complex and awkward expression. He didn't expect that the one who stood up for him in the end was Chen Fan, whom he had targeted and made things difficult for from the beginning. Thank you. Yi Xinghu lowered his head, squeezing out those 3 words. Yi Xingyao also glanced at Chen Fan gratefully before helping Yi Xinghu to the side to meditate and rest. Jiang Qingyi, however, paid no attention to this. She was immersed in the domineering aura of Jin Yuba, who had descended like a king, as if he was the only one worthy of respect. She felt an inexplicable sense of pride, especially when she saw the reactions of Lu Hao and the others. She raised her chin arrogantly, glanced at Chen Fan, and then at Li Jiaying, as if to say, see, this is the difference between us. My Yuba is like a god descending to earth, while your Chen Fan is just a waste. When Li Jiaying saw Jiang Qingyi's gaze and looked at Jin Yuba, who was soaring through the air on his sword with an imposing aura, she could only shake her head and smile bitterly in comparison to Chen Fan. She admitted that she had lost to Jiang Qingyi, losing miserably. What qi condensation realm? He's only half a step into the qi condensation realm, refining a high-grade magical artifact to fly through the air. Bai Yuan snorted coldly. With a thought, The black gold staff behind him flew out directly. He leaped up, stepping on the black gold flying staff, and flew towards Jin Yuba. What? Brother Bai has also reached the half-step Qi condensation realm. Lu Hao and a group of young experts from the behemoth families were delighted. The younger generation truly surpasses the old. I didn't expect that not only Jin Yuba, but even this Bai Yuan has also stepped into the half-step Qi condensation realm. Moreover, that black gold staff should also be a middle-grade magical artifact. If I were to fight them, the outcome would be uncertain. Yi Qingyan's expression was serious. She originally thought this mission would be easy, but she didn't expect that not only had Jin Yuba stepped into the half-step Qi condensation level, but now there was also Bai Yuan. The only good news at the moment was that the two groups were in opposition. She could only hope that Chen Fan wouldn't offend both sides at the same time. Brother Jin, it's been a year. Your cultivation has improved again. You've already stepped half a foot into the Qi condensation realm. Bai Yuan faced the domineering Jin Yuba, and his aura was surprisingly equal. Jin Yuba's eyelids twitched. He originally thought that after stepping into the half-step Qi condensation level and refining the magical artifact Fish Dragon Sword, dealing with Bai Yuan and the others would be easy. He didn't expect that Bai Yuan had also reached this realm, and judging from the black gold staff under his feet, its grade was definitely not lower than his Fish Dragon Sword. Brother Bai, we can discuss our matters later. Since you've arrived, you must have guessed that a treasure is about to be born in this mountain. Why don't we clear out these idlers below first? Jin Yuba said, looking at Chen Fan, Li Wei, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, Yi Xinghu, and the others below. Chapter 75. The Emergence of the Dragon Pearl. Moments later, Jin Yuba and the white ape seemed to come to a consensus, both descending to the ground almost simultaneously. Brother Yuba, you have finally arrived. Jiang Qingyi greeted warmly, presenting Jin Yuba with a small jade box. Is this the transformation pill you mentioned? Jin Yuba opened the box and immediately felt the dense spiritual energy contained within the pill, a flicker of emotion breaking through his otherwise indifferent demeanor. Qingyi, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Jin Yuba acknowledged with a nod, causing Jiang Qingyi's heart to bloom with joy. Then, Brother Yuba, I wish you success in breaking through to the Qi condensation realm. When that time comes, Jiang Qingyi shyly lowered her head, awaiting Jin Yuba's promise. However, he did not respond. A wave of disappointment washed over Jiang Qingyi, but she quickly reassured herself that Brother Yuba must have important matters to attend to. Surely, after achieving great success, he would come to propose to her family. After securing the jade box, Jin Yuba ignored Jiang Qingyi and approached Yi Qingyan and Chen Fan alongside the white ape and other young masters. Captain Yi of the Tian High Battle Department, I did not expect you to be here as well, Jin Yuba remarked, disregarding Chen Fan and the others and nodding toward Yi Qingyan. The white ape, unfamiliar with Yi Qingyan, had heard of her reputation as a formidable half-step Qi condensation expert. His pupils narrowed. The man Lu Hao had recently injured wore military attire and shared the surname Yi. Could she be Jin Yuba's ally? Under commission, I am here to ensure Chen Fan's safety, Yi Qingyan responded, standing up and nodding at Jin Yuba and the white ape, cautious in their presence. Oh, so you're the Chen Fan who sees the Qinglong Mountain from the Zhou family? You may leave now. I shall spare your life for Captain Ye's sake. Jin Yuba scrutinized Chen Fan with icy intent. Huh, such arrogance. Is there no law in Huaxia? You stand in a territory I purchased for 600 billion, and you dare command me to leave? Chen Fan retorted with a sneer, pointing at Jin Yuba, the white ape, and the other young masters. You and all of you, get out. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Had he truly just ordered Jin Yuba and the white ape to leave? Finished. Li Vieying, Ye Vingya, and Yi Xinghu gasped, staring at Chen Fan as if he were a monster. Did you not see that even Captain Yi is treating those two with respect? You, a mere Grand Master, dare to command them? Even the usually unflappable Yi Qingyan was taken aback, her expression shifting drastically. You have offended both of them at once. I cannot protect you. Chen Fan, cease your insolence. Yi Qingyan glared at him, her voice low. She had not anticipated his audacity. You just commanded us to leave? Jin Yuba, the pride of Southern Huaxia, was met with such disrespect for the first time. His eyes ignited with murderous intent, his true energy locking onto Chen Fan. The white ape revealed a sinister smile. In southern Huaxia, Chen Fan was the first to speak to him in such a manner. To dare tell Brother Yuba to leave. You truly court death. Jiang Qingyi sneered. Yet, to her astonishment, Yi Xingyao and Yi Xinghu stepped forward, resolutely standing behind Chen Fan. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why are you standing with that scoundrel? Jiang Qingyi exclaimed in disbelief. Scoundrel? He is the only one willing to risk his life for my brother and me. Yi Xingyao replied, shaking her head. She was naive, but not foolish. She could discern the true nature of individuals. Fine, Yao Yao. If you choose to stand against Brother Yuba, then our sisterly bond ends here, Jiang Qingyi declared coldly. Yi Xingyao trembled, but maintained her clenched fists in silence. Damn it, why must you be so stubborn? It's infuriating. Li Jiaying tugged at her hair, steeling herself to stand behind Chen Fan as well. Young Master Jin, young Master Bai, if you wish to harm Chen Fan, you must first contend with me. Yi Qingyin unsheathed her silver blade, a terrifying aura enveloping her as she shielded Chen Fan and the others, confronting Jin Yuba and the white ape. Chen Fan was taken aback by the scene. What is this? Every time I wish to demonstrate my strength, you all do this. He felt both touched and exasperated. They truly deprived him of the chance to showcase his abilities. Just as tensions escalated, the entire Qinglong mountain began to tremble. Not good. The dragon pearl is about to emerge. Jin Yuba reacted first, the Yulong sword soaring into the sky as he ascended. The white ape's pupils narrowed. He ignored Yi Qingyin and Chen Fan, propelling himself upward with his black golden staff in pursuit of Jin Yuba. Seeing this, Yi Qingyin, Li Jiaying, and Yi Xingyao all breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the once clear sky above Qinglong Mountain was suddenly shrouded in a massive shadow. The mountain shook violently as wisps of white mist poured forth, ultimately forming a towering dragon silhouette at the summit. Roar! The colossal dragon, composed of white spiritual energy, let out a resounding cry as immense bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, striking the ethereal dragon. The spiritual dragon roared defiantly, battling against the thunder. It was true, as the text had claimed. Spiritual energy could indeed birth a true dragon. But why here, on Qinglong Mountain, instead of the dragon's lair? Li Jiaying stared at the magnificent spiritual dragon, her face a mixture of shock and confusion. Did I not tell you? This dragon's lair had its dragon tendons extracted, causing the spiritual energy to leak into Qinglong Mountain. Without the dragon tendons, only the dragon's aura and form remain. It cannot withstand the tribulation. This spiritual dragon is destined to fail in its transformation, Chen Fan stated, observing the spirit dragon struggling against the thunder. As others marveled at the spectacle of the spiritual dragon, they glanced at Chen Fan in astonishment. You understand feng shui? I read it in novels about feng shui battles. Chen Fan replied with a smile. However, Li Jiaying regarded Chen Fan with a deep gaze, sensing that matters were far from simple. The timing and location of the spiritual dragon's emergence aligned too perfectly, insights that only seasoned feng shui masters could possess. After approximately half an hour, the struggle between the spiritual dragon and the thunder reached its climax. Though Jin Yuba and the white ape hovered in the sky, they dared not approach the spiritual dragon. A single bolt of lightning would reduce even their formidable powers to ashes. Jin Yuba and the white ape emerged as the apparent victors, closest to the spiritual dragon. Captain Yi, it seems they have the advantage. Others observed enviously, glancing at the two suspended in the air. Not necessarily, Chen Fan chuckled. Just as the final bolt of thunder struck, the spiritual dragon disintegrated, coalescing into 7 golden dragon pearls, each the size of an infant's fist. Ha, the dragon pearls are mine. Jin Yuba and the white ape, closest to the pearls, lunged towards them eagerly. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Chen Fan had already seated himself within a stone array. Swish, swish, swish. The 7 dragon balls, as if imbued with life, deftly evaded Jin Yuba and the white ape, soaring towards Chen Fan. Chapter 76. The country chicken and the tile dog. 7 resplendent dragon balls, each the size of a newborn's fist, hovered before Chen Fan. Like plucking apples from a tree, He effortlessly gathered the Dragon Balls into his possession. How could these Dragon Balls have sought him out? Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, Jiang Qingyi, and others were left utterly dumbfounded. Even the young elites from the Lu family, prominent among the aristocratic clans, wore expressions of disbelief. Could it be that Chen Fan had truly set up a formation using those stones over the past few days? Li Jiaying pondered in astonishment. The ability to utilize a formation to summon spirits and attract energy was a feat beyond the reach of ordinary geomancers. Only the masters from the Liang family, renowned geomancers in Hong Kong, could potentially achieve such a thing. High above, Jin Yuba, wielding the fish dragon sword, and the white ape, brandishing the black gold iron rod, froze momentarily, slowly turning to glare at Chen Fan below with a grim countenance. Just moments prior, they had been on the verge of seizing those Dragon Balls. Yet they seemed to have been summoned instead, darting past them to fly towards Chen Fan. "Kid, do you dare play tricks?" Jin Yuba bellowed, diving directly toward Chen Fan. However, a black gold iron rod instantaneously blocked his path. "White ape, have you lost your mind?" Jin Yuba exclaimed. "Hey, Jin Yuba, I barely lost you last time. This is a rare opportunity. Let us spar once more," the white ape chuckled. Jin Yuba furrowed his brow, quickly discerning the white ape's intent. Below, Lu Hao and the other formidable members of the aristocratic clans had formed a fan-shaped encirclement around Chen Fan and the others. "White ape, I discovered these Dragon Balls first. If you desire to claim them, you best inquire about the fish dragon sword in my possession. My Qing Tian rod is no mere toy." Jin Yuba shouted as he clashed fiercely with the white ape. On the ground, Yi Qingyan swiftly drew her silver long knife, positioning herself protectively in front of the group. "Captain Yi, while your strength is formidable, our young prodigies are numerous. Though you may not fear them, you cannot protect everyone. If you hand over the Dragon Balls to Chen Fan, I can assure you that my brother White Ape and I will ensure your safe departure." Liu Hao tihitinit Yi Vingyan. Yi Qingyan frowned slightly. Lu Hao had a point. If they charged as one, while she could defend herself, Chen Fan and the others, including Yi Xingyao and Li Jiaying, would be in grave danger. She observed that Jin Yuba and the white ape, though engaged in fierce combat, were gradually closing in on her and Chen Fan. She promptly abandoned the notion of fleeing with Chen Fan and the others. "Chen Fan, relinquish the Dragon Balls to them. Otherwise, even if I can protect you, your friends will perish." Yi Vingyan spoke solemnly. "Huh, you mere country bumpkins are not worthy of them," Chen Fan retorted, securing the Dragon Balls and striding boldly toward Lu Hao. "Ha, boy, you've come seeking your own demise. Don't blame me." Lu Hao rejoiced upon seeing Chen Fan step out from behind Yi Qingyan, extending his hand to grasp Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, retreat," Yi Qingyan cried out, realizing she could not reach him in time. Lu Hao's hand, infused with true energy, was already aimed at Chen Fan's head. Lu Hao's strike was ruthless. Even at a distance, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, Yi Xinghu, and Li Wei felt the terrifying power of Lu Hao's claw. Should that strike land, not even Yi Xinghu would escape unscathed. "Begone!" Chen Fan shouted, hands clasped behind his back, facing Lu Hao with a commanding voice. Instantly, a wave of true energy erupted from his mouth, crashing toward Lu Hao's outstretched hand. Boom! The true energy wave, akin to a forged heavy hammer, struck Lu Hao's right hand, causing it to explode before slamming into his chest, sending him flying backward. Once again, the scene fell into a profound silence. Shock, confusion, fear, countless emotions bombarded the minds of the onlookers. Even the fierce battle between Jin Yuba and the white ape in the air came to a standstill. To condense energy and take a life from afar. This was the hallmark technique of a true condensed energy level master. A young elite from one of the prestigious families gazed in horror at Lu Hao, whose arm was shattered and chest caved in, now devoid of breath. How could he be so young? How could he possibly be a condensed energy level master? I have misunderstood him all along. He possesses such strength. This kind of genius would undoubtedly rank among the very best in southern Huaxia, a coveted target for all the great families. No wonder even the family head values him so highly and has personally given orders Yi Qingyin's beautiful eyes shimmered with shock. Chen Fan appeared to be even younger than Jin Yuba by 2 years. If that were the case, wouldn't the title of Southern Huaxia's top prodigy rightfully belong to Chen Fan? Li Jiaying covered her mouth in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. Chen Fan was indeed a condensed energy-level master. It had truly been Chen Fan who had driven Kai Tongming away. Reflecting on that day, she recalled the myriad of injuries on Chen Fan's body. If indeed his master had rescued him, how could Chen Fan have been injured? At that time, her biases had led her to perceive Chen Fan as nothing more than a third-year slacker, never imagining he was also a master of the condensed energy level. Yi Xingyao's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Once, she had envied her dear friend for finding someone like Jin Yuba, a genius. Yet now, before her stood an even younger and more formidable prodigy. Moreover, in her moment of helplessness, Chen Fan had put aside past grievances and stepped forward to protect her. Did this mean he harbored feelings for her? Yi Xinghu looked at Chen Fan. After the initial shock, he was filled with self-reproach. He realized he had merely been a clown in Chen Fan's presence. Yet, even after such provocation, Chen Fan had still stepped forward to defend him at a critical moment. Filled with admiration, Yi Xinghu clenched his fists tightly, vowing to temper his arrogance and dedicate himself tenfold in training, aspiring to match Chen Fan's prowess. At that moment, Jiang Qingyi's face was ashen, her body instinctively retreating 2 steps. How could this be? How is it possible? He is a mere puppet supported by the Li family in Hong Kong, a third-year slacker. How could he surpass my brother Yuba? How could he be a formidable master of the condensed energy level? I refuse to believe it. This is impossible. Ding. Uye Qingyan's favorability. Current favorability 60. Reward 6,000 life points. Current life points balance 17784. Ding. Li Jiaying's favorability 40. Current favorability 80. Reward for 1,000 life points. Current life points balance 21784. Ding. Yi Xingyao's favorability 10. Current favorability 90. Reward 1,000 life points. Current life points balance 22784. Ding. Jiang Qingyi's favorability 100. Current favorability 50. Reward 5,000 life points. Current life points balance 27784. Chapter 77. Too weak, an electronic synthesized voice resonated within Chen Fan's mind, causing his nearly depleted life force to surge dramatically. To his astonishment, his affinity with Yi Xingyao skyrocketed to an impressive 90, reaching the level of an ardent admirer. Furthermore, upon discovering that Jiang Qingyi's affinity had also increased by 100, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words. She was a materialistic woman, while she was a formidable presence. Jin Yuba and Bai Yuan ceased their conflict and descended to the ground. Bai Yuan glanced at the lifeless Lu Hao, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Lu Hao was a formidable figure in the mid-stage of qi condensation, and at merely 20-something years of age, he possessed immense potential. Who would have imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of Chen Fan? Who are you? At your age, achieving the initial stage of qi condensation is no trivial matter. Jin Yuba fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. Chen Fan had not unleashed his full strength, maintaining his realm at the initial stage of qi condensation. Regardless of your identity, you have recklessly slain the young master of the Lu family in Hang City. The Lu family will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Bai Yuan glared at Chen Fan. He chuckled coldly. And what the Lu family? If they cannot discern their place, I shall obliterate them without hesitation. With over 20,000 life points remaining, Chen Fan felt emboldened, confident enough to ascend to the realm of the Qi Lake Monarch. The influence of major powers meant little before him. This was his assurance. Such audacity. You are merely at the initial stage of qi condensation. Do not think that even if the Lu family's ancestor is at the mid-stage, I cannot defeat you with the aid of my artifact. Bai Yuan snorted. Typically, the descendants of these prominent families seldom engaged in lethal battles. Yet Bai Yuan had not anticipated that this brash youth would kill Lu Hao outright. Moreover, Bai Yuan was summoned by him. Failing to put on a show would make for a poor report upon his return, especially since the Dragon Balls remained in Chen Fan's possession. Perfect timing. My fish dragon sword requires the blood of a chi condensation expert for its ritual. I desire your Dragon Balls, and I also crave your life. Jin Yuba flicked his finger, summoning the sword, his battle spirit ignited. The fish dragon's sword radiated a blinding light as Jin Yuba's eyes shone with fierce determination. He had never fought against a chi condensation expert before, and the fact that this young man had surpassed him in age and strength was an affront to his pride. Only by defeating Chen Fan could his martial heart attain clarity. My beloved Yuba brother, you truly possess an invincible demeanor, facing an opponent far superior and remaining so formidable. You are indeed the man I have chosen. Jiang Qingyi gazed adoringly at Jin Yuba. Do you think I am invisible? Yi Qingyan stepped forward. Prepare to fight alongside Chen Fan. You need not intervene. They are merely two half-step chi condensation weaklings, Chen Fan stated. Instantly, Yi Qingyan felt a gentle force pushing her back. Arrogant, Jin Yuba bellowed, launching the first strike. The fish dragon sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a dozen terrifying sword shadows, each strike akin to that of an initial stage chi condensation expert. Come fort, Chen Fan commanded softly. A golden brick soared forth, shattering the array of horrific sword lights and hurtling toward Jin Yuba. The exploded sword lights resembled cluster bombs, creating a series of massive explosions upon impact with the ground. You possess an artifact as well, Jin Yuba exclaimed, taken aback. Hesitant to confront a chi condensation expert wielding an artifact, he swiftly evaded. However, the golden brick seemed to possess a homing instinct, heading straight for his groin. Jin Yuba, filled with both shame and fury, narrowly avoided a direct hit by thrusting the fish dragon sword between himself and the oncoming brick. Despite his quick reflexes, he was sent flying, his lower body trembling violently. What a devious attack method. Bai Yuan swallowed hard, instinctively bending his body. Pervert, despicable scoundrel. Jiang Qingyi spat, her face flushed. Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, Yi Xingtiger, Li Wei, brother, well done. Even with his thick skin, Chen Fan found it difficult to endure the peculiar gazes of the women, suddenly regretting his choice of using the brick. This artifact has left me utterly humiliated. Kid, watch the stick. Here comes the flying stick. Bai Yuan seized the moment. As Chen Fan's artifact was preoccupied with Jin Yuba, his black gold staff emerged behind Chen Fan, aiming for the back of his head. Time to test the powerful technique, Void Slash, bestowed upon me by Yi Qingyan. With a thought, Chen Fan unleashed two Void Slashes. In an instant, the space behind Bai Yuan and the front of his black gold staff fissured open, revealing two extraordinarily sharp blade beams. The staff was cleaved in two, and despite Bai Yuan's swift reaction, he nearly succumbed to the Void Slash, sustaining a massive wound to his abdomen that rendered him incapable of further combat. Collapsing to the ground. No, do not kill me, Bai Yuan pleaded, blood frothing at his lips, gazing at Chen Fan in terror. So weak. Chen Fan looked down at Bai Yuan, shaking his head. He had only employed half-step chi condensation power to test this powerful technique. The fact that he nearly killed Bai Yuan was regrettable. He had yet to gauge the true might of the Void Slash. Without a glance at Bai Yuan, Chen Fan focused on Jin Yuba, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the golden brick. The southern region of Huaxia was on the verge of transformation. At such a young age, his strength far surpassed the initial stage of chi condensation, and even in Xiangjing, he would hold a noteworthy position. Seeing Chen Fan spare his life, Bai Yuan sighed in relief, yet a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Here he was, alongside Jin Yuba, a so-called prodigy, unable to withstand even a single strike from Chen Fan and reduced to begging for mercy. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. At this moment, watching Jin Yuba, who was being relentlessly pressured by Chen Fan's golden brick, his hair disheveled and his former majestic aura diminished, Jiang Qingyi felt a pang of disappointment. Compared to Chen Fan, who had effortlessly defeated Bai Yuan, he appeared so understated yet undeniably powerful. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from above. Jin Yuba, exerting all his strength, managed to deflect the relentless assaults of the brick aimed at his groin. A surge of genuine energy erupted around him. Oh, this is bad. Jin Yuba is about to break through during the battle. Yi Qingyan's expression shifted dramatically. What? My Yuba brother is about to break through? Jiang Qingyi exclaimed with joy, her admiration for Jin Yuba soaring once more. Once he ascended to the initial stage of qi condensation, he might very well defeat Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled slightly. It was perfect timing to evaluate the might of the void / once Jin Yuba broke through. Yuba brother, quickly consume the transformation pill I gave you. Jiang Qingyi called out excitedly. Jin Yuba, at the critical juncture of his breakthrough to qi condensation, felt a surge of elation upon hearing her words. He retrieved the jade box Jiang Qingyi had given him, grasped the pill inside, and swallowed it whole. With this transformation pill, breaking into qi condensation is assured. Chapter 78. Understanding applause with a golden elixir swallowed. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Ha ha, today, I, Jin Yuba, am about to step into the qi condensation realm. From this moment forth, the sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to soar. Jin Yuba's true energy surged wildly. As the golden elixir entered his abdomen, an explosive wave of potent and ferocious spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, instantly filling his internal organs. Chen Fan shook his head in silence. He had intended to wait for Jin Yuba's breakthrough into the qi condensation realm to test whether his void / could defeat an opponent across realms. However, Jiang Qingyi's sudden maneuver left him speechless. From the explosive spiritual energy emanating from Jin Yuba, Chen Fan was certain that the elixir Jiang Qingyi had concocted was not a transformation pill, but rather a fall pill. Chen Fan, what do you intend? I will not allow you to disturb Brother Yuba's breakthrough. Jiang Qingyi exclaimed, believing Chen Fan was about to strike Jin Yuba, as she quickly positioned herself in front of him. Chen Fan immediately halted his steps. He has consumed the fall pill you crafted. He will not die, but he will be left with barely half a life. Huh, Chen Fan, I admit your strength is formidable, but when it comes to the realm of pills, I have traversed more bridges than you have walked roads. You are clearly afraid that my brother Yuba will surpass you after his breakthrough, which is why you resort to such despicable tactics. How shameless! Jiang Qingyi shouted in desperation, her delicate features contorting in agitation. Even she was unaware of the depth of her emotions. Perhaps it was the fear of her invincible brother being surpassed by Chen Fan, or perhaps the regret of not recognizing such a talented genius sooner. Surpass me? He is destined for failure after consuming your fall pill. Not only will he fail his breakthrough, but it will be difficult for him to retain even a sliver of his life. Chen Fan shook his head, opting not to entangle himself further with Jiang Qingyi and turned to leave. Transformation pill, fall pill. Jin Yuba absorbed the conversation between Chen Fan and Jiang Qingyi. These two were acquainted. Furthermore, the elixir seemed to have a connection to Chen Fan. A wave of ominous premonition surged through Jin Yuba's heart. Meanwhile, Chen Fan took out 7 Dragon Balls, distributing 1 each to Yi Qingyan, Li Jiaying, Yi Xingyao, and Li Wei, even giving 1 to Li Hu. What? Chen Fan, what does this mean? Yi Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the Dragon Ball in her hand, which was overflowing with spiritual energy and radiating golden light. What do you mean? It means there are gifts for you. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Gifts for me? Yi Qingyan gasped, her breath quickening as she stared at the Dragon Ball in astonishment. She had been stuck at the brink of the qi condensation realm for a year, her accumulation already sufficient. Recently, she sensed a loosening of her bottleneck, and with normal cultivation, she could break through within 5 years. However, with this Dragon Ball, composed of over 200 years of condensed spiritual energy, she could almost instantly reach the qi condensation realm. Achieving this by the age of 30 would significantly elevate her status within the Yi family. Thank you, Chen Fan. Yi Qingyan looked at him with gratitude, her heart swelling with emotions as she realized he had reached the qi condensation realm before turning 25 and gifted her such a priceless treasure. At least you have some conscience, not forgetting your fiancé, Yi. Li Jiaying remarked with feigned indifference, rolling her eyes, though internally she was immensely excited. Emphasizing the term fiancé, my brother Chen Fan, you would give me such a precious item. Yi Xingyao said, her eyes wide with disbelief. I used to treat you like Jiang Qingyi, yet you stood up for my brother and gifted me such a valuable present. The more she thought about it, the more guilt she felt, believing she owed Chen Fan a great deal. Chen Fan was a master of the qi condensation realm with immense wealth. What could she offer in return? Perhaps just her fairly decent appearance. Yi Xingyao resolved that she would be willing to offer herself at any time should Chen Fan need her. Li Wei accepted the gift without hesitation. But Li Hu regarded Chen Fan with a complex expression. Chen Fan, despite my antagonism towards you, you not only saved me, but also gifted me something so precious. Why? Of course, it's for your sister. Chen Fan thought internally, yet maintained a serious demeanor, adopting the posture of a sage. I give a Dragon Ball to those who betray or harm me, so one can imagine the reward for those who remain loyal. Understanding applause. In an instant, Chen Fan's stature and image soared. Ding! Yi Qingyin's favorability 10, current favorability 70, reward 1,000 life points. Current life points balance 28784. Ding! Li Jiaying's favorability 5, current favorability 85, reward 500 life points. Current life points balance 29284. Ding! Yi Xingyao's favorability 5, current favorability 95, reward 500 life points. Current life points balance 29784. A series of electronic synthesized sounds echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Indeed, Mr. Lu Sun was right. Gifting presents to girls is the quickest way to enhance favorability. Chen Fan smiled inwardly. But did you think this was the end? With a charming smile, Chen Fan immersed his consciousness into a ring that had suddenly appeared on his finger, revealing a space the size of a basketball court filled with a plethora of Dragon Balls. A total of 300 Dragon Balls, with an astonishing potential for refunds. The Huanhua system is truly remarkable, capable of refunding treasures born from the condensation of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. With so many Dragon Balls, I could potentially ascend directly to the pinnacle of the Qi Lake Sovereign Realm. Ding! The host can only acquire combat power from the system and cannot use Dragon Balls for cultivation. The system's voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. What? If I can't use them, what good are the Dragon Balls? Chen Fan's expression fell immediately, akin to a eunuch gazing at a multitude of naked beauties. Ding! The host can use Dragon Balls to increase life points or enhance artifact levels. 100 Dragon Balls can be exchanged for 1 combat point, and 100 Dragon Balls can elevate a weapon by 1 level. Hearing this, Chen Fan's face darkened further. Damn it! 100 Dragon Balls, formed from the essence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, only yield a single combat point. I seriously suspect this dog system is taking kickbacks. At least a 99 cut. Just as Chen Fan raged inwardly against the unscrupulous system, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Jiang Qingyi, you treacherous wretch! How dare you collude with Chen Fan to harm me? Chapter 79. I implore you, grant me a Dragon Ball. The vehement curses of Jin Yuba echoed incessantly. The onlookers turned their gazes towards him, witnessing Jin Yuba in a state of chaotic energy, his eyes glowing red, black hair swirling as if caught in a tempest. Resembling a madman, visible strands of true energy surged violently into his meridians, threatening to rupture them. Brother Yuba, how could this happen? How could this be? Jiang Qingyi, upon hearing Jin Yuba's tirade and observing the impending explosion of true energy within him, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. The critical aspect of breaking through from the Qi gathering realm to the Qi condensation realm lies in maintaining clarity amidst the violent reactions of energy accumulation. Your elixir is excessively potent, akin to a powder keg filled with true energy. Though rich in spiritual essence, its effects are counterproductive, leading to a catastrophic failure in his breakthrough, potentially plunging him into madness. Chen Fan interjected, shaking his head. What? If that is the case, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you allow Brother Yuba to fall into madness? Jiang Qingyi reproached Chen Fan. Jiang Qingyi, during your stay at my home, Brother Chen Fan had already informed you of the correct formula for the elixir. It is your own folly that led you to alter it without permission. How can you blame my brother Chen Fan? Yi Xingyao retorted angrily, seeing Jiang Qingyi's unjust accusations. I. Jiang Qingyi's expression shifted between hues of pale and flushed. She had not anticipated her dear friend would defend Chen Fan. One reaps what one sows. Now, I shall witness who will become the laughingstock of the elite circles of Huaxia. Li Jiaying seized the opportunity to strike at her adversary, her smile cold as she regarded Jiang Qingyi, relishing in her revenge. Jiang Qingyi's face turned ashen, her delicate form trembling, yet she found no words to retort. She recognized her mistakes, all of them. In this dire state, perhaps only the gentle spiritual energy of a Dragon Ball could save him. The white ape remarked from a distance. Dragon Ball, yes, the Dragon Ball. Yao, didn't Chen Fan give you one? Quickly, save my brother Yuba, Jiang Qingyi exclaimed, gripping Yi Xingyao's hand with fervor. Yao, we are the best of sisters. You cannot stand by and do nothing. You have Chen Fan now, but if brother Yuba dies, I will have nothing left. For the sake of our years of friendship, I beseech you. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Qingyi knelt before Yi Xingyao. Qingyi. Yi Xingyao was taken aback, attempting to assist Jiang Qingyi, who refused to rise. A conflicted expression crossed Yi Xingyao's face. She was kind-hearted, and Jiang Qingyi had been her close friend for over a decade. Yet, the Dragon Ball was a precious gift from Chen Fan. How could she use it to aid his enemy? As Yi Xingyao wrestled with her conscience, a strong hand grasped her, pulling her back. With a thud, a Dragon Ball landed before the kneeling Jiang Qingyi. She lifted her tear-streaked face in astonishment, staring at the indifferent Chen Fan. Take the Dragon Ball and leave with Jin Yuba. No one here owes you anything. Chen Fan spoke coldly. This Dragon Ball served not only to sever the ties of friendship between Yi Xingyao and Jiang Qingyi, but also to dissolve his bond with Jiang Qingyi and return the life force she had once given him. From this moment forth, Chen Fan would have no further relations with this binding partner. Jiang Qingyi, pale and trembling, picked up the Dragon Ball and helped Jin Yuba into the vehicle. As they departed, Jin Yuba cast a lingering glance at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you have no idea who stands behind me. By letting me go, you will find yourself engulfed in darkness and fear in the days to come. With that, Jin Yuba crushed the Dragon Ball, and gentle spiritual energy enveloped him, mending his wounds and suppressing the chaotic energy within his dantian. Jiang Qingyi's former pride dissipated, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she realized she had irrevocably lost Yi Xingyao as a friend and any chance to mend her relationship with Chen Fan. In the future, she would be left with nothing but the scornful Jin Yuba, who had called her a whore and a lowly maid. As the Hummer roared to life, Jiang Qingyi and Jin Yuba vanished from sight, while the white ape and the offspring of prominent families regarded Chen Fan with trepidation and respect. At merely 25 years of age, he was a formidable Qi condensation realm expert, having defeated the white ape with ease. Such prowess was perhaps only rivaled by the ancestral figures of their own clans. Now you may leave. Chen Fan waved his hand, and the white ape and others exhaled in relief. Mr. Chen, once we return, our family shall unite to explain the situation to the Liu family of Hang City. Liu Hao provoked you, a formidable expert. I trust the Liu family will not dare to trouble you, the injured white ape said, bowing to Chen Fan as he was assisted away. Humph, let them come if they are not afraid of death. Chen Fan replied with a cold snort, realizing his gaffe. The white ape broke into a cold sweat, repeatedly apologizing and hastily departing with Liu Hao's corpse. This battle would ensure that Chen Fan's name shone brightly throughout southern Huaxia. A 25-year-old Qi condensation realm expert would undoubtedly carve out his place, even in the talented circles of Xiangjing in the future. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Qinyin completed her task and bid farewell to Chen Fan, preparing to return to the Tianhai War Department for her own breakthrough into the Qi condensation realm. Yi Xingdager accompanied her, inviting Chen Fan to visit Tianhai City, promising to extend his gratitude. Yi Xingyao chose not to leave with them, nor did she return to the Yi family in Jiangnan. Instead, she set up a small tent beside Chen Fan's. Meanwhile, Li Jiaying squeezed into Chen Fan's tent. Thus, Chen Fan busied himself during the day, arranging formations on Qinglong Mountain to gather more spiritual energy, while at night, he was occupied. Within days, Jiang Yuchan, Zhao Ruoxi, and Wang Yian learned of Chen Fan's imminent trip to Hong Kong Island and arrived, leaving only Sun Siyuan still immersed in her studies of the 13 Needles of Ghost Gate. That evening, as Chen Fan found it inconvenient to traverse between tents, everyone ended up crammed into a single tent. This section omits a lengthy narrative. 10 days later, the spirit-gathering feng shui formation was finally complete. Under the nurturing embrace of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, Chen Fan not only did not suffer from physical depletion, but, due to the yin-yang balance, found his sinews and endurance significantly enhanced. I did not expect the concentration of spiritual energy here to reach such heights, rivaling that of the ancient alchemist's spirit stone bed. Su Nanxiang had emerged from her retreat, her aura formidable, a red mark on her forehead reminiscent of the celestial maiden Ling Chun. She raised her hand and swiftly manipulated the most concentrated spiritual energy from a mountain peak, unleashing torrents of terrifying true energy from her palm, bombarding the stone wall relentlessly. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a small cave appeared in the stone wall. "Master, you can cultivate here for the time being. I have arranged for construction to commence on the mountain. Once it is completed, you may move there," Chen Fan stated. Su Nanxiang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Jiaying's phone suddenly vibrated beside Chen Fan. Li Jiaying glanced at it, her expression shifting dramatically. Chen Fan leaned in to see the message. "Inger, leave with Chen Fan immediately and never return to Hong Kong Island." The sender was identified as Grandfather. Chapter 80. The sudden change in the Li family. "Miss Li, Mr. Chen, we are about to land at the airport." The beautiful flight attendant, with her long legs accentuated by black stockings and high heels, gently knocked on the door, bringing the noise inside to a halt. The commotion had persisted for several hours. The flight attendant swallowed her envy. WJ had run out of battery, and she had changed her stockings multiple times. Initially, she could not comprehend how Mr. Chen, who, despite being somewhat handsome, dressed rather ordinarily and did not appear to be of noble lineage, had caught the eye of the granddaughter of the wealthiest man in Hong Kong. However, after witnessing the tumultuous sounds emanating from the cabin, she finally understood just how formidable this young man named Chen Fan truly was. Several intense tremors had even led the captain to believe the plane had encountered turbulence. "Chen Fan, you are incredible. For an entire week, you have managed to." Li Jiaying gasped. Chen Fan clapped his hands, their sound crisp and fragrant, before dressing himself. Indeed, he had not rested much during his week at Qinglong Mountain, yet his body remained unaffected. To maintain his combat prowess, Chen Fan had exchanged 500 Dragon Balls for an increase of 5 points in strength, bringing his combat power to 21, thereby reaching the initial stage of the Qi Lake King realm. Upon entering this realm, his true energy gathered in his dantian, forming a small golden lake that provided him with a continuous source of vigor, even when faced with the relentless onslaught of multiple women employing a wheel tactic. They ultimately succumbed, pleading for mercy, leaving only Su Nanxiang, who was also at the Qi Lake King realm, still standing. For an entire week, a golden spear stood tall on the peak of Qinglong Mountain, creating a bloody storm that stirred the heavens and earth, causing the entire mountain to tremble and cry out throughout the night. "Hurry and put on your clothes." The news that Old Master Li has sent out suggests that the Li family is facing significant trouble. Meanwhile, atop Omping Mountain in Hong Kong, a luxurious mansion overlooked the entire Victoria Harbor. 20 years ago, the wealthiest man in Hong Kong purchased Omping Mountain entirely, and now it was heavily guarded. Every few steps, there were sentinels stationed, with at least 100 security personnel donned in white shirts and headsets, sealing off all entrances and exits of the mountain path. Each of them was muscular and brimming with explosive power, all being masters of their craft. Inside the Li family mansion, a river of blood flowed, with bodies sprawled in grotesque positions, most of them armed security personnel, each bearing a bullet wound to the forehead. At the entrance lay several deceased masters clad in black robes, predominantly half-step Qi condensation experts. The most gruesome sight was an elderly man with white hair, a chi condensation offering of the Li family, who had a gaping hole in his chest and was left with only half a head, his demise utterly tragic. In this world, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. It is not easy to cultivate to the chi condensation stage. Why remain so foolishly loyal? A broad-shouldered man in black, with long hair and wielding an iron fan, stood proudly at the door, gazing down at the half-headed offering of the Li family. In the innermost room of the villa, an elderly man, Li Chaoran, lay bedridden, glaring furiously at his grandson before him, who was impeccably dressed in a suit and donned gold-rimmed glasses, as he watched him disconnect the high-energy nutrient solution sustaining his life. Without this nutrient solution, Li Chaoran would not survive more than half an hour. Grandfather, rest easy. With my father and me, the Li family will surely prosper, declared Li Jiawei, dressed in formal attire. Li Yongjie was Li Jiaying's uncle, and Li Jiawei was his son, making him Li Jiaying's cousin. Look at the present. My father is abandoning any collaboration with the governor and those minor factions to sign a quadrilateral cooperation agreement with the Zheng family of the Iron Fan sect, the Liang family of the Feng Shui clan, and Wilson, the British royal envoy in Hong Kong. With the support of these three giants, our Li family's enterprises will expand globally, rather than remain confined to Hong Kong. Li Jiawei spoke with grandiloquence, as if envisioning himself standing atop the pinnacle of global power, while Luo Minor looked on with glimmering excitement in her eyes. You fools! The Zheng family, the Liang family, and the British envoy are nothing but devouring demons. When they wreaked havoc in Hong Kong, the entire region nearly became their private territory. Had it not been for me and the governor utilizing our company's various minds to develop spiritual stones and unite the smaller factions, the Li family would have long been divided among those three giants. Now, collaborating with them is akin to courting disaster. Li Chaoran's face was filled with rage, and without the support of the high-energy nutrient solution, he began to cough and gasp after only a few words. Grandfather, times have changed. The Li family is now brimming with strength. 9 out of 10 chi condensation offers support my father, and we are not afraid of the three giants. As for the offering loyal to you, he had just been killed by Master Zheng of the Iron Fan sect, Li Jiawei retorted. You are destroying your own foundation. Li Chaoran was so furious he could hardly speak. When it comes to self-destruction, we cannot compare to you. If you had not insisted on giving half of the family assets to that Chen Fan, jeopardizing the Li family's century-old foundation, my father and I would not have taken action against you. I know that Zhang Chufeng was formidable, but he has long since perished. Now, Chen Fan possesses neither strength nor background, merely a penniless college student. Why does he have to marry Jiaying? Why should he receive half of the Li family's fortune as her dowry? Li Jiawei's voice was cold. You, cough. Li Chaoran struggled to breathe, coughing violently, his complexion visibly pale. Alas, what do you people understand? If Jiaying can become Chen Fan's woman and continue his bloodline, I would not hesitate to give away not just half of our assets, but the entire Li family, if necessary. You have no idea of his significance. He is the one whom the most powerful family in Huaxiao would go to great lengths to protect. At that moment, Li Jiawei's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Young master, an unregistered Wuling Hongguang wishes to ascend a mountain. Did I not make it clear? No one is allowed to enter Onping Mountain today. But young master, Miss Li Jiaying is in the vehicle, along with a man named Chen Fan, claiming to be the young lady's fiancé. Chapter 81. Mutated true Qi, let them go, and I shall bestow upon you all the wealth of the Li family. Li Chaoran gasped, clinging to his last breath. Old fool, at this juncture, you still defend that Chen Fan? Who exactly is your grandson? Li Jiawei's demeanor shifted to a frenzied jealousy and murderous intent. Very well. Before you perish today, I shall relish the torment of that Chen Fan. Li Jiawei's composure shattered as he commanded through the intercom, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Down the mountain, Chen Fan and Li Jiaying's willing van were granted passage. Chen Fan, something feels amiss. Li Jiaying remarked, following Herberoth. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, urging her to continue. Although the Li family typically has guards, They are usually concentrated around the villa at the mountain's peak, not blocking the road from the foot of the mountain. Moreover, I recognize almost all of Grandpa's guards. And these are not them. Li Jiaying clutched Chen Fan's arm anxiously. Indeed, these individuals are predominantly master-level warriors, and they reek of blood. They must have recently committed murder. Chen Fan responded with a nod. What? Then Grandpa is in grave danger. Li Jiaying's face paled as she recalled her grandfather's last text message, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Fan's expression turned grave as the Wuling van drifted through the drainage ditch, accelerating to an astonishing 150 kilometers per hour. In 3 minutes, the unmarked Wuling van halted before the opulent gates of the Li family villa. Unlike the situation at the foot of the mountain, there were no guards atop. Yet even before entering, Chen Fan was hit by an overwhelming stench of blood, one that even Li Jiaying, an ordinary person, could detect. It was reminiscent of entering a slaughterhouse. With a resounding crash, Chen Fan kicked open the towering 5-meter iron gates, revealing a scene of carnage within the courtyard. Ugh! Li Jiaying retched at the sight of the blood-soaked ground and lifeless bodies. Ha ha ha, Sister Jiaying, you have finally returned. This must be your useless fiancé, Chen Fan. At that moment, Li Jiahui, impeccably dressed in a suit yet possessing a sinister gaze, wheeled out, with the frail Li Chaoran slumped in the wheelchair beside him. A burly middle-aged man, wielding a black iron fan, stood beside Li Jiahui. Brother, did you kill all these people? Have you gone mad? Li Jiaying's tears flowed freely as she surveyed the bodies, many of whom bore familiar faces, longtime family servants, a rotund chef renowned for his pastries, loyal bodyguards, and a stoic yet affectionate chi-gathering master of the family. Just a bunch of servants. They lacked the foresight and paid the price, Li Jiahui sneered. What a grandpa! Bring him out. Without the high-energy nutrient solution, he cannot hold on much longer, Li Jiaying demanded angrily, her gaze fixed on Li Jiahui. Ah, Grandpa won't last long. But before he dies, watching me torment his beloved Chen Fan will suffice, Li Jiahui replied with a malicious grin, striding through the pool of blood towards Chen Fan. Li Chaoran sat in the wheelchair, his breath faint, despair flashing in his eyes, yet he lacked the strength to speak. It's over. Should Chen Fan perish, the Li family's hope of ascending to the pinnacle of Huaxia will vanish. His heart sank. Sometimes I truly wonder whether Chen Fan is your biological grandson, or if I am, Li Jiahui scoffed. Isn't he merely a third-year college student? Standing before Chen Fan, Li Jiahui sneered, unleashing a wave of master-level energy. Kneel before me. According to his intel, Chen Fan was merely a third-year student at Jiangnan University, obscure and inconsequential, hardly warranting the attention of Zheng Er, a mid-tier chi-gathering master from the Iron Fan sect. With his masterly prowess, he could extinguish Chen Fan with a mere flick of his finger. However, moments later, his expression shifted as he realized his overwhelming pressure had no effect on Chen Fan. Is it so? I thought you were the foremost family in Hong Kong. Yet your intelligence is outdated, Chen Fan replied, incredulous. Over the past month, he had accomplished numerous feats in Jiangnan City, yet this fool still regarded him as the Chen Fan from a month prior. You're just a third-year college student, a pitiful wretch, forced to earn your living. You expect me to keep tracking your information? Li Jiahui, if you were aware of recent events concerning me, you would refrain from speaking so audaciously, Chen Fan retorted with a cold smirk, snapping his fingers as 2 streams of golden true chi shot forth. Crack! Li Jiahui's leg shattered, and he collapsed before Chen Fan. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Li Jiahui, while shock and humiliation flooded his consciousness. The humiliation stemmed from the fact that he had just demanded Chen Fan kneel, only to find himself prostrated before him. The shock arose from his realization that the force breaking his legs was indeed true chi. You are a chi-gathering master. How can this be? A month ago, you were just a third-year penniless student, a pathetic sycophant. Li Jiahui bellowed in disbelief. At that moment, not only Li Jiahui, but even Li Chaoran and the ever-composed Zheng Er displayed astonishment. Truly, this is the child that old Zhang risked everything to save. In his early 20s and already a chi-gathering master, Li Chaoran felt a mix of pride and surprise. Such talent at this age could place him among the top 20 in Zaiking. Yet your true qi is golden, while a typical qi gathering master possesses white true qi. You must have employed some special method to forcibly elevate your realm, resulting in the mutation of your true qi. Many sects possess such secret techniques, yet few dare to utilize them, as this path effectively severs one's future. You will forever be limited to the initial stage of qi gathering. With strength vastly inferior to that of a genuine qi gathering master, Jing Er, originally named Zheng Jigang, noted his experience evident, having witnessed the ramifications of forcibly elevating cultivation. He recognized the impurities and variances in true qi colors, affirming that only the purest white true qi was deemed the strongest. Thus, upon witnessing Chen Fan's golden true qi, he confidently deduced the truth. Chen Fan, upon hearing the first half of Zheng Er's words, raised an eyebrow, impressed by his discerning insight. However, the latter part rendered him speechless. I'm already in the initial stage of the Qi Lake realm. Do you still claim I am bound to the Qi gathering stage? Moreover, his true Qi had also been white during the Qi gathering stage, transforming into golden true Qi upon entering the Qi Lake realm. Although Chen Fan was unfamiliar with the notion of mutated true Qi, he was certain that golden true Qi was far superior to its white counterpart. So you have forcibly elevated your realm through secret methods. I thought you were truly formidable. Li Jiahui's internal balance was swiftly restored as he laughed heartily. Li Jiaying, however, regarded Chen Fan with concern. Having long pondered how he could achieve the Qi-gathering realm at such a young age and triumph over Jin Yuba and by Yuan on Qinglong Mountain. If it were achieved through secret techniques, it would not be surprising. If it is indeed an elevation of realm through such methods. You may test it yourself to find out. Chen Fan remarked with a cold smile. To deal with rubbish like you, who merely feign the condensation of qi, a single finger of mine is more than sufficient. Zhang Jiqiang declared with pride, then pointed a finger towards Chen Fan. Chapter 82. The old man comes down to take a few steps. Chen Fan stepped back quickly. Zhang Jiqiang is a mid-stage qi condensation expert. You are no match for him. Chen Jiang shouted anxiously. Chen Fan, what does it matter that you are at the early stage of qi condensation? Today, with Elder Zheng here, he could crush you with just a finger. Li Jiahui, whose legs had been broken, knelt on the ground, filled with resentment as he roared at Chen Fan. However, to everyone's astonishment, when faced with Zheng Jiqiang's finger, Chen Fan displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he raised his hand and casually pointed back. In an instant, a beam of golden true energy shot forth from Chen Fan's fingertip. Arrogant, a firefly dares to compete with the sun and the moon. Today, you shall witness how utterly feeble mutated true energy is against pure true energy. Zheng Jiqiang coldly snorted, releasing a white true energy from his fingertip to collide with Chen Fan's golden true energy. You're doomed, kid. Li Jiahui laughed heartily, as if he could already envision Chen Fan being obliterated by the white true energy. Bang! As the golden and white true energies clashed. The anticipated scene of the golden energy dispersing and Chen Fan perishing did not unfold. Instead, at the moment of collision, the white true energy melted like snow meeting a red-hot iron, and then shot towards Zheng Jiqiang's heart. Not good. Zheng Jiqiang's expression changed dramatically as he roared, barely managing to block his chest with his black iron fan. Boom! Zheng Jiqiang felt as if a massive hammer weighing 10,000 pounds had struck his chest, sending him flying. Even with the iron fan as a barrier, he still broke several ribs. The entire scene fell into silence. In the vast courtyard, only a few hurried breaths could be heard. Chen Jiaying's mouth hung agape, as if a fist could fit inside. Li Jiahui's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion. Li Chaoran's previously despondent gaze suddenly burst forth with intense brilliance. Elder Zheng is a mid-stage qi condensation expert. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere college junior with a single finger? This must be an illusion. Li Jiahui Baluba. What realm are you at? Zheng Jiqiang, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stood up, his gaze towards Chen Fan now filled with trepidation. Are you asking me? I am a king of the Qi Lake realm. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. What audacity! There is not a single Qi Lake realm king in the entire harbor city. You are merely a young lad in your 20s, daring to claim to be a king of the Qi Lake realm. However, your strength is indeed formidable, perhaps not inferior to mine. Someone like you could rank among the top 10 of the younger generation in Xiaoqing. A remarkable genius. Zheng Jiqiang sneered, his expression grave as he slowly unfolded his black iron fan, which then hovered in the air before him. But what does it matter if you are a genius? You shall die next. With a whoosh, the metallic mesh of the fan separated from its iron frame. 18 iron ribs flew out, each resembling a short sword, while the metallic mesh expanded into a vast iron net, hurtling towards Chen Fan to ensnare him. This is the iron fan sect's strongest technique. The universe within the fan. It is said that once ensnared by the fan's net, even a mid-stage qi condensation expert faces certain death. Chen Jiaying exclaimed, her expression changing drastically. Li Jiehui also showed signs of delight. The little girl has some discerning eyes. Indeed, this is what makes my Zheng family fearsome in the harbor city. Bang! Before Zheng Jiqiang could finish a sentence, the iron net that enveloped Chen Fan exploded. At the same time, a golden brick flew out, instantly shattering the 18 iron swords formed by the fan ribs. Void slash! With a powerful shout, a black hole appeared behind Zheng Jiqiang, and a beam of golden true energy sliced through, severing him in two. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Too swift for anyone to react. The mid-stage qi condensation expert Zheng Jiqiang was instantaneously slain by Chen Fan. You! Zheng Jiqiang's blood splattered onto Li Jiehui's face as he turned to look at Chen Fan in a daze. Salt, terror, incredulity. This series of emotions caused Li Jiehui's heart to shrink in fear. Chen Jiaying was equally incredulous, as if in a dream. This was the second in command of the Zheng family, stronger than Kai Tongming, yet he was killed with a single move by Chen Fan. Li Chaoran, whose eyes had nearly dimmed, suddenly shone with intense brilliance. At just over 20 years of age, to be able to instantaneously kill a well-known mid-stage qi condensation expert. This must be the feat of a peak qi condensation expert. A peak qi condensation expert at 20 years old could likely rival the extraordinary geniuses of the hidden sects in Xiaoqing. Li Chaoran's heart brimmed with excitement. Seeing Chen Fan with his granddaughter and recognizing Chen Fan's immense strength, he felt that even if he were to die at that moment, he would have no regrets. Chen Fan did not kill Li Jiehui, considering he was Chen Jiaying's cousin and the only grandson of Li Chaoran. This matter was best left for them to handle. Chen Fan, accompanied by Chen Jiaying, circled around Zheng Jiqiang's lifeless body and approached Li Chaoran. Li Chaoran looked at Chen Fan and Chen Jiaying, eager to speak. Yet he found himself utterly drained of strength. Grandpa, you need not worry. I have already notified the private doctor. He will arrive shortly. You must hold on, Chen Jiaying said, gripping Li Chaoran's hand with concern. Meanwhile, Chen Fan retrieved a delicate iron case from his pocket, filled with silver needles. Chen Fan, you are not a doctor. Do not meddle with Grandpa, Chen Jiaying exclaimed in alarm upon seeing the silver needles. It is too late. We must act immediately to save old Master Li, or he will not last 5 minutes, Chen Fan declared, ignoring Chen Jiaying's protests, his hands moving swiftly. The silver needles floated in the air, guided by Chen Fan's golden true energy, and with his instructions, they precisely targeted various acupoints on Li Chaoran's body. Chen Fan, please don't act recklessly. If you insert the needles haphazardly, you will harm Grandpa, Chen Jiaying exclaimed, both anxious and angry, yet feeling powerless. The 13 ghost needles. As Chen Fan inserted the first needle, Li Chaoran's complexion improved significantly, enabling him to speak once more. After the first needle was inserted, the familiar sensation immediately made him aware that this was the 13 ghost needles of the Sun family, the renowned healers of the southern mainland. Grandpa, you could speak now, Chen Jiaying exclaimed in delight, her gaze towards Chen Fan, now filled with admiration. Haha, Chen Fan, I did not expect you to master such a medical art as the 13 ghost needles. Li Chaoran looked at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with surprise, though they soon dimmed again. Nevertheless, even so, you cannot save me. Why not, Grandpa? Isn't the 13 ghost needles said to be able to bring the dead back to life? Chen Jiang asked, puzzled. Indeed, when all 13 needles are used, they can restore life to the deceased. However, even the current head of the Sun family can only execute up to the 7th needle. My lifespan is nearly exhausted, sustained only by rare herbs and treasures. Even the 7th needle will not save me, Li Chaoren said with a bitter smile. Then we shall not be deterred. If 7 needles are ineffective, we shall use 8. Chen Fan said casually, continuing to insert the needles. 2nd needle, 3rd needle, 4th needle, 8th needle, all done. Old master, come down and take a few steps. Chapter 83. I am your father, observing Li Chaoren, whose hair had returned to its youthful black and whose entire demeanor exuded the vitality of a man 2 decades younger. Li Jiaying's expression was frozen in disbelief. Li Chaoren, wide-eyed, marveled at his own hands, which he could now effortlessly clench, noticing the considerable reduction in the wrinkles that once marred his skin. Overwhelmed with emotion, he attempted to lift his leg. The joints, unused for so long, emitted crackling sounds. Nevertheless, Li Chaoren rose from his wheelchair, standing firmly on his own. Grandfather tears of joy streamed from Li Jiaying's eyes as she hurried to support Li Chaoren. It has been 10 years. I have been bedridden with illness for a decade. I never imagined I would have the chance to stand again, and my body feels at least 20 years younger, Li Chaoren declared, his previously frail appearance vanishing, replaced by the imposing presence of a tycoon from Hong Kong. Chen Fan, I never anticipated your terrifying prowess would extend to administering the 8th needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Even the heir of the Yaowang family pales in comparison to you. Li Chaoren spoke excitedly, his gaze towards Chen Fan akin to that of a man beholding the most exquisite treasure in the world. Meanwhile, Li Jiehui, kneeling nearby, stared in shock at the revitalized Li Chaoren. Li Chaoren turned to him, a cold glare piercing through him as he approached. Grandfather Li Jihui How could someone of your stature, a business genius who built a multi-trillion-dollar empire, father such fools as you and your father? Li Chun reprimanda angrily, twisting his cane to reveal a small revolver in his hand. Please spare me, grandfather. I am your only grandson. If you take my life, the Li family line will end, and who will manage the Li group? Li Jiehui pleaded, his voice quaking. Bang! The only response was the sound of a gunshot. Witnessing this, Chen Fan's eyelids flickered. Li Chaoren, a legendary figure in business, acted with unwavering decisiveness. Even his only grandson could not escape his wrath. If you and your father merely sought the family fortune, I would not be so ruthless. Yet, you chose to collude with the 3 families, endangering millions in Hong Kong. Thus, I'm left with no choice but to act against my own kin. Li Chaoren sighed deeply, turning away, and in his once commanding eyes, a hint of tears glimmered. Fear not, old man. This 8th needle has rejuvenated you by over 20 years. You still have a chance to master a musical instrument, Chen Fan consoled. Li Chaoren shook his head. I intend to entrust the Li family empire to you. Me? Chen Fan pointed to himself, bewildered. If you lack the time, you may allow Jiaying to manage it, transferring all shares into your name, Li Chaoren continued. Grandfather, why are you turning your back on your own family? Li Jiaying playfully shook his arm, her tone cheerful. As Chen Fan's fiancée, the Li family's assets were akin to her own. Ah, silly girl. The Li group is your dowry. I fear Chen Fan might not find you worthy. Li Chaoren gazed at Li Jiaying with affection. I have no intention of marrying him. He has several girlfriends. Li Jiaying shot a glare at Chen Fan. Huh, of having multiple girlfriends. In my day, I had over 100, excluding one-night stands. Who knows how many illegitimate children I have scattered about. And Chen Fan is far superior to my younger self, with only a few girlfriends. Where would you find such a good man? Had I not aided Zhang Chufeng at a crucial moment, I would not have secured the arrangement for your marriage with Chen Fan, Li Chaoren remarked. What? Our marriage contract is due to our help with Grandpa Zhang and Chen Fan? Li Jiaying was taken aback, questioning her own status as the daughter of a billionaire. Not precisely a marriage contract, but rather a breeding agreement, permitting you to conceive a child with him when he turns 21, Li Chaoren clarified. What? Allow me to bear his child? Li Jiaying felt as if the sky had fallen, her worldview shattered. Was Chen Fan a celestial being, and bearing his child a magnificent blessing? Chen Fan, listening beside them, furrowed his brow in astonishment and curiosity about his own identity, which seemed to warrant such an agreement from the billionaire. Just as Chen Fan was about to inquire about Zhang Chufeng and his own circumstances, a tremendous crash resonated from outside the villa. Boom! The steel doors, crafted from solid metal and weighing hundreds of pounds, were blasted open. A middle-aged man, clad in a Zhongshan suit and exuding an aura of authority, stood at the threshold. Upon seeing the blood-soaked courtyard littered with bodies, his expression shifted dramatically. Raising his gaze, he spotted Chen Fan, Li Chaoran, and Li Jiaying. "Villain, release my brother Chaoran," the middle-aged man bellowed. Before Li Chaoran and Li Jiaying could intervene, he lunged at Chen Fan, striking him with a palm. Bang! Both men staggered back several steps. Peak of qi condensation. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover this middle-aged man was a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of qi condensation. Recognizing the man's intent was not hostile, he restrained his power, knowing full well that using his full strength could gravely injure the man. "Who are you? How can someone of your age possess such terrifying cultivation?" the middle-aged man exclaimed, incredulity coloring his features. "Sen Zhou, halt! Chen Fan is one of us," Li Chaoran interjected, rushing to position himself between them, alarmed at the thought of Zheng Chao harming Chen Fan. "Brother Chaoran, you can stand?" Zheng Chao looked at the now vigorous Li Chaoran, astonished. "Indeed, thanks to my grandson-in-law here, who not only dealt with family traitors and eliminated Zheng Jiqiang, but also worked wonders to restore my youth. Li Choren Lauga Hartili. Chen Fan, this is Zheng Chao, the governor of Hong Kong, and my good brother," Li Chaoran introduced. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, he understood that the middle-aged man was a crucial political figure in Hong Kong, hence his formidable strength at the peak of qi condensation. Zheng Chao scrutinized Chen Fan with a mixture of suspicion and recognition, suddenly recalling something. He seized Chen Fan's hand, looking at Li Chaoran with urgency. "Brother Chaoran, did you just say he's your grandson-in-law? Is he truly Chen Fan?" "Indeed, I am Chen Fan," Chen Fan replied, puzzled over how this influential official recognized him. "You are really Chen Fan. How splendid!" Zheng Chao exclaimed. "I am your father." Chapter 84. The Divine Infant with a burst of incredulity. Chen Fan nearly spat out his drink. Li Jiaying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Governor Liang Zhenchao, while only Li Chaoran maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. "You say you're my father?" Chen Fan's eyes widened as he scrutinized Liang Zhenchao. After being an orphan for over 20 years, he suddenly found himself the son of the esteemed governor. "Cough, cough, to be precise, is because my daughter is betrothed to you. Thus, I also assumed the role of your father," Liang Zhenchao quickly clarified, sensing Chen Fan's misunderstanding. At just 21 years of age, and at the pinnacle of qi condensation, you might very well possess the prowess to contend with the two extraordinary prodigies of Zaiqing, Liang Zhenchao remarked, increasingly satisfied with his assessment of Chen Fan. Dumbfounded, Chen Fan turned to Li Jiaying. "The governor is your father?" "Huh?" Confusion filled Li Jiaying's eyes as she recalled her grandfather's words about her parents perishing in a car accident, while Uncle Liang had always treated her as his own daughter. Could it be that she was the illegitimate child of Uncle Liang, raised by her grandfather? In her mind, scenes from novels flashed before her, and she couldn't help but gaze at Liang Zhenchao. "Father?" she tentatively called out. That single utterance of father nearly caused Liang Zhenchao's mind to reel. Li Chaoran was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Chen Fan, Jiaying, you've misunderstood. The betrothal that Zhenchao mentioned refers to the engagement between you and Liang Luoxin. Indeed, I had once aided Elder Zhang, which led to him signing a betrothal with me as well," Liang Zhenchao continued, producing a document identical to the one Li Jiaying held. Chen Fan took a glance and felt speechless. "Wait, does Elder Zhang view me as a breeding stallion, lending me out for matches? But why does this betrothal lack Luoxin's name?" Though Li Jiaying felt a twinge of displeasure, She leaned in to examine the document and immediately noticed the discrepancy. At the time the betrothal was signed, I had yet to have a daughter. Shortly thereafter, I hurriedly welcomed one into the world. Liang Jinchao chuckled. Li Jiaying. Chen Fan. You truly are a fortunate man. Luoxin is an internationally acclaimed star, currently filming in Hollywood, Li Jiaying remarked with a hint of envy. Among all in Hong Kong, the only one she could concede superiority to was her childhood friend, Liang Luoxin. Chen Fan had certainly heard of Liang Luoxin, a global superstar and the dream of many men. He had even fantasized about her in the past, never imagining she would become his fiancée. However, Chen Fan had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He was eager to uncover the identities of Zhang Chufeng and his own origins. Liang Jinchao and Li Chaoran exchanged knowing glances, clearly perceiving Chen Fan's curiosity. Allow me to explain. Li Chaoran addressed Chen Fan directly. The stench of blood in the courtyard was overwhelming, so he led everyone to the rooftop garden of the villa, where they could overlook the towering skyscrapers and scenic vistas of Victoria Harbor. Old Master Zhang was once a paramount figure in all of China, Li Chaoran began, his words striking like a heavy hammer. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he conjured the gentle visage of Zhang Chufeng in his mind. Grandpa Zhang was once the pinnacle of strength in all of China. While Chen Fan had anticipated Zhang Chufeng's identity to be remarkable, he had never imagined it would be this formidable. Indeed, in his prime, old Master Zhang was the head of the Zhang family, one of the three hidden families of Xiaoqing. These secluded sects are shrouded in mystery, eschewing contact with the mundane world. It is said that even a mere dog released from their ranks could obliterate the so-called prominent families of China, Liang Jinchao added. They are of noble lineage, their information kept secret, and had it not been for old Master Zhang's misfortunes in Hong Kong, we might never have known of the existence of these three hidden sects. He elaborated. Li Jiaying listened intently, her eyes wide with intrigue. She recalled the time when Zhang Chufeng had stayed with the Li family. She was but 3 years old, remembering him as a kind old man. Little did she know he was a figure of such stature in China. Yet, even the formidable Zhang family could not escape their tragic fate. The root of this calamity lay with a child referred to as the divine infant. A cadre of mysterious powers had descended upon the Zhang family, decimating its elite members, with only old Master Zhang managing to escape with the divine infant. As Li Chaoran's gaze bore into Chen Fan, he continued, I have come to understand. I'm the child responsible for the downfall of the Zhang family, the so-called divine infant. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan's eyes flickered with complex emotions. He had never fathomed that he was the architect of his grandfather Zhang's family's annihilation. Li Chaoran nodded. That year, old Master Zhang appeared in Hong Kong, cradling you, barely alive, and ultimately vanquished 2 formidable pursuers. However, he suffered grave injuries in the process. It was I and Jinchao who rescued him and you. At that time, you were on the brink of death, but fortunately, the Liang family possessed a rare phoenix blood nirvana flower, which we procured to save your life. Yet, regarding your origins and the identity of those who pursued him, old Master Zhang remained tight-lipped, merely stating you were the divine infant, destined to unite with a woman who could bear a child capable of dominating China. Because we saved you, he consented to the betrothal with our descendants, granting you the right to progeny, Li Chaoran concluded, prompting all eyes to settle on Chen Fan. After a prolonged silence, Chen Fan reflected deeply. For over 2 decades, he had believed himself to be a pitiable child abandoned by his parents, raised with hardship by his grandfather. Little did he know he was the fateful divine infant who triggered the Zhang family's demise. Perhaps in the beginning, his grandfather had some ulterior motive, but throughout the years, Chen Fan had genuinely felt Zhang Chufeng treated him as his own grandson. From high school to university, Zhang Chufeng had always urged him to lead a humble life. Even in his final moments, he left Chen Fan merely 2 million, wishing for him to live like an ordinary person, to buy a home with the woman he loved and enjoy a peaceful existence. His grandfather had regarded him as kin, and the vendetta against the Zhang family was now Chen Fan's own. He vowed to avenge the slaughter of his grandfather's kin. Those who had decimated the Zhang family, regardless of their identity, must pay with their lives. The thought of his grandfather's gentle face and the old rattle drum in his arms overwhelmed Chen Fan, causing his emotions to spiral out of control. With a furious roar, a wave of murderous intent erupted from his being, his golden true chi boiling as if ignited, engulfing him in a fiery aura. Chapter 85. The hidden sect golden true energy surged around Chen Fan like a roaring flame, transforming his hair, brows, and pupils into a hue reminiscent of molten gold. In that moment, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming surge of violent true energy coursing through his entire being. Although he was merely at the initial stage of the Qi Lake realm, he sensed that he could easily tear apart a mid-stage Qi Lake cultivator, and even contend with a peak Qi Lake master. After a brief moment, the golden flame-like true energy dissipated, and Chen Fan's hair and eyes returned to their normal color. Li Chaoran, Liang Jinchao, and Li Jiaying gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Was this what Elder Zhang referred to as a divine infant possessing divine blood? In that fleeting instant, it felt as if he were confronting a deity, causing even his soul to tremble. But why was his true energy not pure white, but golden instead? Typically, only true energy that had undergone forced elevation would exhibit such aberrant colors. As a peak Qi condensation expert, Liang Jinchao felt the most profound impact. It was not merely about strength, but an ancient fear inscribed in his DNA. Yet, as he beheld Chen Fan's golden true energy, his astonishment mingled with a hint of perplexity. Li Chaoran swallowed hard, for even as the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, he had never encountered someone like Chen Fan, who could transform in such a manner. Chen Fan himself was shaken, for in a moment of rage, it felt as if a ferocious consciousness within his blood had awakened beyond his control, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. He had no doubt that in this state, he could fight at least one or even two realms above his own. However, he was bewildered, as the system had not granted him any related skills or talents. When he inquired, the system remained silent. Chen Fan, we understand your feelings. You must be eager to uncover the identity of those who annihilated the Zhang family. However, apart from Elder Zhang, only the two hidden families in Xiangjing might possess the details of this matter, Liang Jinchao remarked. I can set off immediately to Xiangjing to seek clarity from those two hidden sections. Do not act impulsively. Xiangjing is a place teeming with hidden talents, where sects and families abound. Experts from all over China and even foreign lands converge there. Yet, those two hidden families are as elusive as dragons, shrouded in mystery. Without sufficient status, one may not even gain access to their gates, Liang Jinchao cautioned. Isn't your position as the governor of Hong Kong sufficient? Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Do not think it is just me. Even the head of the Yi family, who controls the entire War Department of China, barely qualifies to interact with their stewards or non-core personnel. These two hidden families transcend all major forces in China. Perhaps only the Dragon Lord of China could engage in equal dialogue with their direct descendants, Liang Jinchao explained, his eyes betraying a hint of yearning and reverence when mentioning the two hidden families. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly, surprised by the formidable power of these two families, which seemingly overshadowed all of China's forces. More importantly, he was uncertain whether they were allies or adversaries of the Zhang family. It was possible that the Zhang family's destruction was intricately linked to them. To proceed recklessly might well lead him into a wolf's den. This predicament stemmed from his own weakness. If he could attain the strength of a sovereign-level expert or even greater, what sect or family would be of consequence before him? Chen Fan mused internally, originally contemplating the 2 million life points he had left, along with his trillion assets and a multitude of beautiful companions, which seemed sufficient to indulge in a life of luxury. Yet now, he felt an insatiable thirst for power. Chen Fan, do not fret. There will be opportunities to meet members of these two hidden families. Next month, the Yi family in Xiangjing will host the decade-long martial arts conference, where prominent families from across China will select young strongholds under 30 to form a representative team. The two hidden families will send emissaries to recruit talented youths for their clans and arrange marriages with suitable women, Liang Jinchao stated. You should join the Hong Kong team I lead to participate, It will also allow for a discreet investigation into the truth of that year. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. It was indeed a splendid idea. Haha, Jinchao, what a clever plan to kill two birds with one stone. At just 21, reaching the peak of qi condensation, you are bound to shine brightly at the martial arts conference and redeem the Hong Kong team's years of disgrace. Li Chaoran clapped and laughed heartily. Chen Fan felt somewhat perplexed by this remark, while Liang Jinchao's face flushed with embarrassment. You see, due to my connection with Chaoran, the three major families in Hong Kong have been reluctant to allow their offspring to represent Hong Kong, leaving only the younger family's children to participate, which is why we always finish at the bottom, Liang Jinchao admitted sheepishly. Chen Fan nodded. If he so desired, he could elevate himself to the pinnacle of the Qi Lake realm at any moment, with the addition of a high-tier magical artifact. Securing a championship for the Hong Kong team should pose no challenge. At that moment, a military helicopter roared toward their location. Here comes Juanhao, Liang Jinchao exclaimed with a smile. Juanhao? Chen Fan turned to Li Jiaying. Juanhao is the apprentice of Uncle Liang, originally named Zhou Juanhao. Currently the captain of the Hong Kong Flying Tigers, with strength at the mid-stage of qi condensation, Li Jiaying explained. Chen Fan nodded, gazing toward the helicopter. Indeed, it hovered 20 meters above the Sky Garden, where a tall man in his mid-30s, clad in a blue jumpsuit and a black tactical vest, leaped from the hovering aircraft. Boom! Dust billowed as Zhou Juanhao landed lightly, bending his knees slightly to steady himself. The helicopter then lowered 2 ropes, from which 4 similarly attired men descended. Master Li. Mr. Li. Zhou Juanhao stepped forward to pay his respects. Upon seeing the rosy complexion and dark hair of Li Chaoran, his expression abruptly changed before he swiftly masked it. Juanhao, let me introduce you to Chen Fan, Li Jiaying's fiancé, who is responsible for curing Chaoran's ailment. Liang Jinchao said with a smile. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chen. Zhou Juanhao nodded toward Chen Fan. Though he smiled, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Zhou Juanhao concealed it well, but Chen Fan sensed it, prompting him to frown slightly. Moreover, Chen Fan is not only Jiaying's fiancé, but also your sister Luoxin's fiancé. Henceforth, we are all family, Liang Jinchao continued, regarding Zhou Juanhao. What? Luoxin's fiancé? The 4 members of the Flying Tigers behind Zhou Juanhao gasped in unison, turning their gazes toward him. Meanwhile, Zhou Juanhao's countenance turned a shade of ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 86. The division of the Li family. At the moment Liang Jinchao spoke, a chilling aura emanated from Zhou Juanhao, enveloping Chen Fan. Juanhao remained calm. Liang Jinchao snorted, releasing a surge of vital energy that caused Zhou Juanhao to stifle a groan and stagger back several steps. He had only recently entered the mid-stage of qi condensation and was far from being Liang Jinchao's match. Juanhao, I understand your feelings for Luo Xian, but she has been betrothed to Chen Fan for 20 years. Moreover, Luo Xian has confided in me that she regards you as a brother. Liang Jinchao asserted. A brother? Why must I be relegated to that role? I have followed you since I was 13, achieved the rank of Grandmaster by 20, and become a qi condensation expert at 30. By 40, I am confident I will reach your current level. Who is this Chen Fan to compare with me? Zhou Juanhao could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Liang Jinchao's expression darkened, but fearing to provoke his proud disciple further, he refrained from disclosing Chen Fan's true strength. Juanhao, I will make it up to you regarding Luo Xian. In a year, I shall retire, and I will hand the position of governor of the port over to you, Liang Jinchao said, patting Zhou Juanhao on the shoulder. The 4 members of the Flying Tigers behind Zhou Juanhao also urged him to calm down. Eventually, it seemed Zhou Juanhao accepted the reality and ceased to speak. Liang Jinchao nodded in satisfaction. Governor, our team has gathered intelligence. Tonight, Li Yongjie will host a banquet at Phoenix Mountain with the Zheng family of the Iron Fan sect, the Liang family of the Feng Shui clan, and Lord Wilson, the British royal envoy. During the event, he will announce the dissolution of the contract with the port government and sign a permanent alliance with those 3 powerful factions, reported a deputy captain of the Flying Tigers. If I'm still alive, They think they can sign contracts with the three giants? Not a chance, Li Chaoran declared, thrusting his cane into the ground with a thud. Jinshao, tonight we shall go to Phoenix Mountain and confront these three giants, Li Chaoran stated. Liang Jinshao nodded. Although the three giants possessed peak qi condensation power, both he and Chen Fan were at that level as well. With Zhou Juanhao, who was in the mid-stage of qi condensation, and the four initial stage deputy captains of the Flying Tigers, they should be able to emerge unscathed even in the face of those three. Chen Fan, what are your thoughts? Liang Jinshao and Li Chaoran turned to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. Both were essentially his fathers-in-law, so he could only agree. Furthermore, his grandfather, the former dean, had once procured the Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower from the Iron Fan sect and the Feng Shui Liang family, and he himself wanted to investigate, hoping to uncover a clue. Witnessing their considerable regard for Chen Fan, Zhou Juanhao's fists tightened, and his gaze grew increasingly cold. As night descended, the Liang family's Feng Shui estate, once shrouded in secrecy, now blazed with lights and revelry. Luxury cars and helicopters descended upon the Liang estate, disembarking numerous prominent figures from the island and powerful forces, including several international dignitaries. This day marked the signing of a permanent alliance between Li Yongjia, the new head of the Li family, and the three great powers of the island, heralding a seismic shift in the landscape of power. Within a confidential chamber crafted from pure metal in the Liang family's reception hall, Liang Tianyuan, the head of the Liang family, Zheng Jihong, the head of the Iron Fan sect, and Lord William, the envoy of the British Queen, sat around a table adorned with a map of the island and a world map. The island map had already been divided into 3 sections, while the world map featured various mines marked in 3 distinct colors, all belonging to the Li family. The entirety of the island and the Li family's global mines had been completely divided among the 3 giants. Lord William, congratulations. The mines you have acquired once yielded magical stones. What a tremendous advantage. Liang Tianyuan, his hair white as snow and clad in a white training outfit, squinted as he spoke. Haha, the West differs from the East. We enhance our power through magical stones, while you in the East utilize spiritual stones. We each take what we need. No one has the upper hand, Lord William replied with a smile. You Westerners are quite knowledgeable. Zheng Jihong chuckled, in good spirits, as today's allocation of Li family mines suited him well. Li Yongjia pales in comparison to his father. Suddenly, Liang Tianyuan shook his head. That young man believes that by signing a trivial alliance agreement, we will patiently await our share of the spiritual stones, like those lesser factions. What he fails to understand is that once he dissolves his contracts with the port government and those small factions, the balance will be shattered, and those minor sects will abandon him. Without the support of the port government and those small factions, when he finds himself utterly isolated, we will compel him to sign over the transfer agreements for those mines. From then on, the Li family and the governor will be mere shells, incapable of consolidating those minor factions, posing no threat to us. The island will truly belong to the 3 of us. Zheng Jihong concluded, eliciting hearty laughter from the other 2. Meanwhile, Li Yongjia luxuriated in the most prestigious guest room of the Liang family, indulging in massages from 2 top-tier actresses in bikinis, a gift prepared especially for him by Liang Tianyuan. With a resounding smack, Li Yongjia's hand met the soft, supple curves, sending ripples through the air, the sound echoing in the room, alive with springtime vigor. Father, it's a pity you won't witness the day I dominate the 3 giants of the island and lead the Li family to true supremacy. How could you be so foolish? With those mining resources in hand, why ally with those minor factions and the governor? I should simply control the 3 giants for my own benefit, replace the governor, and then the island would be mine. Li Yongjia exclaimed, feeling triumphant as he reveled in the sycophantic demeanor of the 3 giants, akin to obedient lapdogs, an honor his father had never enjoyed. Strange, according to the high-energy nutrient solution, my father should not survive beyond half an hour. Why hasn't Ti Jiahui come to report? 2 minutes later, having finished his indulgence, Li Yongjia glanced at his phone, finding no messages from his son. Yet, he felt no concern for any mishap, as Zhang's second-in-command, Zheng Jiqiang, was present. At that moment, A woman knocked and entered. "Mr. Li, the guests for the banquet have arrived. Head of the Zheng family, head of the Liang family, and Lord William are all on site and ready for the signing ceremony." Chapter 87. I am the king of Hong Island. The grand banquet was held in a lavish hall owned by the Liang family, capable of accommodating thousands of guests. Each attendee was a prominent figure, embodying the elite of both politics and business, as well as the powerful families and factions of Hong Island. Groups of 3 or 4 congregated, discussing the evening's theme, the Li family's dissolution of ties with the Hong Kong government and various families, opting instead to forge an alliance with the 3 major families. Isn't Mr. Li Chaoran the wealthiest man, known for his close relationships with the governor and those martial arts families? Why does he suddenly wish to terminate contracts with them and collaborate with the 3 giants? Someone inquired, as many present were merchants who, while engaged in business with the Li family or the 3 major families, were unaware of the underlying intricacies. You may not know, but there's a rumor that Mr. Li Chaoran has fallen gravely ill, even to the point of death. It is his son, Li Yongjia, who will sign with the 3 giants today, another remarked. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted to realization. Indeed, with the departure of the former wealthy patriarch, Li Yongjia swiftly chose to ally with the 3 major families. Those second- and third-tier martial arts families that once followed the Li family would likely face dire consequences. How unfortunate, someone sighed, acknowledging that while the martial arts matters were significant, as merchants, the identity of the ruler mattered little to their business dealings. However, the powerful martial arts families around them appeared visibly distressed upon hearing the news. Li Yongjia, the fool, has no idea of the methods employed by the 3 giants. Collaborating with them will leave the Li family in ruins. The heads of the Huang and Wu families, the largest families outside the 3 giants, exchanged worried glances, seeking counsel from the 2 middle-aged men in their 50s who were surrounded by them. I believe this may not be a bad thing. After all, we have battled alongside the Li family and the governor against the 3 giants for so long, suffering immense losses. In the end, what did we gain? A pitiful amount of spirit stones. Now that the Li family has betrayed us to ally with the 3 giants, why not seek refuge with them, so that we may coexist peacefully? The first speaker, a lean man with a hawkish nose named Huang Yingguan, was affiliated with the Li family and the governor, making him one of the strongest second-tier families aside from the 3 giants. As Huang spoke, 7 or 8 families nodded in agreement. Huang Yingguan, do you understand what you are saying? Have you forgotten how they treated us before? They would exploit us like slaves. If it weren't for Brother Chaoran and the governor, we would have been completely devoured by the 3 giants long ago, and we wouldn't be in our current position. Besides, wasn't your breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi condensation only possible because of the spirit stones provided by the Li family? A portly middle-aged man named Wu Chenggong rebuked. Similarly, 6 or 7 other second-tier families stood with Wu, glaring at Huang Yingguan. Huh, Brother Wu, you mentioned that was in the past. Now that Li Chaoran is dead and the governor is set to retire, with Li Yongjia opting to collaborate with the 3 giants, it might be better for us to seek their favor while we are still in the mid-stage of qi condensation, becoming elders or something similar. Huang Yingguan replied with a cold smile. Shameless. Even if our family is struggling, we still have our dignity and will not serve as lackeys to the 3 families. Wu Chenggong exclaimed, distancing himself with several allied families. Stubborn fools. Your fate will only be extinction. Huang Yingguan retorted coldly. He had already aligned himself with the 3 giants and was present to act as their emissary, but he did not anticipate Wu Chenggong's obstinacy. Brother Wu, what if Li Yongjia truly terminates our contract today? With the Li family allying with the 3 giants, we would be left with no escape, voiced one of the heads of the second-tier families beside Wu, filled with concern. If it comes to that, even if we have to leave Hong Island, we will not become dogs for the 3 giants. Wu Chenggong clenched his fist defiantly. Yes, we can always relocate our families from Hong Island. Others chimed in. At that moment, a procession emerged from the stage. Leading the group was Li Yongjia, a man of medium stature, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with his hands clasped behind him and chin raised, exuding an air of authority. What astonished the attendees even more was that the 3 giants followed behind him, displaying utmost respect, with the royal envoy, Viscount William, personally pulling out a chair for Li Yongjie. The hall erupted in whispers, as many distinguished merchants and political figures gazed at Li Yongjie in awe, shocked at the deference shown to him by the three giants. In that moment, Li Yongjie felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life, with the three giants honoring him, drawing the astonished gaze of nearly every notable figure in Hong Island. "Father, can you see me from above? This is your son, whom you have always looked down upon. Now, I command the three giants and reign as the king of Hong Island. You toiled with the governor your entire life. Did you achieve this? Even so, do you still doubt my capabilities? Will you still bequeath the family estate to that mainland boy named Chen Fan?" At that moment, Li Yongjie longed to confront Li Chaoran, to shout at him to open his eyes and witness the accomplishments he had achieved upon assuming leadership of the Li group. He imagined that if Li Chaoran were present, he would feel a wave of inferiority and whisper, "Yongjie, I was wrong." As Li Yongjie and Li Chaoran took their seats, the entire venue fell silent. "Mr. Li, here is the drafted agreement for your termination of contracts with the Hong Kong government and those second and third tier families. In front of the esteemed elites of Hong Island. Please sign." Liang Tianyuan presented the dissolution agreement with a bow. "Very well," Li Yongjie replied, accepting the document with a nod. "Li Yongjie, do not sign. Once you ink that agreement, the Li group and your father's lifelong efforts will be in ruins. Not only will we second-tier families suffer, but the Li group will also be devoured by the three giants." Wu Chenggong suddenly rose, his voice filled with fury. Wu Chenggong, do not sow discord. Mr. Li is young and talented, with a vision and perspective far superior to Li Chaoran's. We three old fellows are in awe of Mr. Li's ambition and will follow his lead, Liang Tianyuan retorted coldly. "Wu Chenggong, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You fear that our Li family's alliance with the three giants will deprive you of benefits. I cannot fathom why my father continues to support you bloodsuckers. Take your dissolution agreement and leave." With a stern expression, Li Yongjie swiftly completed the signing of the dissolution agreement and tossed it in front of Wu Chenggong. Chapter 88. Digging one's own grave. You are digging your own grave? Wu Chenggong gazed down at the termination agreement beneath his feet, his face draining of color as he staggered back, his voice trembling. The three titans, witnessing Li Yongjie signing the termination agreement, immediately brightened with joy. They understood that from this day forth, the second and third tier families of Hong Kong Island were finished, as were the Li group and the governor. Henceforth, Hong Kong Island would be entirely their dominion. How could a bunch of vampires comprehend the vision and strategies of President Li? You should leave at once. Liang Tianyuan sneered, stomping down with force, summoning a terrifying aura that transformed into a phoenix, darting towards Wu Chenggong. Bang! Even though Wu Chenggong was prepared, he was instantly sent flying by the phoenix-like aura, spitting blood and suffering severe injuries. Gasps echoed throughout the hall as even the remaining titans, William and Zheng Jihong, displayed expressions of trepidation. Those who recognize the situation are wise. I kindly advised you, yet you chose to ignore it. Do not blame others for your own demise. Huang Yinguan scoffed. The heads of the recently allied third-tier families rejoiced at their fortunate choice, realizing that a significant shift was about to occur on Hong Kong Island. Li Yongjie, however, was filled with even greater pride. Haha, father, do you see this from above? These so-called strongmen you chose are utterly powerless before the three titans. Well, now they all look to me, Li Yongjie, for guidance. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes fixed in horror on the injured Wu Chenggong, too stunned to speak. Isn't Elder Liang a feng shui master? How could he inflict such grave injuries on Wu Chenggong, who is in the mid-stage of qi condensation? Some bewildered dignitaries questioned. Indeed, while Elder Liang did not practice martial arts, he was the only junior feng shui master on Hong Kong Island. Through years of nurturing his spiritual energy, he had attained mid-stage qi condensation prowess. In his stronghold, Phoenix Mountain, he could even surpass the peak of qi condensation, approaching the realm of half-step qi Lake King. Half-step qi Lake King. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Experts of the qi lake realm were scarce in all of China, holding immense status, with most gathered in Xiaoqing. If a Qi late king were to emerge in any other region, even the central government would seek to ally with them, often wielding significant power and influence over local governance. Li Yongjie, you will one day regret this decision. Wu Qinggong was helped up by members of the martial arts families. The martial artist directly under the governor glared at Li Yongjie in fury before storming away. From this moment onward, the Li group, represented by Li Yongjie, had completely severed ties with these second and third-tier families, as well as the martial artists led by the governor. Their alliance had disintegrated. Haha, esteemed guests. That was merely a minor interlude. Next, the three of us will sign the mind transfer agreement with Li Yongjie in front of you, esteemed dignitaries of Hong Kong Island. Zheng Jihong suddenly interjected with a smile. Li Yongjie, who had previously exuded an air of superiority, opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What did you just call me? What mind transfer agreement? He turned to glare at the three titans, anger simmering within him. He could hardly believe that they dared to address him by name, with the promised mind development agreement reduced to a mere transfer. I called you Li Yongjie. Do you have any objections? Zheng Jihong replied with a cold smirk. You are so bold. Do you no longer wish to cooperate with the Li family? Li Yongjie slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Zheng Jihong. Crack! In a swift motion, Zheng Jihong sliced through Li Yongjie's finger as if it were a piece of fruit. Li Yongjie, who had been pampered since childhood, let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The three titans looked on impassively as he writhed on the ground, clutching his injured hand. Haha, truly a case of a tiger begetting a dog. Li Chaoran was a formidable hero, not a martial artist. Yet he could stand toe-to-toe with us. How could he have produced such a fool? Zheng Jihong spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Li Yongjie's face and then pressed the bloodied finger onto the mind transfer agreement. At that moment, Li Yongjie was not only enduring physical pain, but was also crushed by the weight of psychological torment. He realized that everything had been a trap set by the three titans, and he had been a mere laughingstock throughout. In this instant, Li Yongjie's pride lay shattered. You cannot do this, forcing me to sign such an agreement out of fear that the esteemed dignitaries of Hong Kong Island would spread this matter to the governor and the families? Li Yongjie said, his voice trembling. Ha ha, did you not just terminate your agreement with those families? Besides, the mines are now ours, and most of them have allied with us. As for the esteemed dignitaries here, they have all witnessed it. When did we ever force you? Liang Tianyuan laughed, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, revealing small phoenix-shaped auras swirling beneath their feet. No one doubted that with a single command from Liang Tianyuan, those phoenix auras could tear their bodies apart. We saw nothing. No, we witnessed it. Li Yongjie voluntarily signed a mind transfer agreement with the three families, murmured the dignitaries of Hong Kong Island. They had never encountered such a display before. Due to Li Chaoran and the governor, the three titans had typically sought to win them over. Now that the threat from the three titans had vanished, their true colors were revealed. Li Yongjie gazed in disbelief at the dignitaries, many of whom had been longtime partners of the Li family. His heart was flooded with regret and fear. Master Wu, save me. Li Yongjie turned to the injured Wu Qinggong, grasping at the last straw of hope. Wu Qinggong wore a complex expression. Having torn up the initial alliance with Li Yongjie, he had no justification to intervene. Moreover, he himself was gravely injured. With Huang Yingguan and most of the third-tier families now allied with the three titans, taking action would be tantamount to seeking death. All Wu Qinggong could do was shake his head with a sigh. The situation was beyond his control. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hall, and moments later, several figures burst in, causing an uproar within the banquet hall. Li Yongjie stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. Wu Qinggong stood up in excitement. The three titans wore expressions of incredulity, especially Zheng Jihong, whose face changed dramatically. Chapter 89. Betrayal. As the newcomer approached, the entire banquet hall fell into silence. All eyes were incredulously fixed on Li Chaoran, who strode confidently down the center. Could it be that the wealthy Li, whom I recall being bedridden with a severe illness a decade ago, has returned? A business magnate with assets in the billions exclaimed in astonishment. Others, equally stunned, beheld Li Chaoran, whose raven hair and vigorous steps made him appear 20 years younger, almost devoid of wrinkles. The hearts of those who had already allied with the three major families, including Huang Yingguan and the heads of various second-rate families, trembled at the sight of him. Though Li Chaoran possessed no martial prowess, his mere presence exuded an oppressive aura that instilled fear in those powerful figures who were accustomed to commanding respect. "Father!" Li Yongjie gasped, utterly shocked by the sight of his rejuvenated father, momentarily forgetting the pain of his severed fingers. "Wretch, do not call me father. I, Li Chaoran, have no son like you." Li Chaoran thundered, causing Li Yongjie to cower and lower his head in terror. Liang Tianyuan and Zheng Jihong exchanged grim glances, their faces pale as they regarded Li Chaoran, particularly Zheng Jihong, who feared for his brother's fate. In stark contrast, William maintained an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Chen Fan scrutinized the three titans standing on the platform, and in an instant, their standings materialized in his mind. Zheng Jihong, peak of qi condensation. William, peak of qi condensation. Liang Tianyuan, mid-stage qi condensation, but capable of unleashing the power of a half-step qi lake realm with the Fengling Feng Shui Grand Array of Phoenix Mountain. "Oh, a Feng Shui Grand Array?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, his hands discreetly forming seals. The flow of spiritual energy across Phoenix Mountain and even the entirety of Harbor Island manifested vividly in his mind. He perceived that Phoenix Mountain resembled a colossal phoenix tree, towering over Harbor Island, with a massive nest at its apex voraciously siphoning spiritual energy from both the mountain and the island. The extraction of this spiritual energy was staggering. If harnessed, it could rival the might of a peak Qi Lake warrior. However, the Liang family's Feng Shui capabilities were limited, capable of utilizing a mere fraction of it, barely achieving the power of a half-step Qi Lake realm. Yet, to Chen Fan, a half-step Qi Lake warrior was inconsequential, especially as he was a high-level Feng Shui master. The formations laid by the Liang family were trivial to him. Even a simple application of Feng Shui secret techniques would allow him to command the spiritual energy of the entire Phoenix Mountain, overpowering the three titans of Harbor Island. Nonetheless, Chen Fan found himself intrigued by the spiritual energy nest at the peak of Phoenix Mountain, certain that it housed extraordinary treasures. Liang Tianyuan, Zheng Jihong, William, I, Li Chaoran, am not dead yet. Li Yongjie has not inherited our Li group, thus his contracts hold no weight. Even if I were to die, my heir would be my granddaughter's husband, Chen Fan, not Li Yongjie. With that declaration, the banquet hall erupted in chaos, all eyes turning to the young man beside him, who appeared to be a mere university student. "Father, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Fan is an outsider, while I am your true son. How could you appoint him as your heir?" Li Yongjie protestaludli. Li Yongjie, this Chen Fan is a 21-year-old initial-stage Qi condensation warrior, brimming with potential. Were I in your father's shoes, I too would entrust the family legacy to him, Liang Tianyuan remarked with a smile. Having learned of Chen Fan's prowess through special channels regarding the Dragon Pearl of Qinglong Mountain, he recognized that Qinglong Mountain was as formidable as Phoenix Mountain, and after resolving matters in Harbor Island, he intended to seize it, not anticipating that Chen Fan would present himself so conveniently. "Oh, a 21-year-old initial-stage Qi condensation warrior? Quite an extraordinary talent. You would undoubtedly hold your own among the youth of Xianjing," Zheng Jihong remarked, observing Chen Fan with keen interest. "Indeed, we have all encountered this Chen Fan before," Liang Tianyuan interjected abruptly. "Encountered him? How so?" Zheng Jihong and William exchanged puzzled glances. "He is the child who years ago, Zhang Chufeng used the Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower to save, which was taken from my Liang family." "What? The very same individual?" The crowd recalled the terrifying figure from that time, and a shiver coursed through them. The Phoenix Blood Nirvana flower, which blooms only once in a millennium, could cultivate a warrior of the Qi Lake realm, yet it had been squandered. Chen Fan's attainment of the initial Qi condensation at such a young age was undoubtedly a result of that flower. Your blood must still carry the essence of the Nirvana flower. I must refine it into a precious elixir. Liang Tianyuan seethed, his teeth clenched. Oof. If you wish to harm Chen Fan, have you consulted me, Liang Zhenchao, and the Flying Tiger team? Liang Zhenchao's peak qi condensation aura erupted, countering Liang Tianyuan's threat. Behind him, Zhou Juanhao and the 4 initial stage vice-captains of the Flying Tiger team also unleashed their powerful auras. Bang! Before Liang Zhenchao could retaliate, he was suddenly struck from behind, blood spewing from his mouth. The assembly gasped in shock at this unexpected turn of events. Zhenchao, Li Chaoran, rushed to support the severely injured Liang Zhenchao. Meanwhile, Zhou Juanhao coldly retracted his hand, having executed a sneak attack. Though Zhou Juanhao was merely at mid-stage qi condensation, Liang Zhenchao had been caught completely off guard, taking a lethal blow that incapacitated him instantly. Zhou Juanhao, why? Liang Zhenchao stared at Zhou Juanhao in disbelief. Zhou Juanhao offered no reply, his eyes filled with malice as he regarded Liang Zhenchao. Allow me to enlighten you. Zhou Juanhao has long been one of us, a member of the English royal family. After your demise, the royal family will ardently support him as the new governor of Harbor Island, William announced with a smile. The elite of Harbor Island, present at the banquet, fell into stunned silence, none daring to interject. Liang Tianyuan and Zheng Jihong reveled in their triumph. William had played his cards exceptionally close to his chest, and it was only in this moment that they realized Zhou Juanhao had indeed betrayed them. With the loss of the governor and the Flying Tiger team, it was akin to severing one of Li Chaoran's wings. Now, not only Li Chaoran, but even Liang Zhenchao was doomed, and soon, Harbor Island would wholly belong to the 3 titans. You old fool, I have followed you since my teenage years, risking my life for you. You refuse to allow your daughter to marry me, opting instead for that Chen Fan. You shall not blame me for my treachery. Today, I shall kill the son-in-law you cherish right before your eyes, and thereafter, I shall claim Liang Luoli for myself. Zhou Juanhao sneered, his expression twisted with malice as he approached Chen Fan. Boy, if you had allowed yourself to mature for a few more years, I might not have been your match. But now, to me, you're nothing more than an initial stage qi condensation waste. I shall crush you as one would an ant. Chapter 90. One man defeats the 3 titans. Captain Zhou, remember to leave his corpse for me. I shall use his blood to concoct a precious elixir. Liang Tianyuan remarked with a sinister smile. Both Viscount William and Zheng Jihong cast cold smirks at Li Chaoran, Liang Zhenchao, and others. Ha ha ha, Wu Chenggong. Do you now comprehend the brilliance of my choice? Huang Yunguan and the warriors who had allied with the 3 great families reveled in their misfortune, directing their scornful gazes at Wu Chenggong and his companions. Wu Chenggong's countenance turned ashen, although he longed to retort. He had to concede that with the defection of the Flying Tiger team and the grievous injury of the governor, the Li family's faction bore no chance of victory. Even Li Chaoran and Liang Zhenchao felt that they had miscalculated this time, and it seemed unlikely they could retreat unscathed. Chen Fan, do not hold back. After you dispatch Zhou Juanhao with a single strike, I shall burn my essence to buy you and Chaoran a few precious moments. Liang Zhenchao whispered to Chen Fan and Li Chaoran. Such mere trash at the qi condensation stage. I can obliterate them with a single hand. Chen Fan resolutely shook his head. Chen Fan, do not be overconfident. The current situation diverges entirely from our expectations. Li Chaoran admonished in a low voice, believing Chen Fan's youth and vigor had led him to act impulsively. Nevertheless, Chen Fan stepped forward, forming seals with his right hand. Instantly, a golden phoenix, manifesting from spiritual energy, appeared in his palm. Go! Chen Fan commanded, and the palm-sized golden phoenix soared towards Zhou Juanhao with a cry. Zhou Juanhao was taken aback. However, he had no time to ponder how Chen Fan wielded the skills of a geomancer. He hastily swung his fist to meet the oncoming golden phoenix. Boom! Zhou Juanhao's white true qi fist imprint collided with Chen Fan's golden phoenix, generating a tremendous energy storm. Zhou Juanhao was hurled backwards, crashing violently against the wall. His entire right arm had vanished, blood and internal organs spilling from his mouth, indicating that not only his arm, but also his vital organs had sustained unimaginable damage. The assembly fell into a stunned silence, all eyes fixed upon Chen Fan, the seemingly ordinary university student who had single-handedly defeated Zhou Juanhao, the renowned captain of the Flying Tiger team, at the mid-level of Qi condensation. Liang Tianyuan, what is happening? How can he utilize the ultimate techniques of your geomancer lineage? Zhou Juanhao, supported by 4 deputy captains of the Flying Tiger team at the initial stage of Qi condensation, struggled to speak through his bloodied lips, teetering on the brink of death. At that moment, Liang Tianyuan stared at Chen Fan, shock etched across his face. You too can harness the Phoenix's spiritual power from Phoenix Mountain? You are also a geomancer? Liang Tianyuan gazed at Chen Fan in disbelief. His words fell like a boulder into a still pond, igniting a frenzy within the room as all eyes turned towards Chen Fan. A geomancer was rarer than a cultivator. Once a geomancer occupied a spiritually abundant locale, they could harness the earth's energy for their own use, drawing from an inexhaustible well, ensuring not only their invincibility, but also the potential to gather spiritual energy and produce countless formidable warriors. The emergence of a geomancer would incite a frenzied scramble among numerous factions and families. Can you believe it? This youth is barely in his 20s and has already achieved the status of a geomancer. His future is limitless. Those knowledgeable in the intricacies of the situation marveled. Li Chaoren, Liang Jichao, and Wu Qinggong's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Phoenix Mountain was the most spiritually charged location in all of Hong Kong. If Chen Fan were indeed a geomancer at the pinnacle of Qi condensation, they would find themselves in an inherently unbeatable position. Under no circumstances can we allow this young man to leave alive. The prospect of a geomancer at such a tender age filled Liang Tianyuan with an unshakable fear and a profound sense of defeat. Such a prodigy, should he arrive in Zijing, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the top families there, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for them all. Zheng Zhihong and Viscount William clearly recognized this danger, both charging towards Chen Fan with fierce determination. Chen Fan, be careful! Li Chaoren and Liang Jichao exclaimed in alarm, with Liang Jichao already preparing to sacrifice his remaining essence to assist Chen Fan. However, the subsequent scene left them utterly astounded once more. Chen Fan, facing 2 peak-level Qi condensation warriors and a geomancer, exhibited not a trace of anxiety. Instead, he swiftly moved his fingers, forming one golden seal after another. In an instant, the spiritual energy from Phoenix Mountain was drawn forth in abundance, and golden phoenixes materialized from Chen Fan's seals, soaring towards the 3 titans with terrifying might. Master Liang, quickly, mobilize your spiritual energy to counter him. Witnessing the dozens, even hundreds, of golden spiritual phoenixes, even the peak-level Zheng Zhihong and his equal, Viscount William, felt their scalps tingle with dread. Each of those nearly 100 golden phoenixes equated to a strike from a peak-level Qi condensation warrior. Yet, Liang Tianyuan, whom they had placed their hopes upon, was drenched in sweat. Though he also endeavored to manipulate the formation and spiritual energy, his speed was utterly incomparable to Chen Fan's. In the same time frame, Liang Tianyuan managed to conjure only over 50 white spiritual phoenixes, which upon colliding with the golden phoenixes, melted away like snow meeting a scorching iron. Boom! The golden phoenixes unleashed a barrage upon the 3 titans, the entire banquet hall being perforated as Hong Kong's elite and wealthy screamed and fled. As the dust and explosions settled, Zheng Zhihong and Viscount William, both at the peak of Qi condensation, lay grievously wounded, their bodies charred and bloodied. Liang Tianyuan, encircled by a white spiritual shield, had narrowly escaped disaster but looked utterly disheveled. One man had severely injured the 3 most powerful titans of Hong Kong. All present were left in a daze, gazing at the astonishing scene unfolding before them. Even Li Chaoren and Liang Jichao found it hard to believe. The 3 titans had stood imperiously above them, and the 2 had expended countless efforts in their struggles, each achieving victories and defeats in their battles. Yet now, Chen Fan had single-handedly vanquished the trio. Brother Chaoren, I believe we have grown old, unable to keep pace with the times. The future belongs to the youth. Liang Jichao remarked with a wry smile, his eyes betraying excitement and pride. for after all, Chen Fan was his son-in-law. However, at that moment, Liang Tianyuan stepped forward. Chen Fan, I concede your profound mastery of geomancy. At such a young age, you have reached the realm of a geomancer, and even I am no match for you in this discipline. Yet, you are ultimately too impetuous. A geomancer may at most conjure 100 spiritual attacks. You have just unleashed them all at once, failing to achieve precise strikes, which amounts to sheer waste. Now, you possess no remaining means to mobilize spiritual energy. Only death awaits you. Liang Tianyuan approached Chen Fan, his demeanor radiating confidence. Boy, you're the first to inflict such grievous injury upon Zheng Jihong. Prepare to meet your end. Zheng Jihong, looking battered, roared in fury, charging with Viscount William to slay Chen Fan. However, they had barely taken 2 steps when they froze in their tracks. Before them, Chen Fan raised his hand and summoned over 200 golden true chi phoenixes. Chapter 91. Old friends from 20 years ago, the spectacle before them left not only the 3 titans astonished, but also brought a look of horror to Li Chaoren and Liang Jicheos as they beheld the overwhelming golden spiritual energy phoenixes. They had just witnessed the might of these spiritual phoenixes, each possessing power that far exceeded that of an RPG rocket. With over 200 of them, they could easily obliterate a significant portion of Phoenix Mountain. Boom! The entire mountain was engulfed in the explosive fury of spiritual energy, the ground shaking violently, rocks flying in all directions. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, with only a handful of warriors managing to remain upright. At that moment, amidst the tremors of the mountain, a figure emerged from the peak shrouded in dense spiritual mist, soaring through the air towards the crowd. The speed of this figure was astonishing. Everyone noticed that he was not employing any magical artifacts and simply flew into the deluge of golden spiritual phoenixes. With a swift flourish of his gray robes, the elder with high cheekbones and an ethereal demeanor shattered the remaining golden spiritual phoenixes, emerging with the grievously injured and bloodied Liang Tianyuan in tow. In stark contrast, Zheng Jihong and Viscount William, unable to harness the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain like Liang Tianyuan, had been utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Disciple, I thank you for your rescue, master, Liang Tianyuan exclaimed, his face alight with profound reverence as he bowed deeply before the gray-robed elder. The affluent elite of Hong Kong Island, witnessing this scene, were left wide-eyed in shock. Not only was this elder capable of flying like a legendary immortal, effortlessly shattering the terrifying spiritual phoenixes as if they were glass, but the fact that Liang Tianyuan, the foremost among the 3 titans of Hong Kong Island, was kneeling before him as a disciple was even more astonishing. Could it be that this elder was a master of a higher realm in geomancy? All present were utterly astounded. However, at the moment the elder appeared, Chen Fan's mind scanned the elder's power. Name, Ji Yunshan Realm. Early stage of Qi Lake Realm. Originally an emperor of Qi Si Realm, now gravely injured. Realm diminished. Chen Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a formidable figure to be concealed within Phoenix Mountain. Although this gray-robed elder's realm had fallen to the early stage of Qi Lake Realm, placing him on par with Chen Fan, he was far from an ordinary opponent of that level. Fortunately, Chen Fan still possessed numerous hidden cards yet to be played. For instance, the spiritual energy nest atop the highest peak, where he had continuously laid formations through the means of a geomancer, enabling him to draw energy at will. Yet, during this energy absorption, he sensed a consciousness within the nest seemingly resisting him. The golden true energy, it appears that it ultimately allowed you to survive all these years, Ji Yunshan remarked, his gaze as calm as water, devoid of joy or sorrow, as he addressed Chen Fan. Who are you? Chen Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. Hee, I am an old acquaintance of yours from 20 years ago, the elder replied, turning around. Li Chaoren and Liang Jinchao's faces paled in shock upon seeing his countenance. It's you. How could you still be alive? They exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Fan's eyes flickered with realization, as if he had grasped the situation. At that moment, Ji Yunshan seemed to recognize Li Chaoren and Liang Jinchao as well. Oh, it's you too. I was wondering how this child came to be here. Li Chaoran and Liang Jinchao's expressions grew grave. Chen Fan, this Ji Yunshan is one of the two powerful figures who pursued Zhang Chufeng and you 20 years ago. We thought he had perished long ago, but unexpectedly, he has been hiding in Phoenix Mountain, Li Chaoran revealed. Chen Fan nodded, having deduced the identity of this former emperor-level powerhouse from Hong Kong Island. I intended to restore my strength a bit more before seeking you out. But it seems you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep, saving me a great deal of effort, the gray-robed elder declared, raising his hand to unleash several streams of true energy, instantly enveloping the entire mountaintop. The affluent elite and warriors of Hong Kong Island found themselves unable to breach this barrier, as if imprisoned within a transparent cage. What kind of technique is this, sealing the entire mountaintop with a mere gesture? A cultivator at the condensing chi level attempted to break through this transparent barrier, but to no avail. Although my Master S realm has fallen to the Chi Lake realm, his transcendent methods are beyond your comprehension. But do not worry. Once my master eliminates Chen Fan, he will naturally allow you to leave, Liang Tianyuan sneered. With Ji Yunshan's emergence, Liang Tianyuan felt utterly relieved. Master, these Li Chaoran and Liang Jinchao assisted Zhang Chufeng in secret back in the day. They cannot be allowed to leave alive, Liang Tianyuan stated, his heart brimming with joy despite his injuries. With Zheng Jihong and Viscount William having fallen to Chen Fan, once Ji Yunshan dealt with Chen Fan and the others, the entirety of Hong Kong Island would be his dominion. At that moment, both Li Chaoran and Liang Jinchao wore expressions of bitterness and despair, regretting their decision to bring Chen Fan to Phoenix Mountain. The assembly of Hong Kong elites looked upon Chen Fan with sorrowful gazes. A geomancer barely in his 20s was about to meet his demise. It was truly a tragedy. Given time to mature, he might have ascended to the legendary status of a geomancer. Should that day come, the top powers from Xiangjing would likely extend olive branches to Chen Fan. The faces of Wu Qinggong and others were once again shrouded in gloom, while Huang Yunguan breathed a sigh of relief, casting a triumphant glance at Wu Qinggong. Sigh, Chen Fan, we have brought you to this perilous place, Li Chaoran lamented, shaking his head. A lifetime of shrewdness had led him to believe he could orchestrate outcomes from afar, yet he never anticipated Ji Yunshan's presence here, a once imperial-level powerhouse. No matter how defiant Chen Fan might be, he was doomed. However, Chen Fan disregarded the gazes of those around him, his eyes fixed intently on Ji Yunshan. Ji Yunshan, I take it you are well acquainted with the secrets I bear and the reasons behind the Zhang family's annihilation? As he strode directly toward Ji Yunshan, the elder chuckled. Of course, but you will soon become a corpse, so there is no need for further inquiries. Ji Yunshan cast a detached glance at Chen Fan, as though assessing a mere stone by the roadside. He then extended a hand, lightly pressing toward Chen Fan. Boom! A hand composed of true energy, a staggering 100 meters wide, descended from the heavens, aimed at Chen Fan. The weight of that hand was monumental, every detail of its palm clearly defined, an unprecedented display of might. As Chen Fan beheld the looming, terrifying hand, he nodded slightly, recognizing that despite Ji Yunshan's diminished realm, this strike possessed the strength of the mid-stage of Chi Lake realm. Maintaining an untroubled expression, Chen Fan swiftly formed seals with his hands in midair, conjuring an equally massive 100-meter light wheel, unleashing torrents of violent true energy from Phoenix Mountain to clash against the colossal hand. Chapter 92, The Death of Ji Yunshan. A broken clue, a pillar of spiritual energy, surged into the sky, instantly tearing apart the colossal hand that descended upon them like a mountain. With a thunderous roar, the collision generated a massive shockwave that rippled outward, causing the entire peak to tremble. Many affluent individuals, mere mortals, were unable to withstand such terrifying force, and numerous spectators were left injured, spewing blood from their internal injuries. As the terrifying aftershocks dissipated, Chen Fan stood unscathed, defying the death sentence that many had imposed upon him. Ah, you actually managed to withstand my mountain-toppling seal. Ji Yunshan's gaze sharpened, his expression growing grave. The mountain-toppling seal was his most formidable attack during the early stages of the Qi Lake realm. It could annihilate any opponent at the same level with a single blow. He was astonished that Chen Fan could summon such potent spiritual energy. The spiritual energy you have called forth is comparable to that of a mid-Qi Lake realm practitioner. I cannot believe you are merely 21 years old. A proficient feng shui master, Ji Yunshan remarked, regaining his composure and adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What? A mid-level feng shui master. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, with Liang Tianyuan being the most astonished. At over 70 years of age, he had only just attained the basic level of feng shui master, while Chen Fan, at a mere 21, had surpassed a lifetime of his efforts. Jealousy filled Liang Tianyuan's eyes. Even if you can harness the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain to reach mid-Qi Lake realm power, you will still die, Ji Yunshan declared coldly. He then extended his fingers toward Chen Fan, releasing countless threads of fine white true energy that surged forth, ensnaring Chen Fan's limbs. Young man, to perish by my cloud silk phantom hand would indeed be your fortune. Once ensnared, all your true energy will be drained. It was this very technique that once left Zhang Chufeng gravely injured, Ji Yunshan boasted arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's heart ignited with fury. Ji Yunshan was undoubtedly one of the culprits behind the Zhang family massacre. At that moment, he felt his limbs bound by innumerable threads, each infused with powerful true energy that tugged at his own. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan, who had faced numerous battles, found himself confronting an extraordinarily bizarre technique for the first time. In another setting, he might have been compelled to reveal his hidden cards. However, this was Phoenix Mountain, a sanctuary of sorts for a high-level feng shui master like himself. You desire true energy? Then I shall grant you all of mine, along with the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain. Let us see if you can withstand it. Chen Fan sneered, summoning the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain to surge into his body. He transformed into a conduit, channeling the overwhelming spiritual energy along the threads toward Ji Yunshan. This is bad. Although Ji Yunshan had once been a paramount figure in the Qi realm, his instincts remained sharp even after his fall from grace. He sensed a formidable wave of spiritual energy coursing through Chen Fan and his own true energy threads, surging toward him. Ji Yunshan roared to the heavens, attempting to retract his true energy threads, but they clung to him like a magnetized object, unable to escape the violent spiritual force crashing into his Qi lake. Boom! 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 It felt as though thunder erupted within Ji Yunshan's chest. The onlookers watched in horror as his abdomen began to swell like a massive sphere. His gray robe shredded, revealing skin that appeared translucent, as countless spiritual energies obliterated his Qi lake and shattered his meridians. Master, Liang Tianyuan trembled but dared not approach. As a fellow feng shui master, he understood the magnitude of this spiritual energy. To touch it would mean certain death. He is not merely a mid-level feng shui master. Even the most skilled of them cannot mobilize all the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain. He is at least a high-level feng shui master. The last time such a vast scale of spiritual energy was mobilized was during the battle between Ji Yunshan and another supreme figure, Zhang Chufeng. And this Chen Fan is only 21 years old, a high-level feng shui master. Liang Tianyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been a prodigious talent in a family of feng shui masters, entering the realm at 50, becoming the only feng shui master in his family, and even in Hong Kong. The realization that a mere youth had attained such heights struck him harder than death itself. A high-level feng shui master was on the brink of becoming a feng shui celestial, a legendary figure said to command mountains and rivers, causing landslides and tidal waves with a mere gesture, transforming barren wastelands into spiritual treasures, or vice versa. Li Chaoran murmured to himself, gazing at Chen Fan with a hint of reverence. In the air, Chen Fan ceased his assault with Phoenix Mountain's spiritual energy against Ji Yunshan, for he recognized Ji Yunshan as someone knowledgeable about the past events. Chen Fan intended to spare his life. Tell me everything that transpired back then, and I may grant you mercy, Chen Fan commanded, looking down at the pitiful Ji Yunshan, whose chi lake had been utterly destroyed, his meridians severed, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Spare me? I was meant to die 20 years ago. My desperate attempts to regain my strength were merely to return home. As for who you are, perhaps one day, when your strength is sufficient, you shall discover your own identity. Ji Yunshan replied with a bitter smile. How strong must one be? A Qi emperor? Chen Fan asked, locking eyes with Ji Yunshan. Ah, an emperor is indeed a formidable figure in your mundane realm, Ji Yunshan remarked before suddenly forming a seal with his right hand. Boom! A wave of terrifying flames erupted from his brow, enveloping his entire being. No! Chen Fan exclaimed in alarm, attempting to harness his spiritual energy to intervene. But the flames were overwhelmingly powerful. Even the peak strength of the Phoenix Mountain's spiritual energy could not halt them. Moments later, Ji Yunshan's body was consumed by the flames, leaving behind only a charred silhouette devoid of even bones. Chen Fan frowned slightly. The clue he had just uncovered was severed. At that moment, the entire Phoenix Mountain began to tremble violently once more, and from the highest peak, a series of resounding cries, akin to the clash of metal, echoed through the air like a majestic phoenix's call. Chapter 93. Binding an egg, a sharp cry of a phoenix echoed throughout Phoenix Mountain. Chen Fan felt the spiritual energy of the entire mountain fervently converging towards the energy nest atop the highest peak. Without pausing to ponder, he formed hand seals, and a phoenix illusion composed of spiritual energy spread its wings, lifting him towards the surging nest of energy. The energy nest was not far, within mere breaths. Chen Fan found himself hovering above the immense nest. A searing heat swept towards him, and instinctively, a layer of purple flames surged around him, an innate fire gifted by Jiang Qingyi during their binding, activated by the intense phoenix flames to protect him. As Chen Fan gazed down from the heights, he beheld the vast nest, its foundation built upon the mountain, resembling a structure set within a volcanic crater. Below, the spiritual energy of the mountains fiercely poured into the nest. To his astonishment, the massive nest was constructed of towering phoenix tree trunks, each engraved with golden mystical runes that transformed the gushing spiritual energy into formidable flames, supporting a translucent egg at the center. Descending from the sky, Chen Fan approached the nest. At a distance of 500 meters, he noticed signs of habitation, likely where Ji Yunshan once meditated. The air here was thick with spiritual energy, truly a sanctuary for cultivation, albeit unbearably hot. Ordinary martial artists could hardly endure it, and even Ji Yunshan dared not venture too close. Despite possessing the highest grade innate purple fire, Chen Fan felt as if his skin would scorch when nearing the blazing golden flames. As he approached within 300 meters of the nest, he suddenly spotted two bare branches resembling golden crystals but devoid of flowers. Could these be the Phoenix Blood Nirvana flowers that the old director had harvested to save me? Chen Fan nodded to himself, recalling the knowledge bestowed upon him by the system as a feng shui master. He understood the efficacy of these flowers, capable of reviving those on the brink of death. Suddenly, a realization struck him. There were two Phoenix Blood Nirvana flowers here, and he had only used one back then. The remaining flower. No, it couldn't be. The flowers were intended for those severely injured, and the doctor had deemed the director lifeless at that time. Chen Fan shook his head, attempting to dispel his fantasies. After all, the old director had passed away, and he had even cremated him. The searing flames surged towards him, and Chen Fan had no doubt that even the director, a supreme expert of the Qi realm, would have endured great suffering approaching this place. The closer he drew to the energy nest, the higher the temperature rose. At a distance of 50 meters, even his innate purple fire began to dim. Just as Chen Fan contemplated retreating, he suddenly spotted an exquisitely translucent tree of flames, adorned with a vibrant red fruit. It was the phoenix flame fruit, which bestowed the power of phoenix flames upon consumption. This treasure far surpassed the value of the Phoenix Blood Nirvana flowers. Chen Fan strode forward to pluck it. However, the moment he grasped the fruit, the energy nest trembled violently. In his mind's eye appeared a stunningly beautiful girl clad in golden feathered attire, barefoot, with captivating phoenix eyes and a fiery figure. A mark of golden flames adorned her forehead. "Do not dare to steal my phoenix flame fruit." The enchanting girl glared at Chen Fan, her voice filled with fury. Ding! Discovered a girl named Feng Yanwu with a beauty score of 93, initiating binding. Ding! Binding successful. Each point of favorability with Feng Yanwu increases the host's life force by 200 points. Current favorability, -100. Granting the host a beauty cashback feature. Name, Feng Yanwu. Beauty score, 93. Cashback ratio, 1:300. Granting the host skill, True Flame Body. Immunizes against all flame-based attacks in this world. Chen Fan was taken aback. How had this girl suddenly appeared in his mind? And she had bound herself to him. Yet the skill, True Flame Body, was indeed extraordinary. Far more practical than his innate purple fire, which was limited to alchemy. "Where are you?" Chen Fan looked around cautiously, with a favorability of -100. He felt a surge of animosity, suspecting that the girl's martial prowess rivaled his own. "Wait a moment. I recognize your aura. 20 years ago, an old man took 2 phoenix blood nirvana flowers from me. And that child was you." The girl in Chen Fan's mind exclaimed in surprise. Ding! Feng Yanwu's favorability 100, current favorability 0. 20 years ago, your nirvana flowers? Could it be that you are? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, astonished. "You know me?" "Indeed, I am." "You are that egg." Chen Fan exclaimed in disbelief. "Feng Yanwu, what do you mean by that egg?" "I am the renowned little princess of the true Phoenix clan. I merely passed through this barren planet and fell victim to treachery, ending up gravely injured here." The girl exploded with indignation. "Oh, then where exactly are you now?" Chen Fan asked with a smile, amused by her furious demeanor. I'm still inside the egg." Feng Yanwu's face flushed slightly. Chen Fan burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? If it weren't for saving you, I would have already emerged from the egg long ago. And now, your disturbance has triggered the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain, causing me to awaken prematurely." Feng Yanwu huffed. "Furthermore, that old man promised to send you to me as a spouse once you grew up." Chen Fan was left speechless. Not only had the director arranged a marriage with Li Jiaying and Liang Luai, but now he had been pledged to an egg as well. Feng Yanwu, sensing Chen Fan's disbelief, grew anxious. A golden marriage certificate flew out from the energy nest, landing before him. Upon inspection, it was indeed in the director's handwriting, and at the bottom of the certificate was a small handprint and a tiny egg print. "Now you must believe me. I am truly a descendant of the true Phoenix clan. You should be secretly pleased to become my spouse." The girl in his mind raised her head haughtily, though her beautiful eyes stole glances at Chen Fan's reaction. Chen Fan could only chuckle wryly. What joy could there be in becoming an egg-s spouse? He shook his head with a smile. "My phoenix nest has been recklessly damaged by your use of spiritual energy. You must consume the phoenix flame fruit and then bring me out," Feng Yanwu said sorrowfully, for the phoenix flame fruit was a treasure she had awaited for a millennium, immensely beneficial to her. "No need," Chen Fan replied, resolutely walking toward the nest. "Do not. The interior of the nest is filled with phoenix flames, and without the protection of the phoenix flame fruit, even a Qi realm expert would be reduced to ashes." Feng Yanwu exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 94. The birth of the sovereign of the harbor island Chen Fan seemed oblivious to his surroundings as he stepped directly into the phoenix nest. Feng Yanwu gasped, covering her eyes. However, after a brief moment, the horrific screams she had imagined did not materialize. She cautiously opened her eyes, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Chen Fan strolled into the phoenix nest with an air of ease, while the terrifying flames within trembled and recoiled from him, as if he were a king amidst fire. Could it be that only a true flame body could evoke such a reaction from Feng Yan? The true flame body is a trait possessed solely by pure-blooded true phoenixes. Not a single pure-blooded true phoenix exists within the entire true phoenix clan with such a body. Feng Yanwu was utterly astounded. No, there's another possibility. His physique might be inherently extraordinary. Even as an infant, I sensed an unparalleled mystical bloodline within him, capable of purifying my own true phoenix bloodline upon proximity. Perhaps his lineage is that of another divine fire attribute, rivaling that of a pure-blooded true phoenix. Feng Yinwu speculated, recalling her reasons for wanting Chen Fan as her mate. If she could remain by his side long enough, perhaps she could revert to her ancestral bloodline and become a true, pure-blooded true phoenix, which would be far more precious than the nirvana flower. A synthesized electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Feng Yinwu's favorability 20, current favorability 20. Reward, 6,000 life points. Current life points balance, 35780. Chen Fan smiled faintly, surprised that merely demonstrating his true flame body had garnered him 20 points of favor from Feng Yinwu. As he leaped into the phoenix nest, he beheld a crystal-clear egg, towering as high as a person, suspended amid the flames. This phoenix fruit is for you. As Chen Fan produced the phoenix fruit, the crystal egg quivered slightly, and the fruit transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the egg. Detected. Host has gifted 1 phoenix fruit. Reward, 300 phoenix fruits, usable for exchanging for mid-stage Qi lake cultivation. A smirk played on Chen Fan's lips. It was as he had anticipated. However, he refrained from immediate exchange, as it was not yet necessary. The image of Feng Yinwu faded from his mind. Yet her voice resonated. With the phoenix fruit, my hatching time will be significantly reduced. Chen Fan, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, how long will it take for you to hatch?" With the phoenix fruit, perhaps only 100 years. Chen Fan nearly choked. 100 years? An ordinary person might not even live to see 100. What expression is that? It's only 100 years. Do you not know that the higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan? Though Feng Yinwu was unseen, Chen Fan could vividly imagine her rolling her eyes. But you're so large. I cannot carry you for 100 years. Chen Fan sighed at the sight of the towering crystal egg. Before he could finish, the egg shrank instantaneously to the size of a quail egg, entwining itself within Chen Fan's hair. Chen Fan was momentarily speechless. Feng Yinwu had taken his head for a nest, channeling the spiritual energy of Phoenix Mountain. He swiftly departed the Phoenix nest and arrived before the original banquet hall of the Liang family. At that moment, the esteemed figures of Harbor Island remained standing, none having departed. They silently awaited Chen Fan, the newly risen sovereign who had single-handedly vanquished the 3 great titans of Harbor Island. The Liang family had been nearly razed to the ground due to the recent battle. The gravely injured Liang Tianyuan was under the control of Wu Qinggong and others, while the heads of families who had allied with the 3 titans, such as Huang Yingguan, trembled as they knelt on the ground. Huang Yingguan looked utterly despondent, unable to fathom that the predetermined outcome had been altered by the emergence of Chen Fan, this extraordinary prodigy. Li Yongjie gazed up at the elevated Chen Fan and the Harbor Island elite, filled with envy. At over 50 years of age, this was the scene he had envisioned for decades, now effortlessly achieved by a mere 21-year-old. As Chen Fan descended to the ground, he surveyed the crowd. Anyone who met his gaze bowed their heads in reverence, hesitant to breathe. Li Chaoren stepped forward, firmly patting Chen Fan's shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Since everyone is present today, I would like to formally announce something." Upon his words, all turned their attention toward him. "All shares of the Li Group will henceforth be transferred to my son-in-law, Chen Fan," Li Chaoren declared, facing the gathered elite of Harbor Island. Shock rippled through the crowd. Their eyes on Chen Fan transformed anew. The Li Group's business empire encompassed all aspects of life in Harbor Island, and Chen Fan's ascension to leadership meant he would become the true benefactor for these individuals. Li Yongjin knelt with a bitter smile, realizing he had nothing left to say. Regret filled him. Had he complied with Li Chaoren's decision from the start, he might have retained half of the Li family's fortune. Under Chen Fan's guidance, the Li family could have soared to even greater heights. A year from now, when I retire, I will also hand over the position of harbor governor to Chen Fan. Liang Zhenchao interjected, standing. A wave of uproar erupted, akin to a stone cast into a still lake. The hundreds of Harbor Island's affluent businessmen and Marshall family powerhouses erupted into fervent chatter. The Li Group's commercial empire. combined with the gubernatorial power of Harbor Island, alongside the demise of the three great titans, meant that at this moment, Chen Fan's wealth and authority reached unprecedented heights, placing him above millions. The sovereign of Harbor Island was born. In that instant, all realized that the future of Harbor Island would be dictated by Chen Fan's will, with the rise and fall of its great powers resting solely in his hands. All Harbor Island elites, whether billionaires or Marshall family strongmen like Wu Qinggong, knelt on one knee, pledging their unwavering loyalty. Witnessing this scene, Liang Tianyuan let out a bitter laugh, comprehending that the three families had met their end. In despair, he struck his heart, ending his own life. Meanwhile, Huang Yunguan and the martial powerhouses who had sided with the three titans smashed their heads against the ground, yet could not escape their fated expulsion from Harbor Island. Chapter 95. Liang Hong Kong International Airport. A Boeing passenger plane descended smoothly, its first-class cabin wholly reserved by a team from a prominent entertainment company. Inside the cabin, a stunning beauty with chestnut long hair and sunglasses obscuring half her face looked somewhat distressed as she tucked away her phone. It's time for us to leave. Master Su is waiting for us downstairs, remarked a striking woman in a tailored suit with short hair, sitting beside her. The long-haired beauty was none other than the internationally acclaimed actress and daughter of the governor, Liang Luai. Today, she donned an exquisite wine-red leather outfit worth millions, complemented by a white mini dress underneath. Her figure was captivating, drawing the attention of the men in the cabin. Had she removed her oversized sunglasses to reveal her enchanting features, it would undoubtedly have driven them wild. Peach, why did you inform Su Hao about our flight details? I'm already troubled enough with the situation regarding that fiancé of mine, Liang Luai said, rubbing her smooth forehead in exasperation. Luai, you must understand. Su Hao is the esteemed heir of the Su family, one of the three powerful families in Shangjing. He is the beloved son of the family head and his wife. And even the governor would think twice before offending him. Yang Tao, Liang Luai's manager, advised earnestly. Peach, I've heard rumors about Su Hao's questionable character. He is notorious for his lecherous ways and has a reputation for unspeakable acts. I absolutely refuse to be with him. Besides, my father has already arranged a marriage for me. Liang Luai protested vehemently. Oh, Luai, you don't understand. Su Hao is refined and comes from a prestigious background. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? Those rumors are merely fabrications from rival families out to tarnish the Su family's name. Such scandals are all too common in the entertainment industry, Yang Tao retorted, her eyes glinting as she defended Su Hao. Moreover, I researched Chen Fan's background last month. He's merely a struggling third-year student from a third-tier city, an orphan at that. How could he possibly be worthy of you? She added. Liang Luai furrowed her brow, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Yang Tao's words. In the entertainment world, orchestrating scandals about stars was rampant. She recalled Su Hao's tall, handsome, and courteous demeanor, which made her question the veracity of the rumors. Compared to an unfamiliar third-year student, Su Hao certainly seemed a more appealing option. In truth, her primary purpose for returning to Hong Kong was not only to shoot a photo shoot showcasing the island, but also to persuade her father to annul her engagement to Chen Fan. As an international film queen, she had countless suitors from powerful families, many of whom wielded influence far exceeding her father's. Among them, Su Hao stood out as the most distinguished. Had it not been for her knowledge of his unsavory reputation, they might have already been together. Thus, she would never allow herself to be wed to an unknown third-year student with no background. However, after Yang Tao's relentless praise of Su Hao, Liang Luai found herself harboring a slight fondness for him. If he performed well this time, she might indeed consider him. As the plane came to a halt, led by Yang Tao, Liang Luai and a group of photographers and assistants carrying equipment disembarked. Upon stepping off the plane, they were greeted by a row of Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked beside it, and there stood Su Hao at the foot of the aircraft stairs, holding a large bouquet of roses. Yang Tao discreetly flashed an okay sign to Su Hao, who momentarily revealed a glimmer of desire in his eyes. Luai, welcome back to Hong Kong, Su Hao said as he approached, presenting the flowers to Liang Luai. Standing at 6 feet tall, with an attractive appearance, he exuded an air of politeness. Ah, Master Su, you rushed here from Xiangjing as soon as you learned Luoi was returning from America. Yang Tao exclaimed eagerly, playing her supportive role. Indeed, Master Su is quite thoughtful. Liang Luoi replied, touched, as she nodded and took her seat in the first car alongside Su Hao. Luoi, Yang Tao mentioned you're doing a photo shoot today. Where are we headed? Suoing Kuayith. Yes, today we are primarily shooting a series capturing the essence of Hong Kong, with the location set at Omping Mountain. Liang Luoi replied, shifting slightly as Su Hao drew nearer. Ha! If I'm not mistaken, the most beautiful spot in Hong Kong is Phoenix Mountain. Why not shoot there instead? Su Hao suggested with a smile. Master Su, you may not be aware, but Luoi's father, Governor Liang, has a long-standing feud with the Liang family on Phoenix Mountain, so we cannot go there. Yang Tao interjected from the passenger seat. Oh, is that so? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. The Liang Tianyuan from Phoenix Mountain once visited my father in Xiangjing, seeking to become affiliated with our Su family. He holds me in high regard, and I could easily arrange for you to shoot at Phoenix Mountain. Su Hao declared, his tone exuding confidence. His words were not mere boast. Liang Tianyuan had long sought to align himself with the powerful Su family, visiting them on various occasions. What? Really? Master Su, you are truly remarkable. To accomplish what even the governor could not with a mere word. Yang Tao exclaimed excitedly, Kesting aknoing glunja et Liang Luoi. Liang Luoi nodded slightly, recognizing that Phoenix Mountain was indeed the most exquisite mountain in Hong Kong, especially now in autumn, when the ancient phoenix trees were adorned with golden leaves, creating a breathtaking backdrop for a photo shoot. As Su Hao observed Liang Luoi's approving nod, a subtle smile crept across his face. If it weren't for this being Hong Kong, your father's territory, I would have taken you the moment you got in the car. However, once we reach Phoenix Mountain, it will be a different story. With my status and the rivalry between Liang Tianyuan and Liang Jinchao, capturing Liang Luoi will be a breeze. Su Hao mused internally, his gaze lingering on Liang Luoi's long, graceful legs and alluring visage, swallowing hard. As for Liang Luoi, she remained oblivious to Su Hao's ulterior motives, eagerly anticipating the scenic beauty of Phoenix Mountain and feeling a budding affection for him. Indeed, men with connections were essential. Despite being a star, she realized that without her father's influence, she might have long been a plaything for the powerful and wealthy. She pondered whether a mere third-year student like Chen Fan could ever offer her an opportunity to venture into Phoenix Mountain. Thus, her resolve to annul her engagement to Chen Fan only strengthened. Chapter 96. The Veil